Chapter 1. She Will Not Marry. Within the intricately adorned palace, goblets clinked and melodies danced through the air as the celebration for the fourth prince's triumphant campaign against bandits continued. Unabated, each pillar was engraved with a sinuous, lifelike golden dragon, proclaiming the majestic grandeur of the imperial house. Shen An'an, the daughter of the Grand Minister and the beloved niece of the imperial concubine, had been summoned back from the distant Jiangnan. Alas, her rebirth had come too late upon awakening. She found herself ensnared in a remarkably familiar situation. "Your Majesty, you promised me on the imperial throne." Concubine Shun playfully tugged at the emperor's sleeve, her tone imbued with charm. "I have no children, and if your Majesty cannot grant me even this small hope, how shall I endure my old age?" All right, I shall grant your wish," the emperor replied, casting an indulgent glance at the concubine before his gaze shifted to Shen An'an. Her heart raced, and she wished fervently to vanish on the spot. I end this new life. She yearned not to wed the fourth prince, to avoid becoming the villain who disrupts lovers, consumed by unrequited affection and jealousy, a wretched figure, entangled in schemes and malice. Even her father, a paragon of integrity and virtue, had been shamed into retreating from the court in the prime of his life. Before the emperor could speak, she abruptly rose and addressed her mother. "Mother, I feel somewhat unwell. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." "What's the matter? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Where do you feel discomfort?" Concern marred the lovely features of Madame Shun. "Your aunt and the emperor are watching you. You have just returned to the capital and must adhere to decorum. If you can endure it, please do so, and I will accompany you outside later." Shen An'an pressed her lips together, fully aware of what her aunt and the emperor were about to say, and she was eager to escape. Yet the heavens did not align with her desires. Under the repeated urging of the concubine, the emperor spoke lightly. "Minister Shun, how could I not know you have such a stunning daughter hidden away? Are you afraid some young man might come and whisk her away?" Minister Shun immediately rose. "Your Majesty, it is not that I have kept her hidden, but rather that my daughter has been raised in Jiangnan with her mother, only just returning to the capital." "Ah, I see. No wonder she possesses such grace and beauty indeed. The local culture nurtures its own kind. She exhibits the charm of a Jiangnan maiden," the emperor praised before inquiring, "How old is Miss Shen this year, and what skills does she possess?" To marry into the imperial family, one must be more than mere appearance, especially for his fourth son, who was both refined and talented, possessing looks that drew the envy of all the noble women in the capital. Shen An'an clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves and glanced at the esteemed gentleman surrounded by admirers across the room. His indifferent gaze met hers for but a fleeting moment, cold, detached, as if the world held no interest for him before he withdrew his attention, seemingly oblivious to her existence. In her previous life, she had been irresistibly drawn to him, a figure so exalted that it left her stunned and bewitched in a fleeting glance. She had surrendered her entire existence. "I am Shen An'an, a mere maiden of 16. She approached the hall and knelt, her gaze lowered. "The landscapes of Jiangnan are exquisite, and its customs are delightful. I have been so engrossed in revelry over the years that I have not acquired any skills." A profound silence enveloped the grand hall. All eyes were incredulous, particularly those of the noble young ladies, who stared at her in wide-eyed disbelief. Could the Shen girl truly be so foolish? Was the emperor's exaltation of her at the fourth prince's celebration not overt enough? How could she claim to have learned nothing? The young ladies who had previously harbored jealousy now regarded Shen An'an as if she were a fool. The illustrious fourth prince was a paragon of elegance, and even being a concubine in his household would be a dream come true. Yet, she had somehow squandered that opportunity. "An'an, what nonsense are you speaking?" The expression on the face of concubine Shun had shifted dramatically, for she had painstakingly petitioned the emperor for this match. Shen An'an remained demurely kneeling, her head bowed, silent. "I end this capital. There is indeed a maiden who does not wish to marry you? How truly peculiar. I am rather intrigued to study what sort of anomaly this Shen girl is," remarked Xiao Yuan, raising his wine cup and nudging the stoic Xiao Yuan beside him, a look of astonishment mingled with schadenfreude in his eyes. Xiao Yuan, expressionless, toyed with a white jade ring, not sparing a single glance for Shen An'an in the hall. "Indeed, you are cruel and dull, lacking in charm." If I were a maiden, I would certainly keep my distance from you. Xiao Yuan finally spoke, his voice icy and menacing. If you wish to be a lady, I could have eunuch and assist you. He is known for his swift and decisive methods within the palace. Huayan drained his cup of wine in silence, choosing not to respond. Words were superfluous. No, not even a single word was needed. The concubine softly intervened. An'an is still young and has not encountered the emperor before. Her words are merely a moment of folly. And why mother was once the foremost talent among the dual beauties of the capital. And how could she have raised a daughter who knows nothing? The emperor's expression softened slightly. The talent of the Shen matriarch had once been unparalleled in the capital, and it would be unacceptable for her granddaughter to be a simpleton. I have heard from your aunt that you are skilled in the guqin and sc. At today's celebration, would Miss Shen delight us with a piece to honor the occasion? Shen An'an's heart tightened. In her past life, she had performed Yangwan's Sandy, earning thunderous applause. Yet when presented to him, he had merely offered a perfunctory thanks, even dismissing the emperor's suggestion for a duet without hesitation. That day, she had felt a mixture of satisfaction and disappointment, reveling in her accomplishment, yet crushed by his indifference, leading to her disgrace among the noble ladies of the capital. Concubine Shen shot her a look filled with anticipation for her to dazzle the assembly. Shen An'an hesitated, gathering her courage to refuse. Your Majesty, I do have some knowledge of the guqin and sc, but alas, my hand is injured today, and I cannot play, thus disappointing your Majesty. She then turned to Xiao Yuan, bowing with measured grace. I extend my congratulations to the fourth prince for his resounding victory against the bandits, and I wish him strength and valor, achieving further remarkable feats for the great Liang, ensuring the peace and prosperity of the people. Xiao Yuan's fingers, which were resting on the white jade ring, hesitated for a moment before he finally lifted his gaze to meet the delicate face before him, radiant as peach blossoms. However, Shen An'an simply turned her head away. She had never expected him to utter any polite words. This was the first instance where he regarded someone, only to have that person turn their back on him. Huayan couldn't help but chuckle softly, but quickly stifled his amusement under Xiao Yuan's cold glare. Shen Guifei was so enraged that her breath became uneven, her complexion turning an ashen hue. What had come over An'an today? She had expressly instructed her at home, so how could she falter at such a crucial moment? The emperor's meaningful gaze scrutinized Shen An'an, surprised that a woman would refuse to marry the fourth prince. It truly was a rarity. How did you injure your hand? And Gong Gong summoned the imperial physician to examine Miss Shen. He spoke in an exceedingly calm tone. Shen An'an's heart sank, and in her panic, she looked up at the emperor seated on the throne. His expression was impassive, yet could not conceal the regal and imposing aura that surrounded him. He held the fate of the world within his grasp, embodying the cold dignity of a sovereign who would not tolerate deception from a mere subject. That moment, Shen Taiwai's countenance also changed. He hurriedly rose and knelt in the hall. My daughter. No sooner had he spoken than a faint sound pierced the air, akin to a blade slicing through flesh. Shen An'an concealed her hand within her sleeve, gripping the wound with a silken handkerchief. As she lifted her wide sleeve, crimson stains became evident. She prostrated herself. This subject thanks His Majesty for his grace. Shen Taiwei stared, stunned, at his daughter's blood-stained handkerchief. Upon noticing the injury, the emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Why haven't you bandaged it? The weather is warm. It would be wise to avoid infection. Shen An'an, suppressing the pain, replied nonchalantly, I accidentally cut myself on the way to the banquet and hastily wrapped it with a handkerchief. Very well. Let the physician take a look shortly. The emperor gestured for Shen An'an to return to her seat. After all the commotion, his interest in bestowing a marriage had waned. Shen Guifei maintained a rigid expression, wisely refraining from further mention of the subject. Shen An'an exhaled in relief, thanking the emperor before returning to sit beside Madame Shen. Without raising her head, she could feel Shen Guifei's discontented gaze upon her. Madame Shen took her hand, expressing concern, to which Shen An'an offered a vague excuse. My goodness, Li Huayan exclaimed, wide-eyed, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although the emperor on the throne was unaware, both he and Xiao Yuan distinctly observed Shen An'an's subtle movements. Was it a hairpin glinting coldly within her sleeve? She was indeed quite audacious to go so far as to avoid marrying Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, how do you feel being so scorned? Xiao Yuan set down the jade ring, casting a cool glance in Li Huaiyan's direction, prompting him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly turned to engage the person beside him in light conversation. The wine today is quite good, and the dishes are delightful. You should indulge more. The individual smiled awkwardly, reflecting inwardly on how just moments ago he had claimed even dogs would not eat. Chapter 2. Who was the fourth prince's consort? As the banquet concluded, it came as no surprise that Shen An'an was retained by the imperial concubine Shen. Watching as Madame Shen and Lord Shen departed from the palace, her eyes involuntarily welled with tears. Oh, Miss Shen, why do you not leave? Are you intending to remain in the palace to nurse your wounds? Shen An'an turned, only to be met by the gleefully malicious gaze of Li Huaiyan, who approached with a playful strut, a mischievous expression adorning his face. Shen An'an furrowed her brow, her gaze lingering momentarily on Xiao Yuan beside him, before she performed a courteous bow. Your Highness, the fourth prince. Her tone was devoid of any inflection as she turned to depart. Why are you running away? Is Xiao Yuan a fierce beast? Li Huaiyan stepped forward, blocking her path. What you have concealed in your sleeve is a hairpin, is it not? It appears quite sharp. Might I see it? Shen An'an's expression shifted. If Li Huaiyan had seen it, then surely Xiao Yuan was aware as well. Her actions were not merely a consideration of Xiao Yuan's thoughts, but rather an act of treachery against the emperor. Noticing her change in demeanor, the teasing glint in Li Huaiyan's eyes dimmed slightly. Do not fear, I shall not expose you, but as for him, he gestured towards Xiao Yuan. Shen An'an retorted, the fourth prince is taciturn and does not meddle in others' affairs like you, young Master Li. Her countenance remained frosty. Li Huaiyan, unperturbed by her sarcasm, continued to smile charmingly. However, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing the veiled mockery in her words. I must hurry to face my reprimand. I shall take my leave first. With a composed expression, Shen An'an turned to stride toward the inner palace. Li Huaiyan burst into laughter. This Miss Shen is rather intriguing. Yet when he turned, he found that she had vanished. Hey, wait for me. At the moment the carriage curtain fell, his figure swiftly slipped into the fourth prince's carriage. Ah, young Master Li. The attendant Qing'an was unable to intervene, left only with the swaying curtain. My carriage cannot compare in spaciousness to that of the prince. Kindly escort me back. The fourth prince's residence lies to the south, while the Li Gugong residence is to the north. How could that possibly be on the way? Throw him to the Wanhua Pavilion. Xiao Yuan's voice echoed coldly. The Wanhua Pavilion, a renowned brothel in the capital, was a favored haunt of Li Huaiyan. Qing'an acknowledged with a nod and cracked the whip, departing in a cloud of dust. Inside the carriage, Li Huaiyan was brimming with curiosity. Do you think the imperial concubine Shen will be furious enough to have her nose crooked? She has gone to great lengths to cultivate your favor, all to marry her niece to you for a sense of security. Just as she believed her wishes were about to be fulfilled, it appears everything has fallen apart. I wonder how that Miss Shen is being scolded at this moment. Xiao Yuan found Li Huaiyan's incessant chatter somewhat irksome. He raised his gaze coldly to fixate on him. Do you wish to know? Indeed. How fascinating it would be. It has been many years since I encountered such an interesting lady. Qing'an, turn around and escort him to seek out eunuch and in the palace. Xiao Yuan's lips curved into a semblance of a smile. Once you emerge from eunuch's presence, you shall be free to roam the inner palace and witness the spectacle at your leisure. You truly excel in this art. Li Huaiyan grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yet he became considerably more subdued. Returning to the main topic, regardless of her status or that of concubine Shen within the palace. Should Miss Shen become your consort as the fourth prince, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant advantage for you. I had anticipated that today you would receive the emperor's blessing for marriage, yet such unexpected developments have arisen. What are your thoughts on this matter? Xiao Yuan's expression remained unchanged. As long as she remains obedient, it matters little who the fourth prince's consort is. If the Shen family is unsuitable, another can be chosen without concern. It is said that a prince must marry, so let it be someone who requires no effort on his part. It is of no consequence who. That being said, the surname and lineage of the prince's consort hold paramount importance. Apart from the Shen family, I truly cannot think of a more fitting alternative. Pray tell, why does Miss Shen refuse to marry you? Could it be that she has already pledged herself to another man back in Jiangnan? The conversation circled back to its origin, and Xiao Yuan's countenance darkened. Would you care to inquire yourself? This would not be appropriate. After all, she is a young lady. However, if you are unwilling to accept this, I could swallow my pride and ask on your behalf. Xiao Yuan tapped his fingers against the carriage wall, prompting Qingyan to halt the horses immediately. He lifted his chin slightly, and Li Huayan pouted, weary of the same old routine. Peering out from the carriage curtain, he complained about their desolate surroundings, questioning how he was to return if left here. "Get out," Xiao Yuan said succinctly. Understanding his irritable temperament, Li Huayan huffed and exited the carriage, watching helplessly as it vanished into the distance. In Jiaoan Palace, shattered porcelain and jade lay strewn across the floor as concubine Shen sat on the couch, her breath shallow with indignation. Shen An'an knelt obediently on the ground, displaying utmost decorum. "Why are you pretending to be mute? I am asking you a question," the concubine demanded. "Do you have any idea how much effort I invested for today? All of it has been undone by your careless words. If all goes well, the fourth prince is likely to become the future emperor, and should she align herself with him, both she and the Shen family could enjoy another century of prosperity." Shen An'an raised her innocent eyes, recalling how her grandmother had raised her with care. In Jiangnan, the most frequent sound she heard was her grandmother's sighs of regret for having permitted her aunt to enter the palace, thereby condemning her to a life of rivalry with countless women, navigating the treacherous waters of courtly intrigue. Her grandmother had repeatedly advised her to steer clear of the royal family upon her return to the capital, as an wish to spare her mother the sorrow that plagued her grandmother. Suddenly, the concubine's surging anger was quelled as she stared blankly at Shen An'an on the floor. When she entered the palace years ago, it had been against her will. Yet her father had insisted for the sake of the family's prosperity, and her mother could not oppose him, nearly weeping her eyes out. Throughout these years, no one had considered her struggles within the oppressive confines of the palace, and Shen An'an was the first to voice such concern. Shen An'an discreetly observed her aunt's expression, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although concubine Shen was her aunt, they had only met twice over the course of more than a decade, and their bond was hardly profound. In her previous life, there had been some interaction, but as she failed to win Xiao Yuan's favor, each encounter left her feeling reprimanded and scorned. Over time, her patience wore thin, and even when her father retired to the countryside, she passed away in melancholy without ever visiting her again. For a moment, concubine Shen softened her expression, her tone indifferent. "As a daughter of the Shen family, it is my duty, and henceforth, it shall also be yours." Shen An'an curled her lip in disdain. The illustrious status of the Shen family was earned by her father's unwavering loyalty. Whether she marries or not would not alter the grand scheme of things. Her aunt's eagerness for her to wed stemmed merely from concerns about her own precarious position once the new emperor ascended the throne. Unbeknownst to Shen Guifei, Shen An'an's thoughts were far removed from her own. She spoke gravely. "A woman should aspire to a noble marriage. The fourth prince has a promising future. If you do not marry him, do you wish to marry the Jade Emperor instead? Very well, I shall not hold today as matters against you. I will find a way to address things with the emperor. You should remain in the manor and await the imperial decree for marriage." She added pointedly, "Do not engage in any further clever tricks," though she did not fully understand her niece. The cleverness of Shen An'an's character bore a semblance to her own spirited nature in childhood. Shen An'an felt a multitude of reluctance within. Yet under the unwavering gaze of Shen Guifei, she swallowed her words. On this very day in her past life, she had already been betrothed to Xiao Yuan. Now, due to her own efforts, the situation had begun to shift, and she was confident that a means would present itself to dispel her aunt's intentions in the future. Reflecting on this, Shen An'an resolved not to entangle herself further with Shen Guifei at this moment. After bowing respectfully, she was escorted out of the palace by the attendants. Chapter 3. Hurry and die outside the palace gates. The carriage of the Shen family awaited for quite some time. Shen An'an, weary, climbed aboard and collapsed onto the soft cushions. "Mo Xiang, I yearn to return to Jiangnan." Mo Xiang paused momentarily, then lifted the curtains of the carriage. The capital was bustling. Without the incessant drizzle of the past few days, the air was no longer humid. In a few days, the eldest young master could take the young lady out for an excursion. This season was most suitable for a lakeside outing. Shen An'an curled her lips into a faint smile, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. How could imperial concubine Shen, having traveled thousands of miles to bring her back, easily allow her to depart? Since she had come, she could only find solace in acceptance. The carriage wheels turned slowly. The cacophony of the streets and the cries of vendors proclaiming the prosperity of the capital filled the air. Once, she had been a person who reveled in the liveliness. But after marrying, day by day, she began to loathe herself, wishing to shrink into the shadows, unseen by anyone, thereby avoiding the scornful and derisive faces around her. Xiao Yuan. This name, with its coldness and indifference, had trampled her into the dust, watching her transform into a madwoman. Her gaze fell upon Imo Xiang across from her. Over the years, even the few maids who had grown up with her did not escape unscathed, becoming outlets for her fury. When Xiao Yuan failed to visit her, she grew angry, threw tantrums, and broke things, blaming them for their inability to summon him. As time passed, Xiao Yuan began to stay out at night, residing in the official residence. Yet, there were always those who, lacking insight, felt compelled to provoke her, informing her of Xiao Yuan's whereabouts, what he had done, which woman he had seen, and to whom he had offered smiles and tender attentiveness. This would send her spiraling into madness again, blaming Ji Yun for her poor skills. Unable to craft a beautiful hairstyle or apply exquisite makeup to retain Xiao Yuan's attention, allowing him to gaze upon other seductresses. The furnishings in her chamber changed almost daily. She wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, walking barefoot on shards of jade, yearning for just a moment of his pity, wishing he would gaze upon her with even the slightest regard. From desiring the affection of a loving couple to merely seeking a fleeting warmth from him, she had become as humble as an ant upon the ground, discarding her self-respect, upbringing, and dignity. Yet he remained as cold as ice, as if no matter what she did, it could not stir even a flicker of emotion within him. More painful than his rage was his indifference. To this day, Shen An'an still believed that her subsequent desperation and madness bore an irrefutable responsibility on Xiao Yuan's part. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, pulling Shen An'an from her deep reverie. "Miss, the road ahead is blocked by several carriages," the driver's voice came through. Shen An'an was momentarily stunned, then swiftly rose to look outside, the scene before her overlapping with the memories of her past life. On this very day in her previous life, Xiao Yuan was ambushed on Nanhua Street, confronted by ruthless assailants. Every intersection was obstructed, leaving no one aware that he was nearly fatally wounded there, only to be saved by Li Huaiyan, who intercepted the lethal blow. Which gossiping fool had, in a bid to save Xiao Yuan, met an untimely demise 3 years later. Why could it not have been him? Shen An'an muttered to herself. What did the young lady say? She mentioned a dog that fell into the water. Suddenly, she felt an impulsive desire to witness Xiao Yuan in a state of disarray. Observe how that arrogant, despicable man is being ruthlessly subdued and beaten into submission. At this moment, she fervently wishes for his demise, longing for his swift end. Ah, Miss Shen, it seems fate is indeed peculiar, bringing us together once more. The sound of hurried footsteps approaches from behind. Shen An'an's expression stiffens as she turns to see Li Huaiyan running towards her, waving his hand, his eyes filled with terror. Was he not supposed to be waiting to meet his end inside? How could he possibly be here? What are you doing here? Were you not with Xiao Yuan? Li Huaiyan grimaces, deciding against elaborating. Nonetheless, he recounts the events in a somewhat rambling manner. I merely intended to help. Yet that heartless individual promptly kicked me out of the carriage. Ah, Miss Shen, might you grant me a ride? I can offer you silver. Absolutely not. Imo Xiang frowns in refusal. My young lady is an unmarried woman. How could she share a carriage with a man? Your suggestion is utterly absurd, Mr. Li. I'm not asking to sit inside the carriage. I can just squeeze in with the driver. Li Huaiyan negotiates amiably with Imo Xiang. However, Shen An'an gazes at him, lost in thought. Could it be that Li Huaiyan altered her fate? Miss Shen. Suddenly, joy illuminates Shen An'an's face, nearly compelling her to clap her hands in laughter. Without Li Huaiyan to shield her, was it not Xiao Yuan who would meet his end? Truly, this was the greatest fortune since her rebirth. Miss Shen. Though I may be destitute, I am not without principles. I can offer silver, but I shall never sell myself. Li Huaiyan steps back, startled by the chilling laughter of Shen An'an, yet his words remain audacious. Shen An'an's smile fades, and she glares at Li Huaiyan. Had it not been for him in her previous life, Xiao Yuan would have died long ago. A resolution to all. Zhongshu, return home via the North City Gate. Yes. The driver turns the horse around. Ah, Miss Shen, how can you stand idly by? As a young lady, one should harbor compassion and be willing to assist others. Li Huaiyan knocks on the carriage window. Hey, give me a ride, and I shall pay you. Zhongshu, not having heard the lady's command, offers a well-meaning warning, Mr. Li, you ought to stand back. If the driver accidentally cracks the whip, the horse might stumble and throw you off balance. Even with a thick skin. Li Huaiyan could not blame the young lady. Yet, Shen An'an suddenly leans out of the window. Zhongshu, take him along. Yes, Mississippi. Li Huaiyan's face lights up with a grin. I knew it. Miss Shen must have her reasons for disliking that icy-faced man. But to reject someone as charming and handsome as myself would be unreasonable. Shen An'an straightens her lips, offering him what could be considered a smile, albeit laced with sarcasm. Li Huayan feigns ignorance, poking Zhong Shu with his fan to urge him onward. The wheels of the carriage begin to turn again, and an unusual silence envelopes Li Huayan, who refrains from his usual chatter. Miss, that Mr. Li is notorious in the capital for his debauchery. My lady has repeatedly cautioned against associating with him. Mo Xiang expresses her concern. Such ostentation, one wonders how others might perceive it. Shen An'an turned her head to gaze out of the window in silence. More than any reputation, she feared the possibility of Xiao Yuan's demise. Should Li Huayan recklessly charge in with audacity, how stifling that would be for her. Just leave me at the entrance of that third alley, Li Huayan insisted. Beyond lay the bustling street filled with voices. Mo Xiang scoffed, noting his self-awareness and consideration for the young lady's reputation. Shen An'an remained silent. Li Huayan, in truth, was not entirely a bad person, at least in her previous life, before his untimely end. He had treated her decently and had never stooped to the level of societal disdain or scorn towards her. Perhaps Li Huayan caught wind of Mo Xiang's remark, for he languidly replied, "The multitude can tarnish gold. Slander can destroy the innocent. If she were an ordinary girl, I would not fear, but the Shen family, oh, one must be accountable. An ordinary girl could merely be taken home, but for a daughter of the Shen family, without a proper explanation, not only would the Grand Marshal come knocking, but even her father would flay me alive." Chapter 4. Quirky remarks. The words were spoken as if in fear that Shen An'an might cling to him. She spoke lightly yet pointedly. "Rest assured, young Master Li, even if I remain unmarried, I would never choose you as a husband. It is far better to be an old maid than to mourn in my youth." "What do you mean by that?" Li Huayan responded with displeasure. "Mourning? How can you utter such a curse upon someone?" Shen An'an cast him a glance, but remained silent. She merely spoke the truth, which hardly amounted to a curse. Li Huayan furrowed his brow, about to retort, when his ears suddenly perked up. "There are people," he said, clenching his fist in readiness. Shen An'an's heart raced. Despite the distance, how could this wretched man possess such keen hearing? The streets were bustling with people. Was young Master Li still half asleep, his mind clouded? "You do not comprehend," Li Huayan replied, casting a serious glance back at her. He patted Uncle Zhong, his expression grave, and turned towards a narrow alley leading into Nanhua Street. Something was amiss there. Uncle Zhong frowned and looked back at Shen An'an. "You may go if you wish. I am in a hurry to return home." It was a jest, for it would be remarkable if she did not stab Xiao Yuan in the back, let alone risk her life to save him. Such a notion was absurd. "Get out of the carriage," Shen An'an commanded with a stern face. She had initially considered saving Li Huayan's life, yet it seemed fate had deemed him destined for demise. Li Huayan's expression grew increasingly grim. Nanhua Street was the route Xiao Yuan must take to return to the manor. Bandits had just been quelled, and should any trouble arise, it would likely involve him. Today, he had not brought any shadow guards, only Qingyan by his side. "Life is precious, Miss Shen. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I implore you to assist," he urged. "I will not help," Shen An'an replied succinctly. Xiao Yuan's fate mattered little to her. In her previous life, he had never shown concern for her well-being. "Will you not disembark?" Li Huayan's countenance darkened, realizing Shen An'an was adamant in her refusal. "Might I borrow your carriage?" "Miss Shen, I shall repay you tenfold afterwards." "I will not lend it," Shen An'an replied, her impatience becoming evident. "Uncle Zhong," she called, and before Li Huayan could react, a heavy slap landed on his back, forcefully sending him off the carriage. Uncle Zhong had shown mercy. Otherwise, Li Huayan might have already met his end. In mere moments, Li Huayan regained his composure. Uncle Zhong possessed martial skills, and undoubtedly, they were formidable. With this thought, he leaped up and clung tightly to the carriage's side. "Miss Shen, I must borrow the carriage with Uncle Zhong. The one being attacked is none other than the 4th prince. Should anything happen to him, and the emperor investigates later, it would be difficult for the Shen family to explain why you did not intervene." "Damn it," Shen An'an gritted her teeth in frustration. "Moreover, there are the esteemed concubine Shen and grand tutor Shen in the palace. Miss Shen, matters have their priorities. I hope you will reconsider." She lifted the curtain, gazing at Li Huayan, who clung desperately to the side of the carriage, her teeth clenched in anger. "You should have gone to your demise with that wretched man." Li Huayan was taken aback. He had never encountered a young lady so uncouth. Was she truly cursing Xiao Yuan? It is not a time to dwell on trivial matters. As long as Miss Shen is willing to lend her aid, she shall henceforth be my esteemed aunt, or perhaps, never mind. It would be fatal to be regarded as his aunt. Let her be my aunt instead. Shen An'an exhaled deeply. Uncle Zhong, turn around. Miss, saving lives is exceedingly perilous. It is unwise to bring you along. No worries, young Masterly will safeguard me. Just as Li Huayan asserted, he could not provoke the Shun residents, especially since she was there to render assistance. Anxious and in haste, Li Huayan pressed Uncle Zhong to steer the carriage through a narrow alley and onto Nanhua Street. The horses whinnied and galloped fiercely as Shen An'an and Mo Xiang clutched the carriage walls tightly, their heads spinning from the jostling. Nanhua Street lay desolate, littered with debris. Vendors' stalls were overturned, fruits and provisions scattered everywhere, and the wooden ground bore deep gashes from blades. Shen An'an lifted the curtain of the carriage, peering in the direction of clashing swords. Not far off, Xiao Yuan was encircled by a dozen assailants, his exquisite purple-gold attire tattered, his hairpiece askew, and his face smeared with blood. Beside him, Qingyan was valiantly battling several ruffians. Xiao Yuan, Li Huayan shouted, diverting some of the assailants' attention as he rushed forward with Uncle Zhong. Xiao Yuan raised his gaze. Beneath his dark eyes, a hint of tumult brewed. Yet it suddenly locked onto a pair of delicate eyes. If he was not mistaken, those eyes harbored a hint of schadenfreude and a touch of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Li Huayan leaped forward to share the burden of the fight, and Uncle Zhong joined the fray. Suddenly, Shen An'an's voice rang out. Uncle Zhong, prioritize safety. If we cannot withstand it, do not force the fight. Implicit in her words was the notion that they need not concern themselves with Xiao Yuan's fate. Li Huayan's lips twitched as he fought, grumbling. What have you done to offend that girl from the Shen family? It feels as though she is wishing for your demise. Xiao Yuan cast a glance toward the carriage but remained silent, focusing intently on the battle. All were skilled combatants. Uncle Zhong was a master specifically dispatched by Tai Weishan for Shen An'an, and swiftly, the assailants fell one by one beneath their combined might. Both Qingyan and Xiao Yuan sustained grievous injuries, their conditions dire. Shen An'an leaned against the carriage wall, observing the disheveled and battered Xiao Yuan, a smile tugging at her lips. She had thought he would forever remain that aloof, untouchable deity, indifferent to the world, just as she was mocking him. Two assailants suddenly lunged toward her. Shen An'an's expression shifted. If she were to perish in this lifetime while saving Xiao Yuan, she would die with unfulfilled desires. With that thought, she pointed at the gravely injured Xiao Yuan, who was being supported by Qingyan, and shouted, What are you standing there for? I have come to save you. Do you intend to watch your savior perish here? The scene fell into a brief silence. Xiao Yuan regarded the charming face peering through the carriage curtain, unmistakably sensing a hint of intentional provocation. His usually impassive visage became momentarily rigid. Li Huayan was taken aback for a moment, only reacting when the last assailant charged at him. With a swift motion, he wielded his knife, and the man fell into a pool of blood, his throat gaping open. Uncle Zhong hurried towards the carriage, dealing with the two thugs who intended to abduct Shen An'an. It was only then that Shen An'an bent her outstretched finger. Li Huayan assisted Xiao Yuan into the carriage, while Qingyan and Uncle Zhong took their seats outside. Shen An'an coldly shifted to the side, her gaze fixed on the window. Li Huayan's eyes flickered as he attempted to lighten the mood, explaining that the fourth prince had been injured and lacked the strength to thwart the assailants in time, thus alarming Miss Shen. Not a problem, Shen An'an replied, retracting her gaze, her eyes sweeping over Xiao Yuan with a hint of sarcasm. As long as he did not repay kindness with malice, clinging to her under the guise of a savior, it would suffice. She was not oblivious, she merely sought to vent her frustrations. Li Huayan chuckled awkwardly, directing a few hollow laughs toward the cold-faced Xiao Yuan, realizing that those words had previously only been spoken by Xiao Yuan to others. He never anticipated that a maiden would retort in such a manner. Xiao Yuan's heavy eyelids lifted slightly, his voice indifferent as he reassured her, Miss Shen, you need not worry, this prince will never impose. That is good to hear, Shen An'an replied with a gracious smile. Those words had been a constant refrain from Xiao Yuan every time he encountered her in her past life, and now it seemed only fitting for her to return the sentiment. Xiao Yuan's deep, ancient pool-like gaze lingered on Shen An'an for a moment before he fainted. As the carriage traversed the streets of Chang'an, bustling with nobility, Shen An'an tapped her fingers against the carriage wall. Uncle Zhong, stop the carriage. Li Huayan felt an unsettling premonition. Indeed, Shen An'an spoke with an emotionless tone, the person has been rescued. I must return home for dinner. Young Masterly, please escort your companion off the carriage. The Shun residence is merely a lane away from the fourth prince's residence. Miss Shun, you should escort them a bit further since you have already gone to such lengths, Li Huayan urged, attempting to smile. I truly wish to see him off. Shen An'an's tone grew chilling. Li Huayan tightened his grip on Xiao Yuan's arm, sensing an overwhelming impression that Shen An'an wished to tear Xiao Yuan apart. Mission. I cannot possibly carry two unconscious, gravely injured individuals alone. Good deeds deserve rewards. Before he could finish, a thud resounded outside. Li Huayan lifted the carriage curtain to see Qingyan had been unceremoniously thrown out, and feeling slightly guilty, Uncle Zhong propped him against the wall. Thank you for today's events. Miss Shun, in the future, should an opportunity arise, Xiao Yuan will repay you. There's no need. Just ensure I do not have to see him often, Shen An'an replied. Li Huayan pursed his lips, stepping off the carriage while still supporting Xiao Yuan. The Shin carriage sped past him, unceasing. Li Huayan sighed deeply, reflecting on how Xiao Yuan, too, faced moments of disdain and rejection. He suddenly found himself curious about what sort of sparks would ignite when the conscious Xiao Yuan encountered the cold-hearted Shen An'an. Miss. After all, he is the fourth prince. Do you not think this is somewhat inappropriate? Mo Xiang furrowed his brows. Shen An'an leaned against the car wall, exhaling a sigh of relief. It was inconsequential, for he was in a stupor. Had he been awake, she would not have possessed such audacity. Some fears are etched into the very marrow of one's bones, and certain pains are beyond reach. Upon reflection, her understanding of Xiao Yuan was superficial. The infatuation that struck her at first sight might have merely been a fleeting desire, spurred by a hint of vanity. Upon returning to the Shun residence, Haitang Garden, Shen An'an immersed herself in the bath for a considerable half-hour. It was not until Mo Xiang announced the arrival of the eldest son that she came to her senses. Emerging from the tub to change and adorn herself. The past was behind her, the mistakes already made. What she ought to do now was to learn from the lessons of her previous life and live this one well, so as not to squander the opportunities and the lavish life bestowed upon her by fate. An'an, why have you returned to the residence at this hour? Has your aunt troubled you? Shen Changha set down his cup, gazing at the young girl who entered the room, his face filled with concern. Clad in a splendid robe, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, his broad shoulders and narrow waist presented a striking figure. His hair was elegantly tied, and his gentle, unassuming demeanor radiated warmth, exuding an air of cultured grace. Shen An'an gazed at the tall figure, who had shielded her countless times in her previous life, weathering storms and smoothing over calamities. Has your aunt chastised you? An'an, do not fret. Tell your elder brother of any troubles. As long as you are unwilling, both I and father will find a way to ensure you do not marry someone against your will. In her previous life, he had said the same, but then, her heart was filled with joy, fixated solely on Xiao Yuan and the glory he brought, along with the envy of every young lady in the capital. Later, her brother often advised her that forcing a situation would yield no sweetness, that the fourth prince did not love her, and that marrying him would only bring her suffering. She understood the truth in her brother's words, yet she could not accept it, unwilling to relinquish her desires, resulting in frequent quarrels that strained their bond. Nonetheless, he never truly abandoned her. He even fought fiercely for her sake against Xiao Yuan, earning a punishment of kneeling at the ancestral hall from their father. Do not worry, elder brother, my aunt has not caused me any distress. Yet Shen Changha remained unconvinced. Your aunt has schemed for a long time, exerting great effort to bring you back from Jiangnan. How could she treat you lightly now? An'an, you need not conceal the truth from me. Shen An'an smiled. Mo Xiang, please brew another pot of tea. Mo Xiang exited with the teapot in hand. The delay in her return was, in truth, due to an encounter with a bit of trouble. The fourth prince had been attacked on Nanhua Street, and she had fortuitously passed by and offered him a ride. Are you all right? Were you injured? Shen Changha's face turned pale with worry. I am perfectly fine. To alleviate his fears, Shen An'an stood and twirled to demonstrate her well-being. Yet Shen Changha's expression remained grim. You, a young lady, should not involve yourself in such matters. What if something were to happen? After all, he was the fourth prince. Neglecting to save him could lead to repercussions from the emperor, endangering both their aunt and father. Were it not for these circumstances, she would have shown no mercy, even if Xiao Yuan were to perish before her 10 times over. Shen Changha's demeanor stiffened. Life and death are matters of fate. Shen An'an wholeheartedly concurred. In her previous life, there was Li Huayan, and in this one, there was her. Indeed, that scoundrel was not fated for demise. Yet, Shen An'an harbored other concerns. Xiao Yuan encountered peril in the capital, and his brother, as the commander of the Imperial Guard, would likely face scrutiny. Do you have any strategies to address this? Shen Changha's gaze darkened. Orchestrating such a grand scheme within the capital could not solely be attributed to banditry. It is likely that there are unseen forces at play. Shen An'an nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. As a favored prince, Xiao Yuan had garnered immense imperial favor, and his recent triumph over the bandits had undoubtedly incited envy in certain factions. The siblings fell into a momentary silence, once embroiled in the royal intrigues. Extricating oneself becomes exceedingly challenging. You should rest. Matters outside are in the hands of your elder brother and father. Shen Changha rose, gently ruffling Shen An'an's hair in a gesture of reassurance. Rest assured, brother, I am fully aware of the situation. Chapter 5. Guilt after Shen Changha departed. Shen An'an stood in her chamber, lost in contemplation for quite some time. She surveyed her surroundings, touching various objects. This was the place she cherished most dearly before her demise, both foreign and familiar. The orchid wind chime she adored hung from the window frame, chiming softly with the gentle breeze that drifted in. She approached, her delicate fingers lifting to caress the swaying tassels, a soft sensation coursing through her fingertips. And a smile graced her lips, half sorrowful, half joyful. Moonlight spilled across the ground, and the birch trees danced gracefully. After much difficulty, Shen An'an finally succumbed to sleep, only to be plagued by nightmares throughout the night. She curled up beneath the covers, tightly hugging her arms, her forehead soaked with cold sweat, her body trembling faintly. Her head felt as if it might explode. A cacophony of insults and derision encircled her, the sharp, piercing words drilling into her ears. No, I am not insane. I am not. It was merely her overwhelming love for Xiao Yuan that had driven her to madness. Miss, came Emo Xiang's voice. An'an struggled to awaken. Gasping for air, panic still etched across her face. Miss, have you had another nightmare? Emo Xiang poured a cup of tea, offering it to An'an. Shen An'an drank, barely calming her agitated heart, leaning against the soft pillow in a daze. The unbearable memories of the past tormented her each time they resurfaced. She loathed her former self, blind and foolish, and despised the culprit who had driven her to madness. In her mind's eye, the image of that cold face, seemingly untouched by the world's dust, emerged, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Xiao Yuan. The following day, Shen An'an examined her dark under-eye circles in the bronze mirror and said to Emo Xiang, "Apply more powder, so mother does not worry." Her skin, already fair, appeared even more delicate with the thick layer of powder, imparting an added grace akin to a fragile willow swaying in the breeze. Along the way, she attracted the curious glances of several servants. Shen An'an responded with a gentle smile, poised and dignified. The friendly and astonished gazes of the servants provided her with a sense of reality. Everything now felt genuine. She had been granted a second chance, free from the derision and scorn of others. In this lifetime, no man was worthy of causing her to lose herself, becoming a despised madwoman. An'an. Shen Changha emerged from the corridor, calling her name. Big brother. Shen An'an curtsied respectfully. Are you heading out? Yes. I have made some progress regarding the assassins' identities. I must visit the fourth prince's residence. Oh. Shen An'an replied nonchalantly, then shifted the topic. I am going to see mother. Shen Changha looked slightly surprised. His sister was not a cold-hearted person, yet having been raised in Jianan, her feelings for her family within the estate were not particularly close. At most, she was obedient. Now, she was choosing to approach their mother willingly. Very well, go ahead. Mother will surely be delighted to see you. Shen An'an smiled, her lips curving. Big brother, do take care as well. Those assassins are quite skilled. Do not endanger yourself for irrelevant matters. Shen Changha sensed that his sister harbored a strong dislike for the fourth prince. In a fleeting moment of reflection, one cannot help but think that no young woman would find happiness in being forced into marriage. The siblings parted ways, each retreating into their own thoughts. It appeared that there were guests at Madame Shen's Lingxiang pavilion. An'an glanced at the two matrons stationed outside the door, her brow slightly furrowing. Mother must be occupied. Let us depart and return another day. As the master and servant turned to leave, the door creaked open unexpectedly, and Madame Shen personally escorted a woman dressed in feminine attire out. Ah, An'an, she exclaimed. Shen An'an managed a smile and turned to bow, addressing her mother. Madame Shen's eyes sparkled with delight, urging her to rise. An'an straightened and then turned her gaze towards the woman beside her. Cousin, the woman, who was none other than Yugu, the stewardess beside the esteemed concubine Shen, offered a respectful bow. Seeing Shen An'an, Yugu's eyes crinkled in joy. Cousin, you have performed admirably this time. The concubine is exceedingly pleased and has instructed me to bring you a set of exquisite jade headpieces crafted by the palace artisans, which will complement your grace perfectly. Such treasures were coveted by all the young ladies in the capital. However, Shen An'an's expression subtly shifted to one of concern. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped the implications of Yugu's words, likely in reference to the matter of saving Xiao Yuan. Noticing her daughter's troubled demeanor, Madame Shen quickly interjected, "Indeed, they are resting in the room. You shall try them on shortly." Shen An'an offered her mother a reassuring smile, but her expression grew somber as she turned to Yugu. "I do not wish for this, merely compelled by circumstances. Dear aunt, you are overthinking." For a fleeting instant, Yugu's countenance stiffened. In that moment, she seemed to see in this cousin the reflection of the young concubine Shen, possessing the same stubbornness and tenacity. With a sigh, she mused that the concubine never abandoned her endeavors midway. After all, this young lady was still too naive. How could her arms outmaneuver those of the powerful? With these thoughts, she dismissed her own concerns with a light-hearted smile, saying, "The concubine has mentioned that you have achieved great merit this time. She will certainly seek a reward from the emperor on your behalf. Just await her word." Shen An'an understood well what reward the concubine sought. She opened her mouth to speak, but Yugu had already bowed in farewell to Madame Shen. "All right, let us discuss this inside," Madame Shen said, taking Shen An'an's small hand and leading her into the room. "Your timing is impeccable. I just managed to send her away, and here you are." Shen An'an was seated by her mother, her gaze lingering momentarily on Madame Shen's gentle, warm hand before slowly drifting away. Ultimately, who would triumph or falter remained uncertain. Madame Shen glanced at her with a resigned smile, stating, "The fourth prince is the most sought-after suitor among the young ladies of the capital, talented, handsome, and of noble birth. I had thought you might take a liking to him." Thus, when concubine Shen proposed the match, she had refrained from expressing her opinion. Yes, mother mentioned it might be possible. After a lifetime apart, she vividly recalled the shock and flutter of her heart upon first encountering Xiao Yuan. In that instant, it felt as if her heart had ceased to beat, as though it no longer belonged to her. Your aunt is currently in favor, and persuading her to abandon her intentions will not be an easy task. Your mother will discuss this with your father and devise a solution for you. Rest assured, as long as you remain unwilling, your parents will not impose their will upon you." Shen An'an's voice was thick with nasal tones, resembling a child as she nestled into Madame Shen's embrace. Madame Shen was taken aback, her eyes filled with astonishment. It was the first time An'an had been so close to her. Shen An'an closed her eyes, reluctant to part with this fleeting warmth. In her previous life, she had harbored disdain and distanced herself from all those who urged her to leave Xiao Yuan, including her own parents, with whom she felt little affection, ultimately failing to maintain even a semblance of harmonious coexistence. Madame Shen cherished her, knowing that Xiao Yuan held no fondness for her, and thus strongly opposed their union. Consequently, Shen An'an harbored considerable resentment towards her mother, using the absence of maternal guidance as a grievance, which led to Madame Shen falling ill from distress. Later, Shen Fu, ashamed to continue serving in court, resigned and returned home, while Madame Shen's accumulated sorrow turned into a disease, leading to her untimely demise along the way. This became a painful topic that Shen An'an dared not mention, as guilt tormented her through sleepless nights, driving her further into madness. Madame Shen tenderly stroked her hair, her eyes filled with love, observing that despite her age, An'an still clung like a child. Shen An'an remained silent, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, a maid entered quietly, bearing a message from the steward. Madame Shen gently nudged Shen An'an away from her embrace, and then straightened herself, leaving the warmth behind. The door curtain was lifted, and the steward entered with his head bowed. "Greeting, Madam, Mississippi Rise," Madame Shen gestured. She inquired, "How are preparations for your task coming along?" "The porridge stall has been set up, and all arrangements have been made," the steward replied. "Good," Madame Shen nodded. "Mother, are you going to distribute porridge?" Shen An'an suddenly recalled this matter. Due to the floods in the south, a significant number of refugees had poured into the capital, facing starvation, with corpses littering the outskirts of the city. Various prominent families, either for the sake of reputation or out of genuine kindness, began to organize relief efforts. In her previous life, her mother had established a porridge stall. What had started as a benevolent act had turned into a disaster due to An'an's impulsiveness, resulting in her mother being unjustly vilified and the Shen household facing public scorn. Shen Changha was pelted with rotten vegetables and refused by the citizens while fulfilling his duties. Shen Wen had not attended court for 3 consecutive days. That marked the beginning of her nightmares, the catalyst for her transformation into a loathsome figure. Shen An'an lowered her gaze. Her body trembled faintly. "Indeed, your father, as the Grand Commandant, is obliged to share the burdens of the realm." Madame Shen gently grasped her hand, feeling it slick with perspiration. Concern etched on Madame Shen's face. She asked, An'an, what is the matter? Why are you sweating so profusely? Nothing, Shen An'an forced a smile. I have always been prone to sweating and cannot endure the heat. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen promptly instructed the maid to raise the beaded curtain and open the doors and windows. A gentle breeze, tinged with coolness, wafted into the room, and Shen An'an took a deep breath, feeling her agitated heart settle somewhat. However, the steward spoke again, not far from our porridge stall. The third young lady of the Duan Marquis family is also distributing porridge. Is that so? Shen An'an's body stiffened, her gaze fixed intently on the steward. Madame Shen was somewhat surprised to find Miss Duan-san present as well. Subtly, she turned her head to glance at her daughter. Shen An'an understood the implication. Miss Duan harbored feelings for Xiao Yuan. However, in this lifetime, she had not betrothed herself to him. Hence Madame Shen refrained from introducing the young lady to her. With an unparalleled beauty, a kind-hearted nature, and talents rivaling those of princes, she was a luminary in the capital, comparable to Madame Shen's grandmother in her prime. This had been Madame Shen's praise of her in a previous life, having heard of her admiration for Xiao Yuan and her exceptional qualities. In a moment of youthful exuberance, Shen An'an took it upon herself to organize the charity event. Eager to present herself to the world as the eldest daughter of the Shun family and the fiancée of Xiao Yuan, asserting that her grace was not inferior to anyone else's. Upon reflection, she realized that it was merely the vanity and competitive spirit of a young girl at play. And given her impure intentions, her eventual defeat was hardly surprising. An'an, Madame Shen called, waving her hand before her eyes, pulling her back to reality. What were you contemplating? I have called your name several times without a response, she chided gently. Shen An'an smiled slightly, having lost her train of thought. What did you just say, mother? I mentioned that I wish for you to oversee the charity event, Madame Shen clarified. Shen An'an was momentarily taken aback. Madame Shen continued, explaining that charitable acts were virtuous. And even the Duan family entrusted such matters to their unmarried daughters, aiming to cultivate a good reputation. Since you have just returned to the capital, it is an opportune moment for you to make a formal appearance. A reputation for kindness greatly enhances a young lady's prospects for marriage, she added. Shen An'an lowered her gaze, softly acknowledging her mother's words. Thank you for considering me, mother. Although the circumstances differed, the outcomes remained the same. Shen An'an resolved not to repeat the mistakes of her past life. I am your mother. Who else would I consider but you, my foolish child? Madame Shen said, affectionately ruffling her hair, her eyes filled with love. Shen An'an nestled against Madame Shen, her delicate eyes fluttering. In this lifetime, she desired both reputation and romance, yearning for the world to bestow upon her every beautiful commendation, shining in resplendent glory. Chapter 6, Miss Duan-san in Affluent Households. Even the act of distributing porridge is meticulously planned for an auspicious day. Shen An'an gazed at the booklet presented by the steward, remaining silent for a considerable time. Miss, is there an issue with the booklet? The steward inquired cautiously. Since Shen An'an had just returned, the household staff were still unfamiliar with her temperament. Having only encountered her briefly, assuming she to be quite amiable. Regaining her composure, Shen An'an closed the booklet, stating, there is no problem. Let it be as it is. The steward bowed deeply in acknowledgement, assuring her that he would proceed with the preparations. After he left, Shen An'an attempted to lift her teacup for a sip, only to lose focus and accidentally topple it. Mo Xiang hurried over to tidy up, saying, Miss, please remain still. Do not let the shards injure you. Shen An'an nodded, her gaze cast down as she observed Mo Xiang clean the mess. The booklet contained no discrepancies. The timing, the day for distributing porridge, and the rice and oil were all identical to her previous life. Lady Shen, hailing from a merchant background, saw her family elevate their status only after some of her sons achieved the rank of Jinshi. Among the affluent ladies, Lady Shen was the most generous, even her porridge donations being double that of others, aiming to cultivate a reputable image. Regrettably, in her past life, Shen An'an was naive and short-sighted, fixated solely on fleeting whims. Once Mo Xiang had finished cleaning, she assisted Shen An'an down from the armchair. Since Miss returned to the capital, you seem rather distracted. I hope you are not unwell. The old lady writes frequently, concerned you might not be accustomed to this place. Having grown accustomed to the languid lifestyle of Jiangnan, the sudden influx of events upon her return was understandably overwhelming. Shen An'an settled by the window, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed outside. Whether in Jiangnan or the Shen residence in the capital, she always placed a writing desk and chair by the window for moments of reflection. After a brief pause, she instructed Mo Xiang to prepare ink and paper. Are you writing a letter to the old lady? Mo Xiang asked. Yes, Shen An'an replied, pursing her lips, yet when she took up the brush, she found herself sketching the scenery of the courtyard rather than writing words. The matriarch of the Shen family had once been recognized as a talented woman in the capital, and Shen An'an's own talents were no less remarkable. While she may not have mastered every art form, she was certainly comparable to any noble young lady in the capital. With fluid strokes, her depiction of the branches came alive, not merely vibrant but almost lifelike, capturing everything from the flowers to the swing set in the courtyard with astonishing realism. "Your painting transports me to another realm," remarked Xiao. Shen An'an smiled, lamenting that it was autumn. Had it been spring, bursting with vitality, it would undoubtedly have been more exquisite. "I shall wait until spring to paint another for the old lady." Shen An'an smiled but said nothing more. Spring was too far off. She was not inclined to wait. "Miss," a gentle knock interrupted her thoughts. It was Mo Ran, Lady Shen's newly promoted head maid. Mo Xiang stepped lightly to open the door. "Mrs. currently painting. Is there something amiss?" "The eldest young master has returned, seemingly having suffered a beating. He was carried back." At this, Mo Xiang turned to look at Shen An'an, who was already striding towards them. "Where is he?" "He has been brought back to the courtyard," Mo Ran responded. Shen An'an stepped outside, hastening down the steps while inquiring if a doctor had been summoned and who had carried him back. It was the guards of the fourth princess residence. Shen An'an paused momentarily, her almond eyes darkening slightly. Upon arriving at Shenchangha's pine bamboo courtyard, she found the maids and servants in a flurry, bustling about with no time to spare. "Miss," the crowd greeted her in unison. Shen An'an nodded and ascended the steps. Mo Xiang raised her hand and knocked on the door. "Young master, the young lady has come to see you. Come in." Shenchangha's hoarse and restrained voice came from within. Shen An'an pushed the door open and immediately beheld the man lying on the bed. His complexion was somewhat pale. His lips cracked, and scattered on the floor were bloodied bandages, while a maid was attempting to feed him water. Shen An'an's eyes instantly reddened. The scene before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous life when her elder brother had fought fiercely with Xiao Yuan for her sake and faced punishment. "Where is the doctor? Has one been called?" she asked sharply. The attending maid promptly replied, "Miss, one has already been sent for." Shenchangha waved away the spoon held to his lips, reassuring Shen An'an, "It's merely a small injury. No need to worry. It's not serious." Stepping forward, Shen An'an took the water bowl from the maid's hands. "Drink some more. Injuries deplete your strength." Shenchangha was taken aback as the spoon neared his lips, and he hastily opened his mouth to drink. His sister had never been so close to him before. Blood is thicker than water. Indeed. After a few more spoonfuls, the doctor finally arrived. Not wishing to intrude, Shen An'an retreated behind a screen to wait. Though she could not clearly see the figure, she could hear Shenchangha's muffled groans of pain. After a quarter of an hour, the doctor had treated his wounds and prescribed medicine to be brewed. Shenchangha glanced at the slender figure reflected in the screen and managed a faint smile. "Why don't you come out?" Shen An'an sniffed, tilting her head to suppress her tears. "An'an." She composed herself before stepping out. Upon seeing her reddened eyes, Shenchangha's heart softened immediately. "Elder brother is fine. Why are you crying?" Shen An'an turned her face away, her tone icy. "That ungrateful scoundrel, I should not have saved him." Her teeth clenched in hatred. Shenchangha was momentarily taken aback, then realized she was cursing the fourth prince, Xiao Yuan, and his expression twitched. "Everyone, leave us," he commanded. "Yes, sir," the maids and servants replied in unison, retreating from the room. Shenchangha continued, "If you hadn't saved him, the consequences for me would have been far more dire than a mere few lashes. My life would have been at stake." With such a commotion on Nanhua Street, the Imperial Guards were completely oblivious. "It is indeed a failure on my part, and your merits cannot outweigh my faults." Shen An'an remained silent, though her discontent was evident on her face. "Did he order them to beat you?" Shenchangha nodded. The fourth princess punishment was not too severe, intended to silence the public outcry. Had it waited for the emperor's decree, it would have been far worse. Shen An'an responded with a nasal acknowledgement. "Mother has tasked me with overseeing the porridge distribution. I may not have time to visit you in the coming days. Take care of yourself and recuperate at home." "Understood." Shenchangha gently caressed her head. Shen An'an obediently bowed her head, waiting for him to finish before rising to leave. "It seems that both the young lady, the madam, and the eldest son all enjoy patting your head," Mo Xiang remarked with a smile. Shen An'an nodded in acknowledgement. She used to think they regarded her as a child, but later came to understand that it was a manifestation of their affection. The autumn breeze was chilly, yet the cobblestone path was impeccably clean, devoid of any fallen leaves. She was particularly sensitive to the cold, having tightly shut the doors and windows as early as the onset of autumn. The following day, she arose at dawn. Xiao styled her hair and adorned her, and although it was autumn and the sun was not scorching, the wind and sunlight necessitated the application of more snow skin cream, as the young lady's skin was delicate. Shen An'an nodded, allowing Xiang's fingers to glide over her cheeks and the back of her hands. The snow skin cream carried a faint fragrance, leaving her skin feeling tender and radiant. Shen An'an always placed great importance on her skincare regimen. She scrutinized her reflection in the bronze mirror, smiling at the sight of her beautiful face. How had she failed to notice such beauty in her past life, being so blindly devoted to Xiao Yuan? TSK, that scoundrel was hardly worthy. Xiang retrieved a set of ruby hairpins from the dressing box, intending to adorn her with them. But Shen An'an turned her head and selected a modest jade hairpin from within, offering it to her. Use this one. Xiang was taken aback. My lady, this jade pin is the most inferior among your ornaments. Its quality is rather dull. Even the daughters of minor officials would disdain it. Today we are distributing porridge to aid the refugees, not attending a banquet or beauty contest. Excessive adornment would serve no purpose. One should never test human nature under extreme circumstances. Xiang fastened the jade pin in place, then took out a box of rouge. Applying a touch to Shen An'an's lips with her fingertips. Pure as water lilies was a phrase that aptly described Shen An'an on this day. Miss. The servants greeted her in unison along the way. Shen An'an smiled and nodded in response, garnering much goodwill. Outside the estate, the steward had everything prepared and was awaiting her arrival. Miss, the rice and flour have already been delivered. You may begin as soon as you arrive. Shen An'an lifted her skirt and climbed into the carriage, with the steward and a number of maids and young servants trailing behind. Although they were ostensibly responsible for the distribution of porridge, her involvement was unnecessary. The steward personally oversaw all arrangements, and Shen An'an was merely there to make an appearance. This was the practice not only of the Shen family, but of other families as well, with the only distinction being the third miss of the Duan family. Kind-hearted and endowed with grace and virtue, she could not bear to see the suffering of the common people and personally engaged in assistance. In her past life, she had garnered quite a reputation for it, though half of that fame was due to Shen An'an's self-sacrifice in promoting her. At the intersection of East Street and Nanhua Street, the carriage came to a halt once more. Shen An'an recognized that they had encountered the carriage of the third Miss Duan. However, in this life, she was not betrothed to Xiao Yuan. So why was the third miss still so relentless? TSK, it seemed likely that the emperor intended to arrange a marriage between the two, which must have irked the petty third Mississippi. The steward began to speak, but Shen An'an's languid voice interrupted him. Let one measure the distance. Those closer to the fork in the road must yield and retreat. The steward glanced around the carriage window, perplexed, wondering how the young lady was aware of the happenings outside. On the other side, a delicate finger lifted the curtain, revealing a soft and gentle visage. What is the matter? Inquired the third young lady. We have encountered the carriage of the eldest Miss Shen. The fork in the road is congested, preventing both parties from passing simultaneously. The third young lady merely hummed in acknowledgement, peering ahead to fix her gaze upon the nearby carriage. The occupant within must be the eldest Miss Shen. Yet, amidst such commotion outside, she remained hidden from view. Miss Shen, she called softly. The curtain remained unmoved, as though the person inside had not heard her voice. The third young lady furrowed her brow discreetly and called out again, Miss Shen, the road is crowded, and I am pressed for time. Might you grant me a favor? After a moment, the curtain finally lifted, revealing the face of a maid, who replied, My young lady is also in a hurry. Why should the third young lady not accommodate? The third young lady bit her lip, her complexion flushing crimson. Miss Shen has misunderstood. That was not my intention. The people of East Street are awaiting me. The longer I delay, the hungrier they become, and I am merely anxious. Upon finishing her words, she noticed the maid retreating, her brow slightly furrowed. In the next instant, a delicate face emerged, leaning against the window with an expression of calm. What have I misunderstood? You do not imply anything untoward, do you? The third young lady is engaged in charitable endeavors, and I am not here for indulgence. Does the third young lady believe that the people of East Street are human while those of Southwa Street are not? I did not mean it that way. The third young lady's expression soured. Those who know you understand your kind heart. Those who do not might think you regard the common folk as mere stepping stones for your own reputation. The third young lady's expression changed, and she hurriedly surveyed her surroundings. Shen An'an's gaze darkened, her eyes cold as she observed her. There is no need for the third young lady to fret. My people have gone ahead to assess the situation and will resolve it shortly. The third young lady clenched her teeth, aware of the need to maintain her noble demeanor in front of so many witnesses, making it difficult to voice her frustrations. Shen An'an reclined against the soft cushion, occasionally glancing at the third young lady's countenance, a cruel smirk playing on her lips. This location was the origin of her notorious reputation in her previous life. The third young lady, raised in a prominent family, spoke with a gentle demeanor, yet her words were laced with barbs, leaving no room for retort. In contrast, Shen An'an, having grown up in Jiangnan, was unaccustomed to such cunning. All she knew was that the third young lady spoke sweetly and kindly, yet somehow every word ignited her ire. In the end, her fury escalated, leading to a standoff at the fork, where she argued vehemently with the third young lady. Yet throughout the exchange, it was she who appeared to be losing her composure, while the third young lady wore an expression of anxious grievance, on the verge of tears. Ultimately, even those from the Shen household deemed the eldest Miss Shen to be the unreasonable one. As Shen An'an reflected on the situation, a smile unexpectedly graced her lips. One cannot help but acknowledge that Duan Mingming is indeed a character. At the very least, she lacks the ability to appear pitiful while subtly insinuating her grievances. The petty quarrels between the two have delayed the distribution of rice porridge to the needy. As the common folk gathered, they learned that it was she who had obstructed the road, preventing Duan Mingming from leaving, and thus began to hurl insults at her. From being spoiled and overbearing, she transformed into a figure consumed by jealousy, envious of Duan Mingming's talents and resentful of the bond between Xiao Yuan and Duan Mingming, which fueled her spiteful antics. It was then that she discovered Duan Mingming was, in fact, Xiao Yuan's junior apprentice. Miss, the steward's voice interrupted her musings. We have the advantage of half a horse's head. We turned first, while the Duan family followed. Shen An'an lifted her eyelids and gazed at Duan Mingming. Miss Duan, did you hear that? Duan Mingming was momentarily taken aback, her delicate hands clenched tightly. After a while, she offered a gentle smile, remarking that Shen Dajie was indeed an intriguing person, finding such trivial matters worthy of earnest contention. Make way for Miss Shen. Shen An'an maintained her calm demeanor, finding Duan Mingming even more fascinating. It is often said that communication is an art, vast and profound, and Duan Mingming seems to navigate this art with remarkable skill. As the carriage retreated, Shen An'an did not catch a glimpse of Duan Mingming's expression, but one could surmise it was less than pleasant. How could a rustic from Jiangnan possess such wit and tenacity? Duan Mingming lowered the curtain of the carriage, her countenance reflecting her discontent. In the face of Shen An'an's directness, her eloquence seemed to falter, leaving her at a distinct disadvantage. Chapter 7. The refugees. Shen An'an cast a cold glance at the Duan family's convoy and gently lowered the carriage curtain with her delicate fingers. Miss, I can't help but feel that the third young lady of the Duan family speaks somewhat oddly, the steward remarked, furrowing his brows. It's merely idle chatter. How could it not be peculiar? Shen An'an replied with a gentle smile. Not long ago at the palace banquet, my aunt intended to betroth me to the fourth prince. The third young lady of the Duan family is a junior to him, and they share a childhood friendship. Perhaps she is feeling discontented. Upon hearing this, the steward suddenly understood, realizing that the seemingly delicate girl harbored such complex emotions. Shen An'an smiled again. It is quite understandable for a girl to feel jealousy over someone she admires. Oh dear, you are just too kind-hearted, the steward commented, with a soft smile. Shen An'an reclined against the plush cushion and closed her eyes. Duan Mingming has her own cunning ways. It is better to confront her openly than to engage in subtle manipulations. The steward, being astute, knew that by the time they reached Nanhua Street, the events that transpired would be common knowledge. Fortunately, our young lady possesses a generous spirit. Otherwise, you all would be left hungry by now. He added as the person ladling porridge served the lined-up refugees. The townsfolk, eager to show their respect, inquired about the situation, and the servant readily embellished the tale of what had occurred on the road. Shen An'an was indifferent to whether Duan Mingming faced criticism, but she was deeply concerned about her own reputation. Her experiences from her previous life taught her that as long as one maintained a good name, even wrongful actions could be justified and forgiven. A simple act of yielding the way quickly morphed into gossip about the third young lady of the Duan family feeling envious and deliberately causing trouble. Shen An'an listened calmly, a slight smile curling at her lips. This scene bore a striking resemblance to her past life, merely with a change in roles. Your chosen steward is truly remarkable, she praised sincerely. With just a few words, he has grasped my thoughts. Individuals like him are a joy to work with, saving both time and effort. Xiang, although not fully comprehending, was accustomed to holding the young lady in high regard. To receive kindness, one must offer a favor in return, he thought, recognizing that the townsfolk would surely lean in favor of Shen An'an. This time, unlike her previous life, Shen An'an did not shy away. Instead, she personally descended to assist the disabled refugees. Xiang followed closely behind, holding bowls of plain porridge and steamed buns. As the impoverished masses surged forward, Shen An'an surveyed the scene, a sea of people, with some collapsed in the corners. The cries of infants and the helpless sobs of women pierced her ears painfully. How had she failed to notice this in her past life? Had she been so blinded by romantic entanglements that she lost sight of the most basic compassion and conscience? Witnessing the dire situation before her, she suddenly felt that the previous life's accusations against her were not unfounded. In the name of prestige and reputation, they had mixed sand into the rice and flour to stretch the rations, prolonging the distribution of food. Such actions were indeed inhumane. At that moment, thoughts of the third young lady and Xiao Yuan faded into the background. All that occupied her mind was the sight of starving infants wailing, clinging desperately to their mothers' chests. The woman wept in desperation, for she had not eaten for many days and could provide no nourishment for her child. Let us feed him some rice oil, she thought. Shen An'an knelt down, disregarding the dirt on the child, and embraced him tenderly. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Xiang offered her a steamed bun, urging her to eat a little to ease her hunger, assuring her that they would feed the child. "Thank you, noble lady." "Thank you," the woman exclaimed, hope glimmering in her eyes as she stared intently at the child, who was greedily sucking on the rice oil, while hastily stuffing the bun into her mouth. The unfolding scene did not escape the gaze of the onlookers behind them. Those with disabilities crawled desperately towards Shen An'an, pleading, "Noble lady, please, grant us a morsel to eat." Witnessing this heart-wrenching sight, Shen An'an felt a pang of anguish. Xiang quickly returned the child to the woman and urged Shen An'an to step back. In moments of desperation, reason often eludes people. "Noble lady, compassionate bodhisattva, please." The guards of the Shun residence, upon observing the commotion, rushed forward, drawing their blades to shield Shen An'an from the throng of destitute individuals. Shen An'an gently patted the lead guard, who hesitated to lower his weapon. "Miss, they are driven mad by hunger. They might resort to anything." Shen An'an's gaze fell upon the destitute crowd, noting their disabilities that rendered them incapable of competing for food. Their physical limitations confined their mobility, making them unable to vie for sustenance against the able-bodied. Even during charitable distributions of porridge, they were often overlooked, as they posed no significant threat or challenge. The officials deemed it a waste to provide for them, believing that such benevolence would do little to enhance their own reputations. In truth, these individuals were left to await their demise, perhaps believing that a life of suffering was worse than death, yet the process of dying was fraught with torment. "Please, do not shout," Shen An'an called out. "If you wish for food, sit quietly against the wall as before and line up. I will send someone to bring you provisions." Doubt lingered in the air, and the crowd remained still, their eyes fixed upon Shen An'an. She scanned the assembly, noticing that, aside from the disabled, many were elderly, women, and children. "If you continue to block this area, it will only hinder the distribution process, and you will not receive anything." At last, a few individuals holding children began to retreat towards the wall, followed by others who crawled or shuffled to join the queue. Shen An'an summoned the steward, instructing, "Return to the residence and bring more assistance." The steward glanced at the destitute crowd, his lips pressed into a thin line, hesitating to comply. "What is it? Is it not possible?" Shen An'an inquired. "The young lady's kindness knows no bounds." "Yet," the steward replied, "even if we send more help, I fear these individuals may not receive any food." Shen An'an was taken aback. "Why not?" With a heavy sigh, the steward elaborated, "You may not be aware, but due to the mismanagement of the flooding in the south, many officials have been dismissed. Currently, the reported number of displaced persons is scarcely above 1/3. Officials protect one another, and these individuals." The steward trailed off as a commotion erupted from the crowd. Shen An'an turned to see a contingent of soldiers approaching. "You must be Miss Shen," the leader said, bowing respectfully. The steward cast a worried glance at his young mistress. Shen An'an furrowed her brows, inquiring if there was an issue. "The small ones dare not interfere. We are merely here to maintain order, ensuring that Miss Shen can distribute the porridge smoothly." Observing the frightened expressions of the refugees huddled in the corner, Shen An'an's frown deepened. The leader of the group followed her gaze and smiled. "Miss Shen need not worry. The court has established porridge shelters in the outskirts specifically for the disabled, the elderly, and women and children. Is that so? Shen An'an's almond-shaped eyes darkened. If there is food available, why do they still drag their sickly bodies here? The leader hesitated, casting a glance at Steward Shun. Miss, they have their own arrangements. It would be best if we do not interfere, the steward cautiously suggested. Indeed, we have our responsibilities. There is no need for Miss Shun to fret. The man replied courteously. Shen An'an asserted, since they are present, it would be unreasonable for them to leave empty-handed. Once the food is distributed, they will surely depart. The official's expression stiffened, yet out of respect for Shen Wen's position, he refrained from protest. Mo Xiang led the Shen family guards in prioritizing the distribution of food to the refugees. Steward Shen sighed quietly, murmuring to Shen An'an, Miss, this is an unspoken rule in the capital. Why must you involve yourself? It cannot alter their fate. What unspoken rule? Shen An'an's gaze fixed on the officials. Her tone icy. Is it unspoken to let these people starve to death, concealing the inaction of southern officials while aligning with the reported numbers? Steward Shun was momentarily speechless, unable to respond. He had not anticipated that the young lady would grasp the crux of the matter so swiftly. Shen An'an remained silent, watching as the refugees ravenously accepted the food and departed, noting the dark expressions of the officials. This was the essence of mutual protection among officials, disregarding the lives of countless individuals for the sake of their positions. At that moment, a luxurious, understated black carriage had come to a halt at the corner ahead. Its curtain lifted slightly by a hand with distinct knuckles, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty. The man's gaze, pale and contemplative, lingered on the woman's slender form. His thin lips pressed together. She is not a woman to be trifled with. Are you certain you wish to defend Miss Duan San? The man remained silent, lowering the curtain before alighting from the carriage. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and with a straight back that resembled a pine or bamboo, every movement exuding an air of nobility. Li Huayan furrowed his brows, remarking, It is inevitable for a young girl to raise her voice. You need not take it so seriously, especially since she has saved your life. That woman, he continued, though her words may be harsh and her temper unlikable, is certainly not wicked. Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance back at Li Huayan, questioning whether he was so aimlessly idle. Shen An'an was half-squatting, assisting in washing rice. Her pink skirt trailed on the muddy ground, yet she seemed unconcerned. Bathed in sunlight, her profile appeared fair and delicate, as if illuminated by a radiant glow. Suddenly, a tall figure loomed above her, casting a large shadow. Xiao Yuan's heavy gaze inadvertently fell upon the exposed, pale neck of the woman, and he thought of the phrase, as beautiful as fine jade, with skin as cold as ice. Shen An'an instinctively looked up, unexpectedly locking eyes with the man's deep, obsidian gaze. A moment of surprise ensued, her radiant visage swiftly clouding over with coldness. For the first time, Xiao Yuan felt the sting of disdain directed at him from a woman, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with discontent, even a hint of animosity. Hatred? He could not recall when he had offended her. Yet, it seemed that from their first encounter at the palace banquet, she had harbored an inexplicable hostility towards him. Shen An'an slowly rose to her feet, recalling that on this very day in her past life, he had come to seek retribution, resulting in an unpleasant confrontation with Miss Duan San. In front of everyone, he had reprimanded her for being willful and petty, for allowing trifles to disrupt the lives of the people, filled with jealousy, lacking the grace befitting her status. At that time, she had been overjoyed about their engagement, only to receive a harsh lesson that left her feeling humiliated and wronged, retreating to her residence in tears. Today, it was likely that she sought to defend Duan Mengmeng, though he wondered what manner of authority he now possessed to chastise her. The arrival of the fourth prince. Was there a purpose to his visit? Under her scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Yuan's already stoic countenance grew even colder. Nothing of consequence, nothing at all. We merely chanced upon this place, Li Huayan interjected, peering from behind with a chuckle. Good grandson, you are here as well. Li Huayan's face visibly flushed, and he awkwardly closed his mouth. Surely, this young woman could not take his jest to heart. Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted between the two, his obsidian eyes narrowing. It was a mere jest made in haste to save you, Li Huayan stammered. Indeed, Shen An'an replied, taking the handkerchief offered by Mo Xiang to dry her hands. At that moment, you included yourself in the bargain. I did not, Li Huayan exclaimed, his eyes wide. Miss Shen, you must not speak recklessly. Lives are at stake. Did you not say, Shen An'an raised an eyebrow, that if I agreed to save someone, I would be regarded as their aunt? Xiao Yuan cast a frosty glare at Li Huayan. To still be held accountable even as a grandson, what was his aim? I only spoke out of urgency to save you, Li Huayan defended. Did I not mention whether it was about his aunt's life or mine? Shen An'an nodded. Yes, you indeed did. See. Li Huayan spread his hands toward Xiao Yuan. You fool, Xiao Yuan coldly uttered, stepping back to distance himself from Li Huayan, as if fearing the contagion of his foolishness. Li Huayan was taken aback, meeting Shen An'an's teasing gaze directly. Shen An'an, you are toying with me. Who taught you to address your aunt in such a manner? Is this the upbringing of the Li family? Li Huayan, fourth prince. I made this sacrifice for you. Can you not say a word in my defense? Xiao Yuan pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the enchanting Shen An'an, opting for silence. This woman was formidable. It was best to avoid conflict if unnecessary, as she could be considered a life-saving benefactor. Shen An'an's cool gaze fell upon Xiao Yuan, the playful smile in her eyes swiftly transforming into a chill. You have come specifically for Miss Duan-san, have you not? Not at all. Really? Shen An'an raised her brows in surprise. The debt of gratitude owed that day cannot be adequately expressed in mere words. Today, as fate would have it, I passed by to extend my thanks. Shen An'an scrutinized Xiao Yuan's countenance, endeavoring to discern any subtle hints. Xiao Yuan remained composed. There is no need. Had it not been for Li Huayan's shamelessness, I would not have intended to rescue you. Li Huayan, beside them, clenched his chest in indignation, yet was met with another jab. I can see it now, Xiao Yuan remarked, but indeed, I owe you my gratitude for your escape, both out of sentiment and reason. I ought to express my thanks. Shen An'an scoffed coldly, pondering whether the fourth prince was a paragon of virtue or merely putting on a fade. Chapter 8. Who has lost their conscience? Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed dangerously. What sincerity does Miss Shen desire? Shen An'an averted her gaze, her eyes sweeping over the bustling servants of the Shan residence, a smirk gracing her lips. I am in need of assistance. If the fourth prince truly wishes to express gratitude, why not stay and lend a hand? This is unacceptable, utterly unacceptable. Li Huayan pushed forward, waving his hands repeatedly. He still had a multitude of affairs to attend to. What matters could possibly eclipse the well-being of the people? Wouldn't you agree, fourth prince? Shen An'an's words dripped with sarcasm. Xiao Yuan's mind sank. An unprecedented sense of familiarity washed over him, as if this scene and these words had transpired before. Mission is correct. The welfare of the people is paramount. Shen An'an's lips curled in a smile. So, does this mean the fourth prince has consented? Xiao Yuan nodded. But rest assured, in 7 days, the debt of gratitude shall be settled, and we shall be as distant as water and the river. Shen An'an turned and departed, as if she wished to linger no longer. However, he could only manage simple tasks. He did not intend that. 7 days? This is madness. Li Huayan exclaimed in shock. Silence. Silence. 2 dark, heavy gazes shot towards him simultaneously, causing Li Huayan to promptly close his mouth. The esteemed fourth prince personally stepping in to assist had left the steward of the Shen residence utterly astounded. Who would dare assign any tasks? The moment Xiao Yuan lifted a finger, someone would rush forward to take it away. Even a grain of sand on the ground would be polished clean at his touch. Shen An'an watched coldly for a moment before speaking in a subdued tone. Steward Shen, are you quite idle? And no, not at all. The steward turned to meet his mistress's icy gaze, caught between laughter and tears. Then get to work. The fourth prince is precious, and you stand so close. Do not fear tainting him with the mundane. Yes. The steward turned back, glancing over his shoulder thrice as he walked away under Shen An'an's oppressive stare. The remaining servants dared not approach, only stealing glances with their eyes. Li Huayan tugged at Xiao Yuan's sleeve. What on earth did you do to offend her? Just listen to that biting sarcasm. It sounds like a decade of grievances are pent up within her. I do not know. Xiao Yuan's articulate hands submerged into the water, proceeding to wash the uncooked rice that Shen An'an had left unfinished. With Xiao Yuan now engaged, Li Huayan could not merely stand by and, albeit reluctantly, joined in to assist. The early autumn evening brought a chill in the air. Shen An'an, delicate as she was, felt dizzy and weak after a day of toil. Collapsing into a chair. My lady, you ought to eat something to replenish your strength. Shen An'an accepted the food, nibbling on a flaky pastry, her gaze cold as she stared ahead. Strange, though you were somewhat fiery, your refinement is undeniable. Shen An'an lifted her eyes, glancing at Li Huayan seated opposite her. Are you complimenting me or scolding me? Of course, I am praising you. Look at you. It is no wonder you are the eldest daughter of the Shen family. Even your manner of eating is elegant and graceful. In an instant, Shen An'an found the flaky pastry tasteless, tossing it into the dish with a flick of her hand. The entire capital is aware that I hail from the impoverished and remote regions of Jiangnan. Are you intentionally mocking me? How is it that everything I say seems to be wrong? Li Huaiyan, what impoverished land are you speaking of? Those who say such things are blind to the truth. Jiangnan is a place of verdant willows and vibrant blossoms, shrouded in misty rains and delicate arches. The women nurtured in Jiangnan possess a grace as light as the willows. Their elegance akin to paintings, their laughter as refreshing as a spring breeze upon the face. Silence. What exactly do you wish to convey? Can you refrain from bringing him tomorrow? Li Huaiyan leaned over the desk, negotiating. I shall send you 20 servants. You may direct them as you please. Even to tend to your household refuse. Did he send you? Shen An'an raised her voice, casting a glance at where Xiao Yuan sat. Hush, lower your tone. Li Huaiyan replied, his expression pained. He is still injured. If you assign him such tasks and something goes awry, neither of us can bear the consequences. Please. I am open to any demands you might have. Does the Shen family lack for such menial labor? Shen An'an arched an eyebrow. If you regret it and cannot fulfill the task, then leave at once. I do not wish to coerce anyone. So do not speak as if I bound someone to forced labor. Li Huaiyan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed. She had not forbidden him from leaving, yet he was obstinate. Xiao Yuan turned, his cold gaze settling on the fidgeting Li Huaiyan, his tone frigid. If you are unwilling to stay, then depart. No, I am willing to stay, willing to stay. Li Huaiyan exclaimed, rising hastily to assist. Both of them were of noble birth. He could not afford to offend them. To speak further would only earn him a swift return to his own estate. A gentleman's word is his bond. Xiao Yuan is not one to go back on his promises. Having endured battles and hardships, how could he fear performing some labor? His sleeve, soaked with water, was rolled up, revealing a strong and powerful arm. Shen An'an looked at him coolly, realizing that even deities, when brought down from their pedestals, are no different from ordinary mortals. Perhaps her gaze was too brazen, for Xiao Yuan turned to regard her. Shen An'an smirked, quickly averting her eyes. Emotion. Do you understand the meaning of the phrase to repay kindness with enmity? Yes, I understand, for you taught me this long ago. Indeed. Shen An'an nodded, her fingers lightly tapping the table as she lounged in her chair. To be a person, one must first learn to be upright and honest. Repaying kindness with enmity is the most unconscionable of acts. You must never become such a person. Yes, I shall remember. Li Huaiyan craned his neck, curiosity piqued. Who are you referring to when you speak of repaying kindness with enmity? Surely, you cannot be talking about them, as they are nearly reduced to mere servants. Shen An'an cast him a cold glance, but said nothing, dusting off her clothes. It is getting late. We should return home. I wonder if my brother's condition has improved. The steward had already prepared the carriage. Shen An'an swiftly boarded, departing without a word. As the carriage drove away, Steward Shen hurried towards the porridge stall. Your Highness, young Master Li, it is getting late. I shall take care of the remaining tasks. My lady is in a poor mood due to young master's punishment. Your Highness, please do not take offense. If memory serves me correctly, Shen Changhe was indeed struck by an order from Xiao Yuan. Thus the scathing remarks were directed towards him. Li Huaiyan's lips twitched slightly as he forced a smile and looked up. Xiao Yuan had already turned and departed from the porridge stall. Xiao Yuan, I assure you, it was not intentional. That lady, her words were all traps. The man's silhouette was cold and stern, imbued with palpable hostility as he climbed into the carriage. Experience urged Li Huaiyan to refrain from approaching at such a moment. Hence, he halted his steps, awkwardly touching his nose and watching the carriage fade into the distance. Upon returning to the residence, Shen An'an made her way directly to the Songzu courtyard, where Shen Changhe was poring over documents. He paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Are you feeling better? Much improved. Your attire. Shen Changhe's gaze fell upon her skirt, which was caked in mud. Oh, we were short-handed. So I lent a hand. It's nothing serious. Why didn't you send someone back to the residence for help? Shen Changhe frowned. How could you manage such tasks? Very simple. Just a bit of washing and tidying up, she replied, taking a seat across from him. Glancing at the documents in his hands, she casually remarked, Today, many vagrants gathered on Nanhua Street, including some disabled and elderly women and children. Indeed. Suddenly, a troop of officials arrived, ostensibly to maintain order, driving the vagrants away. Shen Changhe paused, closing the documents and turning his attention to Shen An'an. I had someone distribute food to them, but the officials were not pleased. An'an, Shen Changhe began, only to be interrupted by her elder brother. Is this not what you often refer to as being astute, adapting to the prevailing circumstances? Shen Changhe lowered his gaze, remaining silent. It's getting late. You should rest early, elder brother. I will come to see you again in a few days. Take care of your recovery. An'an. Shen Changhe called after her. What you have witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg in the realm of officials and the myriad of human conditions. Instances of brutality and injustice abound. When one lacks power, one must learn to preserve oneself. Rest assured, elder brother, An'an understands. She turned back, a radiant smile gracing her face, as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms. Upon returning to Haitang Garden, Mo Ran had prepared a bath for her. The fragrance of rose petals mingled with the steam, instilling a sense of relaxation in both body and mind, lulling her towards sleep. Her skin, as smooth and delicate as jade, submerged in the water, revealing only her porcelain-white shoulders and slender arms. Shen An'an leaned half her body against the edge of the tub, her lovely, radiant face resting on her arms, her eyes half closed. Mo Xiang gently wiped the moisture from her hair. "Miss, you haven't tea eaten yet. Please bear with it. Have your meal first before resting." "I don't want to eat," Shen An'an murmured dreamily. Mo Xiang swiftly arranged her flowing hair, draping a blanket over her shoulders and assisting her onto the bed. Shen An'an rolled into the bedding, instinctively clutching a soft pillow and burying her face into it. "Miss, don't forget the skin cream." Shen An'an frowned, rolling onto her back, remaining motionless as the cool, subtly fragrant skin cream was applied to her body, accompanied by Mo Xiang's gentle touch, providing a refreshing and comforting sensation. "Miss, I'll bring you some soup. Please have a bit to replenish your strength. Working without eating is not advisable." She nodded. "Eyes still shut." Mo Xiang set aside the snow-white cream, washed her hands thoroughly, and prepared a bowl of chicken soup, skimming off the grease before carefully feeding it to Shen An'an. With gentle coaxing and persuasion, An'an managed to consume a little more than half a bowl. She nestled deeper into the quilt and whispered, "If mother comes, just say I'm exhausted and have just fallen asleep." With a nod, Mo Xiang extinguished the candlelight and lowered the curtains, quietly retreating from the room. Just as she closed the door, indeed, she saw Madame Shen entering with a maid. "Madam," she greeted. Madame Shen glanced at the dimly lit room and inquired, "Has the young lady gone to sleep?" "Yes. She is quite worn out today and barely touched her meal." Upon hearing this, Madame Shen refrained from disturbing her further, asking a few cursory questions before departing. The next day, Shen An'an rose early, only to find that Madame Shen had risen even earlier. As she prepared to have her meal, a little maid came to announce Madame Shen's arrival. Shen An'an sighed, her countenance instantly reflecting a hint of fatigue. Madame Shen entered and immediately expressed concern. "Why do you look so listless? Did you not rest well last night? If so, I shall ask the steward to handle matters today. You should stay home and recuperate." Shen An'an replied, "When doing good deeds, one cannot simply halt midway." "You child," Madame Shen said, taking a seat beside her. "I heard from the steward that you even lent a hand." "Just a little assistance," An'an replied modestly. "You possess a kind heart," Madame Shen said affectionately, stroking her head. Setting down her spoon, Shen An'an rose. "Time is of the essence. I must take my leave and will speak with you upon my return." "Wait a moment," Madame Shen urged, grasping her arm. "The steward will report everything in detail, both good and bad." "I heard that you allowed the fourth prince to stay and help at the porridge stall?" Shen An'an responded with an impassive expression. "The fourth prince prioritizes the people's welfare and willingly assists the needy. It is merely a small contribution. I would not presume to invite him to stay." Madame Shen tilted her head, scrutinizing her daughter for signs of deceit. "A prince of such standing would not willingly perform menial tasks. I cannot believe it." "Then what do you think I could do to compel the fourth prince, who stands above thousands?" An'an retorted. "True enough," Madame Shen conceded, releasing her grasp and earnestly advising. "If you are disinclined, do not entangle yourself with him too deeply, lest it lead to complications. Members of the royal family are not easily dismissed. Rest assured, mother, I have my own plans." After a few comforting words, Shen An'an hastily departed from the residence. Chapter 9. Have we met before? Upon reaching Nanhua Street, the citizens had already formed an orderly queue, waiting patiently. The servants of the Shen residence had arrived early, and by now, they had prepared porridge. The matron brought out steamed buns made with white flour and distributed them one by one. Shen An'an glanced around and noticed that the refugees from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. They were unlikely to return, as the steward Shen softly remarked. After the unexpected incident yesterday, the authorities would not permit those individuals to appear again. After all, every passing day would see a horrifying reduction in their numbers. Without the provisions provided by the young lady, it was likely that at least a third of them would perish overnight. Hearing this, a chill ran through Shen An'an's heart. Was this the cruel reality of the world her elder brother spoke of? She lowered her gaze and went to the porridge stall, quietly helping with the tasks at hand, uttering not a single word. As noon approached, a black carriage suddenly halted in the open space, dressed in a narrow-sleeved cloud robe. Xiao Yuan stepped down from the vehicle with a commanding presence. Today, his attire was crisp and tidy, far more convenient for work than the wide sleeves he wore yesterday, yet still exuding an air of nobility. Shen An'an cast a sidelong glance at his resolute and handsome face, momentarily concealing her surprise. Did he truly intend to endure this for 7 days? Li Huayan trailed behind him with a drooping head. Was the prince here merely to enjoy a meal at this hour? Xiao Yuan seemed to pause for a moment, then pretended to be oblivious as he passed by Shen An'an, bending down to commence his tasks. Shen An'an scoffed inwardly. Why was she so inclined to engage with him? She continued her work, aware that such a pampered young master was ill-suited for hard labor. Miss Shen, do you realize that to come and help? We are all on the verge of exhaustion. We rose before dawn to deal with official documents, rushed here without having eaten, and I feel utterly drained, Li Huayan complained, his voice grating on her nerves. Shen An'an lifted her gaze, her expression indifferent. If you do not wish to work, you may as well stand aside and refrain from idle chatter. Li Huayan sheepishly touched his nose. Was his discomfort that apparent? There were numerous tasks involved in distributing porridge, and Shen An'an meticulously oversaw everything related to rice and flour, determined to avoid any mistakes reminiscent of her previous life. Li Huayan, you are a prince. Are you truly going to perform such menial tasks for her? Precisely because I am a prince, I must care for the people as if they were my own kin, ensuring their welfare. What concern is that of yours? Li Huayan retorted, rolling his eyes. He paused, his hands ceasing their movements as he glanced coldly at Li Huayan, who immediately fell silent. Xiao Yuan then diverted his gaze to a slender woman standing among the citizens not far away. Today, she wore a dark-colored dress, and the dust upon it was not overly conspicuous. Her waist was delicately slender, and her porcelain-white face, devoid of makeup, appeared as radiant as the morning sun reflecting on snow, strikingly simple and unlike that of an official's daughter. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, and he was perplexed by his own unusual feelings. For some inexplicable reason, a vague emotion tugged at his heart, occasionally evoking a sense of familiarity, as if this encounter had transpired long, long ago. It was such a wondrous feeling that it compelled him to delve deeper, to trace its origins. She, a delicate young lady, can manage it. Why can't the prince? He withdrew his gaze, continuing to wash the rice, but his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Huayan, who wore a look of infatuation. How had he not noticed before that this Shen girl was so strikingly beautiful? Suddenly, the basin in Xiao Yuan's hand slipped, splattering water all over Li Huayan's face. Ugh! Li Huayan hastily wiped his face with a handkerchief. You can't hold it steady, Xiao Yuan remarked expressionlessly, tossing the washed rice to Li Huayan. Put it in the pot. Oh! Li Huayan obediently rose but did not return for quite some time. While waiting to serve the rice, Xiao Yuan turned to see Li Huayan engaged in conversation with a woman who was cooking porridge. The woman was quite young, likely recently married. The two seemed to be sharing something amusing as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, revealing her shyness. Li Huayan. His voice was cold, and the tone was slightly uncontrolled, drawing the attention of several onlookers. Ah, here he comes, he said with a chuckle as Li Huayan sheepishly returned. Shen An'an glanced at the two tall men huddled in a corner, both exuding an air of nobility that clashed with the cramped surroundings. She found herself lost in thought, unable to reconcile the man before her with the aloof Xiao Yuan from her memories. Ah! Xiao Yuan's arm was jostled, his patience already thin. He fixed Li Huayan with a chilling glare. Heh! Li Huayan straightened his lips, offering a playful eyebrow raise. Xiao Yuan, maintaining his stoic expression, followed his gaze and suddenly locked eyes with a woman whose apricot eyes lacked focus. In that fleeting moment, Shen An'an snapped back to reality, frowning in displeasure before turning to leave. Xiao Yuan also averted his gaze. What was with that look she gave you? Li Huayan inquired, puzzled. It was a mix of sorrow and resentment, tinged with a trace of elusive regret and nostalgia. Do you think she might be aware of your ruthless nature, deliberately employing a strategy of feigned indifference? Xiao Yuan remained silent, his expression cool as he regarded Li Huayan. The intensity of his stare sent a chill down Li Huayan's spine, prompting him to scratch his head. That is not what I meant. I was merely expressing my genuine feelings. That Shen girl looked at you as if grieving her deceased parents. It certainly couldn't be a tactic of seduction. The more he explained, the darker Xiao Yuan's expression grew. Li Huayan quickly bowed his head to resume his work, a wave of unease washing over him. Fourth Prince. Young Masterly, it's time for dinner. Oh, good. Li Huayan sprang up, rushing towards the gathering crowd. Wait, We are people of status. Must we really stand here and share a meal with your household servants? He cast a dissatisfied glance at the crowded table. Shen An'an, holding a steamed bun, took small bites to stave off hunger. Of course not. Young Master Li and the fourth prince are of great nobility. Over there, that is for you. And it has been prepared long ago. Following her gaze, Li Huayan's expression darkened immediately. The 2 bowls of vegetables and large dishes, with 2 buns propped up by chopsticks, were not the issue. However, why were they placed in the corner? Shen An'an, are you feeding the dogs? Shen An'an innocently blinked her eyes, feeling wronged. You have misunderstood me. The conditions here are quite rudimentary, with only a single table. Surely you would not wish to squeeze in with them. And I cannot possibly serve it to you while standing. Mo Xiang, with a pang of conscience, spoke up. Indeed, young Master Li. The meals for my lady also come from that side. Li Huayan glanced at the bowl of rice in front of Shen An'an. It was indeed no different from the 2 bowls in the corner. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind them, and Xiao Yuan approached. He remained silent, his thin lips pressed tightly together. His penetrating gaze fixed on the gentle and smiling Shen An'an seated in the chair. Shen An'an retracted her smile, meeting his gaze with a calm demeanor, her lips curling with a hint of coldness. Xiao Yuan did not halt his steps but advanced slowly towards her, causing Li Huayan and Mo Xiang to feel a surge of anxiety. Ah, Your Highness, let it be, let it be. We need not dine here if it leads to unnecessary conflict, Li Huayan hurriedly interjected. Shen An'an's eyes were filled with frost as she regarded Xiao Yuan, his refined features accentuated in the dim light. Xiao Yuan stared intently at her, halting just a short distance away, his lips pressed tightly together. Have we met before? Shen An'an's pupils constricted, her heart suddenly tightening, her fingers digging into the bun. Miss Shen, did we not see each other yesterday? Has the fourth prince's mind been muddled after a night's rest? Shen An'an forced herself to remain composed. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brows, his deep eyes scrutinizing the evasive woman before him, remaining silent for a while. You are obstructing my light. Xiao Yuan finally moved, glancing at the setting sun before abruptly turning and walking away without a word. Half of the favor has been repaid. The remaining portion shall be converted into gold and silver and sent to the Shen residence. Li Huayan scoffed softly and quickly followed suit. Shen An'an narrowed her eyes, coldly watching the tall, imposing figure ascend the carriage and depart into the distance. Miss, what is wrong with the fourth prince? He seems rather odd. Who knows what is troubling him? Shen An'an lowered her head, suddenly devoid of appetite, handing the bun to Mo Xiang while a thin layer of sweat formed in her palm. Inside the carriage, Li Huayan once more glanced at Xiao Yuan's indifferent expression, unable to refrain from asking, did we not agree on 7 days? Why the sudden departure? If you wish, you may continue, he remarked, as if unconcerned. Li Huayan leaned against the carriage wall, yet his eyes frequently scrutinized Xiao Yuan. I can't shake the feeling that you have been somewhat unlike yourself these past few days. Xiao Yuan lazily lifted his eyelids, prompting Li Huayan to lean in slightly closer. Given your temperament, the debt of gratitude is hardly sufficient for you to lower yourself and endure. And about what you said earlier, to be honest, is there something between you and that Miss Shen? He brought his thumbs together, wearing a rather lewd expression. Chapter 10 Gratitude. Suddenly, a bony hand clasped tightly around his right thumb. Ouch, stop, it hurts. You're going to break it. He twisted his body, grimacing in pain. Xiao Yuan glared at him, only releasing his grip after several pleas for mercy, leisurely wiping his palm with a handkerchief. Li Huayan observed his actions, the corners of his mouth twitching. I have not complained about your rudeness. Why do you disdain my dirtiness? Xiao Yuan remained silent, his expression cold. Indeed. My hands have wandered over the delicate bodies of countless women. Noticing Xiao Yuan's face darken, he wisely closed his mouth, refraining from further distasteful remarks. Sighing, Li Huayan reclined against the carriage wall. To be honest, although Miss Shen may often look at you with disdain, her heart is quite kind, far superior to those ladies who merely put on airs. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. How are the refugees handled by the Duan family? Li Huayan chuckled softly. The reputation of the esteemed First Lady, known for her grace and kindness, is exaggerated. The disabled, the elderly, and women and children among the refugees were turned away before they even approached. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. In that case, Miss Duan's character also disqualifies her from your selection of a bride. With appropriate family backgrounds in the capital, your options among young ladies are even more limited. Xiao Yuan acknowledged this with a nod, taking a delicate sip from the teacup on the small table. In truth, according to your criteria, the most suitable candidate for the fourth prince's consort is indeed the young lady from the Shen family. What a pity that she regards you with the same disdain as a rooster would another rooster. Alas, Cannot you exert your masculine charm to entice her? Such beauty wasted. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar sound was heard, and before Li Huaiyin could react, the carriage came to a halt. Get out. Still in confusion. Li Huaiyin was pulled down by Qi Feng. Wait, did I say something wrong again? Qi Feng, with a stoic face, asked. Whom did you mean by the rooster you mentioned in reference to Miss Shen? Of course. He pointed towards the carriage, suddenly curling up. Oh, I just thought it was too stuffy inside the carriage. I wanted to get out for a stroll. He shook his arms and walked ahead. As the carriage rushed past him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Bah, that damn Qi Feng. Miss, the steward whispered. The fourth prince has washed the rice needed for the next 2 days. Very well. After saying this, she turned and went to inspect other areas. The porridge today was somewhat bland. They would need to add more tomorrow. However, the cook hesitated to speak further. Is there not enough rice? The cook nodded, explaining that the Duan family's porridge distribution would last for 10 days, while they had initially planned for 7. If the young lady desired a thicker porridge, they would have used up half a day's worth of rice. If they were to add more, it would not suffice for the full 7 days. How long will the remaining supplies last? If prepared to your requirements, at most 5 days. Then let it be 5 days, and I shall think of another solution. In her previous life, due to Duan Mingming's provocation, she had stubbornly extended the duration to the 9th day, resulting in porridge as thin as water, mixed with considerable grit. Xiao Yuan harbored discontent towards her, and Duan Mingming seized the opportunity to expose her, inciting not only Xiao Yuan but also the common folk to hurl insults and accusations in her direction. Reflecting upon it, such actions motivated by a desire for face were indeed detestable. Duan Mingming could indulge in her whims for as long as she pleased. It was of no concern to her, as she only needed to answer to her own conscience. The servants of the Shen household commenced packing their belongings to return home when an unexpected guest arrived. Miss Duan-san, what brings you here? Is it mere gossip? Duan Mingming's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Miss Shen, I am at a loss as to how I have offended you to warrant such slander against my reputation. She bit her crimson lip, speaking with suppressed grievance while discreetly surveying her surroundings. No need to look around. Xiao Yuan has departed. He is no longer here. Duan Mingming withdrew her gaze, a fleeting disappointment flickering across her features. Miss Shen, even though your father holds the esteemed title of Grand Guardian, he is still a minister. How dare you call upon the fourth prince by name? What business is it of yours? Shen An'an replied coldly. If you are dissatisfied, why not report me? I merely offered a sincere reminder. We share no such camaraderie. There is no need for your well-meaning advice, Miss Duan-san. Duan Mingming recognized her as a formidable adversary. Yet she had not anticipated such a blatant disregard for propriety, lacking even the basic decorum expected of a lady. Miss Shen, having grown up in Jiangnan, may not be well versed in the customs of the capital, lacking some upbringing. I shall not stoop to your level. Shen An'an suddenly lifted her gaze, her piercing glare momentarily startling Duan Mingming. Is it the upbringing of your family that has prompted Miss Duan-san to come here and bark so wildly? Miss Shen, as a lady, how can you speak in such foul terms? Duan Mingming trembled with indignation. As a young lady, did your family not teach you the values of humility and decorum? Duan Mingming's chest swelled with anger. The servants from both the Shen and Duan households turned their attention toward the scene, compelling her to suppress her fury and coldly inquire. The events of the previous day were merely an accident, and I indeed extended courtesies to you. Why then do you spread rumors and tarnish my name? Miss Shen, such petty actions are a disgrace to the Shen family's reputation. Shen An'an rose from her seat, her almond-shaped eyes darkened. Whether I disgrace the family name is uncertain. But you have undoubtedly brought shame upon the Duan household. The Duan family has its share of loyalty and integrity, yet it has given rise to this one aberration. She bears none of the grace and kindness of the Duan family's second daughter. It is regrettable that the world often judges others solely by appearances, blinded by ignorance. Duan Mingming's nails dug into her palm. Shen An'an, do not overstep your bounds. The worst of my bullying is yet to come. Just wait and see. Shen An'an brushed past her and climbed into the carriage. Steward, we shall return home. Yes. The servants of the Shen household maintained a stoic demeanor, hastily gathering their belongings to depart. Shen An'an lifted the carriage curtain, casting a glance at the infuriated Duan Mingming, whose face was contorted with rage, and a smirk played upon her lips. The foremost lady of talent, gentle and virtuous, has she faltered so swiftly? Miss San, she is a reckless one. Lacking in manners and decorum, do not stoop to her level. You do not comprehend. Duan Mingming lowered her eyelids, her gaze dark and vengeful. The favored concubine has garnered the emperor's affection. If I do not devise my plans early, The years of devotion will merely dissolve into a fleeting dream. Only by destroying Shen An'an can anyone in the capital feel entitled to rival her. She has toiled tirelessly for so long, finally achieving the status of the foremost talented woman, a paragon among the refined ladies. No one is more suited to stand beside him than I am. She is acutely aware of what is most crucial for a lady of the boudoir. Alas, her endeavors have met with misfortune. As Shen An'an alighted from the carriage and entered the residence, a young servant promptly approached her. "Miss, you have returned. Just now. The steward from the fourth prince's manor delivered some items for you, expressing gratitude for your life-saving kindness towards his master." Shen An'an paused, glancing at the boxes piled in the open space, and instructed, "Take them to my hiding garden." Yes, as before, Ran had prepared the bathwater. Shen An'an, weary, closed her eyes and allowed two maidservants to remove her garments and adornments. Bare and unadorned, she stepped onto the plush rug and into the bath. Madame sent the latest popular floral cream from the capital, said to refine the skin, even used by the princesses in the palace. "Allow me to apply it for you." The maidservant offered. Shen An'an nodded, resting her head against the rim of the tub. The cool sensation was remarkably soothing, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. As the water cooled, Xiang gently roused her. "Miss, you should sleep on the bed to avoid catching a chill." Shen An'an squinted her drowsy eyes and rose from the tub, a thin blanket draped over her porcelain-like figure, droplets cascading down her slender legs. Regardless of the moment, she maintained a meticulous care for her body and visage, nurturing them with great diligence. Clad in undergarments, she cinched her delicate waist, her hair cascading freely behind her, exuding a fragrance reminiscent of dew. "Bring in the items from the fourth prince's manor," she instructed. Xiang and Ren opened the door, summoning several sturdy maids. 2 boxes were carried in, each heavy with contents. "Ah, his life must be quite valuable," Shen An'an remarked as she approached and began to open each box. The boxes were not large but brimming with items. She picked up a brocade box and examined its contents. These appear to be medicinal herbs for tonifying the body. Ran noted. While not exceedingly precious individually, their cumulative value is not insignificant. "Keep half, and send the remainder to Songzhu Courtyard for my elder brother's health. That scoundrel still possesses a modicum of conscience." As the herbs were separated, a layer of silver was revealed beneath, amounting to approximately 1,000 taels. "Miss, the fourth prince is indeed quite extravagant," Xiang commented. Shen An'an paused momentarily before a cold smile graced her lips. "If he can ensure that we owe each other nothing, that our paths do not cross, then even 10,000 taels would be worth it. After all, in her previous life, he had acted in precisely this manner. If he could use silver to sever all ties between them, he would undoubtedly welcome the opportunity." Ran opened the other box, exclaiming, "Miss, these appear to be calligraphy and paintings, as well as porcelain." Shen An'an's gaze fixated on a painting bound with silk threads at the top of the pile. She stood motionless for a moment, her almond-shaped eyes gradually darkening. "Miss, what troubles you?" Xiang gently tugged at her sleeve. Without a word, Shen An'an approached and seized the painting, tearing away the silk threads to reveal the artwork, which unfurled to display a breathtaking scene. Heavens, how beautiful! Xiang and Ran were both astonished. However, Shen An'an fixated on the painting, as if she wished to pierce through it. With a sharp motion, she tossed it to the ground, immediately reaching for other items. Vases, ornaments, calligraphy, there were countless familiar objects. In a daze, it seemed as though those items sprouted faces, mocking her with their laughter. With a decisive thud, she firmly closed the box, her expression dark and brooding. Xiang picked up the fallen painting, gazing at her young mistress in alarm. "Mistress, what troubles you? Return these items to him and inform Xiao Yuan that I will not be trifled with. His painting holds no value here, worth scarcely a couple of silver coins." Ran, taken aback by Shen An'an's frigid demeanor, broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly summoned servants to carry the items away. The fourth prince was exceptionally talented, and his art was highly sought after in the capital, yet here she stood, dismissing it as worthless. Xiang quickly tucked the painting into the box as well. "You may all leave. I wish to rest for a while." "Yes." Xiang attentively closed the door behind her. Chapter 11. Meddling Shen An'an stood in place as if her soul had departed, lingering for a long while before she turned and seated herself in a chair. She lowered her head, and after a moment, suddenly raised it again, the corners of her lips curling into a sardonic smile. The treasure she once cherished, and for which she had humbly begged, now lay before her with such ease. Thus, that painting was not as precious as she had once believed. It was merely his opinion that she was unworthy of it. In the past, she could not even obtain a single pin from his study, and his claims of disliking others touching his possessions were mere fabrications. How generous he is now. She let out a cold laugh, concealing the mist in her eyes, not for him, but for her own life that had once been as humble as dust. After Xiao Yuan returned to the manor, he entered the study, neglecting official documents and merely lost in thought. Images flickered rapidly through his mind, that familiar sensation returning. Yet he could not grasp any coherent thread. Your Highness, Qi Feng strode in. There are visitors from the Shen residence who have returned. The items you sent. Xiao Yuan's unperturbed gaze shifted slightly towards Qi Feng, who averted his eyes, feeling bashful. The steward had delivered 2 boxes. Miss Shen accepted one filled with silver and returned the paintings, stating, "What did she say?" Xiao Yuan inquired, his tone flat. She said. Qi Feng closed his eyes, bowing his head, that your paintings are worthless to her, and she would not accept such rubbish. The atmosphere became oppressively tense, sending shivers down Qi Feng's spine. Humph. Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Store it away. Yes. Qi Feng's legs felt weak as he hurriedly exited the icy chamber. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze to the unfinished paintings on the desk, remaining still for a long while. Worthless? His artwork could be worth a fortune. That woman truly lacked discernment. Given the opportunity, he would indeed like to see how extraordinary her painting skills were, how lifelike they might be. Xiao Yuan's knuckles tapped against the desk as the image of that vibrant young face, marred by disdain when looking at him, surfaced in his mind. It seemed he had never wronged her. The malice was inexplicable. My lord, news from the outskirts. Over 100 refugees perished yesterday. Xiao Yuan pulled his thoughts back and rose from the study, pondering why he was so troubled by inconsequential individuals. If there was no clarity, perhaps it was merely an illusion. The following morning, Shen An'an had prepared to leave when Madame Shen arrived. An'an, have you been weary these past few days? Not particularly. Shen An'an helped Madame Shen to a seat and personally poured her a cup of tea. It was evident that there was something of importance to discuss. In 2 days, the Yongning Marquis' residence will host a chrysanthemum banquet. Since you've just returned to the capital, it would be a perfect opportunity for you to present yourself formally to the young ladies of various families and become acquainted. But the charity event is only the 3rd day, and I fear I won't have time. Shen An'an furrowed her brow. Such gatherings were merely occasions for young ladies to boast and curry favor with the powerful. What was the merit in attending? She was spoiled by her grandmother, overly delicate and unable to endure any injustice. Due to the incident involving Duan Meiming, she had suffered ridicule from the young ladies, and without realizing it, she had engaged in a verbal sparring match. It was also her fault. During the chrysanthemum banquet held by the Yongning Marquis' residence in her past life, her reputation had been less than stellar. Lady Shen had initially forbidden her attendance, yet provoked by Duan San, she insisted on going, eager to showcase her talents and outshine Duan San. However, before the competition even began, she had quarreled fiercely with another young lady and was sent back home. Recalling those scenes, Shen An'an leaned on the table, covering half of her face. The trivial matter of distributing porridge was overseen by the steward. There was no need for her daily involvement. The Marchioness of Yongning was the elder sister of the emperor, and her events were highly coveted by the young ladies, occurring only once a year and attracting numerous talented youths. Hearing this, Shen An'an lifted her gaze to Lady Shen, wondering if her mother intended to arrange a marriage for her. With this thought, Shen An'an nodded in agreement. All right, then let mother make the arrangements. Rest assured, I have prepared your garments and jewelry. Tomorrow you shall stay at home and not venture out. Look at your delicate face, after just 2 days in the wind. It has lost its former freshness. Very well, I shall heed Mother's wishes. After bidding farewell to Lady Shen, Shen An'an exited the residence. As she sat in the carriage, she partially lifted the curtain, lost in thought while observing the bustling street. Vendors with their shoulder poles wove through the crowd, calling out their wares, while cheerful innkeepers welcomed passers-by to indulge in delicacies. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such lively scenes. Emotion, following her gaze, chuckled, Miss, are you yearning to shop again? You hardly had a moment's rest while in Jiangnan, and now that you've returned to the capital, just a few days in, you already find it dull. Shen An'an smiled, but remained silent. It was not merely a matter of a few days. It felt as though an entire lifetime had passed. How had she forgotten such beauty in her previous life, allowing herself to become a bitter and scheming woman? Consumed by grievances? To say she did not harbor hatred for Xiao Yuan would be a lie, yet seeking revenge seemed unjustified. He simply did not love her. Despised her. What fault was there in that? She even thought that had she been a man, she too would not have loved the mentally unstable Shen An'an. Thus, it was not wrong for her to detest him now. Distancing herself from that wretched man and seeking a suitable husband to live as a gentle and virtuous woman would render her life complete. Shen An'an smirked, lowering the carriage curtain. Her first half of life had indeed been fulfilling. It was merely a case of unfortunate encounters. Suddenly, a sharp clamor surged closer. You are disregarding human life. Let them go, or I shall report you to the authorities. Once again, Shen An'an lifted the curtain to look outside. The speaker was a young man clad in coarse linen. Tall and slender, his refined features flushed with anger, he exuded the air of a scholar. Opposing him stood several constables. The leader was someone Shen An'an recognized as the one who had recently driven away the vagrants on Nanhua Street. What do you mean by disregarding human life? We are officials of the government, tasked with resettling the vagrants. Mind your own business, or you will be charged with disturbing the public order. The man forcefully pushed aside the young man and ordered his companions to carry the ailing woman and child from the ground. You cannot take them away. The child is ill and requires a doctor. The young man attempted to pursue them, but the leader brandished his sword in front of him. A vagabond, unable to secure even basic sustenance, where would you find the silver for a doctor? Step aside and utter another word, and you may find yourself in peril. Though seemingly fierce, it was merely a warning. The man, resolute, grasped the sword firmly. I am Zhang Yeyang, a newly minted scholar. Do you dare to touch me? Although he had yet to receive an official post, he was already recognized as an official. Release that mother and child. Zhang Yeyang believed he could intimidate them. But the leader hesitated only for a moment, dismissing him entirely. In a hushed tone, he replied, after years of arduous study, do you think this is a rural backwater? Here, a scholar is no different from an ant. He assumed his message was clear, yet Zhang Yeyang, stubborn in his resolve, refused to let go. Believe what you will. Do not think that you can keep your position, let alone your life. Zhang Yeyang retorted, under the emperor's gaze, I refuse to believe there is no law. The law? Shen An'an shook her head, perceiving him as a fool blinded by his studies. Nevertheless, his character was commendable among the throngs of onlookers. No one else dared to speak up for the mother and child. The official, seething with anger, was about to strike Zhang Yeyang and drag him away. What is the meaning of this gathering? You are blocking the road. Shen An'an stepped forward from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. After all, few were as foolish as the young man, and another had emerged, piquing their curiosity. Dressed in a delicate light blue gown of fine fabric, her porcelain skin shone brilliantly, and her hair was adorned with a few exquisite jade hairpins, hinting at a great fortune. Her elegant brows formed a graceful arc, and even a single glance radiated nobility. Zhang Yeyang stood transfixed, momentarily forgetting to react, his eyes filled with awe. The phrase as beautiful as a celestial being was not an exaggeration. Miss Shun, the leader stammered, hurriedly bowing, though his expression remained sour. What a stroke of bad luck, encountering two fools. What are you doing here? Why block the road for an investigation? The leader grimaced, glancing at Zhang Yeyang's firm grip on his official ropes. I will clear the way for mission. Let the common folk pass. With a forceful tug, he attempted to pull away, but was halted once more. You cannot leave. He felt an urge to strangle these two fools. Shen An'an lifted her gaze towards the obstinate Zhang Yeyang and smiled. If you do not release him, how can he allow the mother and child to leave? Zhang Yeyang's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I fear that if I let him go, he will take them away. The child is burning with fever and cannot withstand further delay. Before Shen An'an could respond, the leader ordered his subordinates, let them go. What a stroke of bad luck. The woman quickly gathered her child and rushed to stand behind Zhang Yeyang. Miss Shen, I take my leave. Very well, Shen An'an nodded. The man turned his head and glared fiercely at Zhang Yeyang before departing with his companions, while the onlookers gradually dispersed, swiftly clearing the path. Shen An'an's gaze lingered for a moment on the woman who had shrunk behind Zhang Yeyang, before she turned to leave for her carriage. Miss. She heard a voice calling from behind. She glanced back to see a young man. His face flushed with embarrassment and nervousness, quite unlike the bold demeanor he had displayed when defending the woman earlier. Is there something you need, sir? Zhang Yeyang pursed his lips and bowed slightly. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of this mother and child for your assistance. Shen An'an smiled gently. I have done nothing. It was you who stood up against tyranny and spoke with righteousness. Zhang Yeyang's face reddened further, and he lowered his head in modesty. My colleagues often say I am rather stubborn. I hope I have not caused you any amusement. Shen An'an said nothing further, her gaze drifting to the destitute woman who had been watching them intently. With a meaningful tone, she advised, your noble intentions are commendable. Yet one must beware of excessive kindness, lest it brings misfortune upon oneself. Zhang Yeyang was momentarily taken aback, but Shen An'an had already boarded her carriage, which began to move away. He hurriedly bowed and called out, "Thank you for your reminder, Mississippi," watching the departing carriage. He remained rooted to the spot for a long while until he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve, prompting him to look down. "Sir, I have a headache." "Oh, I shall take you to see a doctor right away." He rummaged through his belongings and finally produced a few pieces of silver. Casting a sympathetic glance at the forlorn child, he gritted his teeth and scooped the child into his arms, making his way toward the medical clinic. With the woman hurrying alongside him, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. In a private room on the second floor of the tavern, the window faced their direction, allowing the observer to witness the unfolding events. Xiao Yuan lounged lazily in his chair, absently toying with the white jade ring on his thumb. He found himself inexplicably perturbed by the sight of the woman beaming at that scholar. As a prince and a youthful general, how could he possibly be inferior to that frail scholar? Why did the woman treat him with warmth, yet dismiss him so coldly? Interfering in others' affairs, he remarked. Li Huayan nodded in agreement. A mere scholar daring to meddle in such matters is truly ignorant of his own limitations. He may be called upright in a favorable light, but in less charitable terms, he is simply foolish. The officials had already made their intentions clear. Yet he still insisted on thrusting himself into danger without considering his own capabilities. Fortune smiled upon him, encountering Miss Shen, whose kindness spared him today. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences without even realizing it. There are countless ways to make someone disappear in this city, where, as long as one is not a favored noble, the rest are barely a ripple in the pond. Kind-hearted is she? Xiao Yuan shot a glance at Li Huayan. More like a fool who has had her fill. Indeed, the second prince has become increasingly reckless, brazenly so in broad daylight. It seems that official in the south holds great significance for him. Humph, Xiao Yuan scoffed. A monkey with a bow. I am not afraid of his arrogance. Rather, I fear his inaction. Wasn't that scholar supposed to be resilient and principled? Li Huayan's eyes lit up. Yes, such a person would be perfect for countering a prince. The reason commoners lack the means to challenge the powerful is due to their lack of authority. However, with support behind them, the dynamics shift entirely. Chapter 12. The strategy of feigned indifference is futile, by the way. Will you be attending the chrysanthemum banquet at the Yongning Marquette the day after tomorrow? No. Xiao Yuan replied languidly. Can the Grand Princess truly agree to this? Li Huayan inquired skeptically. She has summoned all the noble ladies of the capital, presumably to present you for consideration. At this, Xiao Yuan smirked slightly. Who wouldn't he wish to be considered? Indeed, Li Huayan conceded. It is rather amusing how the Grand Princess shows little interest in the adornments and silks that women adore, yet she is deeply passionate about matchmaking. Curiously, those she favors invariably end up together. I have heard that this time, the male guests include this year's top-ranked fresh scholars, who will engage in a talent competition. Xiao Yuan responded coolly, Princess Huaxing has reached the age of maturity. It is indeed time for her to select a husband. Is the princess truly contemplating marrying her off to a destitute new scholar? Li Huayan frowned. Indeed, Xiao Yuan sipped his tea with indifference. The Yongning Marquette has already garnered enough attention due to my aunt's remarriage. Should they further align with the powerful, it would surely provoke my father's ire. For he remains ever wary of his own son. Thus, selecting someone of modest background, possessing talent and good character, would be the most prudent choice for Huaxing. Oh, do you think there will be a talent competition for the ladies as well? Li Huayan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Xiao Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. TSK, I am not interested in women. Those from the flower houses are far superior to such ladies, and one can resolve matters with silver without any strings attached. He was a carefree soul, unaccustomed to the constraints of marriage. I am merely pondering, he continued, resting his chin on his hand, his peach blossom eyes narrowing as he regarded Xiao Yuan. In past banquets, the esteemed third miss has always been the belle of the ball, which is rather dull. Do you think this year will bring any change? Xiao Yuan paused, his hand stilling as he regarded Li Huayan with mild curiosity. Consider this. Miss Shen has just returned to the capital. Surely, Madame Shen will insist she attend. She was raised under the guidance of the esteemed grandmother Shen, who holds a significant status, rendering the third miss merely a minor player by comparison. I refuse to believe that Miss Shen lacks any abilities. After all, how could such a distinguished matriarch raise her only granddaughter to be inept? On that day at the palace banquet, her remarks were surely to avoid being matched with you. In truth, her talents may well rival those of the past. Li Huayan grew increasingly convinced of his argument. I must attend the banquet the day after tomorrow. Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise. After a moment of silence, he glanced at Xiao Yuan, who appeared pensive, his expression dark and seemingly displeased. With a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. What is the matter with you? Nothing, Xiao Yuan replied, a hint of frost in his tone. Staying in the residence is rather tedious. It would be beneficial to observe. He was intrigued to see how remarkable that woman's painting skills could be. To dare claim that his art was mere shambles. When Shen An'an arrived at Nanhua Street, the citizens had already formed an extensive queue, noticeably larger than in the previous days, creating a scene of overwhelming congestion. What is happening here? The steward, in a moment of dismay, raked his sparse hair with his hands. My lady, you have finally arrived. This morning, a throng of vagrants from the other streets have surged here, claiming that our porridge is thick and filling. Yet if this trend continues, our rice will scarcely last 5 days. At most, it will be depleted by tomorrow. Shen An'an furrowed her brow. A glance revealed that the crowd had indeed more than doubled since yesterday. The steward continued, the East Street, North Street, as well as the Duan and Chun families are also present. This is rather inappropriate. It would be akin to slapping the Duan and Chun families in the face, unnecessarily incurring their ire. Indeed, Shen An'an replied, choosing not to elaborate further. My lady, perhaps I should inform them that supplies are limited, so those at the back need not wait and can return to their own areas. Shen An'an responded, no need. No need. The steward's eyelids twitched with concern. My lady, this seems unwise. They have all come for the porridge. Why provoke the Duan and Shen families? Moreover, standing out too much can often lead to misunderstandings. Shen An'an stated, they have walked here for the porridge, indicating their dire need for it. While her words held merit, the steward continued to frown. However, being overly distinctive often places one in a vulnerable position. My lady, your kindness is commendable, yet it must be tempered with prudence. Want it not to place others in an awkward predicament. Turning to face him, Shen An'an suddenly smiled. The steward was merely concerned that the Shen family would draw too much attention and offend the Duan and Shen families. With a sigh, he acknowledged that given their master's position, they could not afford to offend them. However, Shen An'an's approach would not only alienate them, but also other benefactors. Thus, while the Shen family might gain a good reputation, it would be at the cost of others' goodwill, demonstrating a lack of understanding of social intricacies. With a dismissive smile, Shen An'an retorted, why must we be the ones to offend? Is it not better to pass the blame onto others? The steward appeared perplexed. Shen An'an smirked. Send someone to the fourth prince's residence and inform him that I have changed my mind. I wish to exchange the box of paintings and calligraphy returned yesterday for rice and flour, and I need it today. The steward was taken aback. My lady, that is the fourth prince. Do you think he will agree? The fourth prince was no fool. He would not wish to be openly manipulated or betrayed. Just tell him that after today, all debts will be cleared, and he will agree to sever ties with me, Shen An'an said with a mocking expression. Very well, the steward replied, his face rigid in compliance. Given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to attempt it. Thus, the anxious steward arrived at the gates of the fourth prince's residence, hesitating to dismount several times. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves drew near. He looked up to see a carriage bearing the emblem of the prince approaching, sending a shiver down his spine and igniting an urge to flee. Master, it seems to be the steward of the Shun residence, Qingfeng whispered. Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his bony fingers drawing back the curtain to glance outside. Fourth prince. The steward quickly alighted and bowed respectfully. Xiao Yuan regarded him with a detached expression, remaining silent for a long moment, causing the steward to break out in cold sweat. What is it? He finally spoke, stepping down from the carriage, and even before his tall figure approached, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the air. Steward Shen wished fervently for his neck to snap, so he could bow his head to the ground. The old servant had come at the behest of our young lady to demand the box of calligraphy and paintings from yesterday. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then fell silent once more. After a moment, he remarked, did she not say she would not accept waste? Steward Shun was taken aback, his legs trembling. Why had the young lady not informed him of this matter? He was utterly unprepared. Cold sweat trickled down his jaw. Landing on the bluestone pavement as he spoke in a barely audible whisper, our young lady said that gifts should be practical, and she does not fancy the calligraphy and paintings. She wishes to exchange them for rice and flour, and she needs them today. As he spoke, his voice grew almost imperceptibly faint, yet Xiao Yuan, being a martial artist, heard him clearly. He stared intently at Steward Shen, his eyes narrowing slightly, and let out a cold laugh. Just one night had passed, and Miss Shen was already having second thoughts. Did she think the fourth prince's manor was a place where she could whimsically change her mind? Steward Shen's knees buckled, and he half knelt, saying, "Our young lady desires the rice and flour to aid the common folk. I hope the fourth prince can show some compassion." He was prepared to return empty-handed, as long as he could preserve his life. What kind of man was the fourth prince? The young lady had toyed with him repeatedly. It would be merciful enough if he did not hold her accountable. What else did she say? Xiao Yuan suddenly inquired. Steward Shen hurriedly replied. She also said that if the fourth prince agrees, then from now on, we shall be free of any obligations to each other. Free of obligations. Xiao Yuan twirled the ring on his thumb, his expression inscrutable. Your Highness, I implore you to assist just this once for the sake of those refugees, Steward Shen urged. Bowing deeply, Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at him, remarking sternly, "Go back and tell her this is the last time. The favor of saving her life ends here. If she continues to play tricks, she must not blame me for my rudeness." Yes, yes, of course. Steward Shen wiped the cold sweat from his brow and scrambled to his feet. He would say anything, as long as he could obtain the rice and flour. Qingfeng, go prepare it. Yes. Qingfeng, still expressionless, asked Steward Shen, "How much do you need?" 10 bags of rice and 3 bags of flour. Qingfeng's mouth twitched. Such a quantity suggested that Miss Shen intended to shelter those refugees permanently. Follow me. All right. Steward Shen hurriedly followed Qingfeng, but an icy glare suddenly fell upon him, causing a chill to run down his neck, and he immediately halted. Your Highness, is there anything else you wish to command? Xiao Yuan squinted and said, Make sure to tell her to stop scheming against me with her underhanded tactics. The game of baiting and trapping will not work on me. Steward Shen gaped, momentarily stunned. Xiao Yuan scoffed lightly and turned to head back to the manor. She insisted she was unwilling, yet continuously entangled herself with him for various reasons, leading him to doubt her intentions. Was she employing tricks akin to those other women, albeit with greater finesse? Steward Shen hurriedly gathered the items and rushed back. The servant unloaded the rice and flour from the cart, hesitating as he approached Shen An'an's side, but her seemingly relaxed demeanor suggested that the fourth prince would surely acquiesce. My lady, did he send you a message? You seem to know quite well. What did he say? Was it a declaration to sever ties with me? Indeed, but there were other matters as well, Shen Guanjia replied cautiously. Shen An'an turned to him, her apricot eyes cold and serene. Speak. Shen Guanjia lowered his head, slightly embellishing the last words of Xiao Yuan before repeating them. For a long while, Shen An'an remained silent. Could it be that the fourth prince had guessed correctly? Shen Guanjia secretly raised his gaze, only to behold the terrifying expression on his lady's face. How self-important he was to think so highly of himself. It was absurd. A tempest of anger brewed within Shen An'an, which she struggled to suppress. Shen Guanjia dared not breathe, feeling an uncanny resemblance between her formidable aura and that of the fourth prince. Both exuded an intimidating presence. Very well. You should know how to handle the remaining matters. I shall leave it to you. I am departing now. I have brought more people from the Shen residence today, so there is little left for her to do. Understood, Shen Guanjia replied, escorting the composed Shen An'an to the carriage. Mo Xiang huddled in a corner, scarcely daring to speak. As the carriage departed, Shen Guanjia let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, news arrived that the stewards from the Duan and Chun families had come. Shen Guanjia acknowledged and adjusted his appearance before heading over. Those who could attain the position of steward were not foolish. Shen Guanjia was particularly astute. The request for porridge is a command from the fourth prince. As you are aware, a few days ago, the fourth prince assisted here, showing great concern for the people, treating them as his own children. My lady dared not voice any objections. The stewards from the Duan and Chun families were momentarily at a loss for words, exchanging glances. Shen Guanjia continued, initially, my lady prepared rice and flour comparable to that of other families, and she remarked that if this continued, the supplies would surely fall short. However, the fourth prince insisted and directly transported rice and flour from the prince's residence. Given the distinction between ruler and subject, do you think my lady would dare to speak against it? She could only comply. Alas, we too find ourselves in a difficult position. Shen Guanjia grasped the Chun family steward's arm. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see. The rice and flour from the fourth prince's residence are stored just behind. No need, no need. The man quickly declined, understanding that they could not contest the fourth prince's commands. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hurriedly took their leave. Indeed, This strategy of my ladies is truly effective. Shen Guanjia chuckled. With the fourth prince involved, I doubt any family would dare to approach us, nor hold a grudge against the Shen residents. As for the fourth prince, they would need the audacity to confront him. Chief Steward, will this not be known to the fourth prince? Could he not cause us trouble? Shen Guanjia's smile instantly froze on his face. Chapter 13. Learning to cultivate oneself upon returning to the residence. Shen An'an fortuitously encountered Shen Yuan, who had just returned from outside. She approached and knelt to pay her respects, addressing him as father. Shen Yuan regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze and remarked, I heard from your mother that you have been overseeing the porridge distribution recently, and even lent a hand personally. It was merely a trifling effort. As I had some free time, she replied modestly. A smile graced Shen Yuan's dignified face. Your willingness to contribute is commendable. It is indeed the duty of the sons and daughters of the Shen family. Father speaks truly. Shen An'an smiled in agreement. Having served through 2 dynasties, Shen Yuan's position as Grand Commandant was not a result of mere alliances, but rather his intellect and unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, he would not have resigned in shame during his previous life. Observing his daughter, Shen Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Did you just return from the palace, father? Shen An'an inquired, noticing he had not yet changed out of his official robes. Yes, there were matters to discuss in court, he replied. The father and daughter strolled along the winding corridor together. Is it regarding the floods in the south? Shen An'an suddenly asked. Shen Yuan paused, turning to look at her with surprise in his eyes. How did you know? Shen An'an also halted, speaking softly. The other day, a wave of refugees flooded Nanhua Street, many of whom were either disabled or elderly women and children. Subsequently, a group of soldiers arrived to drive them away. The steward mentioned that it was a matter well understood among the officials in the capital. I surmised. Before she could finish, Shen Yuan abruptly interrupted. Let us discuss this in the study. Shen An'an pursed her lips and followed the solemn Shen Yuan to the front courtyard study. Servants presented tea, and Shen Yuan dismissed them all before sitting behind the desk, scrutinizing the daughter he had not seen for several years. An'an, he began, there are certain truths that, even if understood, must remain unspoken. When one is powerless to change the situation, one must learn to prioritize their own well-being. Shen An'an was taken aback. Her father's words echoed her elder brother's admonitions. Yet, hearing such counsel from her upright and principled father surprised her. Shen Yuan, seemingly ashamed, lowered his head. I do not teach you to be cold-hearted. Rather, in times of helplessness, you must first learn to safeguard yourself and act within your means. After a long silence, Shen An'an softly asked, is the person behind this immensely powerful, enough to instill fear even in you, father? Her father was not one to stand idly by while such injustices unfolded before him. Unless, of course, the individual wielded tremendous power, compelling him to retreat from confrontation. Shen Yuan remained silent for a moment, exhaling deeply. There are still you and your mother to consider. I must prioritize the greater picture. His arms rested on the chair. His head bowed, revealing a countenance of profound helplessness and sorrow. In that instant, Shen An'an comprehended the gravity of the situation. The individual in question was likely a member of the royal family, and her father, as Grand Commandant, found himself powerless, far from an ordinary noble family. Though upright, her father's years in the political arena had honed his acumen, teaching him that while standing up for justice, one must also consider the safety of their family. Is it possible that even the prince cannot intervene? Shen An'an inquired solemnly. The fourth prince, despite his cold demeanor, was known to be merciful towards the common folk. Could it be that even he chose to remain indifferent? Though reluctant to acknowledge it, Xiao Yuan is indeed an exceptionally admirable prince. Born into royalty, he enjoys the privileges of luxury and comfort, yet he has at least fulfilled his responsibilities. Shen Yuan opened his mouth, finally letting out a soft sigh. An'an, the royal family is intricate. It is not as simple as you might think. Although the emperor dotes on the fourth prince, he values the stability of the great Liang dynasty above all. No ruler is free from suspicion, and the emperor detests conflicts among brothers. The fourth prince must not intervene to incite discord. Thus, the mastermind behind the scenes turns out to be a prince. A cold sweat broke out in Shen An'an's palms. No wonder those officials acted so recklessly, disregarding the authority of the gentry. There was indeed a prince backing them. The emperor despises fraternal strife, so if Xiao Yuan were to meddle, it would surely arouse the emperor's suspicion and discontent. Is it true that the higher one rises in power, the more one enjoys the spectacle? Shen An'an scoffed. Even the common folk are aware that royal conflicts are perilous. Does the emperor truly believe that if his princes do not display their discord before him, they can maintain a facade of brotherly harmony? Shen An'an frowned, casting a reproachful glance at his daughter. Mind your words. Once you leave this study, not a single word shall be uttered about this matter. Do you understand? Yes. Shen An'an replied, feigning compliance with a slight bow. You, as a young lady, should focus solely on being carefree and joyful, without concerning yourself with such political affairs. Shen An'an nodded, appearing quite obedient at that moment. By the way, your aunt has brought up your marriage again today. What are your true thoughts on the matter? Your father wishes to know, so he can make appropriate decisions for you. I do not wish to marry, Shen An'an stated bluntly. Shen An'an was taken aback, even somewhat incredulous. The fourth prince, with both talent and grace, is a suitor desired by every noble lady in the capital. Are you certain you do not want to marry him? He had never before heard of a noblewoman unwilling to wed Xiao Yuan. Did you not just mention how complex the royal family is? Do you truly wish for me to marry and compete with a host of other women? Naturally not, Shen An'an replied. Aside from those seeking to attach themselves to the royal family, which father would willingly marry his daughter into a den of wolves. He was merely surprised that his daughter would reject the fourth princess' proposal. Rest assured, as long as you do not wish it, no one can compel you. I will handle your aunt. Thank you, father, Shen An'an smiled brightly, recalling the foolishness of her past life. She once again felt a pang of regret for her past naivety. Shen An'an observed her beaming countenance, yet his expression gradually turned peculiar. This girl, could it be that during her years in Jiangnan, she has found someone she cares for? He contemplated asking, but the words caught in his throat. Never mind. His daughter was grown, and it would not be appropriate for him to inquire. He resolved to inform his wife to broach the subject instead, unless there is anything else. You may return to your courtyard and rest. Yes, father, Shen An'an replied, bowing before turning to leave, gently closing the door behind her. As she walked through the courtyard, she lifted her gaze to the azure sky and exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of pent-up frustration. Father is right. In times of helplessness, one can only focus on self-preservation. Even someone as esteemed as the Grand Commandant finds himself at a loss, while a woman confined to the inner quarters can only concern herself with seizing the fate of her later years. Miss, you have returned, exclaimed Ran, who was tidying up, turning around with evident delight upon seeing Shen An'an. The lady had just sent several exquisite dresses and jewelry for the banquet tomorrow. And with your return, you may choose what you like. Shen An'an's gaze swept over the array of dazzling adornments with an indifferent expression. You may select. Anything conventional will suffice. Ran was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the ornate box. Shouldn't a young lady be enamored with beautiful garments and accessories? Why did her own mistress appear so disinterested? I am a bit fatigued and wish to rest for a while. You may all leave. Understood. Ran organized the items and exited. Shen An'an reclined on the soft couch, not truly asleep, but rather striving to recall the events of the last chrysanthemum banquet in her previous life. She was utterly weary of engaging with those socialites and contemplated how to avoid them as much as possible the following day. After a while, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to slumber. The next morning, Madame Shen dispatched someone to assist her, stating that as it was the young lady's first banquet, she feared that Xiang and Ran might overlook certain details, potentially leading to a breach of etiquette. Very well. With Madame Shen's presence and support, Shen An'an felt free from concern, allowing them to fuss over her as they wished. After all, she held no stringent expectations for her appearance, as long as it was presentable. However, Granny Zhang was eager to adorn her like a celestial being, insisting on the most extravagant headdress to showcase her status. Shen An'an, feeling uncomfortable, turned her neck slightly. Granny Zhang, it is merely a banquet. There is no need for such extravagance. A more casual approach would suffice. You do not understand. Granny Zhang replied with a smile. Having just returned from Jiangnan, one cannot be certain that those haughty young ladies will not find fault. This headdress was bestowed upon the lady by the late empress, symbolizing nobility and honor. Such a display will compel them to think twice before speaking. Shen An'an glanced at her reflection in the bronze mirror, taking in the lavish golden peony headdress, strikingly beautiful yet somewhat heavy. In her previous life, her mother had disapproved of her attending the banquet, preventing her from ever seeing this adornment. Granny Zhang produced a box of rouge from the case, gently dabbing a touch of crimson on Shen An'an's lips. The already stunning visage was instantly enhanced, exuding even greater allure. Beautiful. You are in the bloom of youth. And this is only fitting, Granny Zhang exclaimed, marveling at the fortune of her striking beauty, which could have been a source of misfortune had she belonged to a common household. Shen An'an rose to admire her reflection, her crimson lips curving into a subtle smile. Granny Zhang possessed a keen eye for matching. The ostentatious yet elegant hairpiece paired with a subtly refined peach-hued gown exuded grace and dignity without the vulgarity of excessive opulence. At that moment, Shen An'an felt a fleeting daze, having forgotten how long it had been since she had felt so radiant and vivacious. Chapter 14. She comes to entice men the last time. It must have been an eternity ago in the secluded chambers, a lifetime apart. It's getting late, my lady. We must take our leave, Zhang Mama gently called her back to reality. Indeed. Outside the gates, a carriage awaited, and as Madame Shen stood to one side, she turned her head upon hearing footsteps, her expression momentarily startled, swiftly transforming into one of awe. Mother. Shen An'an offered a graceful curtsy. Very well. Madame Shen grasped her hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. An'an, you are truly beautiful. Radiant yet dignified, exuberant without being overpowering, gentle yet resplendent. Everything is just perfect. Upon our return, Zhang Mama will bestow her rewards. Thank you, madam. It is entirely due to the lady's natural beauty. She looks splendid no matter how she adorns herself. The group boarded the carriage, laughter and joy accompanying them as they made their way to the Yongning Marquis's residence. During the journey, Madame Shen briefly elaborated on the circumstances of the Yongning Marquis's household. Although Shen An'an was already aware, she listened attentively. The heir of the Yongning Marquis was indeed a remarkable figure, talented and charming, while he might not rival the fourth prince. He was certainly one of the most sought-after young men in the capital. Shen An'an nodded with a smile. That individual, much like Li Huayan, was a loyal follower of Xiao Yuan, yet he paled in comparison to Li Huayan, who was blind and foolishly enamored with Duan Mengmeng. In her previous life, he had taken great pleasure in ridiculing her, finding fault at every turn. She understood her mother's intentions, yet Ling Chenyu could never be her husband. Pondering this, a playful smile danced upon her lips. If her memory served her correctly, Ling Chenyu had indeed taken a fancy to Duan Mengmeng at the chrysanthemum banquet, all due to a painting. It was said that on that day, the princess had organized a contest of talents, and Duan Mengmeng, the foremost talent, had undoubtedly claimed the top honor, garnering applause and winning the hearts of numerous young men, with Ling Chenyu among them. In this lifetime, perhaps she should stir the pot a little. An'an, we have arrived. What are you thinking about? Madame Shen's voice broke through her reverie, and she realized they had indeed reached the Yongning Marquis's estate. Outside the gates, a flurry of activity ensued, with servants of the Marquis respectfully greeting each distinguished guest arriving for the banquet and ushering them into the courtyard. Madame Shen and the other ladies exchanged pleasantries and laughter upon encountering acquaintances. As soon as Madame Shen alighted from the carriage, she engaged in conversation with another lady, while Shen An'an stood dutifully behind her. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted, and she turned her head to see a gallant steed rounding the corner, followed closely by a carriage. The man atop the horse was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, clad in a fitted dark attire that accentuated his robust physique. His hair was elegantly tied back, and his expression was austere, every contour exuding a sharp, icy demeanor. His mere presence captivated many young women, leaving them momentarily speechless, their eyes wide with admiration. Shen An'an's gaze swept past Xiao Yuan and landed on the carriage trailing behind. Was it from the Duan residence? Was Duan Mengmeng inside? Xiao Yuan disregarded the adoring glances cast by the ladies and suddenly focused on a slender figure within the crowd. The jewels adorning her head did not detract from her beauty. The simple gown only served to accentuate her delicate features, radiant as a blossoming peach. He narrowed his eyes, pondering whether her striking appearance indicated she had come to the banquet or merely to entice men. An'an. Shen An'an glanced back, her gaze momentarily meeting the profound black eyes of Xiao Yuan, before she calmly turned away, treating the encounter as mere air. As he approached, Xiao Yuan tossed the reins to a servant and dismounted. Not far off, his keen ears caught the conversation between Shen An'an and Madame Lu. Madame Lu is praising you. What are you thinking? Madame Shen said with a smile. Shen An'an lowered her eyes, feigning the shyness typical of a young lady receiving compliments, momentarily lost in thought and thus appearing impolite. It's quite all right, Madame Lu said, her eyes nearly glued to Shen An'an. I often heard your mother speak of you, but having never seen you until now, I must say you truly resemble the snow gathered under the moon, possessing an ethereal beauty. Oh, Miss Lu is charming as well. You flatter me, Madame Lu, Madame Shen replied, holding Shen An'an's hand in modesty. though pride shone on her face. If my daughter were to possess even half of Miss Shen's beauty, I would wake from my dreams with a smile. Laughter erupted among the group. Xiao Yuan, with a hint of derision on his lips, remained motionless. Duan Mingming lifted the carriage curtain. Basking in the envious glances directed at her, feeling bashful and hopeful that Xiao Yuan would assist her alighting from the carriage. To her surprise, he turned his back. His head slightly bowed, lost in his own thoughts. "Senior brother," she called out softly. It seemed he heard her, yet he did not respond, merely tilting his head slightly without turning around. "Miss, allow me to assist you," a maid offered, providing Duan Mingming an opportunity to descend. And she could only bite her red lips and step down slowly. Shen An'an showed little interest in their affairs, for Madame Lu was presently probing the matter of her marriage. An'an has just returned. I thought to keep her for 2 more years before discussing suitors. Such a well-behaved and lovely daughter. I too would wish to keep her for 2 years, but that does not conflict with choosing a husband. If a suitable match arises, it would be wise to settle it early. Madame Shen nodded in agreement. Madame Lu continued, "My son, who has been disappointing, has also passed the imperial examination this year. Though not at the top, he has earned a degree. His character is good, not the idle sort." Madame Shen glanced at Shen An'an, politely stating, "Madame Lu, you underestimate. Your son is indeed among the elite of the official families." "Oh, you flatter me. I shall definitely take him to visit you when the opportunity arises," Madame Lu beamed, eagerly discussing dates with Madame Shen, as if she could not wait to finalize matters. Shen An'an obediently followed the 2 women inside, her steps delicate and graceful, embodying the demeanor of a noble lady. Xiao Yuan's heavy gaze lingered on the shade of peach pink. This woman, so adept at feigning innocence. Just days ago, she had rejected his marriage proposal, and now she adorned herself like a peacock to attract men. Was she truly so fearful of remaining unmarried? "Senior brother." Duan Mingming followed his gaze, her red lips nearly drawing blood from her bite. "Do you like the girl from the Shen family?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan withdrew his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Duan Mingming. "I dislike others speculating about my affairs." His voice remained calm, yet a sharp edge lay beneath. Duan Mingming's face paled. "It is merely that Mingming spoke too freely. I overstepped. However, my grandfather has not been well lately. If senior brother has time, might you visit him?" The esteemed elder of the Duan family once imparted wisdom to Xiao Yuan, fostering a bond that ran deep. Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, "I have matters to discuss with the princess. You may enter alone." With that, he strode purposefully into the estate. "However, I'm not on my way to see the Duke of Yongning," Duan Mingming muttered under her breath. Their paths were clearly aligned. No sooner had Xiao Yuan departed than a young lady approached Duan Mingming. "How is it that Miss Duan has accompanied the 4th prince today?" "My elder brother is visiting my grandfather. It was merely a coincidence," Duan Mingming replied, maintaining her composure. "I observe that the 4th prince appears to have a special regard for you. Perhaps Miss Duan could seize the opportunity." A girl jested, her tone playful. After all, she hailed from a distinguished family and was renowned as the foremost talented maiden, with her grandfather being the 4th prince's mentor. "Marriages are arranged by parents and matchmakers. It is not for us to speculate," Duan Mingming said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. The young ladies exchanged glances, pondering if the Duan family had indeed commenced negotiations for a match with the 4th prince. With a bashful smile, Duan Mingming stepped into the Duke's residence. Meanwhile, Shen An'an accompanied Madame Shen to pay respects to the Duchess of Yongning. She kept her head lowered, striving to minimize her presence as she joined the others in bowing. The princess was not one to uphold airs. Rather, she was affable and approachable, possessing a bright and straightforward disposition. However, in her previous life, due to various actions, she had harbored a dislike for the princess, even to the point of resentment. Thus, she resolved to avoid any interaction, fearing a clash of energies. "This must be the young lady who has just returned from Jiangnan," the princess's warm voice suddenly interjected. "Indeed, it is." Madame Shen shifted slightly, allowing the princess a clearer view of Shen An'an. She was indeed a beauty, strikingly lovely. The princess's eyes glimmered with astonishment, feeling somewhat regretful for her 4th nephew. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness," Shen An'an replied with a graceful bow, adhering to the etiquette impeccably. The princess nodded, suddenly pondering if this gentle demeanor was perhaps too mild. If she were truly to match with that taciturn fellow, she might find herself wronged. That rascal ought to be paired with someone more spirited to thrive. "Your Highness," a young maid hastily entered, "the 4th prince has come to see you." A smile of delight graced the princess's face as she addressed the noble ladies in the room. "Do continue your conversation. I shall return shortly." With that, the princess departed, and the previously subdued chatter grew considerably louder. Shen An'an listened to the ladies exchange flattery, feeling a twinge of boredom. Suddenly, someone proposed that the young ladies should retreat to the back garden to admire the chrysanthemums. Naturally, the youthful girls could hardly remain seated, and upon hearing they could leave, they rose in unison. Shen An'an seized the opportunity to inform Madame Shen and followed the throng into the garden. In both this life and her previous one, she had few friends. She trailed behind the young ladies, oblivious to the fact that someone lingered even further behind her. As she listened to the group ahead lavishing compliments on Duan Mingming, a sardonic smile tugged at her lips. She pondered whether she should also participate in the contest of talents, aiming to overshadow her reputation as the foremost talented maiden. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, her right ankle was struck with considerable force, causing her entire body to lose balance and lurch forward. As the few individuals ahead heard the commotion and turned around, Shen An'an caught a fleeting glimpse of mirth in Duan Mingming's eyes. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands supported her arms, causing both individuals to stumble slightly. Fortunately, they did not fall clumsily to the ground. Cold sweat beaded on Shen An'an's forehead, and Mo Xiang hurriedly came forward to assist her. "Miss Duan, are you all right?" Shen An'an inquired, glancing at the woman who had just helped her. "I'm fine," she replied softly, gently rubbing her wrist. Shen An'an observed that her hand was half red and predicted it would swell by the next day. "The cobblestone path is uneven. Be careful, Miss Shen," Duan gently advised. "Thank you, Miss Duan." Shen An'an expressed her gratitude, then turned her icy gaze towards Duan Mingming. The girl beside her seemed to have been walking just behind her moments ago. Duan Mingming, feeling guilty, averted her eyes and spoke with a less than pleasant tone. "Sister, are you not leaving? Do you intend to stay with the Shen family girl?" Duan frowned slightly. "You go ahead. She has injured her foot, and I will accompany her for a while." A flash of malice crossed Duan Mingming's eyes, yet she maintained a smile. "Sister, you are so kind-hearted. With you looking after Miss Shen, I can rest easy. We shall take our leave now." Duan nodded, and once they departed, she said to Shen An'an, "There is a pavilion over there. We can rest there." "All right," Shen An'an replied. Her foot injury was not severe, and after resting for a while, it no longer pained her much. Sitting in the pavilion, coldness lingered in Shen An'an's eyes. She had yet to seek trouble with her. "Miss Shen, please drink some water slowly." Duan offered her a cup. Shen An'an smiled and thanked her. Duan Ying shook her head. "It's nothing. I, too, did not wish to be among them, so I seized the opportunity to slip away." "You need not dwell on it, Miss Shen." Shen An'an smiled faintly, lowering her head to sip the tea. Duan was kind-hearted, a person who sought no conflict. Yet it was precisely this trait that led her to be schemed against by Duan Mingming in her previous life, ultimately resulting in her distant marriage. "The girl who just harmed me, she belongs to the minister's residence, does she not?" Shen An'an casually inquired. Duan Ying paused, lowering her gaze in silence. After a long moment, she softly uttered an apology. She understood her sister well. Others might not see it, but she recognized that the Qin family girl acted under Duan Mingming's instigation. "My sister holds deep affections for the fourth prince. Perhaps she has misunderstood Miss Shen. I will persuade her to apologize to you." If Miss Duan could persuade her, she would not have chosen to distance herself, Shen An'an replied with a smile. Duan Ying choked on her words, unable to respond for a while. The two sat in silence, listening to the laughter and chatter of the young ladies. It appeared that Duan had always been aware of Duan Mingming's true nature, yet she remained silent, even when schemed against, never voicing her grievances. Shen An'an found herself at a loss as to whether to deem her excessively kind or foolish, or perhaps it was the bond of sisterhood that bound her. It was a pity that her affection for her sister was not reciprocated by Duan Mingming, who did not regard her as an elder sister. Chapter 15. The triumph of success and the wedding night. After sitting in silence for a while, Duan Ying found an excuse to take her leave. Mo Xiang brought ice wrapped in cloth to soothe Shen An'an's ankle, which was only slightly strained and not truly swollen, merely experiencing a mild burning pain. "Miss, that Shen girl must have acted intentionally. How could a lady from the prestigious family of a minister be so lacking in decorum?" "Indeed," Shen An'an replied indifferently, her gaze drifting towards a few scholarly men in coarse robes approaching from a distance. The garments they wore were likely the best they could present, yet they appeared utterly shabby amidst the opulence of the officials. "Brother Yi Yang, now that you have a beauty by your side, it is indeed a day of triumph and romance." Enough with the teasing. The man at the center of attention sighed, looking somewhat wearied. "What is the matter with that woman? Could it be that she has truly become attached to you?" Zhang Yiyang smiled wryly at his companions. "I do not know. She claims to have nowhere to go and refuses to leave. Otherwise, she threatens to take her own life. You are aware of my situation. I have but a single room barely able to shield from the elements. I cannot simply stand by and watch her and her child sleep on the streets. But she was a wandering refugee before she met you. Was she not already sleeping on the streets? One scholar remarked dryly. Zhang Yiyang paused, taken aback. You, my friend, must have been ensnared in a trap. I have long warned you that excessive kindness can lead to trouble. Now that you have just achieved your scholarly title, you find yourself entangled with a woman and her child. How will you extricate yourself from this predicament? Li's words hold merit, another chimed in. Brother Yiyang, kindness must be tempered with wisdom. Do not harm yourself in the process. In my opinion, you should resolutely send that mother and child away. Even if it means giving them some silver, it is better than risking your future. Indeed, if this continues, you may find it impossible to break free. It will not be easy. That woman, clinging to a child, sees Brother Yiyang as her lifeline and is unlikely to relinquish her hold. Precisely. Any sensible person knows that even if she cannot become the official wife, being a concubine to Brother Yiyang would be a significant improvement over her previous life. The group furrowed their brows, each racking their brains to offer Zhang Yuyang advice. Brother Yuyang, what are your thoughts? After a prolonged silence, they realized Zhang Yuyang had not responded. Turning around, they found him, seemingly lost in thought, gazing intently at a particular spot, his face flushed with emotion. Following his gaze, they turned to the pavilion in the garden and were momentarily taken aback. In that instant, all present endeavored to recall the poetic descriptions of celestial beauty from their books. The woman's noble bearing and graceful demeanor left them utterly astounded. Shen An'an took a delicate sip of tea, and suddenly, the murmurings around her ceased. She lifted her eyes to the group of scholars and fortuitously locked gazes with Zhang Yiyang, who was staring directly at her. Out of courtesy, she smiled, her lips curving into a radiant bloom akin to a peony, dazzling to the eye. A breath was drawn, and someone softly uttered, "The lotus does not compare to the beauty adorned. The breeze of the water palace carries the fragrance of pearls and jade. I had always presumed the sage exaggerated, yet I find there truly exists such a beauty." Zhang Yiyang abruptly returned to his senses from that smile, hastening a few steps to nudge his companions. "Do not stare. We must not offend the young lady." Reluctantly, they withdrew their gazes. This was the residence of the Marquis of Yongning, and that young lady, with her graceful demeanor, was certainly of extraordinary lineage, far beyond the reach of mere scholars like themselves. Zhang Yiyang led the dazed group onward. One inquired, "Brother Yiyang, do you know that young lady?" Zhang Yiyang paused for a moment, his head slightly bowed. "It cannot be said that I know her. It was merely a chance encounter." "Oh?" Intrigued, they pressed for more details. Zhang Yiyang, maintaining a solemn tone, replied, "She is the daughter of General Shen. How could we dare to discuss her? I have no standing to be acquainted with her." Indeed, from General Shen's household? The group expressed surprise, realizing her status was no ordinary one. Yet they hadn't anticipated it to be so exalted. Those who had previously inquired fell silent in unison. The daughter of the esteemed Shen family could not possibly be familiar with Yiyang. Such pedigree was beyond their discourse. They departed the garden and returned to the front courtyard, while Zhang Yiyang, agitated, found himself glancing back repeatedly. My stomach feels somewhat unwell. You all may return first. I shall follow shortly." His companions, glancing at him, harbored no doubts and bid him farewell. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Yiyang wrestled with his thoughts before ultimately retracing his steps. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan exited his conversation with the princess and encountered the heir of the Marquis of Yongning, Ling Chenyu. "I've kept you waiting long. At last, you've emerged." Unlike Xiao Yuan's stern demeanor, Ling Chenyu possessed a gentle, scholarly air. "Where is Li Huayan? Rarely do I not see him by your side today. My aunt has invited half of the young ladies in the capital. How could he possibly have the leisure to accompany me?" Ling Chenyu smiled. "Those young ladies are hardly within his reach. His audacity knows no bounds." As they spoke, they made their way to the circular pavilion by the lake in the rear garden. "Today's chrysanthemum banquet is partially in your honor. You must take a good look. Even if we cannot finalize this election for the fourth prince's consort, we should at least have some candidates in mind." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, replying, "I am not in a hurry. The pressing matter lies with Huaxing's marriage." Ling Chenyu fell silent for a moment. Among the scholars, only one possesses both character and talent worth mentioning. Further observation is warranted. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Ling Chenyu then redirected the conversation back to himself. "Today, the third daughter of the Duan family is also present. She is your junior sister, possesses notable talent, and hails from a good family. It is apparent she harbors feelings for you. I deem her a most suitable candidate. There are many suitable candidates. She is not the only one here today. Xiao Yuan replied with indifference. Ling Chenyu turned his head to regard him. Are you implying there are others? Cousin, do you perhaps have someone in mind? No. Xiao Yuan stood by the lakeside, gazing at the shimmering surface. What I mean is, there are others from good families as well. Ling Chani furrowed his brow in contemplation. Aside from her, the only eligible candidate was the daughter of the Minister of War, Chun, who barely qualified. Are you referring to her? Xiao Yuan shot him a glance, remaining silent. Yet, Ling Chani felt a chill run through him under that dark gaze. Had he misspoken? Suddenly, voices emerged from the other side of the pavilion. It was indeed quieter here. The young ladies in the garden were chattering incessantly and frequently casting furtive glances at the girl. Most disconcertingly, their looks were far from friendly. At that moment, Shen An'an crossed the small bridge of the pavilion and perched herself on a stone pedestal, gazing down. The lake was crystal clear, with glimpses of koi swimming gracefully beneath the surface, their vibrant hues infusing the water with vitality and charm. Which family does that girl belong to? She is quite striking. Yet I have never seen her before, Ling Chani pondered aloud. Xiao Yuan's gaze settled on the young woman atop the stone pedestal as he replied in a soft tone. She is from the Shen family. Ling Chani was taken aback, astonishment replacing his previous admiration. Is she the eldest daughter of the Shen family who rejected your marriage proposal at the palace banquet? He had not attended the banquet himself, but had heard much about it. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow. The Empress Dowager Shun was merely sentimental. There was no outright rejection. That is true, Ling Chani chuckled awkwardly, though his eyes remained fixed on the slender figure of the girl. Undeniably, the Shun girl possessed an unparalleled beauty. Xiao Yuan, catching sight of Ling Chani's infatuated gaze, felt a dark cloud settle over his ink-black eyes. Such superficiality, how could you be so shallow? Ling Chani smiled in response. Beauty is indeed a source of delight. Such exquisite things always lift one's spirits and captivate the eye. Besides, without proper acquaintance, how can one hastily judge her as merely a pretty face, devoid of talent and grace? Xiao Yuan scoffed coldly, his expression visibly darkening. He knew she was ostentatious, dressed provocatively, clearly eager for the attention of other men. Wait, Ling Chani suddenly squinted. Is that scholar the newly appointed Jincher from this year? What is he doing here? And it seems he is here for the Shen girl. Do they know each other? If Xiao Yuan's expression had been merely dark moments ago, it now morphed into something foreboding. My mother has chosen him as a candidate, but Ling Chani raised an eyebrow at Zhang Yeyang, who was nervously approaching Shen An'an. Surely they cannot be harboring some secret affair? If that is the case, then neither of them is of good character. I hope they do not tarnish my estate. Silence. Xiao Yuan's voice was sharp, his gaze piercing as it fixed on the two by the pavilion. They were both martial artists, capable of overhearing their conversation. Seeing Shen An'an smile tenderly at the scholar sent a chill coursing through Xiao Yuan. She was all charm and grace with him, yet so submissive with other men. Her eyes nearly sparkling with allure. Xiao Yuan pressed his lips into a thin line, his fingers unconsciously clenching. What a coincidence, Mr. Zhang is also present. Zhang Yeyang nervously tugged at his sleeves. No, I came specifically to find you. He halted 2 steps away from Shen An'an, fearful of being too forward. On that day, I expressed my gratitude to the young lady for her guidance. Regrettably, he did not comprehend it at the time, and by the time he realized its significance, it was already somewhat too late. Shen An'an smiled gently, remarking that it was merely a trifling effort, and Mr. Zhang need not take it to heart. Zhang Yeyang gazed vacantly at her smile, his lips curling into a faint smile in return. Though he had encountered noble women before, none had exuded the warmth and kindness that this young lady did, her eyes devoid of disdain, and every word she spoke to him was imbued with courtesy, striking at the very core of his being. Having just caught a few agreeable words, I find some truth in what the young gentleman's friend articulated. Benevolence must be approached with discernment and tailored to individuals and circumstances. What do you think, sir? Zhang Yeyang, startled, averted his gaze in embarrassment, acknowledging her reminder with a sense of guilt, assuring her that he would promptly attend to the matter regarding that woman. His tone suggested a vow, yet sensing the awkwardness, he stammered in explanation. I did not mean it that way. What I meant was, I understand, sir, there is no need for concern. Shen An'an offered a faint smile, suggesting that since there were many eyes present today, if he had no further business, he ought to proceed to the front courtyard. Oh. Yes, quite right. Zhang Yeyang hastily stepped back, admitting his oversight, and requested her understanding. With that, he departed without a backward glance, his footsteps hurried and disordered. How amusing that this young gentleman blushes so easily when he speaks, remarked Mo Xiang with a laugh. Shen An'an also smiled subtly, among the sons of officials. A man of such integrity and sincerity is indeed a rarity, though perhaps he is overly compassionate. Yet, if he can discern right from wrong, that is commendable. For love is ephemeral, and life is long, guided solely by conscience. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes flickered, and a notion surfaced within her. Ling Qinyu's sharp gaze gradually softened, transforming into a gentler demeanor. His mother had an eye for character. The young man was decent enough, but his demeanor suggested he harbored special feelings for the young lady Shen. Humph, Xiao Yuan sneered dismissively, questioning what right he had. Ling Qinyu's lips twitched slightly as he cast a sideways glance at Xiao Yuan. Just moments ago, he had spoken of marrying his sister to that scholar. Was it truly wise for him to express such sentiments? Having known him for over a decade, he considered himself fairly well acquainted with him. It seemed you harbored quite a disdain for that scholar. Has he offended you in some manner? Not at all. If he had, he wouldn't have lived to see today. Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at Shen An'an, who was perched on the stone pedestal, before turning away, his retreating figure emanating an air of frostiness. Ling Qinyue raised an eyebrow, ultimately shaking his head in confusion as he followed suit. Chapter 16. The competition. Shen An'an suddenly felt a chill breeze sweep across her back. Frowning, she turned to glance behind her, puzzled by the sudden drop in temperature. Perhaps it's the strong wind by the lake. You might consider returning to the banquet hall, she suggested. Yes, that sounds reasonable, Shen An'an replied, rising to retrace her steps. Upon her return to the banquet hall, she found that the ladies had nearly all returned as well. Duan Mingming's gaze swept over Shen An'an's feet, and a mocking smile curled at her lips. Miss Shen, have you come to participate in the painting competition set by the princess? A young lady beside Duan Mingming chimed in cheerfully. Everyone in the capital knows that the third young lady of the Duan family possesses exceptional painting skills, rivaling those of the fourth prince. This question was clearly intended to embarrass Shen An'an. Indeed, how would Miss Li know? Shen An'an responded with a charming smile. Miss Li faltered momentarily, taken aback that Shen An'an dared to engage. After all, she was merely a country girl raised in the countryside, oblivious to the happenings of the capital. Third Miss Duan, it seems you have a rival at this chrysanthemum banquet, one might say, yet the expression on Miss Li's face was laced with derision, revealing her disdain for Shen An'an. Duan Miming smiled gently, her voice soft and delicate. It's merely a small competition. What does it matter who is a rival? We are all friends here. Humph. Shen An'an shot her a cold glare. In her previous life, she had admired Duan Mingming's pretentiousness and her skill in acting, which had left her envious, something she could never emulate in front of Xiao Yuan. Surely, third Miss Duan does not misunderstand Miss Li's words as flattery. How bold of you to respond. Is it that the competition has yet to commence, and you are already confident of clinching first place? Shen An'an mimicked her gentle tone. But her words caused Duan Mingming's expression to shift abruptly. Was she implying that Duan Mingming was overly self-important? Duan Mingming raised her eyes to meet Shen An'an's beaming smile, her narrowed gaze harboring a chilling anger. At that moment, Miss Li interjected. Who in the entire capital is unaware that Mingming is the foremost talent, a master in painting? Only you, country bumpkin, would remain oblivious and speak so sarcastically. Enough, Duan Mingming gently interrupted Miss Li. Miss Shun is right. The competition has not yet begun, so refrain from speaking recklessly. What if Miss Shun is concealing her true talents? My little tricks would only serve to humiliate myself. A few of them scoffed, as if they had heard a great joke. Has the third young lady forgotten the events of the palace banquet? Miss Shun could not showcase even a single talent. Concealing one's abilities? More like an inability to produce anything worthwhile. Duan Mingming smiled, but remained silent. She too believed that if Shen An'an possessed any capabilities, she would have showcased them at the palace banquet instead of losing the opportunity to wed the fourth prince. Reflecting on this, Duan Mingming felt a pang of discomfort. Who was she to compete with Shen An'an for the affection of her childhood friend, simply because of her noble aunt, the imperial concubine? Shen An'an's gaze settled on the young lady who had spoken earlier. Naturally, I cannot present my talents, especially since you were present that day. How could my skills be displayed before someone who merely wishes to ridicule? The young lady's face flushed with indignation. But Shen An'an had already turned and walked away with poise. A group of dogs that can only bark endlessly hardly warrants discussion. What did you converse about with those young ladies? Madame Shun inquired, grasping her hand. Shen An'an smirked slightly, saying it was nothing significant. Merely exchanging pleasantries and mentioning the upcoming painting competition. Indeed, Madame Shun nodded with a smile, remarking that she had heard the crown princess had prepared a prize this year. Undoubtedly a coveted treasure among the young ladies, though its nature remained a mystery. The preferences of these young women typically included silks and satins, cosmetics, and various ornaments of gold and jade. And, of course, men. Perhaps, but the prize offered by the crown princess would surely be extraordinary. Likely something procured from the palace. However, the value of the item was secondary, for what the young ladies truly desired was reputation. Today's chrysanthemum banquet would host numerous noble sons, and acquiring a good reputation could greatly benefit their prospects for marriage. For women, a virtuous name and talent are of utmost importance. Will you give it a try, An'an? Madame Shen asked. Of course, I must try, An'an replied. Even if I do not win a prize, I cannot be forever labeled as a fool, as that would bring shame upon my mother. Madame Shen playfully poked her forehead and chuckled. You child. However, this aligned perfectly with her intentions, as she was also considering seizing the opportunity to find her a suitable husband. Just as they were speaking, everyone suddenly turned their gaze towards the entrance. And Shen An'an followed suit, spotting a gentle and graceful young lady gliding in. This was the youngest daughter of the crown princess, Princess Huasheng, and An'an's eyes remained fixed upon her, for she was acutely aware that Huasheng was a pitiable figure ensnared in the web of power, the only one who had been kind to her apart from her family. Alas, her abilities were insufficient to protect her friend. Mother. Huasheng offered a delicate curtsy to the crown princess, every movement exuding an almost unbearable gentleness. Rise, my dear, the ladies have been awaiting your arrival. Huasheng smiled shyly, apologizing for the delay caused by certain matters. Immediately, someone chimed in, assuring her it was of no consequence, and a chorus of voices surrounded her, lavishing praise as if she were not of this world. With a smile, Huasheng slightly pursed her lips, revealing her impatience. All right, please take your seats. The banquet is about to commence, and there will be a talent competition later, which I am sure the young ladies are eager for. Yes, Huasheng replied, bowing slightly as she took her seat beside the crown princess. Her gaze swept across the room, and upon meeting An'an's friendly smile, she returned the gesture. That girl seemed somewhat endearing, though this was their first encounter. Shaking off her thoughts, the maids began to file in with the dishes, and the ladies instinctively ceased their chatter, beginning to dine. It is often said that men revel in song and dance. Today, let us ladies indulge as well. For how can fine food and wine be enjoyed without the company of beautiful women? The crown princess jested, clapping her hands, and soon a troop of songstresses entered, their flowing sleeves adding a touch of liveliness to the once quiet banquet. The ladies observed closely, pondering why their men were so enamored with song and dance, or rather, with women who danced. At the banquet, fruit wine was prepared, yet the young ladies refrained from indulging, as they were poised for the upcoming talent competition. After all, the accolades presented by the princess were symbols of status and honor. In contrast, Shen An'an was genuinely lost in the revelry, fully immersed in the intoxicating melodies and dances. The fruit wine, infused with a refreshing aroma, slid down her throat, complementing the graceful movements of the beautiful performers in the hall, creating an exquisite experience. Huasheng also enjoyed the fruit wine, but just as she poured her second cup, a matron beside the princess intervened, preventing her from continuing. Reluctantly, she set down the wine jug, her gaze wandering until it landed on Shen An'an. That girl was undeniably charming. She beckoned a maid to her side and inquired softly, "Which family does she belong to?" The maid followed her gaze and replied, "She is the eldest daughter of the Shen family, just returned from Jiangnan." Really? Huasheng expressed her surprise, having assumed she was merely a cousin from the Shen family. Hadn't it been said that the Shen girls were rather dull and unappealing? This young woman was in stark contrast to the rumors. Shen An'an's eyes gradually darkened, as if sensing the scrutiny behind her. She turned her head and flashed a smile at the elevated Huasheng. Huasheng was momentarily taken aback. Not only men, but even she herself was nearly entranced by that fleeting moment with Shen An'an. What a pity it would be if she were to fall for her fourth cousin. Marrying her brother would suffice as well. The maid's eyelids twitched slightly, listening to her lady's words. How could the distinguished fourth prince be subjected to the whims of a mere girl? The princess's tendency to judge by appearances was becoming increasingly pronounced. However, Huasheng mused that marrying such a beautiful sister-in-law would surely brighten her days. At that moment, a matron navigated through the crowd towards the princess. Lowering her voice to report, "Your Highness, the competition among the male guests has concluded." The princess replied, shifting her gaze from the dancers, who claimed the top honor. Your Highness, neither the fourth prince nor the heir participated. The standout was a scholar from a humble background, named Zhang Yeyang. A satisfied smile graced the princess's lips as she cast a glance at Huasheng. Understood, you may leave now. With a silent nod, the matron departed. Yet, Huasheng found her interest in the performances waning. She lowered her head, seemingly fixated on the dishes before her, lost in thought, and remained motionless for quite some time. After a while, the banquet finally drew to a close, and the princess led everyone to the rear garden, where tables and art supplies had already been arranged. Shen An'an's cheeks were flushed, yet her eyes remained clear. Madame Shen is worried and warned you not to drink too much. Look at your rosy complexion. If you feel unwell, we can return home, she said. It's nothing to worry about, mother, Shen An'an replied with a smile. Just then, a maid approached with a tray, saying, Miss Shen, this is the hangover soup prepared by my lady for you. Please drink some, it will refresh you. Shen An'an paused, scanning the crowd but failing to spot Huasheng. Where is your lady? She inquired. My lady is unwell and has returned to rest. Shen An'an responded softly, reflecting that in her previous life, she had not been present during the talent competition, and thus these events had not transpired. Please extend my gratitude to your esteemed princess, she said, as she took the soup bowl, drank it in one gulp, and returned it to the tray. The young maid curtsied and departed. Curious, Madame Shen inquired, An'an, what connection do you share with the princess? Why does she treat you so kindly? Shen An'an smiled as she came back to her senses. Perhaps it is a case of familiarity at first sight. She may simply like me. In her previous life, Huasheng had indeed held great affection for her, though it was not the immediate fondness that one might expect, but rather a sentiment that blossomed after Shen An'an's marriage to Xiao Yuan. Everyone, including her family, had harbored doubts about this union, and eventually, she too began to question her choice, pondering whether her stubbornness had led her astray. Only Huasheng had expressed envy for Shen An'an's resolve and courage to pursue love without hesitation. Regrettably, she herself bore too many burdens to possess such bravery. It remained uncertain whether Huasheng was resigned to the tragic conclusion of Shen An'an's story. It is often said that individuals tend to romanticize paths not taken, lamenting their original choices, yet only through experience do they recognize the thorns that accompany each step. As the competition commenced, the daughters of the Chun and Li families showcased their talents. In the spacious garden, numerous tables and chairs were arranged for the young ladies to display their skills, while the mothers watched intently, filled with anticipation. Do not feel burdened. Victory or defeat matters not. Simply demonstrate that you possess some talent, Madame Shen reassured her daughter. After the palace banquet, several malicious rumors had circulated, which Madame Shen had already heard whispers of. Do not worry, mother. Duan Mingming's painting skills are at best mediocre. I truly do not regard her as a threat, Shen An'an replied confidently. One by one, the young ladies took their turns, critiqued by the princess and a lady from the Hanlin Academy. Initially, a few of the girls managed to impress, but once Duan Mingming stepped forward with a stunning autumn chrysanthemum painting, she captured the princess's favor, standing out until the very end. It appears that the top honor will once again belong to Miss Duan, the princess remarked with a smile. But there are still contestants who have not yet performed. Mingming cannot claim the top spot just yet, she continued, her gaze warm. For reasons unknown, Duan Mingming felt that the princess was treating her with an unusual kindness today. Are there any other young ladies remaining? Before Duan Mingming could respond, Shen An'an stood up. Your Highness, there is also a subject from our household. The princess's brow twitched slightly before she smiled. Miss Shen wishes to try her hand as well? Initially, Shen An'an had not intended to participate, but the princess had offered a reward, prompting her to seize the opportunity. The princess nodded. Very well, let us begin. Instantly, a maid spread paper and ink for her. Shen An'an strolled over, contemplating for a moment before picking up the brush and starting to paint. The table was positioned at a distance from the ladies, preventing them from seeing what Shen An'an was creating. They could only observe her seemingly casual brushwork. Madame Shen's heart began to race, for her daughter's technique was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of her late mother-in-law's skill. Evidently, the Grand Princess also perceived the situation, her previously indifferent expression gradually transforming into one of solemnity. She cast a sidelong glance at Duan Mingming, her brows slightly furrowed, as if caught in a moral quandary. Should she act with impartiality? Or should she fulfill her fourth nephew's wishes and present the auspicious gift to Miss Duan-san? Though he had not explicitly stated it, the very act of personally delivering the gift certainly signified his intentions towards Miss Duan-san. As her mind waged an internal battle, a maidservant presented the ink painting completed by Shen An'an. The Grand Princess stared at the artwork for a considerable time, casting aside all trivial thoughts. She realized that her fourth nephew could not be swayed. She must uphold fairness and justice. The painting, though it might seem exaggerated in description, was indeed remarkably lifelike. Especially the butterfly poised upon the chrysanthemum, which served as the piece de resistance. While both works depicted chrysanthemums, Miss Duanshan's rendition paled in comparison. Like a mere fragment of an iceberg. This was the handiwork of old Madame Shen. The official's wife sighed, acknowledging the undeniable talent that surpassed the master. It was no wonder she was the granddaughter cultivated by such a skilled mentor. Indeed, the Grand Princess nodded in agreement and instructed the maidservant to raise the painting for all the esteemed ladies to admire. The ladies were soon filled with admiration. While on the other side, the young ladies gazed in disbelief, their expressions darkening. Among them, Duan Mingming stood out, fixated on the painting for an extended period. Her gaze unwavering even as the maidservant departed. She had long believed that the artistic prowess attributed to old Madame Shen was merely an exaggeration from her mother's generation. Yet, with such remarkable talent, why had it not been showcased at the recent court banquet? Her eyes narrowed, filled with a tumultuous anger directed at Shen An'an. The Grand Princess glanced at Duan Mingming, her brow slightly furrowing before she subtly averted her gaze. It seemed the young man could also be short-sighted at times. She would explain it to him later. The Grand Princess announced Shen An'an as the victor, and the noble ladies immediately flocked to Lady Shen, listening to their praises. Lady Shen beamed with delight, humbly deflecting compliments with her daughter. In that moment, many were eager to inquire about Shen An'an's marital prospects. For who would not be captivated by such a paragon of beauty and talent coupled with an esteemed lineage? Chapter 17. The princess led the crowd back to the banquet hall. Mrs. Shen was surrounded by various ladies, while Shen An'an found herself overlooked in the corner. Congratulations, a soft and gentle voice chimed. Shen An'an turned to see the friendly smile of Miss Duanair. She returned the smile, replying, "Thank you." Miss Duanair nodded and walked past her. Shen An'an chose to disregard the furious glare of Duan Mingming and continued forward. "I underestimated Miss Shen." Duan Mingming quickened her pace to walk alongside her. Shen An'an smirked, "I merely wish to enlighten Miss Duanshan, not to hold oneself in such high regard." Duan Mingming's face darkened, and she scoffed. "Does Miss Shen believe that winning a mere painting contest makes one a talented woman?" Shen An'an abruptly halted and turned back. "Look at you. Aren't you also holding yourself in high esteem? The title of a talented woman is hardly something to be coveted by all. Only you take pride in it, as if it were worthy of a dog's wagging tail." With that, she sauntered away, leaving Duan Mingming seething in place. Nearly driven to madness. Her beautiful face twisted in rage, her fingers digging deeply into her palm. Miss Duanshan, a sycophantic young woman, cautiously nudged her. "Let us go. The princess is about to present the prize. We should witness it." Duan Mingming maintained a stern expression. "Fine," she replied. The young woman sighed in relief and quickly acquiesced. She could not afford to lose face in public, as that would only serve the desires of that woman. Upon entering the banquet hall, the conversation continued to revolve around the recent painting contest, especially since Miss Duan Mingming had always taken the top prize in previous years, making this sudden change all the more intriguing. "Third sister, come sit over here," Miss Duanair beckoned to Duanshan. "Humph," Duanshan coldly scanned her, deliberately turning her gaze away as if she hadn't seen her. She did not believe for a moment that she had missed the congratulations offered to Shen An'an. Miss Duanair watched as Duanshan settled beside another young lady, her own gaze dropping in disappointment, feeling somewhat helpless. At that moment, the matron beside the princess brought forth the prize for the contest. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the tray covered with a red cloth, speculating about its contents. "Miss Shen, come here," the princess gestured. Shen An'an stood, gracefully bowed, and approached. All eyes were upon her, particularly Duan Mingming, whose anger and jealousy were palpable as she glared at the tray. Shen An'an glanced at her, then smiled as she lifted the red cloth. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. Shen An'an looked down at the scroll lying on the tray, her mocking expression froze, and a terrible premonition washed over her. The princess softly spoke. "If there is anyone in our Liang dynasty renowned for their painting skills, it would be my fourth nephew, whose works are coveted by all the young ladies. Thus, I specially requested one of his pieces as today as prize. Miss Shen, you have struck gold. Old fourth's paintings are worth their weight in gold." Shen An'an attempted to maintain a dignified smile, but her lips twitched, refusing to form a smile. Her face burned as if she had just received a resounding slap. Amidst the envious sighs of the young ladies around her, she expressionlessly picked up the scroll from the tray, knelt, and graciously thanked the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess, reflecting on her own sense of fairness and justice, suddenly noticed the dismal expression on Shen An'an's face. This young lady Shen appeared rather displeased. Returning to her seat, Shen An'an's face was as stiff as a mask. For every moment of pride she had just experienced, she now felt equally humiliated. She suddenly realized that she seemed even more ridiculous than Duan Mingming. The scroll in her hand felt like a hedgehog, pricking her with anxiety. In it, called Shen An'an softly. Shen An'an looked up with an impassive expression. Mother, is something the matter? Shen An'an lowered her voice. Many ladies inquired about your marriage earlier. I wish to ask if there is someone you fancy. She had not forgotten her husband's instructions. Shen An'an was taken aback and shook her head. No, daughter has always stayed in Jiangnan. How could there be anyone I admire? It was precisely because she had remained in Jiangnan that she worried. Shen An'an gazed at her seriously. Truly no one? If that is the case, I may have to let the other ladies know and arrange some introductions for you. Well, there is no one, Shen An'an replied somewhat dismissively. Shen An'an sighed in relief and resumed mingling with the other ladies. After a while, the banquet finally concluded, and the ladies began to depart with their daughters. Mo Xiang glanced at the scroll nearly crumpled in the lady's grasp and tentatively suggested, Miss, perhaps I should hold on to it. No need. Shen An'an had been held back by the Grand Princess for a private conversation and instructed her to wait by the carriage. That expression surely meant she was discussing a match for her. The master and servant walked in silence along the cobblestone path. Shen An'an's brow was furrowed, her usual smile replaced by a slight frown, revealing her discontent. Oh dear, Miss Shen, a lively voice called out from another path. Shen An'an's lips twitched, and she quickened her pace. Hey, don't walk away. After all, we shared porridge together. That makes us friends, doesn't it? Li Huayan hurried to catch up with her. Shen An'an stopped with a stern expression and turned to face Li Huayan, who was unsurprisingly accompanied by Xiao Yuan. His typically stern demeanor was today unexpectedly softened by a hint of a smile, as he strolled leisurely, clearly in high spirits. When their eyes met for a brief moment, Shen An'an quickly looked away, firmly convinced that this man was mocking her. Grasping the scroll tightly, she was consumed by a vexing frustration. Why was she so unfortunate as to encounter him? Li Huayan dashed over, brimming with excitement. I heard you claimed the top prize in the painting competition today? Shen An'an's expression remained blank. Why do you always bring up matters better left untouched? Do you have something to say? No. I just felt inexplicably cheerful upon seeing you and wanted to chat. Is that Miss Chen over there? She seems to be waiting for you, Xiao Yuan remarked, tapping Li Huayan on the shoulder. Li Huayan looked in that direction with a frown. Where is she? She has already walked away. If you hurry, you can still catch up. I won't go, Li Huayan replied cheerfully. None of them are as interesting as Miss Shen. Ah, with a sudden gasp, he bent down, clutching his waist. Could it be that the young lady has secretly cursed you? A smile danced upon Xiao Yuan's face, urging, go and take a look. Li Huayan turned, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Yuan, yet faltered under the weight of his intimidating gaze. Oh, I shall go at once. With a nod to Miss Shen, he reluctantly took his leave. Xiao Yuan's previously grim countenance softened somewhat as he cast a casual glance at the scroll in her hand, a smirk playing upon his lips. Congratulations, Miss Shen. Likewise, Shen An'an replied, her face devoid of expression. Indeed, congratulations, she echoed, though the curve of Xiao Yuan's smile was one she had never witnessed in her 2 lifetimes. In an unexpected move, he leaned closer to Shen An'an, his warm breath nearly brushing against her. I've heard that you had a dispute with Miss Duan-sen over the prize. It seems you hold a deep affection for my artwork. Shen An'an's gaze shot up to meet his. Is this intentional? Xiao Yuan arched an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. I cannot comprehend Miss Shen's meaning, but I am quite clear on your intentions of feigned restraint. She exhaled deeply, then inhaled once more, before suddenly releasing her frustration at his elegant visage. No wonder the 4th prince seems so familiar. He possesses the same haughty disposition as Miss Duan-san. Had she known that the prize was the work of this insufferable man, she would have deemed it an insult to even lift a brush. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, stepping back into distaste, the mockery in his demeanor shifting to a darkened mood. Just the other day, you deemed it worthless, yet today you strive to seize the victory. Miss Shen, your words and heart seem perpetually at odds. With the prize firmly in her grasp, attempting to justify herself felt utterly absurd. Shen An'an held her silence and abruptly turned to leave, her steps filled with ire, as if she wished to crush the cobblestones beneath her. She suddenly swayed. Xiao Yuan instinctively stepped forward, but halted when Mo Xiang steadied her. Shen An'an's spirits sank to an all-time low. In her fury, She had forgotten the strain in her ankle. Duan Mengmeng, this wretched pair, encountering them is bound to bring misfortune. Observing her limping figure as she departed, Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a smirk, a soft chuckle escaping him. Your Highness, the princess requests your presence. Very well, Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, turning towards the inner courtyard. In the front hall, as he ascended the steps, he encountered Madame Shen emerging from within, her expression radiant with joy. Fourth Prince, she greeted with a courteous bow. Xiao Yuan cast a sharp glance in her direction, his eyes narrowing slightly. He stepped into the hall, while Madame Shen trembled slightly, quickening her pace with a smile. You have arrived, the Grand Princess remarked upon seeing him, rolling up a small scroll and handing it to a nearby matron. Xiao Yuan's gaze lingered on the scroll for a moment, his expression darkening. The Grand Princess had collected numerous small paintings of noble offspring for matchmaking purposes. Feigning casualness, he remarked, I noticed Madame Shen's joyful demeanor earlier. Is it true that your aunt has taken on the role of matchmaker once again? Indeed. That young lady captivates my attention more and more. Coincidentally, I happen to know a few suitable gentlemen and have mentioned them to Lady Shen. And then, Xiao Yuan took a sip of the tea offered by the maid. And then, the Grand Princess was taken aback. When did he become so intrigued by gossip? There is yet no and then. A marriage is of utmost importance for a young lady, and it must be approached with caution. Xiao Yuan responded lightly, unaware that his own expression had softened. Chapter 18. Belonging of the heart, I summoned you here for the sake of that painting. The princess gestured for her maid to present the chrysanthemum painting to Xiao Yuan. Look, this is painted by the young lady of the Shen family. Xiao Yuan's indifferent gaze flickered for a moment before he reached out to take it, casting a cursory glance. I originally intended to give this painting to Miss Duan San. But I find the work of the Shen girl even more exceptional. Xiao Yuan's attention remained fixed on the scroll as he replied softly. The princess was taken aback, not expecting him to be so agreeable. If that is the case, do you have any personal items that I could send to Miss Duan San on your behalf? Xiao Yuan paused, looking at the princess with some confusion. Why would I send her anything? Did you not plan to give that painting to Miss Duan San? The princess continued. I never anticipated that Miss Shen would emerge in the middle of this. Her artistic skill truly leaves me unable to show favoritism. Who says I intended to gift it to Miss Duan San? A subtle smile graced Xiao Yuan's lips. Now it was the princess's turn to be perplexed. If it was not meant for Miss Duan San, then who was it for? He had never engaged in such trivial matters. And she had assumed his mention of it was aimed at Miss Duan San, especially since, had it not been for Miss Shen's sudden appearance, she would undoubtedly have secured first place. Since it is a prize, it should be given to the one who has excelled. Xiao Yuan rose, holding the painting. I have matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave. Very well, the princess nodded, but then suddenly felt something was amiss. You honor my painting. But he had already walked away, perhaps pretending not to hear. Ling Chun leaned against the corridor and noticed him emerging with the painting, raising an eyebrow. Is this the work of Miss Shen? Xiao Yuan nodded lightly, stepping outside. Ling Chun swiftly snatched it from his hands. Let me see. He, like his mother, was someone who appreciated talent. TSK, 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 her skills rival yours, I must say. Ling Chun focused intently on the butterfly atop the chrysanthemum, marveling at it for a long time without averting his gaze. Miss Shen possesses such talent. She truly is a hidden gem. While he was lost in admiration, the painting was suddenly seized from him. Xiao Yuan lowered his eyes, rolling up the scroll and handing it to Qing Feng for safekeeping. Ah, I haven't seen enough yet. This is, after all, a possession of my Yongning Marquise. How can you take it away without letting me see? Xiao Yuan shot a glance at Ling Chun. This was acquired through equal exchange. When did it become a possession of your Yongning Marquise? Ling Chun found himself at a loss for words. Yet his eyes lingered longingly on Qing Feng, making him uneasy. Has there been any news from Jiaguan recently? Xiao Yuan inquired in a low voice. Ling Chun shook his head, coming back to his senses. Not yet. I sent someone to expedite the matter, but they have not returned. Indeed. Ling Chun sighed again, worry etched on his face. Currently, all is stable. I wonder when Jinping will return to the capital. Stability implies there is no need for guards. His absence merely indicates that someone wishes to keep him away. Xiao Yuan's voice turned icy. Xi Jinping was his maternal uncle, the last remaining bloodline of his maternal family. Ling Chun furrowed his brows as the two entered a narrow stone path. And only when they were alone did he speak softly. The emperor is suspicious, not just of you, but also of the second and third princes. He fears internal strife within the capital. The influence of the other two princes is similarly restrained, and with Xi Jinping holding military power, should he and Xiao Yuan gather, it would pose an even greater threat to the emperor. Xiao Yuan let out a derisive laugh but chose to remain silent. It is often said that royal life is one of wealth and privilege, yet few understand the profound loneliness it entails. The relationships are fraught, neither as a sovereign nor a subject, neither as a father nor a son. After escorting Xiao Yuan to the carriage, Ling Qianyi returned to the residence of the princess, still preoccupied with the painting. Xiao Yuan was quite miserly, refusing to show him even a glimpse more. "Young master." In the corridor, a maid greeted him respectfully, lifting the beaded curtain. Before Ling Qianyi could step inside, he overheard the princess discussing her daughter's marriage with Hua Sheng. Clearly pleased with the scholar in question, Hua Sheng's gaze was cast down, her complexion pale. As a daughter, she would comply with her mother's wishes, whatever they may be. But what does whatever mean? This is a matter of lifelong significance. It must be to her liking. The princess wore a troubled expression. Even if she had to settle for a lower match, she did not wish to unduly burden her daughter. Hua Sheng forced a smile, albeit a strained one. Ultimately, she could not marry the one she desired. What did it matter who else she wed? As long as the man's character was admirable and his family uncomplicated. Her daughter would not be picky. The princess observed her daughter, her heart suddenly heavy. This Mr. Zhang hailed from a family barely above the status of a peasant. Yet he was kind-hearted and simple. With her father and elder brother as support, life would not be unbearable. All is well, Hua Sheng replied with a faint nod. Seeing how hastily the two had settled the matter, Ling Qianyi frowned and interjected, "That scholar is not suitable." The princess turned to her son, surprised. "Why not? Did you not say previously that he was a good match?" "That was then." He took a sip of the tea offered by the maid before continuing. "Today, I saw that scholar at the waterside pavilion, and he..." Ling Qianyi hesitated, ultimately refraining from finishing his thought. In any case, it was not meant to be. The scholar had already given his heart to another, and Hua Sheng, destined for a lower match, should not have to endure such indignity. The princess paused, looking at her son. "You mean he has someone he cares for? Is he betrothed? Which family does she belong to?" Ling Qianyi's brow knitted. His mother became animated whenever matters of romance were mentioned. "Yes, a girl from an official family. I only caught wind of it. And whether she reciprocates is unclear. However, it is highly unlikely her family would approve." The princess nodded knowingly. "That is certainly true. If it were not for unavoidable circumstances, which girl would willingly settle for a lower match, leaving my Hua Sheng to suffer?" She grasped her daughter's hand, sighing with guilt. "Which official family is she from?" "How do you know this?" Ling Qianyi opened his mouth but ultimately chose silence. He had merely overheard a bit, the specifics remaining unclear. "Oh." The princess nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. If her heart was already claimed, then so be it. She would seek another suitor. Alas, it was a pity. That scholar's character and talent stood out among his peers, and finding another of equal caliber would be a daunting task. "No need," Hua Sheng interjected gently. "Didn't T-brother say that the young lady's family would certainly refuse? If that is the case, then it cannot be. Asking about it is of no consequence." Her words caused both the princess and Ling Qianyi to furrow their brows and turn their heads to look at her. "How can that be? How could your mother allow you to endure such distress?" "Sheng, there are plenty of fine young men. I can find you another." Ling Qianyi merely gazed at his sister, his warm eyes slightly narrowed, yet he remained silent. Hua Sheng managed a smile, recalling how her mother had allowed her a glimpse of that scholar earlier in the corridor. He indeed appeared quite admirable, and besides, they were not being oppressive. It would not hurt to inquire about young Master Zhang's thoughts. If he truly had no interest, they would let the matter rest. The princess frowned in silence, casting a glance at her son. "Sister, do you fancy that scholar?" Ling Qianyi asked. Hua Sheng hesitated, a bitter smile playing on her lips as she lowered her gaze without responding. Did it truly matter whether she found him appealing? For her, being able to cherish the memory of that person in solitude for the remainder of her life would be the most satisfying outcome. She could not engage in the deep affections of others. Merely being able to regard each other with respect would be a great fortune. With her heart bearing such scars, she did not wish to impose on another. That young Master Zhang had someone he cherished, and so did she. After marriage, they would live their separate lives, each holding on to their memories, and none would be wronged. Her silence led the princess and Ling Qianyi to misinterpret her feelings. Before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival will arrive. "I shall find an opportune moment to ask that scholar," Ling Qianyi said, his tone somewhat harsh, yet reluctant to see his sister disappointed. "Thank you, brother." Hua Sheng replied, her gaze fixed on the faded pouch at her waist, lost in thought. Shen An'an stormed out of the princess's residence, her anger palpable as she climbed into the carriage, throwing the scroll in her hand with force. The memory of Xiao Yuan's teasing face still stung her cheeks with embarrassment. "Miss, have some tea to calm your nerves," suggested Mo Xiang. Though she was unaware of the reason for Shen An'an's ire. With a stern expression, Shen An'an took the tea and drank it in one gulp. Feeling the tumult of her anger subside somewhat. After a while, Wang Shi cheerfully entered the carriage, sensing something amiss. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "No. Just a bit tired, lacking in spirit," Shen An'an replied. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen chuckled. "It is only natural to feel fatigued at your first grand banquet. You will get used to it." She nodded faintly, as Uncle Zhang had already driven the carriage back to the residence. "Do you know why the princess kept me?" Shen An'an lifted her eyelids slightly, shaking her head in response. Madame Shen laughed. "You were a sight to behold today. Many ladies were captivated by you. The princess is quite skilled in matchmaking and has several fine young men in mind. She asked me which one I favored, wishing to introduce you." Shen An'an feigned a bashful smile. Madame Shen continued, "I observe that those families are quite commendable. The matriarch is gentle, the household is immaculate, and the sons are talented and well-behaved. When the time comes, I will bring you some paintings to choose from. Mother, there is no need to rush into my marriage." As if there were a fear that I might remain unmarried, Shen An'an chuckled, though Madame Shen's smile faded. How could a mother bear to see her daughter married off so soon? However, your aunt has been fixated on your marriage. Even if the fourth prince shows no interest, one cannot be certain that your aunt will not whisper in someone's ear and petition the emperor on your behalf, since you are unwilling. It may be wiser to settle this matter early to quell your aunt's ambitions. Shen An'an pursed her lips, knowing her aunt's temperament. Even if an engagement were secured, she would likely not relent until the marriage was consummated. Madame Shen sighed heavily, her expression tinged with worry. "You are my younger daughter, yet your brother's marriage remains unresolved." At the mention of Shen Changha, a flicker of guilt crossed Shen An'an's eyes. Her brother, with his remarkable talents and aspirations, had resigned from his official post alongside their father in her previous life due to her circumstances, ultimately marrying a peasant girl. During that time, her thoughts were solely occupied with capturing Xiao Yuan's heart, leaving her oblivious to the appearance or identity of her future sister-in-law. Chapter 19. Shopping by the way. "Have you encountered any admirable young ladies during your interactions today?" Lady Shen inquired suddenly. Shen An'an pondered for a moment and replied, "There is one. Miss Duan from the Duan family. Her character is commendable, though she tends to be a bit indecisive and overly kind-hearted. Duan Yingying is indeed a good person. Yet her kindness is excessively soft, lacking the sharpness that protects her, making her susceptible to harm." From the Duan family, Lady Shen pursed her lips, choosing not to elaborate further. The carriage soon arrived at the gates of the Shen residence, and Shen An'an assisted Lady Shen down before entering the courtyard. "Mother, An'an." A cheerful voice echoed from the corridor. The mother and daughter turned to see Shen Changha, frowning in unison. "Brother, your injuries have not fully healed. How can you be up?" Shen Changha chuckled, dismissing the concern. "It's merely a small injury. It has already healed. The imperial guards are busy, and I cannot afford to lie at home indefinitely." Lady Shen had grown accustomed to this, for Shen Changha was a martial general, and injuries were an inevitable part of his life. He held an oiled paper bag in his hand, glancing at Lady Shen and then at Shen An'an, appearing somewhat conflicted. Lady Shen shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "What do you have there?" "It's fruit from Wang's shop. I thought to buy some for my sister since she has just returned." Shen Changha felt a bit embarrassed. He had forgotten to bring an extra portion for their mother. Lady Shen narrowed her eyes at him, saying, "Now that An'an has returned, have you completely forgotten your mother?" No, I simply forgot," Shen Changha stammered, feeling quite awkward. "I will definitely bring something for you tomorrow." Lady Shen's lips curled into a smile. "Very well, you two siblings may chat. I feel somewhat weary and shall return to my quarters to rest." "Yes." The siblings bowed in unison. Once Lady Shen had walked away, Shen Changha handed the paper bag to Shen An'an. "My colleague's sister enjoys these. Do give them a try. If you like them, I shall bring them for you every day." "Thank you, brother." Shen An'an's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled. The two siblings strolled along the corridor together. Shen Changha remarked, "In a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the capital will be ablaze with fireworks and lanterns, creating a lively atmosphere. I shall take you out to enjoy it." "Sounds wonderful," Shen An'an replied with a smile. At the fork in the path, they parted ways and returned to their respective courtyards. In the Haidan Garden, Shen An'an sat before a bronze mirror while Mo Xiang carefully undid her hair and removed her makeup. After wearing her adornments all day, her neck felt slightly sore. Mo Xiang helped her change out of her formal attire and into comfortable clothing, guiding her to sit on a soft couch while gently massaging her. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching. In previous years, I would accompany grandmother. I wonder how she will spend it this year, and if she misses me. Certainly. She must be thinking of you, but that stubborn old lady would never admit it. The garments sent by the lady are made of the finest satin. And that watercolored one is quite beautiful. It will be perfect for the mid-autumn banquet, Mo Ran remarked while tidying the wardrobe. At that moment, Shen An'an suddenly remembered the upcoming banquet. She needed to prepare gifts for everyone. Lacking in creativity, she decided it would be more efficient to utilize the funds that Xiao Yuan had sent, which were still resting in her chest. However, for grandmother, she would need to put in some extra thought. The days of distributing porridge are swiftly drawing to a close, and the provisions are just sufficient. However, the Duan and Shen families have extended the duration. Steward Shen inquired about Shen An'an's intentions, to which he instructed him to return to the estate. Even if they were to gather more supplies, there would not be enough for 2 more days, so why bother to put on a facade? The Duan and Shen families, seeking to establish a favorable reputation, are free to proceed as they wish. It bears no relevance to her. With the conclusion of the porridge distribution, Shen An'an found her days to be more leisurely. Yet, Shen Changhe would visit Haitang Garden daily after his duties, bringing her an assortment of delicacies. Shen An'an, valuing appearances, would always lavish him with praise. Brother, in a few days it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish to select a gift for grandmother. Would you accompany me? Shen Changhe pondered for a moment. Let us go the day after tomorrow. I will be free then. Very well. After bidding farewell to Shen Changhe, Shen An'an pinned a letter to her grandmother. If it were possible, she would dearly wish to have her grandmother by her side, but alas, the capital was a place of sorrow for her grandmother, who was reluctant to return. Shen An'an suddenly thought, if she could marry in Jiangnan, perhaps she could be with her grandmother always, for her parents had her brother to care for them, while her grandmother had only her. With 7 days remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, the household became bustling with activity, and even the crabapple tree in Shen An'an's courtyard was adorned with red lanterns, creating a vivid spectacle of crimson. After enjoying a few leisurely days indoors, trouble soon knocked at her door. Miss, the matron by Madame Shen's side appeared troubled. Aunt Yu, close to the imperial concubine, has come again. It is said that the concubine wishes to summon you to the palace for a chat. Upon hearing it was the imperial concubine, An'an felt a headache coming on, admiring her tenacity. Where is she? In the madam's courtyard, the matron replied in a hushed tone. The madam said if you do not wish to go, you may feign illness to decline. The madam will handle it with the concubine. No need. Shen An'an closed her book and rose, deciding to go see for herself. Mo Xiang, prepare my attire and hairstyle. Mo Xiang hurriedly approached to his sister, while the old matron retreated to wait outside. A quarter of an hour later, Shen An'an was ready and stepped out, making her way to Madame Shen's courtyard. Along the way, the old matron reminded her, the madam said the concubine suddenly summoned you, perhaps having heard about the chrysanthemum banquet at the Yongning Marquis's residence. Most likely. It concerns your marriage. If she inquires, simply state you have no authority in the matter and direct her to the master and madam. Shen An'an nodded faintly, contemplating how that woman, confined within the depths of the palace, was remarkably well informed. Just a few days had passed, and she was already aware that her mother was arranging suitors for her. Lost in thought, she arrived at Madame Shen's courtyard, where a maid curtsied and lifted the pearl curtain for her to enter. Inside, Madame Shen was conversing with Aunt Yu, seated in a dignified manner. She exuded the grace of an esteemed matron, especially given her connections to the prime minister and her status as a former palace lady. An'an is here. Madame Shen called out with a smile, waving her hand. Mother, she curtsied and then moved directly to sit beside her. Aunt Yu appeared somewhat displeased, for even Madame Shen afforded her some degree of respect, while Shen An'an had not even greeted her. However, since their last encounter, she recognized that this individual was not to be trifled with, and thus refrained from overstepping. Cousin. With that, Shen An'an turned her gaze to Aunt Yu, offering a polite nod accompanied by a gentle smile. Aunt Yu had been quite leisurely of late, frequently visiting the Shen residence. Did the emperor know of this? After all, as a consort, it seemed rather inappropriate for her to be overly familiar with her natal family, lest she incite the emperor's displeasure. Aunt Yu's expression stiffened momentarily before she replied with a smile, the emperor dotes on the empress. He would not hold it against me. Indeed. Shen An'an nodded, acknowledging that being favored was a fortunate circumstance. Yet, her grandmother often advised her against becoming complacent due to such favor. Surely, if her grandmother were present, she would impart the same wisdom to Aunt Yu. She pouted slightly, seemingly displeased with her grandmother. though the underlying meaning of her words was unmistakable to all in the room. It was merely a matter of invoking her grandmother's authority. Even if Aunt Yu felt some discontent, she could not voice it openly. Mother. Suddenly, she nudged Madame Shen and pointed to the courtyard. Your peonies have withered. Madame Shen, taken aback by her abrupt manner of speaking, nodded. It is indeed late autumn. This is no longer their season. Yes. Shen An'an nodded affirmatively, appearing somewhat melancholic. But the chrysanthemums at the Duke of Yongning's residence are blooming splendidly. Not only Madame Shen and Aunt Yu, but even Mo Xiang understood her implication. She was using flowers as a metaphor, suggesting that the emperor's affection was akin to the seasons, transient and fleeting. Aunt Yu, holding the teacup, felt her hand tremble slightly. Aware of her cousin's sharp tongue, she was unprepared for such audacity, speaking so freely. Her expression darkened, eyes glinting with coldness. Yet, before she could speak, Madame Shen cast a disapproving glance at her daughter, rebuking her. In front of Aunt Yu, you must mind your manners. This is all your grandmother's indulgence, leading to your lack of decorum. Shen An'an stuck out her tongue playfully. I merely spoke my mind. Where else would my thoughts wander? Madame Shen sighed in exasperation, shooting her a stern look before addressing Aunt Yu. This child has been spoiled by the old lady, lacking understanding of the city's unspoken rules. In the presence of a consort or high-ranking official, such ominous words are strictly prohibited. This is an unwritten rule. Aunt Yu forced a smile, fully aware that her cousin was not ignorant but rather deliberately provocative. However, upon meeting Shen An'an's innocent smile, she found it difficult to pinpoint any fault. Madam, you're being too harsh. The young lady is simply forthright and straightforward. Such sincerity is commendable. Madame Shen managed a smile. Did you not mention that the noble consort wishes to invite An'an to stay in the palace for a few days? Aunt Yu pursed her lips. Reluctant to engage with Shen An'an, yet bound by the consort's instructions, she could only nod and smile. Indeed, the noble consort took an immediate liking to you, dear cousin, and speaks of you fondly every day. Is that so? Does my aunt truly take such a liking to me? Shen An'an responded eagerly. Madame Shen's brow furrowed with concern, casting a warning glance at her daughter, but Shen An'an feigned ignorance, smiling at Aunt Yu. The noble consort and you share the same blood. How could she not adore her own kin? Shen An'an curled her lips in a subtle smile, for she cherished her aunt deeply and desired to spend a few days in the palace with her. Aunt Yu had just exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that this young lady had not caused any trouble. However, Shen An'an abruptly shifted the conversation, stating that she would likely be unable to do so in the near future. Upon hearing this, Aunt Yu's expression gradually darkened. Although the young lady was related by blood to the noble consort, the distinction of rank must ultimately be respected. It is prudent not to defy such boundaries, as the separation between sovereign and subject must be clearly understood. Chapter 20. The little beggar and Aunt Yu Shen An'an remained silent, prompting Madame Shen to adopt a stern expression. If the noble consort were to command An'an to enter the palace in her capacity as a royal consort, it would be prudent to consult His Majesty first. Aunt Yu's countenance shifted, for the Shen family was indeed the maternal home of the noble consort. Such formalities seemed unnecessary. Knowing this, there was no need to speak of the distinctions between sovereign and subject. Madame Shen's gaze turned icy. Even the noble consort had never spoken in such a manner. It appeared that Aunt Yu had grown quite haughty during her years in the palace. Once a servant of the Shen household, her status had risen only after following the noble consort. Her complexion paled, yet she dared not voice her thoughts, fully aware of the noble consort's favor and the necessity of relying on the powerful Shen family. It was an unguarded remark on my part. Please do not take offense. Madam, Aunt Yu said. Madame Shen merely huffed, remaining silent. Shen An'an, with a slight smile playing on her lips, finally spoke softly. It is not that I refuse to accompany Aunt Yu to the palace. Rather, my grandmother has instructed me to select some curiosities from the capital to send to Jiangnan. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, I simply cannot afford to delay, as I lack the time to visit my aunt in the palace. Though there are distinctions of rank, filial piety prevails. Even the emperor must pay his respects to the Empress Dowager daily, let alone the noble consort. Upon hearing Shen An'an invoke the name of the matriarch, Aunt Yu's lips twitched, yet she ultimately refrained from further comment. Indeed, what the young lady says is true. The matriarch's wishes must take precedence. You may attend to your affairs, and I shall return at a later date. Very well. I appreciate Aunt Yu making the trip. Not at all, not at all. With a haughty demeanor, Aunt Yu departed after bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, leaving Madame Shen without even a formal send-off. It was perhaps her earlier courtesy that had emboldened Aunt Yu to lecture her daughter so audaciously. Mother, Shen An'an gently urged as she took her mother's hand and sat down. were you not a bit too severe? If you have offended my aunt, could she not make things difficult for you when you enter the palace in the future? She knew her aunt would not dare to act against her father or elder brother, as they were bound by blood. Yet her mother was not beyond reproach. Madame Shen scoffed. Fear not, she would not. Though your aunt is a royal consort and appears to bask in glory, the depths of the imperial harem are profound. Were it not for your father's high rank and powerful backing, how could she possibly hold the title of noble consort? She is not foolish. She understands the importance of maintaining her foundations. Shen An'an nodded. Indeed, the palace is akin to a cage where survival necessitates cunning and strategy. I cannot fathom why I was so eager to marry into it. Madame Shen shook her head, reluctant to pass judgment on her sister-in-law. Having been married for many years without issue, her sister-in-law would surely not relinquish her daughter's marriage prospects lightly, especially not now, as she sought to secure her position for a comfortable old age. In it, perhaps it would be wise to arrange your marriage sooner rather than later, so that she does not harbor lingering thoughts. She and her husband had long expressed their disapproval of their daughter marrying into the royal family, yet her sister-in-law was obstinate. They feared not her actions, but her potential pleas to the emperor, especially given the current circumstances where the emperor seemed inclined towards an alliance between the Shen family and the princes. Shen An'an exhaled softly, feeling somewhat resigned. Let us heed mother's arrangements. Very well. Madame Shen smiled gently, stating that she would promptly send someone to inform the crown princess. Shen An'an offered a respectful bow and departed from Madame Shen's courtyard. As she pondered deeply, she was suddenly interrupted by an urgent and caring voice. Elder brother, what brings you here? Shen Changhe appeared rather troubled. I have a day off tomorrow, so I returned early today. I heard that our aunt has sent Aunt Yu to escort you to the palace? Yes, Shen An'an nodded, then added, however, Mother declined on my behalf and did not agree. That was wise. Shen Changhe sighed in relief. An'an, the royal gates are not easily crossed, and being a royal consort is no simple task. You must not acquiesce to our aunt's wishes. Yes, I understand. You need not worry, elder brother. Only then did Shen Changhe reveal a faint smile, and together they walked back. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to the estate. Very well. Shen Changhe glanced at his sister's profile, feeling that such exquisite beauty as An'an's would be a pity to squander on anyone, especially Xiao Yuan. You have not spent long in the capital, and many matters are unfamiliar to you. My reluctance for you to marry the fourth prince goes beyond his status. The complexities surrounding him are too intricate. Shen An'an lifted her gaze, aware of Xiao Yuan's ambitions, yet lacking specific knowledge. In her previous life, her elder brother had never broached these topics with her. What complexities? Shen Changhe halted, looking intently at Shen An'an, his voice barely above a whisper. For instance, the circumstances surrounding his mother's death and the intrigues of his maternal family. Shen An'an was taken aback. Shen Changhe continued. He is destined to be no idle prince of mediocrity. To accompany him would mean a life fraught with trepidation and turmoil, even upon returning to Haidang Garden. Shen An'an remained absorbed in her elder brother's words. She recalled that in the small Buddhist hall of the fourth prince's residence, there had once been a tablet honoring the late consort Shu. At the time, she had misunderstood, believing he merely missed his mother. However, she later realized that he often lingered in that small hall for hours, and when in a particularly foul mood, he would seclude himself for an entire day. In those moments of his absence, she would grow restless. The most severe incident, which ultimately led to their complete estrangement, occurred in that very hall. One day, he returned home inebriated and retreated to the small hall. She had prepared a feast with great anticipation, waiting for him to return. But when she finally sent someone to fetch him, she learned that a delicate, enchanting maid had already delivered him food and remained inside for half an hour without emerging. In that instant, fury consumed her like a serpent coiling around her, clouding her reason. In the dead of night, disregarding appearances, she stormed into the small hall, unleashing a torrent of harsh words. To this day, she vividly remembers the disheveled figure of Xiao Yuan stepping out and the piercing glance he cast her way. Yet, if there were mysteries surrounding Consort Shu's death, then all his prior actions would indeed have a foundation. Miss, watch your step, Mo Xiang's voice broke her reverie. Shen An'an lifted her skirts to ascend the steps, while Mo Ran assisted her in removing her makeup and changing her attire. She gently closed her eyes, reflecting that it was all in the past. What was there to ponder? From this point forward, his affairs would have no bearing on her. The following morning, after exchanging pleasantries with Madame Shen, Shen Changhe accompanied her outside. Do you know which shops offer items favored by women? Shen Changhe paused. Aren't you sending something to grandmother? Indeed, Shen An'an replied, a smile gracing her lips. Our grandmother possesses a youthful heart, even more so than some young maidens. Shenchangha, having never interacted with their grandmother, smiled at her words. It seems we cannot bring food. We should select some interesting trinkets, or perhaps garments and jewelry. Grandmother has a fondness for gold. So let us seek out some exquisite gold headpieces, preferably the heavier, the better. Shenchangha gazed at his sister's sparkling almond-shaped eyes, momentarily taken aback. In the capital, the wives of officials often adorned themselves with jade hairpins, as jade is elegant and refined. Even if some ladies preferred gold, they would discreetly conceal it, fearing the stigma of appearing as common traders. If his sister were to express such sentiments openly, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. However, it mattered not. He was her brother, and her preferences were always valid. There are plenty of gold and silver shops on West Street. We can explore there. With that, he lifted the carriage curtain and instructed Uncle Zhong. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted before a jewelry shop. Shenchangha encountered an acquaintance but did not enter, choosing to converse outside. Upon entering the shop, Shen An'an was immediately approached by a young attendant. I wish to see gold headpieces, the heavier, the better. The attendant was taken aback. This shop was among the finest in the capital, catering to affluent clientele. Yet he had never encountered such a request. Noticing his astonishment, Shen An'an frowned slightly. Do not hesitate. Money is not an issue. Oh, certainly. The attendant quickly ushered her inside to wait. Just in time, young lady. We have just received a set of headpieces made of gold, adorned with exquisite Eastern pearls, truly splendid. Shortly thereafter, the attendant carefully placed a box on the counter and opened it. Shen An'an tilted her head. While it could not be deemed beautiful, it was not entirely unattractive either. All in all, it dazzled the eyes with its array of treasures. If worn on one's head, she couldn't help but envision their grandmother sporting a large golden ingot, swaying back and forth before her, and she stifled a smile. The attendant, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. This is the heaviest we have. If it does not suit your tastes, we have others. Shen An'an remained silent, lifting it to gauge its weight. Yes. It is indeed quite heavy. No need for alternatives. I will take this one. Please wrap it up. The attendant blinked in surprise. Had it truly been sold so quickly? Fearing Shen An'an might change her mind, he hurriedly agreed to package the headpiece. After settling the payment, Shen An'an received the ornate box. Do you not think this headpiece is somewhat extravagant? Not at all. Grandmother adores this style. Besides, she does not wear it. She merely takes it out occasionally to admire and caress. Once the master and servant exited the shop, they noticed Shenchangha was no longer in sight. Where has the eldest son gone? Shen An'an furrowed her brow as she scanned the bustling street, her gaze eventually settling on a tall figure emerging from a candied fruit shop. What could the young master possibly need with so many candied fruits? Mo Xiang wondered aloud. The two watched as Shenchangha approached two disheveled beggars, who appeared to be a mother and child. A sense of familiarity washed over Shen An'an as she instructed Mo Xiang to place the items onto the carriage before making her way towards Shenchangha. Brother, what are you doing? Shenchangha was kneeling down, gently stroking the head of the small beggar. Upon hearing her voice, he looked up, the sunlight illuminating his handsome and resolute features, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Shen An'an felt no particular emotion. Yet the ragged beggar beside her stared in astonishment. This child hasn't eaten in days. I bought some candied fruits for him, Shenchangha explained. Shen An'an lowered her gaze, glancing at the small beggar. With so many vagrants in the capital, how could her brother possibly care for them all? Shenchangha smiled, seemingly undeterred, believing that once one was in front of him, it would be impolite to ignore them. Brother is right, Shen An'an replied with a smile, noting that it was getting late. Shall we be on our way? Of course, Shenchangha agreed, but before he could take a step, the small beggar clung to his leg. Chapter 21. Insatiable greed. Good sir, might you take me in? I am capable of any task, exceptionally obedient, and consume very little. Shenchangha lowered his gaze, captivated by the earnest eyes of the little beggar. His heart seemingly stirred. To the Shun residence, the addition or subtraction of a servant bore little consequence. Yet for this small beggar, it could signify a chance at survival. Kind sir, have mercy on me. The little beggar clutched at his robe and began to bow repeatedly. We, the orphaned and destitute, are even bullied while begging. I beseech you to show compassion and provide us with a place to stay. Shenchangha furrowed his brow and glanced at his sister Shen An'an. Sister, what do you think? Suddenly, Shen An'an crouched down, tilting her head to scrutinize the little beggar. You seem somewhat familiar. Have we met before? The little beggar paused, raising her gaze to Shen An'an. Her face was smudged with dirt, obscuring her features, yet her eyes gleamed brightly. Filled with confusion as she regarded Shen An'an, Shen An'an leaned in closer, casting a sidelong glance at the silent woman beside her. "Lift your head." The woman trembled slightly, instinctively lowering her head even further. "Miss, you must be mistaken. We are merely commoners, lost on the streets. How could you have possibly seen us before?" "An'an, do you think you are mistaken?" Shin Changha interjected. Shen An'an's expression darkened as she slowly rose to her feet. "Is that so? Yet my memory has always been quite reliable. I cannot be mistaken." The woman froze. Her tangled hair obscured her face, making it difficult to discern her features. But Shen An'an keenly noticed as she subtly pinched the small girl beside her. The little girl shivered, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched Shen Changha's robe tighter. "Kind sir, please, grant us a morsel of food. As long as we can stay by your side, we would be willing to do anything." Shen Changha felt his heart soften. The little beggar was unkempt, her face indistinguishable, and only now did he realize that she was indeed a girl. As he bent down to assist the little girl, his wrist was suddenly seized by Shen An'an. With tear-filled eyes, the little girl gazed up at Shen An'an. "Fair maiden, please have mercy. Do I appear foolish to you?" Shen An'an replied with a wry smile. The little girl was taken aback. The woman beside her also trembled, subtly shifting back. "Have you recognized me, and thus chosen to linger here, waiting to beg from my elder brother?" Fear flashed in the little girl's eyes as she stammered. I do not understand what you mean." "Do not understand?" Shen An'an smirked. "Let me simplify my question. Have you already squandered the money you extorted from young Master Zhang? How is it that you are back on the streets so swiftly?" It was the little girl's tearful gaze that sparked a revelation within Shen An'an. This mother and daughter duo were indeed the very ones saved by Zhang Yeyang just days prior. Though the scholar was somewhat simple-minded, he was by no means malicious. Their departure must either have been due to exhausting his funds or having thoroughly swindled him. On that day, she came to the scholar's rescue. Both of them were aware that her identity was no ordinary one, which is why they had fixated on her brother during their chance encounter. Shen An'an bent slightly to scrutinize the woman for a moment, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "The ash upon your face is quite evenly applied. However, had I not recognized you, I might have fallen for your ruse today. Pray tell, have you drained the last naive fool dry and now seek a new target?" The woman trembled subtly, astonished that Shen An'an could still identify her. "And no, it's not that. Young Master Zhang, his circumstances are dire. We didn't wish to burden him, so we departed," she stammered. A scoff escaped Shen An'an's lips. For had she not overheard the young man's conversation with his classmates, she might have entertained the woman's deceitful words. "Mission." A voice filled with incredulous delight rang out. Shen An'an turned to see Zhang Yeyang emerging from a nearby tavern. His face alight with joy as he nodded and smiled at her. Shen An'an suppressed her frosty demeanor and returned a warm smile. Zhang Yeyang strode towards her, his expression shifting slightly upon noticing the mother and daughter duo. "What brings you still here?" The woman shrank back, cradling the little girl in silence. Zhang Yeyang's countenance darkened. "I have already given you all my savings. What more do you desire?" Currently, he could only sustain himself through menial labor, fortunate enough to be employed by the tavern, which, considering his recent success in the imperial examinations, offered him a position. Otherwise, he feared he would have no shelter from the storm. After listening intently, Shen Changha grasped the situation and coldly withdrew the robe from the little girl's grasp. "Since this young gentleman has provided you with funds, strive to live well. Life is arduous, yet deceit and trickery are far less favorable. My benevolence is not bestowed upon those of cunning intent." Seeing her scheme unravel, the woman swiftly gathered her child and departed. Zhang Yeyang explained, "After hearing your suggestion, I severed ties with that woman. Yet, she is truly insatiable, persistently blocking me at my workplace." He expressed his frustration. Despite having invested all his savings, he wished for a semblance of peace. But the mother and daughter clung to him like stubborn gum. Shen An'an shook her head, contemplating that the young gentleman's timely intervention must have been part of the woman's calculations all along. Zhang Yeyang pursed his lips. In the past, his classmates often chastised him for his overly generous heart, which he dismissed as he believed no one would willingly resort to deceit unless left with no choice. Now, having suffered losses, he realized that the world was rife with greedy souls and those of deep scheming. "An'an, this young gentleman is..." Shen Changha interjected, noticing their jovial exchange. Shen An'an introduced him. "This is the newly minted scholar of this year, Zhang Yeyang. He is my elder brother." Before Shen Changha could speak, Zhang Yeyang immediately bowed in greeting, "Young Master Shen." Young Master Zhang. Shen An'an nodded slightly. Zhang Yang stole a glance at Shen An'an, his face flushing with embarrassment. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Young Master Zhang. Do take care, Shen An'an replied gently, offering a warm smile. Zhang Yang, suddenly at a loss for words, could only stammer in response, his steps unsteady as he departed. Shen An'an subtly withdrew his gaze. Noticing his sister's eyes following the departing figure of a man, her lips curving into a faint smile, following her line of sight. He glanced again and remarked indifferently that he had already gone far. Shen An'an turned her head, meeting her brother's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. Shall we also take our leave? Indeed. The siblings turned towards the carriage, and Shen An'an inquired about the circumstances of their acquaintance. Shen An'an recounted the tale with care. Such a loyal and straightforward individual is indeed rare. However, Shen An'an furrowed his brow. While loyalty is commendable, a lack of awareness of the situation and a tendency to confront challenges head-on can be rather foolish. Shen An'an smiled gently, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Such a disposition is most unfortunate when born into a humble family, unable to witness the sufferings of the world while remaining powerless. Once they boarded the carriage, Shen An'an suddenly asked, "Elder brother, what kind of official positions are generally assigned to successful candidates?" The top scholars, the champion, and the second place often remain in the capital, while those ranked lower with mediocre performances in the palace examination might only attain the position of a county magistrate. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Shen An'an shook her head, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. It's nothing, just a casual question. Shen An'an raised an eyebrow and asked, what was the ranking of that young Master Zhang? Does he have hope of staying in the capital? I am not sure. I haven't inquired. Shen An'an responded, but subtly exhaled in relief. The fact that she hadn't asked about him indicated a lack of concern. Although that scholar possessed both character and talent, he seemed insufficient for An'an, even if he were the top scholar. Unless he came from a distinguished family. Relying solely on one's own efforts without the backing of ancestral influence would limit one's achievements. Attaining a fourth-rank position in a lifetime would be remarkable. The carriage fell into a momentary silence. Shen An'an rested her arms against the window, gazing at the bustling street, pondering that Jiangnan must also share such vibrant scenes. Reflecting on her past life, she realized her happiest and most carefree days were spent in Jiangnan. If only she could return to accompany her grandmother and share joyful moments together. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the streets will be 100 times more lively than today. I will take you to guess lantern riddles and release river lanterns, Shen An'an softly suggested, following her gaze outside. Indeed, Shen An'an smiled, then turned to lower the carriage curtain. Shouldn't the Mid-Autumn Festival be about moon-gazing and fireworks? Why would lanterns be released in the capital? Aren't lanterns only for the Lantern Festival? There are lanterns for Mid-Autumn as well, just as lively as the Lantern Festival. Mid-Autumn is a time for family reunions, hence the lanterns often feature intricate designs, differing from those of the Lantern Festival. More importantly, the current emperor distinguished himself during the power struggle around the Mid-Autumn Festival, smoothly ascending to the throne. Consequently, officials, eager to curry favor with the emperor, have made the Mid-Autumn Festival even more extravagant than the New Year. Shen An'an's words ignited a flicker of anticipation in Shen An'an. She recalled the prosperity of the capital. Yet in her previous life, those clamors and joys had never belonged to her. She had felt akin to a mouse in the shadows, forever peering at the actions of others. Upon returning home, she handed her belongings to Mo Xiang and sought out a security agency that was recently traveling to Jiangnan to deliver them to the matriarch Shen. In the following days, the household was bustling with activity, as Madame Shen not only organized the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts, but also sought a suitable husband for Shen An'an. I find the second son of the imperial censor's household to be quite agreeable, An'an. Do take a look. He may indeed catch your fancy. Shen An'an set aside the book concerning the Mid-Autumn Festival gifts and lifted her gaze to glance at the small painting in Madame Shen's hand. It is rather well detailed. I must say, it will suffice. However, Madame Shen's expression darkened momentarily. What do you mean by that? Would a lack of features render him a monster? Take a closer look. If there are no issues, I shall discreetly suggest to the censor's wife to bring him over to our residence for a brief visit, allowing you to have a proper look. Shen An'an, feeling helpless, leaned closer to the small painting in Madame Shen's grasp, lifting her hand to pull back her eyelids for a better view. Not bad at all. You little imp. Madame Shen playfully poked her forehead and shot her a reproachful glance. Very well, I shall arrange for him to come tomorrow. Shen An'an picked up the book once more, responding mildly. After all, as long as he is not Xiao Yuan, she harbors no objections. The mere thought of that wretched man caused her almond-shaped eyes to narrow with a sharp glint. That painting must be resolved by the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. She had no desire to keep it around as an eyesore. It would be even more delightful if she could find a way to further vex that insufferable man. Chapter 22. Misfortune. The gift booklet listed families aligned with the Shen residence, and Madame Shen instructed Shen An'an to meticulously record each name, so that she might be prepared for any eventuality. Has your grandmother ever taught you to manage the household? Shen An'an blinked, reflecting that she had indeed received some instruction, albeit different from what the young ladies of distinguished families typically learned. Madame Shen, familiar with her mother-in-law's temperament, chuckled lightly and suggested, "From tomorrow onward, you shall accompany me to learn a bit more. This way, when you arrive at your in-laws, managing domestic affairs will be less burdensome." Very well. In her previous life, Shen An'an had invested considerable effort in managing the affairs of the fourth prince's residence, which was far more complex than that of ordinary officials. Although she eventually became adept at it, she still felt somewhat inferior to those who had received formal education from a young age. It was not that her grandmother's teachings were lacking. Rather, her innate talent in that area was limited, and she struggled to apply what she had learned flexibly. Upon returning to Haitang Garden, Shen An'an pondered for a moment before rummaging through the scrolls beneath her desk, retrieving a dusty painting. "Why are you taking this out again, miss?" asked Mo Xiang, confused, for the young lady had previously shown a strong aversion to this piece, even discarding it in the corner to be used as waste paper. The hardness of the paper had persuaded her to leave it there to gather dust. Utilizing waste, Shen An'an replied, frowning slightly as she handed the scroll to Mo Xiang. "Clean it up. We'll sell it for silver." "Ah? Oh." Mo Xiang took the scroll into her arms. Shen An'an looked at her and suddenly smiled. "What makes you laugh, miss?" Mo Xiang inquired, her face a picture of bewilderment. "Just contemplating the unpredictability of life. In this vast world, there are endless wonders. When one learns to see things as they are, the paintings and people once cherished become merely that, nothing more." The following day, while Shen An'an was still in slumber, a nurse sent by Madame Shen roused her from the bed. "Good girl, the Madame of the Zhongqing is arriving shortly. You must rise to wash and dress." "The Madame of the Zhongqing? Who is she?" Shen An'an murmured sleepily, her eyes half closed. "Oh dear, she is the family mentioned by the Madame yesterday. How could you forget so quickly?" Shen An'an finally stirred, recalling. "Ah, yes, the young master of the Zhongqing with a notable appearance." The nurse chuckled, amused by her forgetfulness. "Indeed, he is quite presentable, though not exactly extraordinary. I have seen him once. He possesses a refined demeanor and admirable grace. While I feel he is somewhat lacking for our young lady, if the madam approves, then he must be suitable." "Is that so?" Shen An'an smirked, her eyes still half closed, allowing the three attendants to surround her as they prepared her. The Zhongqing official's status was neither particularly high nor low, making him one of the more respectable scholars among civil officials. Madame Shen, adept at navigating the intricacies of court life, understood that the emperor preferred not to see the Shen family entangled in military alliances. Thus, she thoughtfully selected suitors solely from the ranks of civil officials, ensuring that they were neither too high nor too low in status, thereby sparing her daughter any undue distress. The son of the inspector general, whom she remembered, was rather conventional, possessing a modicum of talent and benefiting from the favor of his ancestors. His life had been relatively smooth sailing. Marrying into such a family would allow her to lead a tranquil life in her later years, residing in the inner chambers, serving her elders, and experiencing an ordinary woman's existence. Mo Xiang had selected 100 butterflies satin gown for her, in a delicate shade of pink, adorned with intricate gold thread embroidery on the wide sleeves, while the hem featured butterflies embroidered in gold and silver, vivid and lifelike. The waist was elegantly cinched, accompanied by a water powder-colored floral hairpiece with tassels cascading on either side. She exuded a charming yet gentle aura, radiating the youthful vitality unique to her age. Her snow-white skin and graceful figure further accentuated her delicate beauty, resembling a celestial being of the moon. The three women were quite pleased with her attire that day. They had always known she was beautiful, yet they had not anticipated such vibrant splendor. Shen An'an gazed at her tender, even somewhat juvenile face reflected in the bronze mirror. Somewhat lost in thought, perhaps due to her aging heart, she felt an inexplicable guilt for trying to appear youthful, gently shaking the tassels. She raised her eyes to the matron and asked, "Isn't this attire a bit extravagant for our first meeting?" "Not at all, not at all. You look absolutely stunning." The matron praised profusely. Mo Xiang and Mo Ran immediately nodded in agreement. Ultimately, under Shen An'an's insistence, one side of the tassels was removed. Although she still felt it was overly ostentatious, she didn't want to dismiss the efforts of the three women who had worked tirelessly that morning. Shortly after breakfast, Madame Shen sent someone to summon her, saying, "Miss, the wife of the Inspector General is arriving shortly. Madame requests you accompany her to the entrance to extend a warm welcome." "All right." Shen An'an rose, straightening her gown as she stepped outside. With each step, she felt as though she were a delicate butterfly, fluttering with discomfort. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Madame Shen appeared from a side path. Upon seeing her, she seemed momentarily stunned, her eyes gleaming with delight. "Mother." Shen An'an lowered her brows. "What is it? Did you not sleep well last night?" "Not at all." Shen An'an pursed her lips, her small face slightly tense. Considering the way her mother looked at her, as if she longed to embrace her in affection, she opted to remain silent, not wishing to dampen her mother's spirits. Madame Shen seemed unable to take her eyes off Shen An'an, surveying her from head to toe. "An'an, you look lovely today. At your age, one should indeed dress more brightly." "Indeed, mother," replied the daughter. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the estate. Before long, several carriages emerged from the end of the alley, approaching them. "They're here," Madame Shen smiled. Shen An'an squinted her almond-shaped eyes, recognizing the leading figure atop a grand steed. Though the distance was considerable, she could discern his tall stature. As graceful as jade, he appeared oddly familiar to her. "Mother, isn't that the Inspector General's wife and her son? Why are there two carriages?" As the procession drew nearer, Madame Shen also began to discern the outline of the foremost figure, her expression darkening. "It appears the Inspector General's wife and the Grand Princess have both come." Had it not been for the Grand Princess's visit, she would not have insisted on bringing an in to greet them. Initially, she thought only 3 would arrive. But given this grandiosity, however, none of that is significant. What matters is why the Grand Princess has brought the 4th prince along. This could be quite awkward. Both mother and daughter wore pallid expressions, yet as the distinguished figures approached, Madame Shen swiftly suppressed her discomfort and managed to summon a smile. "Your Highness, the 4th prince." Under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly, Shen An'an dutifully performed a curtsy. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his keen, elongated eyes fixated on Shen An'an for a moment before he furrowed his brow and averted his gaze. Clad in ostentatious attire, she resembled a springtime bloom, captivating yet overwhelming in her flamboyance. This woman never failed to astonish him with each encounter. Akin to a peacock flaunting its plumage, did she truly believe she could not thrive without a man? Shen An'an, of course, did not miss the fleeting disdain in his gaze, turning her own eyes away coldly. In truth, she felt a twinge of embarrassment as well. "Madame Shen, the princess." Madame Shen led Shen An'an in greeting the regal woman who had just alighted from her carriage. The princess chuckled lightly. "Today, I am but a guest. There is no need for formality. Please rise." "Yes." Shortly thereafter, a somewhat portly middle-aged noblewoman disembarked from a carriage, accompanied by a young gentleman. They exchanged pleasantries with Madame Shen. Shen An'an's gaze swept over the young man. He was of decent appearance, exuding the refined air of a scholar, fair-skinned, silent, and reserved. As she appraised him, he too was subtly observing her. However, Shen An'an, with her thicker skin, did not shy away, offering a candid smile. He appeared momentarily stunned, as if dazzled by her striking smile, and his face flushed instantly. "Cheng-er, do not hesitate to greet Miss Shen," urged the gentleman's mother, nudging him. Realizing his oversight, he quickly bowed his head, his expression tinged with embarrassment, and stammered, "Greetings, Miss Shen." "Greetings, young Master Meng." Meng Cheng blushed profoundly, akin to a bashful maiden. The lady of the minister chuckled widely, interpreting her son's demeanor as clear interest in the Shen family daughter. Yet, she mused, the girl's beauty was rather overwhelming. Wisdom in a wife was preferable to mere beauty, for a husband enamored by looks might neglect his studies. Nevertheless, the Shen family's respectable lineage made her willing to overlook these concerns, believing that they could be addressed after marriage. With this thought, she became even more affable, engaging Madame Shen in animated conversation. Meng Cheng's gaze frequently wandered towards Shen An'an, who responded with a smile. Just then, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing her to shiver slightly. It was not particularly cold today. From where could such a wind arise? She touched the nape of her neck and turned to glance behind her, only to meet a pair of brooding eyes. Xiao Yuan sat atop his steed, casting a cold, disdainful glance in her direction, his expression frosty, his dark eyes glimmering with veiled mockery. This insolent woman, she never ceased her flirtations with men. Was she not a proper lady, exhibiting such shamelessness? Shen An'an had been entangled with him for several years and easily discerned the sarcasm in his gaze. Her expression darkening in response. Her crimson lips moved soundlessly. Xiao Yuan was taken aback, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He understood now. She was insulting him. And quite crudely at that. Shen An'an shot him a scathing glance and turned her head away. Whom she chose to entice was of no concern to him. He was merely being absurdly self-important. At this moment, both Madame Shen and Madame Ming had also ceased their conversation. The princess chuckled, "Yuan, aren't you and Shenny headed to the western camp for military practice? You should hurry." Xiao Yuan coldly averted his gaze, a fierce fire igniting within him. His grip on the reins tightening. Ling Chenyi suddenly poked his head out from the princess's carriage, greeted Madame Shen, and remarked, "Mother is waiting for us at the Shen residence. We shall come to fetch you later." "Very well." The princess nodded with a smile. "Do hurry, don't delay important matters." Ling Chenyi lowered the curtain, yet Xiao Yuan remained motionless. The flames within him blazed even hotter, and he was suddenly consumed by a wild desire to abduct the woman below, who was so full of pretense and insincere smiles, taking her deep into the mountains. He abruptly closed his eyes, then slowly reopened them, fiercely digging his heels into the horse's flanks, and galloped away. The princess's coachman was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his wits and swiftly cracked the whip to pursue. Shen An'an coldly gazed at the receding figure, her eyes narrowing as she withdrew her gaze. A narrow road for enemies aptly described their situation. In a previous life, she had gone to great lengths to see him. Yet now he seemed to elude her at every turn, a most unfortunate predicament indeed. Chapter 23. A glance quickly, let us enter the estate and continue our conversation, urged Lady Shen, beckoning the group inside. Meanwhile, Ling Chenyin lifted the curtain and engaged in conversation with the rider ahead, yet received no response, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Xiao Yuan. He glanced back slightly. "I am speaking to you. Why are you so preoccupied? Is there something on your mind?" Xiao Yuan pressed his lips together tightly. To harbor disdain for a woman, and to feel an unexplainable irritability upon seeing her, could that be considered a concern? For reasons unknown. The mere thought of that woman, adorned like a flamboyant butterfly, gazing coyly at the Meng family's young master, ignited a fire within his chest. Was she blind to have chosen such company? How could anyone compare to him? As he pondered, Xiao Yuan's brow furrowed anew. Why should he compare himself to such individuals? The agitation within him grew like rampant weeds, undoubtedly stemming from her rejection. He repeatedly reassured himself. Yet that young lady from the Meng family was truly unattractive. Only a blind person would find her appealing, casting flirtatious glances without a care for consequence. "Xiao Yuan." "What?" he snapped, clearly irritated. Ling Chenyin, exasperated, remarked that he had already spoken at length and had received no reply. "Do you know why Lady Shen has taken an interest in the son of the Minister of Justice?" Xiao Yuan lifted his drooping eyelids, tugged the reins back, and slowed his pace, feigning indifference. "Why?" Ling Chenyin smiled wryly. "Shenwen holds the position of Grand Commandant, the pinnacle of military officials. Whether it is the Prime Minister of civil officials or a family of generals, the Emperor would not delight in such unions. The Minister of Justice, while neither grand nor diminutive, holds little sway among civil officials, and the Emperor would hardly care." A mocking smile danced on his lips. "At that time, my mother offered Lady Shen several choices, yet she only considered the sons of officials, indicating that the Shen family seeks to remain discreet and neutral. The Shen family represents a significant force within the court. Had it not been for the two other princes marrying their legitimate consorts, they would not have overlooked the opportunity for an alliance with the Shen family. Shen Wen is indeed a cunning old fox, having raised a daughter for so many years. Had it not been for the Empress Dowager's covert machinations, she might never have been brought back." Xiao Yuan's gaze darkened as he stared into the distance, remaining silent. "Alas, that young lady does not appear to have taken a liking to you. Otherwise, with the Empress Dowager's assistance and the backing of the Shen family, you would be unstoppable." Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at Ling Chenyin in the carriage, sending a chill down his spine. "If neutrality is desired, Shenwen would naturally not bestow his daughter upon me. Is that so? Yet, I observe that Miss Shen's demeanor towards you did not seem one of unrequited love or resignation. Her gaze bore resemblance to that of a noble lady who would cling to you, revealing your evident disdain." He tightened his grip on the reins, the veins on the back of his hand surfacing, as if he were throttling Ling Chenyin. Turning his head, his icy gaze bore into him, causing every hair on Ling Chenyin's body to stand on end. He had always believed that, compared to Li Huayan, he was not cowardly. "All right, I merely mentioned it in passing. What I mean is that the union between the Shen and Ming families is likely to be nearly certain, and it would be an opportune moment to convey the Shen family's stance to the emperor. Huh, but I think not. Xiao Yuan scoffed coldly and averted his gaze. He found that woman exceedingly displeasing and was determined not to grant her wishes. He urged his horse forward, covering a considerable distance. Qingfeng quickly pulled the reins to follow. Master, you are entering the palace. Xiao Yuan coldly curled his lips and whispered a few instructions. Qingfeng was taken aback and, before Xiao Yuan's chilling gaze swept over him, turned the horse around and departed swiftly. Ling Chani furrowed his brows and glanced back, then looked again at Xiao Yuan's robust and stalwart figure, squinting slightly. Madame Shen led the Princess Royal and Madame Ming into the banquet hall. The maidservants presented tea, and the three engaged in lively conversation, to the extent that one might mistakenly believe they were close friends. Madame Ming, eager to marry her son Meng Cheng to Shen An'an, lavished praise upon Madame Shen and could not stop extolling Shen An'an's virtues, to the point that Shen An'an began to doubt whether the celestial being Madame Ming spoke of was indeed herself. However, my son Cheng is quite commendable as well. He achieved the highest honors this year, ranking prominently among the scholars. My husband has remarked that in the future, he is bound to surpass him. As compliments were exchanged, Madame Shen naturally reciprocated, transforming the banquet hall into a space of mutual admiration. Shen An'an lowered her gaze and sipped her tea, once again catching a glimpse of Ming Cheng covertly glancing at her. She was not someone to shy away from being seen. If he wished to look, he should do so openly rather than furtively. Setting down her teacup, she directed her unperturbed apricot eyes towards Meng Cheng, who feigned drinking tea, unflinchingly and without evasion. She felt no embarrassment, yet it seemed to render Meng Cheng quite anxious, his face reddening in awkwardness, his hand trembling slightly as he held the teacup. Fearing he might spill tea on his robe, Shen An'an could only lightly divert her gaze. Indeed, what was there for a grown man to be timid about? He should gaze freely. She was not a tiger. While Madame Shen and Madame Ming were engrossed in their conversation, the Princess Royal observed the scene with a concealed smile. This Shen family girl, the more she looked, the more she found herself liking her, unpretentious, poised, and quite intriguing. When Shen An'an caught sight of the Princess Royal's teasing smile, she felt a hint of embarrassment. Madame Shen glanced at the sky, turned to Shen An'an, and said, "The banquet will last a while longer. Since Master Ming has just arrived, he must find it tedious to sit and listen to our chatter. Why not take him for a stroll in the garden?" "Certainly." Shen An'an rose and offered respectful bows to Madame Ming and the Princess Royal. Ming Cheng's joy was evident, though he quickly suppressed it, standing to return the gesture. "Thank you, Madame Shen." "Yes, go ahead." Madame Shen regarded Meng Cheng with a semblance of satisfaction. "Please, Master Ming. I am in your debt, Miss Shen." His bow was somewhat flustered and disordered. Shen An'an stepped out first, pondering whether, aside from battle-hardened individuals like Li Huayan, most men were similarly shy, even more so than an innocent young lady. She couldn't help but recall that scholar, who had also exhibited such timidity upon encountering her. "What is Miss Shen laughing about?" Meng Cheng inquired softly, discreetly adjusting his robe. "Oh, it's nothing. I suddenly remembered something amusing. May I share it with you?" Shen An'an replied, caught off guard. She turned to glance at Meng Cheng, who instantly blushed, overwhelmed with awkwardness. Regretting his sudden inquiry, he added, "If you prefer not to share, please do not feel compelled to. I did not mean to intrude." Shen An'an shook her head, chuckling softly. "It's not that I cannot share. Rather, I fear it may be too forward for a gentleman such as yourself. I have heard from Madame Ming that young Master Ming possesses remarkable literary talent." Meng Cheng, flustered, stumbled over his words. "And no, I'm merely a successful candidate in the imperial examination, nothing more. Do not heed my mother's exaggerations." With a playful smile, Shen An'an remarked, "It is indeed rare to see such self-deprecation from one's own family. A mother's love for her son reflects her unwavering belief in his worth. Few scions of affluent families achieve success in the examinations purely on merit. Many either rely on their family's influence or are too accustomed to a life of luxury to prioritize their studies. After all, with a family fortune backing them, the struggle of academia often seems unnecessary." Indeed, Miss Shen speaks wisely. Meng Cheng's heart raced, almost threatening to leap from his chest. It is often said that a wife should embody gentleness and understanding, and he found that this Shen An'an possessed an abundance of admirable qualities. She was not only beautiful and graceful, but also eloquent and astute. At the chrysanthemum banquet, she had even outshone the esteemed first talent, Miss Duan-san. Embodying true talent and beauty, a flawless combination. Meng Qiang thought to himself that if he were fortunate enough to marry Shen An'an, he would cherish her dearly, refraining from taking a concubine for several years. As Shen An'an led him through the garden aimlessly, a sense of boredom slowly crept in. Noticing her waning interest, Meng Qiang sought to revive the conversation. I heard you were raised in Jiangnan since childhood. Yes, Shen An'an nodded. I followed my grandmother to Jiangnan when I was 3. She always said it is a land of remarkable people and bountiful harvests. Your grandmother truly is a remarkable woman, Meng Qiang remarked with a smile. Given the affluence of the Shen family, it is indeed curious that she chose to leave at such a time in her life. My grandmother has a fondness for Jiangnan, Shen An'an replied. Although she could not quite articulate why, it seemed as though she held a unique sentiment for that place, perhaps nostalgia. Indeed, Jiangnan's picturesque scenery makes it a splendid locale. Their conversation once again fell into silence as they meandered through the garden, and upon realizing they had circled back, Shen An'an suggested, the banquet should be commencing soon. Let us return. Yes, of course. A visible sense of disappointment clouded Meng Qiang's expression, as he felt he had not performed well in their conversation. On the way back, he racked his brain, desperately seeking topics to discuss, fearful of an uncomfortable silence. Young master, a servant girl's voice echoed from not far away, announcing her presence with a curtsy. Shen An'an curled her lips slightly, quickening her pace, while Meng Qiang appeared somewhat flustered. Shen Changha stepped forward and, upon lifting his gaze, immediately spotted Shen An'an emerging from the garden, his expression softening a fraction. Elder brother, An'an. However, his smile abruptly faded upon noticing the young man who followed her. Young Master Shen. Meng Qiang clasped his hands in greeting. Shen Changha pursed his lips, remaining silent. Elder brother, this is the son of the Minister of Justice, visiting alongside the princess and the minister's wife. Upon hearing this, Shen Changha's brow furrowed, and he responded coolly. As a martial general, he possessed a reserved demeanor and a resolute appearance that could be somewhat intimidating, which made Meng Qiang feel constrained, especially given the young man's connection to Shen An'an. Why have you returned so early today? The Mid-Autumn Festival is in 2 days, and the court has granted a few days off. Shen Changha's gaze occasionally drifted toward Meng Qiang. Perfect timing. Mother has prepared a banquet in the reception hall. Why don't you join us? No, thank you. Shen Changha averted his gaze, wishing to ruffle Shen An'an's hair but refraining due to the presence of others. I have some matters to attend to. You may go ahead. Chapter 24. Presumptuousness. Very well. Shen An'an nodded. Shen Changha took a step away, casting a fleeting yet unfriendly glance at Meng Qiang. Shall we go? Shen An'an proposed to Meng Qiang, and the two ascended the corridor together. Several times, Meng Qiang hesitated before finally speaking. Miss Shen, does it seem that you do not quite favor me? Shen An'an smiled lightly, recognizing the sentiment. Indeed. But you need not take it to heart. All the gentlemen associated with me are unlikely to hold you in high regard. Meng Qiang was momentarily taken aback, then managed a shy smile. Just as they approached the banquet hall, he abruptly halted and stammered. Miss Shen, wait a moment. Shen An'an turned back, her expression one of confusion. Is something the matter? Aye. Meng Qiang's face flushed, and he finally murmured. On the evening of the Mid-Autumn Festival, there will be lanterns. May I invite you to join me for a stroll? Before Shen An'an could respond, he hurriedly added, my younger sister will also be present, so you need not worry about your reputation. Shen An'an paused in contemplation, while Meng Qiang's palms grew clammy with nervousness. Very well. But my elder brother will also be there. If Master Meng does not mind. Not at all. It will be delightful for the 4 of us to be together, he replied eagerly. Then it is settled. Shen An'an nodded in agreement, and Meng Qiang visibly relaxed, a smile blossoming on his face. The prospect of a continuation signified hope, at least indicating that the young lady of the Shen family harbored some fondness for him. Upon entering the banquet hall, the 3 turned to face them, each wearing expressions filled with affection and unspoken meaning. Back already? Mother. Shen An'an performed a respectful greeting before taking her place beside Lady Shen. The matriarch scrutinized her daughter, her smile gradually faltering. After Meng Qiang offered his respects, he too took a seat. Lady Meng glanced at the blush adorning his neck and ears, her brow furrowing slightly. It seemed that a mere circuit had rendered him bashful. Indeed, being exceptionally handsome was not always advantageous, for it ensnared the hearts of many. She patted her son's back with feigned cheer, whispering a reproach for his lack of ambition. Meng Qiang stiffened, casting a glance at his mother, immediately tempering his demeanor. Though Shen An'an and Lady Shen did not overhear the exchange, they noted the subtle dynamics between mother and son. leading them to perceive that this young gentleman might be overly intimidated by his mother. At that moment, a maid announced that the meal was ready, prompting Lady Shen to rise and lead the two gentlemen to the adjoining room. In esteemed families, decorum was paramount. Thus, dinner was consumed in silence, devoid of idle chatter. Shen An'an found the atmosphere stiflingly tedious, her mind wandering throughout the afternoon. Fortunately, the Ming family departed shortly after, as Lady Shen was obliged to remain by the side of the crown princess. Shen An'an took it upon herself to escort the pair to the floral archway. As she walked ahead, Lady Ming scrutinized her figure with keen interest, her gaze imbued with discernment. While the family background was undoubtedly commendable, she found herself less than satisfied with the girl's appearance. Yet, if other aspects were commendable and her son held affection for her, she would not be overly critical in the future. Reflecting on Madame Ming's warm demeanor today, Madame Ming felt increasingly assured that the marriage proposal was nearly secure. Moreover, her son had just informed her that the young lady had agreed to accompany them for an outing during the Mid-Autumn Festival, which surely indicated her interest in him. With this thought in mind, she straightened her back and spoke softly, inquiring if Miss Shen had grown up in Jiangnan and whether she had adapted to life back in the capital. Shen An'an smiled and replied that while Jiangnan was indeed more humid, there were no significant differences aside from the climate, and she had managed to adjust quite well. Madame Ming nodded, noting that the capital's vibrancy was incomparable to Jiangnan's charm. If you have the time, do attend more social gatherings with your mother. Venture out and mingle with the young ladies of the capital, she suggested. Shen An'an's expression momentarily faltered before she nodded in acknowledgement. I have heard you were raised beside the esteemed old Madame Shen? Indeed, Shen An'an responded, her countenance now somewhat subdued. In those days, the old matriarch was renowned throughout the capital, and she must have imparted much wisdom to Miss Shen. Naturally, Shen An'an affirmed. Madame Ming's smile widened at this. Mother, Ming Qing murmured, lowering his head and gently tugging at his mother's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further probing. Madame Ming glared at her son with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. They hadn't even married yet, and he was already defending her. Truly, a beautiful woman could be a source of trouble. Marrying her would be no different from taking in a concubine, leading to illicit affairs within the household. She brusquely brushed away Ming Qing's hand and continued, with old Madame Shen's guidance, Miss Shen must surely be exceptionally talented. However, given that the old matriarch has not managed the household for quite some time, one wonders if she has forgotten some of her teachings, which might make it challenging for her to instruct Miss Shen. Shen An'an's delicate features darkened slightly. Was this a veiled inquiry into her culinary skills for managing a household? Madam is jesting, she replied coolly. I am the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, not a lesser-born, nor from a humble background. Is it not fundamental for a young lady to learn such skills? My grandmother hailed from a prominent family and began her studies from a young age. Such knowledge is ingrained in me. How could it ever be forgotten? Perhaps it is Madame Ming who lacked such training in her own family. Hence your question? Her tone dripped with a hint of derision. Madame Ming's expression shifted instantly. The Shen family was not of lowly status, and she herself came from a respectable lineage as the legitimate daughter of an official. Shen An'an's words felt like an affront to her dignity. You mother. Ming Qing interjected, his face a mask of annoyance, yet restrained from expressing it. Madame Ming shot him a warning glance and replied coolly. I was merely asking out of curiosity. Miss Shen, you possess quite a sharp tongue. With such a disposition, you will need to temper it once you are in your marital home. As a daughter-in-law, one must be aware of their role. Serving their in-laws and not defying their husband. Humility is essential. After all, every daughter-in-law has endured this. Then there is no need for Madame Ming to concern herself with me. Your energies would be better spent on your own affairs. Shen An'an retorted softly as she paused beneath the floral archway, turning back to face Madame Ming. Madame Ming's expression faltered, and Ming Qing's face paled slightly. You are upset. Are you not? Ani speaks candidly because she cares for you. Rest assured, in time, you shall be like a daughter to me, Madame Ming insisted, reaching out toward Shen An'an. Shen An'an evaded Madame Ming's outstretched hand, smiling silently. Madame Ming found herself in a moment of discomfort. The Shen family boasted a prestigious lineage, and though she believed she had sufficiently restrained herself today, she dared not speak out. Yet, the young lady of the Shen family appeared sharper and less amiable than those she had encountered before. Indeed, daughters raised in high society tended to be delicate and spoiled. While Madame Ming was genuinely dissatisfied with Shen An'an, she was far more enamored with the Shen family's status. She could tolerate other shortcomings. If her son were to marry a daughter from the Shen family, even her husband would have to heed her wishes, and the concubines in the back courtyard would never dare to rise above her. Cheng, engage in a few pleasantries with Miss Shen. I shall wait for you outside. Madame Meng instructed. Meng Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, but Madame Meng paid him no mind, giving his arm a gentle shove before departing with her maid. Miss Shen, please pardon my mother. She often speaks before she thinks, Meng Cheng stammered, attempting to explain. Shen An'an regarded him with a cool expression. She finally understood why he had yet to marry despite reaching adulthood. It was all due to an overbearing mother. More importantly, Meng Cheng clearly adhered to Madame Meng's wishes, either out of respect or fear, compelled to comply. Her initial indifference towards him had swiftly transformed into disdain. The age-old conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law persisted. A man who could not stand firm would subject the woman beside him to a lifetime of tribulation. Young Master Meng, you jest. My mother is but a guest. I cannot hold her words against her, be it emotionally or logically, Shen An'an replied, her tone unyielding. Meng Cheng exhaled in relief, yet sensed that Shen An'an's demeanor was excessively frigid. Then, the day after tomorrow, I shall come to escort you to admire the lanterns. That will not be necessary, Shen An'an replied coolly. The Shen family has a carriage. There is no need to trouble young Master Meng. Meng Cheng opened his mouth to protest, but Shen An'an interjected, you should take your leave quickly. Do not keep Madame Meng waiting. He fell silent, head bowed, contemplating how he could not voice his thoughts in the Shen residence, and resolved to explain himself further during their outing. Miss, that Madame Meng is exceedingly presumptuous. As if she believes her daughter is already wed into our family, Shen An'an remarked with a wry smile. Let us be on our way. Meanwhile, Meng Cheng climbed into the carriage, dejected. Madame Meng hurriedly inquired, what did she say? How did she respond? Meng Cheng glanced at his mother, then turned to gaze out the window in silence. Speak up, have you lost your tongue? She pressed. Meng Cheng forcefully shrugged off her hand, his voice laced with anger. What should I say? Are you not aware of what you just declared? Madame Meng was taken aback. Cheng, you have grown bold, daring to speak to me in such a tone. Everything I do is for your sake. Have you forgotten how your father treated his concubines? If not for my support, you, as the legitimate son, might have been cast aside long ago. Please, no more, Meng Cheng murmured, his hands cradling his head in resignation. He silently braced himself for the inevitable torrent of grievances that would follow, waiting until she had exhausted her complaints before finally releasing his arms. His gaze fixed on the carriage floor. She had not declined the invitation for their outing. She simply requested that he refrain from coming to fetch her. Upon hearing this, Madame Meng breathed a sigh of relief. I had anticipated this. After all, it is the esteemed princess who has facilitated this union. And what reason could there be for it to falter? The young lady from the Shen family must surely be fond of you. How could she possibly refuse on account of a few words? Madame Meng, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, but that is the Shen residence. Her father is the foremost military official, not some trivial household. If you continue in this manner, how can I possibly see you wed? Madame Meng murmured softly, I understand, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. It was only because things seemed to be progressing smoothly that she had become momentarily lightheaded, losing her sense of gravity. Yet you too. She cast a discontented glance at her son, reflecting on how, upon their first meeting, he had been so captivated by her beauty that he dared to express anger towards her. If he truly brings her into our family, who knows how he will dote upon her, disregarding his mother's counsel. Recalling the hardships his mother had endured over the years, Meng Cheng softened his demeanor. Mother, what are you saying? How could a wife ever compare to you? You are the one I cherish most. Madame Meng snorted softly, her expression brightening considerably. It is said that marrying a virtuous wife is essential for a husband's ascent to greatness. Just look at how resplendent that young lady from the Shen family is. Her mere smile is dazzling enough to captivate. If you were to become infatuated with her beauty and lose your ambition, what then? I am only concerned for your future. Were it not for the Shen family's esteemed background, I would never regard such a bewitching presence. Meng Cheng frowned slightly, but refrained from arguing with his mother. Even if he were to wed her one day, he could not spend every waking moment in her company. He must prioritize his aspirations. That young lady, if overly indulged, could become quite unruly. His mother ought to teach her some decorum. Did you hear how she spoke to me just now? That haughty and disrespectful demeanor. Meng Cheng turned his head in annoyance to gaze out the window, acknowledging that Shen An'an's words had indeed been somewhat harsh, and that she should not have addressed her elders in such a manner. However, given her status and family background, she possessed the confidence to be proud, unlike those lesser households that could easily be molded by his mother's teachings. Madame Ming continued to murmur softly. The guards accompanying the fourth prince said that the young lady from the Shen family has just returned from Xiao Yuan, and her understanding of etiquette may not be particularly refined. One should not assume she is worthy of their family status, otherwise she would not be so constrained. Given this, what is wrong with her maintaining her pride? Chapter 25. Picking flaws. Did you know that at the victory banquet, the favored concubine intended for His Majesty to match the fourth prince with Miss Shen? Meng Qing lowered his gaze and responded softly. Madame Ming remarked that the Shen family's status was indeed suitable for a prince. However, that matter ultimately fell through. Certainly because the fourth prince looked down upon Shen An'an. After all, even those around the fourth prince expressed such sentiments. Meng Qing furrowed his brow, choosing not to comment further. It would be fine if there were no issues with Miss Shen's health. Otherwise, I must have my mother inquire further. For one cannot marry someone with physical deficiencies. Even if a marriage were to occur, one could negotiate terms with the Grand Tutor Shen. Shen An'an returned to the banquet hall, where Madame Shen was engrossed in conversation with the Grand Princess. As the sun began to set, there was no sign of them departing. Madame Shen instructed An'an to prepare for dinner. The Grand Princess did not decline, as her son had urged her to wait for him, hinting at a significant matter. After notifying the kitchen, Shen An'an quietly sat beside her mother, listening to their conversation. Reflecting on the previous life where the Grand Princess had been difficult to converse with, An'an now saw a more engaging side of her. Perhaps her prior reticence stemmed from a lack of fondness for An'an. An'an, the Grand Princess called, and upon meeting her kind gaze, Shen An'an was momentarily taken aback. What do you think of the Meng family's son? After a moment of contemplation, Shen An'an replied, young Master Meng seems quite decent. But Madame Ming might not be easy to deal with. The Grand Princess frowned slightly, prompting Madame Shen to inquire, why do you say that? Did Madame Ming say something to you? Based on their earlier conversation, Madame Ming had seemed rather complimentary and not particularly difficult to engage with. Yet she trusted her daughter's judgment more. Feel free to speak openly. This palace is not particularly familiar with the Ming family. I only thought well of them after discussing them with your mother and considered it worthwhile for you to meet. Shen An'an bit her lip, hesitant to speak. It's nothing much, only that when I escorted Madame Ming back earlier, she seemed to imply that I was not raised in the capital and lacked experience, urging my mother to take me out more, and she asked some other questions. Both the Grand Princess and Madame Shen's expressions darkened. The Grand Princess pressed. What else did she say? She mentioned that I grew up in Jiang'an, and my grandmother has not managed the household for a long time. Essentially, she fears I have not learned these matters and would be unfit for the role of a hostess. Before Madame Shen could respond, the Grand Princess let out a cold laugh. A mere vice minister's household, and she expects to marry someone suitable for managing a harem? What an inflated sense of self-worth. Does her lineage even support such pretensions? A granddaughter personally instructed by the old matriarch, yet she cannot maintain her own little domain? Madame Shen's expression soured, and she fell silent. The Grand Princess's words were ones that few would dare to utter. While Madame Ming appeared affable, she certainly had her share of cunning ways. The Grand Princess snorted lightly, declaring that the matter would be dismissed henceforth. Were it not for Madame Shen's mention, she would have never considered facilitating such a mismatched union. Truly, a lack of self-awareness. An'an, do not take it to heart. I shall return and seek out a more suitable match for you, and speak with your mother. Shen An'an feigned shyness, lowering her head and responding softly. At that moment, a maid announced that dinner was ready. Madame Shen was about to lead the princess to the dining area when another servant came to report that the fourth prince and young Master Ling had arrived to escort the princess back to the palace. Shen An'an's expression soured. How could that insufferable man choose such a moment? Madame Shen felt it was inappropriate to dismiss them, and hesitantly suggested that the fourth prince and young Master Ling join them for dinner before departing. The princess, not overthinking the matter, instructed the servant to inquire if they wished to enter. If not, they could wait outside. It would be rather rude to leave now. Given that dinner had already been prepared, the servant retreated. Madame Shen furrowed her brow. After all, they were a prince and a young noble. Merely sending a servant might seem disrespectful. After much deliberation, she spoke, An'an, go greet the fourth prince and young Master Ling, and also ask someone to fetch your brother. She reasoned that it would be acceptable for just her daughter to welcome them while her son accompanied. After all, it was under her watchful eye. Shen An'an bowed and stepped outside, releasing a heavy sigh as she exited the courtyard. Had she offended some deity? Why was she plagued with such troublesome matters? Outside the gate, Ling Qianyin, having listened to the servant, turned to Xiao Yuan. Are you hungry? I am. Recalling the vivid autumn chrysanthemum painting, He felt a stirring curiosity to meet the audacious woman who dared to toy with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan shot him a glance, his expression grave. Just wait a moment. Wait for what? Dinner is about to be served, Ling Qining retorted, his lips pressed into a straight line. Is it a matter of worthiness? Are you not curious about her impression? Xiao Yuan's expression momentarily faltered before he coldly replied, What concern is it of mine? Is that so? Ling Qining's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Just then, Xiao Yuan's indifferent gaze flickered, shifting to the dimly lit stone path leading into the Shen residence. The sun had completely set, and lanterns had been lit within, casting a warm crimson glow throughout the courtyard. A slender figure emerged from the shadows, her silhouette elongated by the light. Ling Qining followed Xiao Yuan's gaze, sensing a subtle undercurrent of intrigue. In the next instant, he withdrew his eyes and directed them back to Xiao Yuan, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Xiao Yuan's expression remained inscrutable, and as the figure approached, he averted his gaze. Shen An'an, observing the tall figure turn away from her, inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her ire. She stepped forward, bowed, and announced, Fourth Prince. Young Master Ling, my mother invites you both to dine at our residence. Miss Shen, you are too courteous, Ling Qining replied with a bow, nudging the taciturn Xiao Yuan. The host has come to invite us. It would be quite rude not to attend. Xiao Yuan shot a cold glance at Ling Qining, who immediately withdrew his hand in response. The fourth prince, it seems, is not hungry. Thus, Mrs. Shen's warm invitation could not be politely declined. Ling Qinyu gazed vacantly at the cold expression of Xiao Yuan. Wasn't he initially reluctant to attend? Why then did he suddenly agree so readily? Shen An'an responded perfunctorily and took the lead into the residence. Xiao Yuan's eyes followed the retreating figure of the woman, a smirk forming at the corners of his lips. He had not overlooked the fleeting impatience that crossed Shen An'an's face. Her unwillingness for him to join only fueled his determination to go. Miss Shen walked so briskly. Does she not wish to lead us? Ling Qining hesitated, his foot retreating as he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. They were guests. Yet the lady was exceptionally finicky today. However, unable to withstand Xiao Yuan's piercing gaze, he felt compelled to conform. Shen An'an halted, coldly turning back. Isn't the fourth prince capable of finding his way? Are his eyes merely for breathing? Xiao Yuan choked, his brow furrowed. This woman truly had a knack for stinging words. After all, he was a prince. With a dismissive snort, Xiao Yuan replied coolly, Miss Shen did not exhibit this demeanor when welcoming the young master of the Ming family. What is it? Has your mood soured due to an unsuccessful engagement, leaving you to vent your frustrations on this prince? None of your business. Shen An'an turned to face Xiao Yuan, her expression dark as she glared at him. The young master of the Ming family is here to meet me. If it is a meeting, then he could very well be my future husband. What is wrong with my reception? And you, fourth prince? What gives you the right to compare yourself to him? Who are you to me? In her past life, she had been his wife, yet had no authority over his choices. In this life, what right did he have to impose upon her? A chilling silence enveloped the two, the air around them growing frigid. Why should it be so? An unnameable fury surged within Xiao Yuan, consuming him. He was a prince, a young general. Was he not superior to that man? The intensity of his anger threatened to explode from his chest, even as an eerie chill seemed to penetrate his heart. Cough, cough, cough. The banquet must be starting soon. We shouldn't keep everyone waiting. Let us proceed. Ling Qining interjected, stepping between them to diffuse the tension with a laugh. Yet the penetrating gazes of the two still sent a shiver down his spine. Shen An'an coolly averted her gaze and strode ahead. It was impossible for her to revert to her previous submissive demeanor. If one dared to provoke her, they must be prepared to face her retorts. After a few steps, noticing the lack of movement behind her, she turned back. Is the fourth prince still eating? If not, I shall return to dine. Xiao Yuan, who had already turned to leave, paused upon meeting Shen An'an's provocative gaze. In an instant, he pivoted and nudged Ling Qining toward the residence. Shameless. Shen An'an muttered under her breath. Ling Qining raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Xiao Yuan. The latter walked ahead, maintaining an expression of icy calm. He had certainly heard Shen An'an's insult. The prince was merely feigning ignorance. Ling Qining was not like Li Huaiyan, who would foolishly inquire if he had heard her earlier remarks. Xiao Yuan feigned ignorance, pretending to be both deaf and blind. On the way back to the banquet, he refrained from making any further remarks. As soon as they arrived, Shen An'an promptly went to sit beside Madame Shen, bowing her head in silence, motionless. Your Highness. The fourth prince, young Master Ho, Madame Shen greeted with a respectful gesture. There is no need for such formalities, madam, Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, raising his hand slightly. Madame Shen straightened up and smiled, saying, "It is merely a simple meal. I hope your highness will not find it lacking. Please, take a seat and join us." Chapter 26. The meaning remains obscured. Xiao Yuan nodded, casting a glance at the vacant seat, signaling Ling Chenyi with a subtle gesture. Ling Chenyi glanced at the empty spot beside his mother, then at Shen An'an, his eyelids twitching slightly. What was he implying regarding where he should sit? He lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Yuan's expressionless face, confusion evident in his eyes. Xiao Yuan's countenance darkened. The smile at the corners of his lips tinged with a hint of coldness. Ling Chenyi sensed the threatening gaze and, mustering his courage, stepped forward. After a moment's hesitation, he settled beside Shen An'an. Their mutual discontent was evident, yet why did the scrutiny from behind seem even more piercing? Was it still possible for him to rise now? "Yuan, why are you still dawdling? Sit down," the Grand Princess urged. Xiao Yuan sat down with a composed demeanor, unaware of the sudden impulse that had surged within him, as if an intense desire had awakened in his heart. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered if he had been driven to folly by that woman. Ling Chenyi tilted his head, offering an awkward smile, but Xiao Yuan, expressionless, pretended not to notice. Ling Chenyi sighed and pressed his lips together. Having grown up together, they shared an unspoken understanding, yet in recent days, Xiao Yuan had become increasingly difficult to manage. The two sat upright, a conspicuous space between them, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. The Grand Princess cast a sidelong glance at her son, questioning why he was seated so close to the young lady, despite her fondness for Shen An'an. However, a union between the Yangning Marquis and the Shen family was utterly implausible. Mrs. Shen, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at her daughter. Contemplating whether to have the extra chair removed, when Shen Chong, he strode in with purpose. He surveyed the room, lowering his eyelids to mask his surprise. And with a slight bow, addressed, "Your Highness, I pay my respects. Today, young Master Shen is the host. There's no need for formality." Xiao Yuan replied in a neutral tone. Shen Chonghe nodded, extending greetings to both the Grand Princess and Ling Chenyi. "I've been waiting for you," Mrs. Shen remarked, inwardly relieved that her eldest son had arrived, granting her a sense of security. Yet, silence enveloped the room once more, presenting a new dilemma. Where should Shen Chonghe sit? Logically, he ought to take the seat beside Shen An'an, as they were siblings. Thus, Ling Chenyi's position seemed rather inappropriate. Ling Chenyi felt a twinge of awkwardness, but before he could voice his thoughts, he received yet another pointed look from Xiao Yuan. What did that mean? Ling Chenyi stared blankly at Xiao Yuan for a moment, then gestured, asking, "Do you wish to sit here? That seems inappropriate. Her brother is still standing." Xiao Yuan's expression remained cold as he regarded Ling Chenyi. At that moment, the Grand Princess interjected, "Heir, why are you dawdling? Offer your seat to young Master Shen. You should sit beside Yuan. You lack any sense of decorum." Ling Chenyi's face shifted between hues of pale and green for a moment as he stood, casting a glance at the unmoving Shen An'an. It was indeed a pity that he had yet to engage her in conversation. This action did not go unnoticed by Xiao Yuan and Shen Chonghe, both of whom exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with a shared chill. Ling Chenyi took a seat beside Xiao Yuan, just as Shen Chonghe stepped forward, gracefully adjusting his robe before sitting down. At this moment, the maidservants began to file in, presenting a variety of dishes, while Madame Shen invited everyone to partake in the meal. Being from esteemed families, they adhered strictly to decorum and etiquette, completing the meal in serene silence, without even the sound of chopsticks clinking against bowls and plates. After the meal, Madame Shen commanded the serving of some desserts, and only then did the conversation gradually commence. Shen An'an tugged at Shen Chonghe's sleeve, murmuring softly, questioning why they had not yet discussed returning home, as if they intended to linger indefinitely. Shen Chonghe gently patted his sister's hand, assuring her to have some snacks, and they would address it shortly. Shen An'an nodded impatiently. The interaction between the siblings caught Xiao Yuan's attention. The young woman's delicate and vibrant face was filled with evident dissatisfaction as she playfully complained to her brother, displaying a charming obedience. It struck him that she seemed to smile sweetly at every man except for him, whereupon she would transform into a ferocious creature, barking at him as if bitten by a rabid dog. Ling Chenyi leaned closer, whispering, "You and Miss Shen are like two roosters in a fight as soon as you meet. I thought you didn't wish to sit with her, hence." "When did I ever say that?" Xiao Yuan retorted coldly. Ling Chenyi straightened his lips, acknowledging, "It appears I misunderstood. I shall rectify it next time. Did I ever express a desire to sit?" Xiao Yuan's icy demeanor was palpable. Ling Chenyi could not help but internally curse, finally understanding Li Huaiyan's predicament. His expression remained impassive. "Then why were you giving me signals? Why glare at me?" Xiao Yuan shot him a frosty glance and uttered 2 words, "Shut up." Ling Chani stiffened, straightening his posture and turning his neck toward Shen Changha, forcing out an awkward smile. "Xiao Yuan, if you lack loyalty, don't blame me for putting you in a bind. Has Brother Shen's health improved?" A hush fell over the room as Madame Shen and the princess glanced their way before returning to their conversation. Shen Changha appeared momentarily taken aback. "My health has always been fine. There is no need for recovery." Ling Chani, with a beaming smile, replied, "Yet I heard that some time ago. You suffered a punishment and were carried back, quite severely. How do you fare now? Are you well?" Shen Changha's polite smile faltered slightly as he discreetly observed Xiao Yuan's subtly darkening expression. "It's merely a trivial injury, nothing to be concerned about." "Is that so? Then Brother Shen is indeed diligent in his duties. And Miss Shen, your bravery in risking yourself to save his 4th Highness was truly commendable, earning my utmost admiration," Ling Chani remarked. Silence enveloped the 4 of them. Ling Chani's eyes sparkled with mirth as he sipped his tea. Yet the chilling aura emanating from beside him was impossible to ignore, demanding immense courage to overlook. Suddenly, Shen An'an spoke up. "What young Master Ling says is true. However, in this world, individuals like you, who clearly distinguish between gratitude and ingratitude, are regrettably few, with many being ungrateful and morally blind." The implication of her words was unmistakable. Shen Changha's lips twitched, casting a glance at his sister, wondering why she still held on to grievances after all this time. One side of Xiao Yuan's face had turned nearly as dark as ink. Hadn't they settled everything with silver and grain, clearing all grudges? Why did this woman persist in dredging up past grievances? Ling Chini felt a surge of delight within him, yet when he attempted to speak, the words suddenly caught in his throat, his face gradually paling due to his restraint. He rested his elbow on the table, his palm obscuring half of his face as he faced Xiao Yuan. A look of agony etched upon his features. Had he erred? Was it still too late to acknowledge his mistake? Xiao Yuan cast a cold, piercing glance at him, silently retracting the boot that had been pressing against his foot. Ling Chini withdrew his hand, leaning over the table momentarily, his gaze fixed on his flattened dark-patterned boots. "Year, what troubles you? Are you fatigued?" the Grand Princess inquired suddenly. "Yes, I am somewhat weary," Ling Chini replied, managing a slight smile. He resolved never to undertake such tasks again. Let Li Huayan handle them instead. He had had enough of this difficult predicament. "Shall we return then? We must not disturb Madame Shen's rest." Chapter 27. Mid-Autumn Festival. Ling Qiannin rose to his feet. Wincing as pain shot through his foot, causing him to stumble slightly to the side. "Take it easy," the princess admonished, casting a reproachful glance his way. "Every time you return from the military camp, you exhaust yourself. Do you not cherish your health? With a general present, why must you personally engage in the fray?" A matron beside the princess stepped forward to assist Ling Qiannin, but was gently rebuffed. "I am fine, merely a momentary lapse." The princess chose not to pursue the matter further, and, accompanied by Madame Shen, they exited together, with the others trailing behind. Shen An'an and Ling Qiannin lingered at the rear, while Shen Changha and the 4th prince led a few paces ahead, seemingly engrossed in serious discussion. Once the carriage had departed, Madame Shen exhaled deeply, relieved. "Finally, they are gone. Shall we return?" "Indeed," Shen An'an replied, turning to find Shen Changha gazing intently at her, his expression contemplative and somewhat displeased. "What is it?" Madame Shen inquired. "How are the discussions regarding your marriage with the Ming family progressing?" Upon the mention of this, Madame Shen's demeanor darkened, and she replied, "Nothing has materialized. Madame Ming is quite particular, and our family does not hold sufficient standing." At her words, Shen Changha released a breath of relief. "That is good to hear. Why the sudden inquiry?" Shen An'an asked, puzzled. Just now, while discussing matters with the 4th prince, he inadvertently mentioned the residence of the Inspector General. According to him, the young men of the Ming family are not of commendable character. Is that so? Madame Shen turned back, intrigued. Shen Changha continued, "A few days ago, one of the 4th prince's subordinates apprehended a courtesan at a brothel. Upon investigation, it was revealed that she was a woman maintained by the Inspector General. While he presents himself as upright, he indulges in avarice and licentiousness behind closed doors. Although his wives and concubines comply with the rules, he secretly harbors numerous mistresses and courtesans, fathering countless illegitimate children. It is a chaotic household, and his sons have undoubtedly emulated his lascivious ways. That Ming young master is unlikely to be any better, as it is rare for a flower to bloom untainted from muddy waters." Madame Shen felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing this. Thank heavens we did not agree to the match. Such a family. And Madame Ming has the audacity to come to our Shen residence to pick and choose, truly a den of wolves. In the future, we must investigate thoroughly before any consideration. We can never afford to be so reckless again, as it nearly jeopardized my An'an today. On the silent, deserted road, the carriage wheels clattered rhythmically, resonating loudly in the stillness of the night. Ling Qianyin glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was mounted on a magnificent steed, and queried, "Why did you speak to the young man from the Shen family in such a manner?" "What did I say?" Xiao Yuan replied, lifting an eyebrow. "You are well aware that the Shen family is negotiating a marriage with the Ming family, yet you chose to speak in such a way. Are you not deliberately meddling in their affairs? What are your true intentions?" Xiao Yuan replied, "I merely stated the facts, nothing more." Ling Qianyin narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? You harbor no special feelings for the Shen young lady, do you?" Xiao Yuan tightened his grip on the reins, a flicker of unease coursing through him. Shen Changhe was the commander of the Imperial Guards, and aligning with him would be advantageous. Oh, Ling Qianyin chuckled noncommittally, casting a meaningful sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan cast a cold glance at him before abruptly steering his horse into a narrow alley. The princess, hearing the commotion, lifted the carriage curtain and inquired of Ling Qianyi about his whereabouts. "He has returned to the royal residence. This alley is a shortcut." In the hiding garden, Shen An'an stood before the window, gazing into the inky night, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows of her already slender figure onto the paper. "Miss." Emo Xiang draped a cloak over her shoulders. "Are you discontented with Madame Ming's words? Those of little consequence are unworthy of disturbing my thoughts." Shen An'an replied with a calm and indifferent tone. She was merely contemplating whether her chosen path was misguided. She had envisioned marrying a gentleman of both noble character and lineage, hoping to sever the ties of her past life and embrace the ordinary existence of a woman, to support her husband, raise her children, and live a life of mutual respect and harmony. Yet today, she realized that the scrutiny of marriage remains an eternal constant for women. The scrutiny is not contingent upon the identity of one's husband, but simply because she is a woman. It was not the prospect of managing a mother-in-law that troubled her. Rather, she pondered the futility of her choices. If she were to select anew, would the outcome differ? Would she merely invite a new calamity and repeat the cycle? As a gentle breeze began to stir outside, she pulled a chair and sat down, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Suddenly, she spoke softly, "Emo Xiang, do you wish to return to Jiangnan?" Emo Xiang smiled and replied, "Wherever the young lady is, that is where I wish to be. There is little difference between the capital and Jiangnan for me. I long to return to Jiangnan," Shen An'an confessed. Emo Xiang pursed her lips. "Is the young lady missing the old matriarch? Perhaps you could inform Madame and have her send someone to bring the old matriarch back?" Shen An'an gently shook her head. "Grandmother will not return. Yet, it seems the imperial concubine may not permit you to go back either. Nor will Madame and Master." Shen An'an was well aware that her mother, entrenched in the bureaucratic affairs of the capital, intended for her to remain. How could they bear to let her leave again? But what if I were to find a husband and insist on going to Jiangnan? Emo Xiang was momentarily taken aback. "Madame would not permit you to associate with families from Jiangnan." Shen An'an turned and smiled, not seeking a family from Jiangnan, but perhaps an official position elsewhere. She yearned for a tranquil and liberated life, free from the confines of the inner quarters, unburdened by the specter of new tragedies. Before Emo Xiang could fully grasp her words, Shen An'an rose, prompting Emo Xiang to assist her. "It is getting late. You should rest early. The Mid-Autumn Festival is upon us, and tomorrow the residence will be lively." Indeed, in the Shen residence, she had finally experienced a genuine family reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Yet compared to Jiangnan, it lacked a sense of joy and anticipation. When juxtaposed with her previous life spent in the fourth prince's residence during the festival, this occasion was 1,000 times more favorable. One must learn to be content. The following morning, the estate buzzed with activity, while the hiding garden remained quiet. Knowing of her penchant for sleeping in, Madame Shen had instructed the steward not to disturb her. When Shen An'an awoke, the sun had already graced the writing desk by the window. Emo Xiang entered upon hearing her stir, assisting her with dressing and grooming. "Miss, you are finally awake. Madame and the young master have been waiting for you for a while." "Waiting for me? For what?" Shen An'an replied, her expression one of confusion. The young lady suddenly recalled that the Shen residence also housed a noble consort. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching tomorrow, it was customary to present gifts to the consort today. Shen An'an was struck by the realization that, unlike other households where a steward could deliver the offerings, it was imperative for her mother to personally make the trip to the palace. How could they let her sleep in while her mother and elder brother awaited her? Mo Xiang stuck out her tongue, explaining that it was the lady's explicit instruction not to rouse the young miss. Chapter 28. Entering the palace a quarter of an hour later, Shen An'an, having adorned herself in the elegant garments and jewelry selected by Madame Shen, stepped outside. Madame Shen and Shen Changhe were seated in the front courtyard, enjoying tea and engaging in conversation. Mother, elder brother, why did you not send someone to awaken me? It is merely a gift, nothing of great importance, she remarked. Madame Shen set her teacup down and assessed her daughter's attire. Despite the somber colors and patterns chosen, an irradiated brightness in her appearance. Glancing at the dress selected for her, Shen An'an smiled gently. Indeed, her beauty illuminated any garment she wore. Madame Shen chuckled softly, playfully chiding An'an. What modest young lady boasts of her own beauty? Such shamelessness. Shen Changhe interjected. Sister speaks only the truth. This is no boast. Madame Shen cast a resigned glance at her children, her earlier mirth tinged with melancholy. She had painstakingly chosen an attire to avoid drawing excessive attention in the palace, fearing the potential ire of the favored concubine. Very well, let us proceed. It is An'an's first time in the palace. She must stay closely by my side. There are many rules within, and while those in the court may not dare to harm you, some subtle tricks can cause considerable distress. Throughout their journey, Madame Shen repeatedly cautioned An'an about the palace's customs, the favored concubine's preferences and vulnerabilities, as well as the formidable rivals who were known for their difficult personalities. Mother. There is no need for such excessive caution, Shen Changhe remarked, looking at An'an. With both mother and I by your side, there is nothing for you to fear. Moreover, our father is the Grand Commandant, the foremost among military officials. Even the Empress would show deference if it is warranted. You need not be apprehensive. Such a child you are, Madame Shen playfully scolded her son. As they spoke, the carriage halted at the palace gates. The sentinel on duty, upon recognizing Shen Changhe, hurried forward to pay his respects. General Shen. Upon noticing the items being carried out from the Shen residence, he inquired with a smile. Is this a festive gift for the favored concubine? Shen Changhe replied nonchalantly. The sentinel, eager to please, offered. I shall fetch a few young attendants to assist you in bringing it inside. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a dozen young attendants, cautioning them to handle the precious items with care, for they belonged to the favored concubine. The group complied, forming a line to transport the offerings into the palace. Shen Changhe patted the sentinel on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. You have worked hard. It is merely my duty, General Shen, Madame Shen, Miss Shen, please proceed with care. The sentinel replied. Shen Changhe discreetly slipped a gold ingot into the sentinel's hand, leading Madame Shen and An'an through the palace gates. Once they had distanced themselves, the sentinel gleefully bit into the gold ingot, tucking it away with a grin, causing envy in the eyes of his companions. As a member of the Imperial Guard, Shen Changhe frequently traversed the palace grounds, while Madame Shen often accompanied the favored concubine. The palace maids and eunuchs were well acquainted with them, greeting them respectfully as they passed. It was at this moment that Shen An'an truly grasped the power and prominence of the Shen family. After a brief interval, they finally arrived at Xiaoyang Hall, where palace maids were already awaiting their arrival. Upon spotting Madame Shen and her companions, they hurried forward to perform their greetings, smiling warmly. Madam, esteemed eldest son, and distinguished eldest daughter, you have finally arrived. The esteemed consort has been awaiting you for quite some time. Madame Shen responded with a light acknowledgement and followed the palace maid into the grand hall. Given the previous incident involving Aunt Yu, she could hardly believe that her petty sister-in-law would not harbor any resentment and would be waiting for them without any ill will. Shen Changhe, being a male, was ordinarily barred from entering the inner palace, yet during the Mid-Autumn Festival, each court had the opportunity to visit their maternal families. As anticipated, the maid led the three into the hall, where the presence of Consort Shen was conspicuously absent. The consort must have grown weary from waiting and retreated to rest within the inner chamber. Please wait a moment, and I shall promptly report this. Very well, go ahead. Madame Shen waved her hand dismissively, taking hold of Shen An'an, while Shen Changhe seated himself in the hall, knowing well that Consort Shen would not emerge anytime soon, and leisurely began to sip his tea. The two palace maids stationed at the door exchanged glances, their expressions betraying an unspoken discomfort, yet they dared not voice their thoughts. The tea has grown cold. Fetch a fresh pot, commanded Madame Shen. The young maid nodded in acknowledgement and hurried off. Within the inner chamber, Consort Shen, adorned in resplendent court attire and exquisite makeup, her ruby lips and pearly teeth accentuated, observed the figures in the hall with a gaze that was both subdued and penetrating. Do not allow the old servant to upset you on account of Madame Shen. Today, during this mid-autumn festival, we must not give the other courts any cause for amusement. Consort Shen's darkened gaze shifted downward, lingering on the floor for a considerable time. It was not merely due to Aunt Yu. The Shen family's demeanor was a clear indication that they did not regard her as a consort of significance, daring even to snarl at her, as if she were merely a young maid. Aunt Yu had only attempted to offer her a way out. Yet she understood that survival in the palace was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. She was acutely aware that the emperor's affection was but a fleeting sentiment, sustained only by her beauty and the backing of the Shen family. The Shen estate was the foundation of her former glory, one she could not afford to lose or offend. Your Highness, a young maid entered with her head bowed, reporting that Madame Shen had matters of importance to attend to and, should the consort be unavailable today, she would take her leave and converse with her on another occasion. No need for that. Simply inform them that I am awake and will rise shortly, Consort Shen replied coldly. The maid, receiving her command, swiftly exited. Consort Shen gazed into the bronze mirror and suddenly asked, Yuha, do you think I have aged? Your Highness is in the prime of her youth and shows no signs of aging, replied the maid. Consort Shen gave a slight curl of her lips. Is that so? Yet I feel increasingly lifeless. In my youth, I bore a striking resemblance to my niece An'an, both of us possessing the same captivating beauty. But now, she lightly traced her fingertip over the faint creases at the corners of her eyes, reflecting, this is how my life has unfolded. Whether the Shen family can ascend further will depend on the next generation. Aunt Yu remained silent, aware that the young lady possessed insight and wisdom. Yet she was not one to be easily manipulated. After sipping a cup of tea, Madame Shen noticed Consort Shen entering, supported by Aunt Yu, clad in a delicate yellow court robe adorned with jewels, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. It must be acknowledged that power indeed nurtures one's stature. Your Highness, Shen An'an and Shen Changhe both bowed in respect. We are all family here. There is no need for excessive formalities. Please, rise, Consort Shen urged graciously. Seated in the esteemed position, Imperial concubine Shen warmly invited the three to take their seats, addressing them affectionately as sisters-in-law, exhibiting no hint of discontent, as if oblivious to the earlier slight. The matriarch of the Shen family, adept at managing the sprawling estate, was equally skilled in navigating social nuances. The two sisters-in-law exchanged pleasantries, enveloped in an atmosphere of amiability. Though the chill of winter had yet to fully descend, the hall had already been warmed with charcoal fires. Shen An'an felt somewhat uncomfortable in the heat, while Imperial concubine Shen appeared unaffected, even as Aunt Yu draped a blanket over her lap. Was she particularly sensitive to the cold? After a few days apart, An'an had become even more radiant, truly a vision of beauty, resembling her grandmother to such an extent that she seemed a mirror image, perhaps even more so than I, her biological daughter. Shen An'an did not feign modesty. Instead, she shyly lowered her head and smiled, remarking that her grandmother often praised her in such a manner. You, my dear, Lady Shen said, gently patting An'an's hand. Your grandmother recently wrote to your father, expressing her concerns for you, as if she feared we might treat you poorly. When I returned, grandmother indeed voiced such concerns. Shen An'an replied with earnestness. After all, having not grown up alongside my biological parents, it is only natural for her to worry that I might feel neglected or mistreated. Chapter 29. Deceiving the Emperor, the esteemed Consort Shen pressed her lips together, a faint smile gracing her features as she reflected on how her mother cherished her granddaughter far more than she ever did her own daughter. Since the moment her mother entered the palace, not a single word had been exchanged from the old matriarch of the Shen family. As if she had no daughter at all, Consort Shen had harbored resentment over this neglect, wondering if her mother truly had no concern for her sole daughter's safety within the treacherous confines of the palace. Yet her mother was resolute, declaring that once she entered the palace, she would no longer concern herself with her. And indeed, she had adhered to that promise. With a placid smile, Consort Shen's countenance belied any true joy. Your Highness, a young palace maid hurried into the chamber, whispering something into Consort Shen's ear. Upon hearing the news, Consort Shen waved her hand, signaling for the maid to withdraw. The emperor's appetite had been waning of late, yet for some inexplicable reason, he had suddenly developed a fondness for the peach crisp she prepared. Consequently, the head eunuch had sent someone to request more. Lady Shen, seeking an excuse to take her leave, prepared to rise, but consort Shen interjected first. I have been unwell these past few days, feeling faint and dizzy, perhaps from a chill. I fear I cannot travel far. An'an, would you be so kind as to go in my stead? Shen An'an hesitated. If you cannot go, do you think I wish to? Instinctively, she was about to refuse, but Lady Shen had already spoken. Your Highness, it is An'an's first time in the palace, and she is unfamiliar with the rules and etiquette. How can she possibly present herself before the Emperor? If you're unwell, it would be more fitting for Changhe to make the trip. If the Emperor required something, it would indeed be inappropriate to send someone of lesser rank, particularly since the Emperor was aware of the Shen family's presence in Jiayang Hall. Failing to attend in person might be perceived as a slight against imperial authority. Consort Shen shook her head. That simply cannot be. After all, this is the inner palace. It would not be proper for a man like Changhe to come and go freely. Should anything untoward happen, it would be catastrophic. Lady Shen fell silent. The inner palace housed the Emperor's women, and offending any of them would be a precarious situation. However, as a mere subject, her position was even more tenuous. Rest assured, I will send Aunt Yu along. There will be no cause for concern. I have been suffering from a severe headache these past few days. Otherwise, I would go myself. Lady Shen had no choice but to acquiesce, for no consort would refuse the opportunity to meet with the Emperor. Resigned, Shen An'an stood and, with a slight bow, departed Jiayang Hall alongside Aunt Yu. Miss, please follow this old servant. Aunt Yu beckoned, leading Shen An'an through the labyrinthine corridors of the inner palace, deftly avoiding several halls, thereby sparing her the burden of performing the customary salutations. After a quarter of an hour, they finally emerged from the inner palace. Aunt Yu suddenly halted in a corridor, gesturing in the distance. There lies the Emperor's study. You may proceed, Mississippi. I shall wait here. Shen An'an turned to Aunt Yu, her eyelids twitching. You want to accompany me? I shall remain here. You need only go on your own. Shen An'an scrutinized Aunt Yu, momentarily suspecting that the duo might be concocting a scheme to present her to the Emperor as a concubine. However, upon further reflection, she dismissed the notion. Consort Shen's ascent to her esteemed position was largely due to the Shen family. It was inconceivable that she would jeopardize her own standing by introducing her into the palace, thereby cutting off her own means of retreat. Even her parents would never consent, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship. Shen An'an received the food box from Aunt Yu and turned to walk towards the imperial study. As she rounded the corridor, she was met with a cacophony of heated arguments before she could approach the study. The chief eunuch stationed at the entrance obstructed her path and, noticing her attire did not resemble that of a palace maid, furrowed his brow and inquired softly, "Which family do you hail from?" "I am from the Shen family, here on the orders of the esteemed concubine to deliver peach crisps to His Majesty." Upon hearing this, the chief eunuch's expression softened considerably. Realizing she was of the Shen family, he glanced towards the imperial study and gently shook his head. "His Majesty is currently occupied. Miss Shen, please wait a moment." Shen An'an nodded and stood to one side of the palace door, the arguments within continuing unabated. With her head bowed slightly, she feigned ignorance of the tumult. The chief eunuch, his eyelids twitching, occasionally stole glances at Shen An'an. Both maintained a silent, shared focus, observant yet contemplative. After approximately a quarter of an hour, accompanied by the sound of something shattering on the floor, the door of the study creaked open, revealing a tall, imposing figure exuding an aura of chilling severity. The fourth prince, the chief eunuch, bowed deeply, his voice barely a whisper. Shen An'an, still with her head lowered, revealed no discernible emotion, merely performing a respectful curtsy. Xiao Yuan took a step forward and, catching sight of Shen An'an holding the food box to one side, hesitated momentarily. His cold, penetrating gaze bore down on her, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. What did their quarrel have to do with her? Why was he fixating on her? Inside the study, the remnants of the Emperor's lingering ire could still be heard. Shen An'an weighed the food box in her hand, raising her gaze to the chief eunuch. "I shall not enter. Could you kindly deliver the concubine's peach crisps to His Majesty?" The chief eunuch's eyelids twitched again. If she did not enter, was he expected to? The matter was fraught, as the prince was known for being demanding, leaving the servants to bear the brunt of any fallout. Noticing the chief eunuch's reluctance to take the box, Shen An'an stepped forward and pressed it into his hands. "I have something to discuss with the fourth prince. I would be most grateful for your assistance." The chief eunuch glanced at Shen An'an, then at the brooding Xiao Yuan, before reluctantly accepting the food box. It was clear that defying the fourth prince was not an option. With a sigh of relief, Shen An'an took the initiative to leave the imperial study. Xiao Yuan's cold gaze remained fixed upon her as he followed suit. Were you not claiming to have something of utmost importance to discuss with me? As they exited the corridor, Xiao Yuan remarked coolly, observing the girl hastening away. Oh, it suddenly slipped my mind. I shall convey it to the fourth prince when I remember, she replied, quickening her pace to depart. So, you were deceiving the emperor? Shen An'an abruptly halted. Turning to face him, her lips pressed together, her bright almond-shaped eyes meeting Xiao Yuan's icy demeanor. Chapter 30. Xiao Yuan, have you lost your mind? Xiao Yuan gazed intently into the woman's cold, ancient well-like eyes, and his heart felt as if it had been struck by an unseen force. That strange yet familiar sensation surged forth once more, overwhelming him and teasing every nerve. He steadied his gaze and stepped forward abruptly. Shen An'an instinctively recoiled at the sight of the imposing figure approaching her, her brows knitting slightly in confusion. What are you doing? Xiao Yuan remained silent, his steps showing no sign of halting. Shen An'an's expression darkened, her voice chilling as if encased in frost. Stop right there. Her evident disdain and resistance caused Xiao Yuan to falter, and that peculiar feeling ebbed away like a receding tide. Something was amiss. Those radiant eyes should not regard him with such emotions. What should they convey instead? A sudden, sharp pain coursed through his head, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. In a daze, a pair of eyes identical to Shen An'an's flashed through his mind, gazing at him with gentle anticipation. Xiao Yuan shook his head, lifting his gaze only to meet Shen An'an's cold and disdainful stare. No, something was definitely wrong. There had to be a mistake. Observing his increasingly pallid and sullen complexion, Shen An'an frowned, her steps wavering as she coldly inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Xiao Yuan remained mute. Shen An'an turned her head to glance at the palace maids and eunuchs watching from a distance, suppressing her annoyance as she approached him. "I have done nothing to you. So you must." Before she could finish, a remarkably strong hand seized her wrist, the pain prompting her to instinctively recoil, yet she could not break free. "Have you lost your mind? This is the palace. What on earth do you intend to do?" Xiao Yuan's eyes were fathomless, his aggressive gaze fixed unyieldingly on Shen An'an as he twisted her wrist, pinning her against a pillar. "Have we met before?" He had posed the same question once before during the soup distribution on Nanhua Street. Shen An'an twisted her painful wrist, her gaze turning icy. "If the fourth prince wishes to act mad, I suggest he do so elsewhere. I am a daughter of the Shen family, not someone you can toy with at will." Xiao Yuan appeared not to hear her words, his fingers tightening and turning pale. "I will ask you once more, have we ever known each other?" Shen An'an's expression momentarily shifted, her fingers instinctively curling, digging into her palm. The fourth prince's question was absurd. She glanced at their positions and coldly replied, "Do you truly believe we are acquainted?" "I am not referring to that." Xiao Yuan's brows knitted tightly, that inexplicable emotion surged again, tugging at his feelings and igniting his irritation. What was this? Had the fourth prince lost his wits, or was he simply venting his frustrations on a noble woman? Xiao Yuan leaned in closer, gazing into the woman's furious, almond-shaped eyes. They were so near that a mere tilt of the head could bring their lips together, their breaths intertwining. An impulsive desire surged within him. He longed to cover her crimson lips, shattering the impatience and disdain in her eyes, replacing them with the gentle clarity of the gaze that lingered in his mind. In an inexplicable twist of fate, he fixated on the quivering crimson lips, slightly trembling with indignation, and gradually leaned in. Shen An'an's eyes widened in disbelief. The handsome visage, now within arm's reach, loomed larger, as a breath imbued with a cool chill mingled with the air escaping her lips. Something within her mind detonated with a thunderous roar. Xiao Yuan's eyes were half closed, striving to grasp that familiar sensation. Shen An'an, fueled by an unknown strength, fiercely bit down on the delicate lips that danced upon hers, while her knee thrust upward with sudden force. Xiao Yuan, sensing her intention, swiftly retreated, but before he could regain his balance, a resounding slap echoed through the corridor, striking his face with a sharp crack. The space fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes, an ominous storm brewing beneath their depths, as he cast a frosty, disdainful glance at Shen An'an. In that instant, she seemed to glimpse the Xiao Yuan of her past life, the exalted prince who gazed down upon the world from his lofty perch. Her fingers curled slightly, suppressing the chill that crept deep within her heart. If the fourth prince lacked for women, there were ample maidens within and beyond the palace. Eager to vie for his attention, he need not descend into madness before her. Her lips were stained a vivid red, the remnants of his earlier roughness marking her, a testament to Xiao Yuan's transgressions. His gaze lingered on her lips, as reason gradually reasserted itself, the fury receding like a waning tide, leaving behind only a cold disdain. Shen An'an wiped her lips forcefully, though her hand trembled with anxiety, hastily intending to depart. "Miss Shen," Xiao Yuan called out softly, continuing, "I lost my composure earlier. Should you wish it, I can take responsibility." "Not necessary," Shen An'an replied, not even glancing back. All she desired was to escape swiftly, ideally to never encounter Xiao Yuan again. He observed her hurriedly retreating figure, a frown etched upon his brow. Even he could not fathom why he had uttered those words. Fully aware of her impending rejection, yet unable to restrain himself. His lips throbbed faintly with pain, a metallic tang lingering in his mouth. He lowered his gaze, fixated on the column against which they had just pressed, lost in contemplation. After turning down the corridor and walking a considerable distance, Shen An'an finally spotted Aunt Yu, who had promised to wait for her. She instinctively raised her hand to wipe her mouth, maintaining a cold demeanor as she approached. "Miss, how fortunate to find you here." "It was quite a challenge for this old servant," Aunt Yu remarked. Shen An'an's expression turned icy. "Where exactly did you search for me? Pray tell." Aunt Yu hesitated, her voice faltering as she explained, "I was suddenly unwell and stepped away for a moment. Upon my return, I could not find you, no matter how extensively I searched." Shen An'an let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. She suspected that Consort Shun was aware of Xiao Yuan's presence in the imperial study and had deliberately orchestrated this encounter. Aunt Yu discreetly scrutinized Shen An'an's expression, seeking to glean something from it. "Let us go. The food box has been delivered. We must not keep Her Highness waiting," Aunt Yu urged. "Very well," Shen An'an replied, and a quarter of an hour later, the two returned to Xiaoyang Palace. Madame Shen, upon seeing Shen An'an safe and sound, let out a long sigh of relief and promptly rose to take her leave. The esteemed Shen Guifei cast a sidelong glance at Aunt Yu, refraining from further obstruction, and personally escorted her to the palace gate, and then halted, turning to face her with an expression of unmistakable indifference. "Does the Empress have any further instructions? This child. Why does she remain so distant from her own aunt?" The aunt pondered, wishing for her to visit the palace more often to keep her company. With both Madame Shen and Shinchanga present, and sought to mask her emotions, not wanting to raise their concerns, she offered a perfunctory bow, affirming, "Yes." Soon after, the trio departed from Xiaoyang Hall. Shen Guifei re-entered the palace, inquiring, "How did it go? Did you meet?" Aunt Yu stepped forward, presenting a cup of tea. "Yes, but it was merely the fourth prince's attendant, Qing Feng, who obstructed me. I am unaware of their conversation." Shen Guifei leisurely took a sip from the cup, unhurried. For there was ample time ahead. They required the fourth prince as their support. He too needed the Shen residents as an ally. It was a matter of mutual benefit, a symbiotic relationship for shared success. As the Shen carriage made its way out of the palace gates, it gradually faded from view along the official road. On the city tower, a tall figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowing in the gentle breeze, his dark, cold eyes fixed on the distant end of the road, his thin lips pressed in a sharp line. Qi Feng stood at a distance, hesitant to approach. His master always appeared troubled whenever he ascended the tower. As time passed and the evening glow descended, Xiao Yuan finally stirred, suppressing an inexplicable restlessness within. The cool wind brushed against his slightly parted lips, the sting from a split skin causing him to furrow his brow as he raised a hand to touch his mouth. Perhaps it was her stark contrast to other women that ignited his desire to conquer. Whether he was trying to convince himself or resisting the acknowledgement of that fleeting madness, Xiao Yuan mused. Yet, those eyes lingered in his mind like an enchantment, weaving through his dreams, sometimes gentle, sometimes cold, at times affectionate, and at others, filled with disdain. He felt as if he were torn between two worlds, pulled by two extremes of emotion, where even upon waking, the sensations of fullness and loss remained hauntingly vivid, refusing to dissipate. Shen An'an did not mention the events that unfolded in the palace that day. However, that night, having escaped nightmares, she once again dreamt of the memories she most wished to forget. From the joy of her marriage to the desolation of widowhood, she seemed to relive that profound despair. Upon waking, she was drenched in cold sweat, trembling slightly. She lifted her gaze, the sunlight streaming through the window dispelling the gloom that had settled in her heart. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and all the household servants had received their rewards, their faces alight with joy. The civil and military officials enjoyed their day off, spending time with their wives, children, and parents. Shenwen was no exception, albeit he had only Shen Madam for company. His days were filled with official duties, often leaving early and returning late, sometimes not even seeing Shen Madam for 10 days or more. This rare opportunity compelled them to share their thoughts and feelings. Shen An'an, understanding the situation, remained quietly in Haitang Garden without causing any disturbance until the evening when a maid called her to the main hall for the reunion dinner. Dressed simply for the day, her hair was loosely tied with a silk ribbon, making it convenient for her to venture out later. Upon entering the courtyard, the sky had darkened, with sporadic fireworks bursting in the air, scattering sparks around. She wondered if her grandmother was also in the courtyard, listening to the crackling firecrackers and the fireworks blooming. Alone, she would surely feel bored, a feeling she dreaded, and she pondered whether she would scold her for being ungrateful. As she stepped into the main hall courtyard, she noticed several circles of firecrackers spiraling on the ground, with Shen Yuan and Shen Chang'e holding fire sticks, clearly waiting for her. "An'an, hurry here," beckoned Madame Shen from the corridor steps. "Mother," Shen An'an replied as she approached. Shen Chang'e and Shen Yuan simultaneously bent down to ignite the firecrackers, while at that moment, Madame Shen gently placed her palm over Shen An'an's ears, shielding her from some of the noise. Shen An'an contemplated why, in her previous life, she had been so foolish as to gradually ruin such a joyful and harmonious family. Amidst the crackling sounds, Madame Shen took Shen An'an's hand and led her to the already set dining table. "Why are you dressed like this today? Planning to go out?" Madame Shen inquired. Shen An'an looked up and exchanged a glance with Shen Chang'e. "I thought it would be nice for An'an to experience her first mid-autumn festival in the capital, and since I have a day off, I could take her out for a stroll," Shen Chang'e explained. Madame Shen hesitated, aware that although the mid-autumn festival was lively, it could also be chaotic with so many people. Before she could finish her thought, Shen Yuan interrupted, holding her hand, with Chang'e, the captain of the guards, accompanying her. "What is there to worry about? Nothing will happen. I am not saying I won't let her go, but since we are also heading out, why not?" Madame Shen began, but Shen Yuan quickly interjected, "Madam, do try the salt and crispy chicken you love. See how it tastes." He swiftly picked up a piece of chicken, cutting off her words. After decades of marriage, Madame Shen understood his intentions and shot him a playful glance, lowering her head shyly as she quietly ate. Shen Chang'e and Shen An'an exchanged knowing smiles, choosing not to shatter their parents' subtle intentions. After finishing their meal, they bid farewell and left the residence. Madame Shen expressed her mild annoyance. "Since we are going out, wouldn't it be better for the family to go together? An'an is just a girl. What if Chang'e, being careless, loses her in the crowd?" Shen Yuan gently reassured her. "An'an has come of age. She is no longer a child. If she gets lost, she will ask for help. Chang'e cares for his sister deeply and wouldn't let her out of his sight. Going out together feels rather dull. In the future, when they marry, they won't take you along. Thus, it is only you and I who are the closest," he added. In the carriage, Shen Chang'e glanced at the scroll that Shen An'an clutched tightly in her hand, puzzled. "What do you need that painting for?" he inquired. Shen An'an lifted her eyelids slightly, tightening her grip on the scroll. "To exchange for silver," she replied. "Then you should set it down. If you break it, it won't fetch a good price," he advised. Shen An'an lowered her gaze, loosening her fingers. Shen Chang'e recognized the painting. It was the centerpiece of the chrysanthemum banquet, crafted by the hand of the fourth prince. However, he merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, uttering not a word. It was still early, and the long street was already bustling with a tide of vehicles and throngs of people. Vendors carried baskets brimming with vibrantly colored lanterns of various designs, dazzling the onlookers. Children trailed behind their elders, each clutching a lantern, their faces radiating joy. The lanterns of the wine houses and tea shops hung high, illuminating the scene with extraordinary brightness. Some open spaces had been transformed into elevated platforms, where games of riddle solving were underway. Shen Chang'e instructed Uncle Zhong to halt the carriage in a narrow alley, guiding Shen An'an to stroll into the lively festivities. Mo Xiang tightly embraced the scroll, meticulously following in their footsteps. On the platform, a loquacious elder was elucidating the rules of the game. Shen An'an lingered momentarily in the crowd before continuing onward with Shen Chang'e. Later, fireworks would adorn the palace direction, and many dignitaries had reserved prime positions in the elegantly appointed private rooms of the wine houses for viewing. Shen An'an lifted her gaze, surveying the flanking wine houses and tea shops, their lights ablaze. It was likely that they would be teeming with patrons tonight. As they conversed, the pair arrived at the entrance of a grand wine house. This was the largest establishment in the capital, and from the third floor, one could behold the entirety of the street spectacle. "Let me take you up to see," Shen Chang'e offered. "All right," Shen An'an replied, matching his stride as they ascended to the third floor. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise emanated from the right. "Miss Shen, you have finally arrived. After sending so many letters without a reply, I thought you might not come at all." Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter. Shen An'an lifted her gaze, following the sound, and beheld Mingqing, adorned in a resplendent dark blue brocade robe, approaching with evident delight. It suddenly dawned upon her that he had sent several letters to the residents in the past few days, seemingly to arrange this meeting at the tavern. However, she had assumed that he would understand her silence as a dismissal. Mission. Mingqing began to step forward, but was halted by Shenchang's long arm. Brother Shenchanga positioned himself protectively behind Shen An'an. Does young Master Ming have business with us? Mingqing glanced at Shen An'an, then at Shenchanga, and stammered. I have an appointment with Miss Shen. We agreed to admire the lanterns together. Upon hearing this, Shenchanga's expression darkened significantly, his gaze towards Mingqing icy and unyielding. When has a lady of the Shen family ever been associated with young Master Ming? Startled, Mingqing quickly retracted his statement. Brother Shen, please do not take offense. My words were careless. What I meant was, young Master Ming. Shen An'an stepped out from behind Shenchanga, maintaining her characteristic gentleness. I have grown up in Jiangnan and may not be suited for the position of mistress of the Ming household. She executed a graceful curtsy and, taking Shenchanga by the arm, turned to leave. Mission. Mingqing's face paled as he took a step forward. Yet the chilling glare from Shenchanga rendered him hesitant. He could only watch helplessly as the two departed. Among the many female onlookers, Miss Shen was his most favored. Yet his mother had interfered. His fingers curled into a fist within his sleeve as he exhaled heavily, turning away in a stormy rage and returning to the residence. In a private chamber where pearl curtains swayed, a pair of cool, sharp black eyes absorbed the earlier scene, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Li Huayan poured himself a cup of wine, swirling it in his hand before downing it in one gulp. Isn't the fourth prince usually averse to such revelries? What compelled him to emerge today? Naturally, he has something weighing on his mind, Ling Chenyi interjected. What do you mean? Li Huayan turned his head, eyebrows raised incredulously. Who is he thinking of? Well, you ought to inquire of him yourself, Ling Chenyi replied. Aren't you like a worm in his belly, privy to his thoughts? Ling Chenyi disdainfully pushed Li Huayan's face away. Why are you so repulsive? Nearby, Xiao Yuan appeared oblivious to their banter, his deep, indifferent gaze following the Shen siblings as he sipped his drink. The burning sensation on his lower lip from the strong liquor served as a constant reminder of his recent disgraceful behavior in the palace. Those eyes should not harbor such a demeanor. Li Huayan followed his gaze outside, raising an eyebrow. The Shen siblings have also come to join the fray, Xiao Yuan. Your sworn enemy. Should I invite them over to sit? The more, the merrier. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze in silence. While Ling Chenyi grasped Li Huayan's arm as he attempted to leave. Wait a moment. I still have urgent matters to attend to. It would not be wise for too many to be aware. Reluctantly, Li Huayan returned to his seat, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Young master, the guests have arrived. A servant softly announced as he entered the chamber. Show them in. Ling Chenyi straightened in his seat, signaling for Li Huayan to refill another cup with wine. As the wine was filled to the brim, a young man clad in coarse linen entered, guided by a servant. Upon seeing the individuals in the room, the man nervously clenched his hands, suppressing the sleeves of his garment, and awkwardly bowed in greeting. Good day, His Excellency the heir and the two young masters, he stammered. Ling Chenyi, with gentle eyes, scrutinized Zhang Yiyang with a few measured glances and softly introduced him. This is the son of the Duke of Li, and that is His Excellency the fourth prince. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yiyang was taken aback and immediately bowed again with utmost humility, a cold sweat forming on his back. All the while, Xiao Yuan, who had been observing from outside, turned his gaze back, his heavy eyes resting on the bowing figure of Zhang Yiyang, dark and unfathomable, concealing an indescribable emotion. Xiao Yuan remained silent, and naturally, Li Huayan did not speak either. The atmosphere in the elegant chamber grew eerily tense. Sweat trickled down Zhang Yiyang's forehead, splattering on the bluish stone floor. Today, we have important matters to discuss, Master Zhang. Please do not feel constrained. Have a seat. Ling Chenyi broke the silence, and Zhang Yiyang, too intimidated to raise his eyes to meet the oppressive gaze, sat down in the direction indicated by Ling Chenyi. Let us drink. Ling Chenyi lifted his wine cup, and Zhang Yiyang promptly stood and accepted it with both hands, drinking half in one gulp. Where do you hail from? Brother Zhang? Are there others in your family? In response to His Excellency, I am from Jiangnan. There is no one left at home. Just a younger sister who is being raised by relatives. Without parents to serve, and free from the obligations of in-laws, Ling Chenyi appeared slightly pleased. Then, may I inquire if Brother Zhang harbors any intentions of remaining in the capital? Zhang Yeyang was momentarily stunned. As a mere novice, I barely made the list. I fear I lack the qualifications to stay. Ling Qiannin remained silent, reclining casually in his chair, his wrist resting nonchalantly on the table's edge. His gaze faintly fixed on Zhang Yeyang, though they were of similar age. The calm and composed aura Ling Qiannin exuded was something the humble Zhang Yeyang could hardly aspire to attain. He lowered his eyes, his shoulders slumping, the hand that held the wine cup trembling slightly. What if I could arrange for you to remain in the capital? Would you be willing? Of course. I would be most willing. Zhang Yeyang's voice quivered subtly. To remain in the capital was an aspiration that those of his humble rank could scarcely dream of achieving. A vivid visage of a beautiful face flashed through his mind, and a warm current surged within his chest, for though it might yield no fruition, merely being able to see her often was a solace. The chamber fell into a moment of silence. Zhang Yeyang felt as if he were amidst wolves and tigers, afraid to breathe too deeply. He swallowed hard and inquired softly, "May I ask, why does His Excellency wish to assist a humble person like me?" He understood that there were no free benefits in this world. Ling Qiannin did not respond, instead posing another question. "Are you married?" Zhang Yeyang's face flushed slightly as he recalled something. "I am not yet married." "Is there a betrothal in your family?" Zhang Yeyang sensed something amiss and quickly glanced at Ling Qiannin. "No, there is not. However, I do have someone I hold dear." The moment those words escaped his lips, a piercing and cold glare suddenly shot toward him, imbued with a powerful intensity that made Zhang Yeyang feel a chill run down his spine. He did not turn back, but could vaguely surmise that this gaze must belong to the fourth prince. His back immediately bent, uncertain of where he had erred. Was it because of his affection for someone special? Ling Qianyu wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, pondering which was more significant to Brother Zhang, the one he cherished or his future. Zhang Yeyang hesitated, and yet, could Brother Zhang's beloved truly be wed as a legitimate wife? Zhang Yeyang felt as though his throat was blocked by a lump of cotton, unable to articulate a response. His entire being immersed in a frigid state. "Brother Zhang, it is prudent to be realistic. When a splendid matrimonial opportunity presents itself, one must learn to cherish it." Zhang Yeyang was acutely aware of the esteemed presence of the three individuals in the room, far beyond his capacity to offend. He lowered his head and softly spoke. "I, a mere subordinate, failed to comprehend the heir's intentions. I kindly request you to elucidate." Shenchanga had pre-booked a window seat for Shen An'an to enjoy the view. Leaning forward, Shen An'an peered down to see a sea of lanterns and bustling crowds. After a while, boredom began to set in. She rested her arms on the windowsill, her head tilted atop. Should she descend to solve riddles and win a few rabbit lanterns? Shen An'an felt little enthusiasm, but suddenly an idea sparked within her. Her eyes glinted with mischief. "Very well." She cast a glance at the scroll nestled in Mo Xiang's embrace and ventured out with Shenchanga. Lifting her gaze, she momentarily caught sight of a familiar figure flash by. However, upon exiting the tavern, the figure had vanished. Noticing her distraction, Shenchanga inquired, "What troubles you?" "I thought I saw an acquaintance just now, but now I cannot find him. Perhaps I was mistaken." Shenchanga surveyed the bustling street, observing the throngs of people. It was not unusual to encounter someone of similar stature amidst such a crowd. Indeed, the siblings proceeded closely together into the throng. As they walked, Shenchanga abruptly halted and turned back, his keen gaze swiftly locking onto a window on the third floor. "Elder brother, what is it?" Shenchanga furrowed his brow, retracting his gaze from the vacant window. "It's nothing. I may have misjudged." The cold moon hung high, the clamor of vendors incessantly echoed, creating a buzzing din in the lively atmosphere. Li Huayan lowered the beaded curtain, revealing himself, still somewhat shaken. Indeed, the eldest son of the Shen family was remarkably perceptive. He glanced at the concealed Xiao Yuan behind a wooden pillar, swallowing back his teasing remarks. Ling Qianyu rested his wrist on the arm of the chair, his usually gentle countenance unusually somber, his lowered eyelids fixated on the wine cup before him. The oppressive atmosphere left Li Huayan feeling utterly uncomfortable. There are plenty of talented scholars. If he is unwilling, he can always choose another. That Zhang Yeyang truly possessed a measure of integrity, rejecting a promising future laid out before him. Ling Qianyu lifted the wine cup and drank it in one gulp, his gaze drifting, almost imperceptibly, toward Xiao Yuan. That scholar indeed exhibited commendable character, willing to forego a bright future for the one he cherished. Such noble spirit would surely move the lady in question, perhaps even leading to a lifelong commitment. "I find myself rather curious," mused Li Huayan, stroking his chin. "What manner of woman possesses such enchantment to compel him to forsake the towering tree that is the Earl of Yongning's estate?" Ling Qianyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Perhaps the scholar's beloved is not inferior to the esteemed lineage of the Yongning Marquis' residents. How is that possible? Li Huayan raised an eyebrow. Do you think the powerful elite of the capital are as indiscriminate as your family? Ling Qianyin shot a fierce glance at Li Huayan, setting down his wine cup with a hint of disdain, and walked over to the window. What about the Shen siblings? Weren't they supposed to invite someone in to join us? Li Huayan replied, they left long ago. When did they depart? Ling Qianyin's gaze turned towards the aloof Xiao Yuan. Just now, they left just moments before the scholar, quite coincidentally. One might think they had arranged it beforehand. The atmosphere in the room grew noticeably stagnant as Ling Qianyin cast a sidelong glance at the thoughtless Li Huayan. Staying here holds little interest. We should take our leave. Once they exited the tavern and stepped onto the bustling street, Li Huayan could not help but inquire, Xiao Yuan, why do you keep touching your mouth? Did a woman bite you? Xiao Yuan's hand halted abruptly, as if caught in the act, and he retorted, do you assume everyone is like you? Li Huayan shrugged indifferently. A youth, carefree, with a beauty in his embrace, surely that is one of life's greatest pleasures. You are left with no choice, are you? Li Huayan teased, leaving Ling Qianyin's response unspoken. Shen Changhe closely followed Shen An'an, fearful of being swept away by the crowd. Ahead lay a bridge, crowded with young men and women lined up at a stall to purchase lanterns. Those who obtained one gazed at each other with deep affection and bashfulness, while an elderly man with a grizzled beard offered them words of congratulations. This couple, having spent a lifetime together, were said to bestow blessings upon those who bought lanterns from them, promising that they too could enjoy a lifetime of companionship without separation, making them quite popular among the youth. Shen An'an looked up at the bearded elder. It's merely a way to buy peace of mind. If it were that simple to fulfill one's desires, there would not be so many unattainable wishes in the world. True enough, yet those enamored tend to believe such things. At that moment, the throng of young admirers surrounding the elderly couple grew denser, effectively blocking the entire bridge. More and more couples pressed in from both sides and behind. Just as Shen Changhe attempted to grasp Shen An'an's wrist, a wave of people surged forward, pushing them apart. Those young men and women, driven by fervor, paid no heed to what was happening beside them. Through the crowd, Shen An'an rose on her toes, waving to Shen Changhe. I'm here, brother, don't worry. Shen Changhe frowned, being jostled forward by the throng. Stay put, I will come find you. The crowd was tumultuous, and Shen An'an scarcely heard his words, simply being swept along with the tide. Are you also here to buy a wishing lantern? She smiled and shook her head at a stranger, wishing to retreat. However, her slight frame was nearly lifted off the ground by the surging crowd, her feeble strength proving futile. Amid the clamor, a sudden gasp pierced the air, and then those who had been pressing forward began to retreat in a panic. Shen An'an had yet to comprehend the situation when she was forcefully knocked back, her back hitting the bridge's railing. The young lady, Mo Xiang, exclaimed in surprise, wishing to move forward but finding herself unable to squeeze through the crowd. Shen An'an's complexion turned pale as she arched her back dramatically. Beyond the bridge lay a turbulent river. Should she fall, even if her elder brother noticed her in time, it was uncertain whether he could navigate through the throng swiftly enough to save her before she was submerged. With one hand gripping the bridge tightly, her body was already sliding downwards. The crowd continued to surge backward at an alarming speed, as if fleeing from a monstrous flood, oblivious to her plight. Shen An'an's mind was a blank slate. Her nails, clinging to the bridge, turned white with pain, causing cold sweat to beat upon her brow. In that moment of despair, she pondered whether her fate had been cursed from birth. Even if given a second chance to evade tragedy, she would still meet an early demise. As her thoughts wandered, a sudden sensation gripped her wrist, a searing heat that rendered her arm weak. Yet the anticipated fall did not ensue. What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to perish? A man's voice was icy and detached. Raising her gaze, she beheld a strikingly handsome, yet cold visage. Instinctively, she grasped his wrist tightly, as if terrified he might abandon her. Chapter 32. Destiny. Xiao Yuan cast a fleeting glance at her slender, pale fingers. His thin lips pressed together as he exerted force to pull her up. Simultaneously, his other hand instinctively clasped around the woman's waist, spinning her gracefully in midair before they landed on the ground. Shen An'an clutched her chest, still shaken, her face as pale as a ghost, oblivious to the inappropriateness of their current position. Xiao Yuan's gaze fixated on the hand that encircled her delicate waist, his dark eyes flickering slightly, profound as an abyss. The crowd continued to retreat, swept away by the surge towards them. He instinctively extended his arm to shield her. A sudden wail erupted from the far end of the bridge, followed by the disjointed crackling of firecrackers, bursting into sparks that illuminated the sky. Shen An'an finally regained her composure and turned her gaze towards the commotion on the bridge, where the firecrackers had ignited, presumably in the vicinity of a vendor. He shielded her in front of him, attempting to secure her within his embrace, retreating with the crowd to a safer location. My elder brother is still there. Along with Mo Xiang, Shen An'an said, her expression fraught with anxiety as she craned her neck to look ahead. Xiao Yuan remained calm, firmly grasping her wrist and leading her away. Startled by the chaos, people were scattering in all directions, and he could only guide her towards the shelter of a nearby tavern. Young Master Shen is highly skilled. He will be fine, he said, his words somewhat stiff, as if to offer comfort. As for the maid, her safety paled in comparison to that of her master. Shen An'an's gaze remained fixed on the disarrayed bridge. Her red lips tightly pursed. Thank you for earlier, she murmured. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his eyes lowered to the crown of her dark hair. And he remained silent. You must be thinking that as a prince, regardless of who it is today, you would undoubtedly come to my aid, urging me not to get carried away with my emotions. Am I correct? He gazed deeply, continuing to be silent, his right hand discreetly retreating into his sleeve. The lanterns in the corridor emitted a dim, yellowish glow, revealing the alarming redness of his curled fingers. Hearing no response, Shen An'an lifted her gaze to meet his, her clear almond-shaped eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion. What you owe me has been slightly mitigated, she stated. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, prompting him to voice a question that had long haunted his curiosity. I do not recall ever offending you. Why do you harbor such disdain for me? Shen An'an remained silent, her eyes scanning the crowd for a familiar figure. As the throng began to thin, she attempted to step away. However, her wrist was once again seized, just as before. A sharp pain made her wince, instinctively curling her arm. He immediately released her grip, his gaze fixed on her slightly swollen wrist, his expression inscrutable. You have yet to answer my question. Shen An'an regarded him quietly, the corners of her lips curving slightly. If I were to say that you have repeatedly appeared in my nightmares, would you believe me? Or perhaps, I have known you for a very long time. Her eyes lingered on his tightly pressed lips, momentarily taken aback, expecting him to scoff at her words as mere nonsense. I am leaving now. What dreams? He grasped her wrist once more. What am I like in your dreams? His eyes conveyed an unparalleled urgency as he fixated on Shen An'an. The tenderness in his almond-shaped gaze, strikingly familiar as if it had graced his memory countless times before, resurfaced within his mind once more. Thus, it was not merely a figment of his imagination. Everything had its roots, and he wondered if she, too, bore the same sentiments, or perhaps, if she possessed knowledge that surpassed his own. Shen An'an lifted her gaze, calmly brushing his hand away, a myriad of emotions present, yet none resembling her current demeanor. She turned once more, resolutely merging into the bustling crowd. In a past life, she had humbled herself, pleading for just a glance from him. Now, even if he were to present himself before her, it would fail to stir the slightest ripple within her. He stood beneath the corridor, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze intensely fixed on that slender figure, an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar emotion swirling within his chest, a sense of destiny. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though this scene had transpired long ago, until the figure vanished, leaving him to realize that the emotion he experienced was indeed a feeling of fate. Before long, Li Huayan and Ling Chani approached, both instinctively gazing at his right hand, tucked within his sleeve. How is your hand? No harm done, he replied with a calm demeanor. How could that be? Li Huayan recalled his reckless dash through the explosive fireworks, still haunted by the memory. Who was on the other side? Were you willing to risk your life? All right, we should find a doctor to examine your injury, Ling Chani remarked. Having sensed Xiao Yuan's unusual state, he had witnessed the fireworks detonating in Xiao Yuan's grasp. Xiao Yuan remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the throngs of people, as if peering through the crowd to see more. Do you believe in past lives and destinies? Li Huayan paused, raising his hand as if to touch Xiao Yuan's forehead. You can't have been dazed by the explosion, can you? I still rely on you to help me turn the tables and seize control of the Duke's estate. Just as his hand lifted into the air, Xiao Yuan forcefully swatted it down, his cold eyes casting a sideways glance at him. I'm fine, Li Huayan pointed at him, addressing Ling Chani. If you're unwell, go see a doctor, don't dawdle. Xiao Yuan's lips pressed into a thin line. I am not ill. He refused to leave, leaving Li Huayan and Ling Chani to wait idly beside him. Amidst the surging crowd, the three of them stood beneath the corridor, like a still life, painting frozen in time. Shen An'an retraced her steps to the bridge, where the crowd had dissipated, leaving behind a scene of chaos. The air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur that stung her eyes. She knew that Mo Xiang and her elder brother would surely return along the same path to find her. Her gaze swept the surroundings, eventually returning to the center of the bridge so that her brother and Mo Xiang could spot her at once. The weather could hardly be deemed cold, but after the earlier ordeal, her palms and back were slick with cold sweat. Now, with the wind blowing, the chill seeped into her very bones. In this moment, Li Huayan and Ling Chani discerned the situation, joining Xiao Yuan in observing the graceful figure on the bridge. "That's the young lady from the Shen family," Ling Chani remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "She seems quite cold." "Indeed, she appears to be shivering," Xiao Yuan replied, his expression impassive. He understood that, despite his past kindness, that woman would never accept his goodwill. Restlessness surged within him, and he fell silent. The two maintained a tense silence for a brief moment. Li Huayan felt as if the three of them were fools, enduring the scrutiny and judgment from all directions, even as a young lady approached with a lantern, only to be deterred by Xiao Yuan's imposing presence. Suddenly, he caught sight of two figures weaving through the crowd toward the bridge, and exclaimed with delight, "Ah! Here come the heroes to rescue the damsel." They could finally leave. Ling Chenyu glanced over and recognized the scholar who had coldly rejected him, accompanied by Shen An'an's maid, Ma Xiang. He instinctively turned to Xiao Yuan beside him, acutely aware of the drop in atmospheric pressure around them. The cacophony faded into the distance, rendering them unable to hear what was being said on the bridge. However, they could see the gentle smile blooming on Shen's face towards the scholar, illuminated by the cold moonlight, exuding warmth and elegance. At that moment, even Li Huayan sensed something amiss, standing silently behind them. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the pair, his cold and sharp eyes crystallizing with a frosty intensity, engulfed in darkness as if to engrave their silhouettes into his memory. Images flashed through his mind abruptly. The woman's demeanor and smile, not differing much from the present, even more profound in sentiment when directed at him. The disparity felt as though something that rightfully belonged to him had been snatched away, an overwhelming surge of jealousy flooding his being, tightening its grip around his heart. "Li Huayan, has there been any outcome regarding the second prince's refugee situation?" "Soon, very soon," Li Huayan responded, caught slightly off guard. "As previously discussed, I expect results within 3 days." With that, he descended the steps and joined the throng, his steps betraying a hint of disorder. Li Huayan and Ling Chenyu cast one last glance at the bridge before turning to follow. "Thank you, young Master Zhang, for rescuing my maid," Shen An'an expressed. Zhang Yeyang smiled shyly, his gaze entranced yet restrained as he admired Shen An'an's smile. "It was but a small effort. Miss Shen need not be so courteous." Shen An'an nodded and inquired about Ma Xiang. "Where is my brother? Have you seen him?" "The eldest young master went that way," she replied, pointing in the opposite direction of the maid, and did not encounter him. Amid the earlier chaos, Shen An'an felt a twinge of worry. Zhang Yeyang spoke first. "Young Master Shen possesses martial skills. He should be fine. Why don't we split up to search? Let us reconvene here in a quarter of an hour." "Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your assistance." "It is no trouble," Zhang Yeyang replied, leading the way in the direction indicated by Ma Xiang, while Shen An'an guided Ma Xiang toward the other side. As she turned, she instinctively glanced toward the nearby corridor, which was now deserted. She withdrew her gaze and began searching the crowd. After crossing the street and searching for a while, approximately 15 minutes passed without sight of Shinchanka. Just as Shen An'an was about to return to the designated meeting place, someone suddenly blocked her path. The newcomer bowed respectfully, stating, "Young Master Shen saved a girl who fell into the water. She should now be at Beihu." Before Shen An'an could inquire further, the individual turned and vanished into the throng. "Mo Xiang, please go to the bridge and inform young Master Zhang that he may return to rest without further worry. I shall head to the North Lake to search for someone. Miss, be cautious. If the eldest master is not present, you should wait for me there." "I will come shortly." "Very well." Shen An'an nodded and turned towards the direction of North Lake. Although she had not seen the person earlier, she possessed an acute sense of observation. Both masters and servants shared certain traits, and she could discern a shadow of Xiao Yuan in that individual. With no time to ponder Xiao Yuan's unusual behavior that night, she quickened her pace towards the North Lake. Upon arrival, she noticed a throng of people dispersing in layers. Her eyes quickly found Shinchanka, drenched yet still mindful of shielding the young lady in his embrace. "Elder brother." Shinchanka turned, and the worry in his gaze dissipated significantly. "An'an, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine." Her attention shifted to the young lady enveloped by her brother. as the cold moon hung high and candle flames flickered. In the dim light, she could vaguely glimpse half of the young lady's profile, which struck her as oddly familiar. Shen An'an gently lifted the young lady and moved towards a secluded, shadowy corner. The girl nestled tightly against him, her body trembling slightly. "Do not worry, my lady. No one shall see your face. Your reputation remains intact." "Thank you, kind sir." Shen An'an briefly glanced at the lady's jeweled hairpin and the corner of her silk robe, his lips pressing together thoughtfully. Such attire indicated she was certainly of noble birth, even in a situation of rescue. A young lady from a distinguished family would not permit herself to be drenched and in close proximity to a man. At that moment, Xiao arrived, prompting Shen An'an to instruct her to fetch a clean set of clothing from the carriage. She stood at the entrance of the secluded alley, refraining from entering. Yet she could faintly hear the young lady's subdued sobs. Shen An'an placed the young lady down in the shadows, his eagerness to help leading him to perhaps overstep. "I hope you will forgive any offense caused in my haste to assist." The young lady halted her tears, raising her head from her robe. The moonlight poured into the alley, illuminating the scene with its purity. For a moment, Shen An'an was entranced, experiencing for the first time the essence of the phrase "fairer than snow." The young lady's face was nearly devoid of color, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude, as if untouched by any impurities. "Your kindness in saving my life is a debt I cannot repay. In the face of life and death, etiquette holds no significance." "You possess a remarkable spirit," he replied. "Yet, with such a disposition, what could have driven you to despair?" She seemed to sense the man's thoughts, offering a bitter smile that hinted at both resentment and resignation. "I had a disagreement with my younger sister. In a moment of impulsiveness, she pushed me, and perhaps she never anticipated it would come to this." Shen An'an's gaze sharpened. "Yet, when I rescued you, I saw no one else on the shore. It appears your sister had no intention of coming to your aid." The young lady shivered in the cold, her head bowed in silence, feeling that standing on the shore now felt colder than when she had been submerged in the water, as if her heart were encased in ice, piercingly painful. Shen An'an chose not to press further, redirecting the conversation. "The incident of someone falling into the water has spread widely today. Returning in such a state may not be wise. Let me find you a set of my sister's garments to change into." Upon returning to the residence, as long as the young lady refrains from initiating conversation, it is likely that your sister will not bring it up in front of the family, thereby preserving the young lady's reputation. The chill in the air seemed to dissipate somewhat. She performed a graceful bow, acknowledging the young gentleman's thoughtful consideration, a kindness that shall forever remain in her heart. Shen An'an turned and exited the alley, and before he could utter a word, Ma Xiang had already presented him with the garments. "I am unable to assist. Please attend to the young lady's change of attire," he instructed. "Understood," Ma Xiang replied, cradling the clothes as she ventured into the narrow, dead-end alley, where only a few faint beams of moonlight penetrated the darkness, rendering the surroundings almost impenetrable to sight. The young woman said nothing, merely casting a glance at Shen An'an, who stood at the alley's entrance, his posture straight and back turned. She commenced changing her clothes, displaying no sign of hesitation or pretense. Shen An'an observed her elder brother's clenched fingers and tightly pressed lips, indicative of his anxiety. "That lady seems to trust you quite well," she remarked. Shen An'an's face flushed crimson, his fingertips seemingly still tinged with lake water, unconsciously rubbing them together in a nervous gesture. "Do not speak foolishly," he retorted. Ma Xiang, maintaining her silence, diligently dried the young lady's hair and arranged her tresses with pins. Once everything was in order, she bowed respectfully and withdrew. With his back to the woman, Shen An'an spoke softly. "Do you have a means to contact your family?" "I do. My maid should be coming soon," she replied. The two fell into a brief silence, and after a moment, the woman rose first, bowing deeply to Shen An'an. "Thank you very much for today, young sir." Shen An'an did not respond directly, striving to keep his tone calm. "It would be safer for you to move towards a more populated area. Not far from Beihu, there are patrolling soldiers, if your family does not arrive soon. You may seek their assistance." "Very well," she agreed. Shen An'an has ceased further conversation and turned to Shen An'an. "It is getting late. Let us depart." Shen An'an raised an eyebrow and glanced into the alley. "Agreed." The siblings walked side by side, while the young lady took a couple of steps forward, ultimately swallowing the words she had intended to speak. Rescuing someone from the water inevitably entails physical contact. Those of more decorous families would expect responsibility. She hoped not to give the young gentleman the impression that she harbored any intentions of reciprocation with malice. It was perhaps best not to inquire about names, to avoid causing any trouble or distress. Yet, This kindness was a debt that could never be repaid. Chapter 33. It is time to marry. Following the earlier incident, the bustling long street was noticeably less crowded, and the vendors began to pack up their wares, departing one after another. The earlier clamor gradually subsided. As they wandered, they chanced upon a vendor selling rabbit lanterns. Shen An'an purchased one for Shen An'an. The delicate lantern, with its smooth lines, swayed gently as the candlelight flickered within, casting an enchanting glow that highlighted the rabbit's shape, rendering it quite adorable. Zhongshu guided the carriage to their side. Shen An'an glanced back at the long street. Feeling a twinge of regret, he had intended for them to enjoy themselves thoroughly, yet unexpected mishaps had occurred. There would be other opportunities. Shen An'an was the first to board the carriage, followed closely by Shen An'an. Mo Xiang, clutching the scroll, hesitated before speaking. Miss, about this painting. It would be best to keep it for now. Perhaps there will be a chance later. She had initially planned to sell it at a high price to the noble ladies, but time had run short that day. Zhongshu turned the horse's head and cracked the whip, directing them toward the Shun residence. Elder brother, do you know which family that rescued girl belongs to? Shen An'an suddenly inquired, her gaze fixed on Shen An'an. Shen An'an shook his head. Do you still remember the mother and daughter we encountered while selecting gifts for grandmother? Of course. Shen An'an scrutinized him. Are you not worried that the girl and that pair are of the same ilk, and that she might be entangled with you? Shen An'an's expression turned momentarily awkward as he shook his head. At that moment, I was solely focused on saving her and did not consider much else. Besides, that girl left no name or details, indicating she is not the sort of person who would engage in such behavior. You seem to have quite a favorable impression of her, Shen An'an teased with a smile. Do not speak nonsense. Shen An'an's cheeks flushed slightly. That girl clearly hails from a respectable family. We must not tarnish her reputation. Shen An'an cast him a sidelong glance. If she is indeed from a respectable background, surely fate may allow for another encounter in the future. Shen An'an turned his gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. Within the spacious carriage, only a faint candle flickered, casting a warm, yellowish glow that illuminated his lowered eyelids, lost in thought. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Yuan and Madame Shen had yet to arrive. Shen An'an proceeded directly to Haidang Garden to change and freshen up. Mo Xiang neatly rolled up the scroll and attended to Shen An'an as she prepared to rest. Leave a lamp lit. You may retire now, Shen An'an instructed. Understood. Mo Xiang asked no further questions, closing the door gently behind her as she exited. Reclining against the soft pillow, Shen An'an found her thoughts drifting back to the events of that night. The unusual behavior of Xiao Yuan stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Initially, she had wondered if he shared her predicament, but if that were the case, he would have kept his distance, never daring to rescue her as he had today. What had gone awry? After much contemplation, she found no clarity. Nonetheless, one thing was certain. The life she had lost in her previous existence due to him must never be allowed to repeat itself in this lifetime. As a daughter of the Shen family, even if there were discord between them, he had once benefited from her family status. Thus his act of saving her could be viewed as a form of atonement. She need not bear any psychological burden or entertain unwarranted thoughts. Pulling the embroidered quilt over her head, she endeavored to dispel the chaotic images swirling in her mind. The following day, she visited Madame Shen's courtyard to pay her respects, where Shen An'an was receiving a reprimand. Madame Shen's exquisite visage was marked by an extraordinary fury. You, a commander of the Imperial Guard, cannot even keep an eye on your own sister, yet you have the audacity to rush off to save a damsel in distress. Shen An'an, if anything were to befall An'an, how would you explain it to me and to your grandmother? Shen An'an lowered his gaze, remaining silent as he endured Madame Shen's ire. You truly have become increasingly reckless. My child, human life is paramount. You cannot simply turn a blind eye in the face of peril. And what of your sister? How could you leave her alone on the streets, amid such a throng of people, a chaotic mix of characters? If she were to be abducted or harmed, what then? Mother. At that moment, Shen An'an parted the beaded curtain and entered. Upon seeing her, Shen An'an's eyes brightened, and he promptly rose. Sister, you converse with mother. I have official matters to attend to, he declared, making a swift exit before Madame Shen could utter a word. Ah, you. Madame Shen was left fuming, but her gaze fell upon Shen An'an, and her expression softened with affection. An'an, how did last night fare? Were you jostled? Did you sustain any injuries? Your brother is truly irresponsible. Had I known he was so unreliable, I would never have permitted him to take you out. Suddenly recalling something, Shen An'an paused, then advanced to sit before Madame Shen, allowing her to scrutinize her. I am quite well, mother. That is a relief. I was nearly beside myself with worry upon hearing the news last night. Had your father not intervened, I would have gone to your elder brother's quarters to reprimand him myself. Shen An'an lowered her gaze, a smile playing on her lips. Other families with sons your brother's age have children running about, yet he remains so immature. Mother, we must expedite his betrothal. A man matures only through marriage. Once his bride enters the household, perhaps he will temper his disposition. Your brother's character, in the context of a family of eunuchs, is quite commendable. He is leagues ahead of Li Huayan and stands out among his peers in both talent and appearance. However, Madame Shen was resolute in her decision to arrange a match for Shen Changhe, her countenance revealing a desire to see him wed as soon as possible. Shen An'an felt as though she might have inadvertently burdened her elder brother. Yet, Shen Changhe had become increasingly occupied since Madame Shen announced her intentions for his marriage. Leaving early and returning late each day, the numerous young ladies Madame Shen had gathered for consideration proved to be of no use. In a fit of vexation, Madame Shen went to his quarters to confront him, only to discover he was genuinely busy. Unrest had erupted among the displaced citizens previously calmed, and the Imperial Guard was preoccupied with maintaining order, leaving no time for matchmaking. Resigned, Madame Shen enlisted Shen An'an to help her sift through the young ladies, selecting those who possessed beauty, virtue, and talent, compiling them into a small booklet to present to Shen Changhe once his duties were complete. Does mother prefer the daughter of the Hanlin Academy? Madame Shen tucked away the portraits with a smile, nodding in agreement. The Lin girl is indeed a paragon of beauty and grace. She is gentle and kind-hearted. I do indeed favor her. Our family comprises warriors. It would be splendid to unite with a scholarly family such as the Lins. In this era of tranquility, the memories of past turmoil linger. She, once filled with trepidation for her husband and beloved children, naturally harbors the hope that the next generation may ascend to the ranks of civil officials. However, matters of romance cannot be forced. They ultimately depend on the will of the eldest son. Is she perhaps even more formidable than Miss Duan from the Duan family? Shen An'an suddenly inquired. Madame Shen paused, setting down her book to sip her tea, and replied calmly, there is truly no basis for comparison. Miss Duan possesses a certain talent, yet she is overly eager to showcase it, revealing all her strengths. The ladies of our circle are well aware of her capabilities. In contrast, this Miss Lin is discreet and composed, concealing her talents. If one were to debate her merits, she may well rival Miss Duan. And I appreciate her sincere and unpretentious demeanor. Madame Shen's assessment was astute, mirroring Shen An'an's own sentiments. She struggled to recall any memories of the Lin family daughter, ultimately conceding defeat. In her previous life, her heart and mind had been solely occupied with Xiao Yuan, leaving little room for concern over others. When Madame Shen mentioned Miss Duan, a hint of distaste emerged. Shen An'an's eyes flickered lightly as she smiled, suggesting, Miss Duan represents only herself. Perhaps the other daughters of the Duan family are commendable as well. Why not consider them? Madame Shen shook her head gently. Though I have not interacted with the other daughters of the Duan family, my impressions of Miss Duan are already unfavorable. Shen An'an merely smiled, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Exiting Madame Shen's courtyard, she ambled along the covered walkway towards the Haitang garden. Mo Xiang could not suppress a chuckle. Miss, with Madame so favorably inclined towards the Lin family maiden, it seems the eldest son's marriage is all but assured. We are to expect joyous news soon. Shen An'an responded with a faint acknowledgement, her mind wandering. She pondered whether the old matriarch would return to attend the eldest son's wedding banquet. If she did return, the young lady would finally have the chance to meet her grandmother. At this thought, Shen An'an turned her gaze towards the increasingly frigid sky, a sense of worry surfacing within her. Her grandmother suffered from an old ailment that plagued her with leg pain during winter, and she had a penchant for seeking out the cold. This year, with her absence, she wondered if her grandmother would take care of herself and whether old Madame Chun could manage her. Who can truly predict matters of romance? She murmured as she passed through the flower-laden archway, resolving to write a letter to her grandmother soon. Miss Shen. A voice filled with uncertainty yet tinged with delight called out. Shen An'an turned to see a figure approaching along the stone path, clad in a simple yet clean garment, his expression radiating joy. Young Master Zhang, she replied, slightly taken aback. Zhang Yeyang halted, bowing politely. Miss Shen, I thought I was seeing things. I never expected to encounter you here. He dared not wander freely within Shen Manor, opting instead to slow his pace, hoping for the fortune of meeting her. Mo Xiang observed his foolish grin and chuckled softly. This is the inner courtyard of Shen Manor. Encountering our young lady is hardly surprising. Zhang Yeyang felt a bit embarrassed, fidgeting with his sleeve. Shen An'an shot a glance at her maid before turning back to him. What brings you to this place, young Master Zhang? Oh, I have come in search of Master Shen. A solemn expression crossed his face. Nowadays, with the masses of refugees scattering about, although they have impacted the order of the capital city, it is ultimately a matter of survival, a desperate necessity. However, in recent days, numerous officials have begun to arrest individuals without cause, disregarding the lives of these refugees, inflicting deliberate harm, and those who resist are even beaten to death, resulting in the tragic loss of many lives. My fellow scholars and I could no longer stand idly by, thus we deliberated and decided to petition the emperor jointly, seeking to punish corruption and provide for the displaced. Master Shen is in charge of this matter, so I have come to present the petition. Shen An'an cast her gaze at the piece of rice paper in his hand, her brow furrowing slightly. She had heard whispers about the plight of the refugees. Even a woman of the inner chamber like herself could discern the underlying issues. How could Zhang Yeyang dare to wade into these murky waters? Or did he truly possess such unwavering integrity that he was willing to risk his life? Young Master Zhang, are you aware of the saying, officials protect one another? This petition of yours may offend numerous dignitaries, and after years of diligent study to attain your scholarly title, do you not fear it may all go to waste? I have considered this. Zhang Yeyang's gaze was resolute. Yet if we turn a blind eye to such injustice, then what use is this title? I am acutely aware of our humble origins and lowly status. However, the imperial examinations held every 3 years are meant to inject fresh talent into the court. If we all succumb to flattery, then the examinations will merely serve to select sycophants for the powerful. Suddenly, Shen An'an recalled a saying, a ruler stands in the grand hall, untouched by snow or wind. Both the virtuous and the corrupt serve as subjects. Without a formidable family or influence, how easy is it for a good person to exist? Yet, looking into Zhang Yeyang's clear and determined eyes, she felt her counsel to be rather petty in comparison to his courageous selflessness. Finally, she remarked, even a righteous official must adhere to methods and principles, adapting to circumstances and distinguishing between priorities. If one cannot preserve their own life, that is not bravery, but rather foolishness akin to striking a rock with an egg, leading to a senseless demise. Thank you for your kind advice, Miss Shen. It was the first time Shen An'an had encountered someone so resolute, and she felt her own selfishness to be rather dark in the presence of such a gentleman. Emos Yang, please escort young Master Zhang to my brother's courtyard. Yes. Emos Yang gestured for him to proceed, and Zhang Yeyang bowed to Shen An'an before leaving, only to halt a few steps later and turn back. Shen An'an was momentarily taken aback, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Zhang Yeyang's face flushed bright red, and he stumbled slightly on his feet. Should he manage to survive this ordeal and remain in the capital, he would certainly express his feelings to Miss Shen, for even if it were a mere folly, it would be better than an unfulfilled longing. Upon returning to Haitang Garden, Shen An'an penned a lengthy letter to the old matriarch, filling 3 or 4 pages with her thoughts. Emos Yang dried the ink and sealed the letter, commenting that the old lady would surely find her ramblings tiresome and would scoff at such a lengthy discourse, possibly even muttering complaints about her. Shen An'an chuckled, knowing that correspondence would take about 10 days. When she received a reply from the old matriarch, the weather would have turned considerably colder, the dampness of Jiangnan making it even chillier than the capital. Standing at the window, she opened the large sheet of white paper, only to find 5 characters written in bold strokes, understood, verbose. The word verbose was emphasized as Shen An'an's eyes curved with warmth. Has my elder brother returned to the residence? Yes, he should have already greeted the lady and returned to the courtyard. Shen An'an raised her gaze to the dimming sky, then turned away from the window, carrying a plate of delicate pastries. Let us go and take a look. Emos Yang promptly tidied her belongings and followed suit. Upon their arrival at Shenchang's courtyard, the light in his study still burned bright, the flickering candlelight casting his silhouette against the papered window, suggesting he was engrossed in official duties. The young servant respectfully bowed to her and opened the door, allowing her entry. Hearing the sound, Shen Changhe lifted his gaze from his documents to glance at her, then lowered his head to finish writing a few characters before setting down his brush. What brings you here at this hour? Shen An'an extended her hand to take the food box from Emos Yang and walked over to place it on the desk. Opening it, out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently caught sight of the documents spread before him, noting the words displaced populace and commoners. Mother sent me to inquire if you have finished your recent tasks. If so, it is time to prioritize the important matters. Shen Changhe took a bite of the pastry and gestured toward the pile of documents. I am quite busy. I have no leisure for such matters. Shen An'an's gaze lingered on the open documents, and she casually inquired, "Is the issue of the displaced populace still unresolved? I have heard that numerous students from humble backgrounds have petitioned the emperor to reform the court and provide for the displaced." Indeed. Shen Changhe wiped the crumbs from his fingertips with a handkerchief, casting a sidelong glance at Shen An'an. "You could have brought something more sincere. This is already cold. I shall have mother prepare freshly made ones for you next time." "That is unnecessary. I am not married, and thus, I do not deserve such kindness." Shen An'an smiled, the corners of her lips curving upward, before steering the conversation back to the displaced populace. "Do you know who was the instigator behind the students' joint petition?" Chapter 34. Engagement approaches. Shen An'an lowered her gaze, fixating on the documents laid out on the table, her crimson lips pressed together in contemplation. This year's newly appointed scholar was Zhang Yeyang. "How do you know?" Shen Changhe looked at his sister in astonishment, a profound shadow flickering in his eyes. Considering their familiarity, he could not help but begin to question the nature of An'an's relationship with that scholar. "That day he came to the estate to see you. We crossed paths at the Huahua gate, and I happened to overhear a few words he spoke." Shen Changhe let out a heavy sigh of relief. That scholar possesses courage. But alas, he is still inexperienced and overly naive, simplifying the complexities of court matters. Shen An'an smiled faintly as she settled into the chair opposite the desk. "What you say is rather gentle. It would be more accurate to call him foolish and overreaching. Are you not friends?" Shen Changhe remarked bluntly, seemingly disregarding her dignity. Shen An'an fell into silence, her eyes downcast. Shen Changhe observed her for a moment, his gaze filled with an enigmatic emotion. Those individuals, who could so readily execute countless commoners, would scarcely regard a group of scholars. Such actions were but a futile endeavor. What fate awaits them? Shen An'an inquired immediately. Shen Changhe lifted his gaze, studying her for a moment before leisurely sipping his tea. An'an appeared to be quite invested in this friend of hers. After a brief silence, Shen An'an suppressed her unease and half-jokingly remarked, "In today's world, a person of his noble character is hard to come by. If he were to perish like this, it would indeed be a matter of regret." Shen Changhe set down his teacup, his fingertip lightly tracing the document, answering her previous question. "As for the current situation, it is still uncertain who will prevail." Shen An'an's heart stirred, her gaze drawn to the spot where Shen Changhe's finger rested, which seemed to record Zhang Yeyang's place of origin. "I have discussed this matter with father as well. Even the fourth prince dares not intervene lightly. What can a mere scholar do to alter the situation? Even unspoken, I am aware that this matter pertains to the struggle among the princes. Each adult prince commands his own faction. Pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Should an investigation occur, it is likely that a third of the officials in the court would be implicated. Moreover, since this incident has already transpired, the princes are concerned with the royal family's reputation. Should an inquiry delve deeply, rather than allowing turmoil to ensue, I believe the emperor would choose to turn a blind eye, favoring a balance of power among the princes." Shen Changhe stared pensively at the document before him, suddenly chuckling softly. "Initially, I shared your perspective, yet half a month has passed, and those scholars remain unharmed. Perhaps the situation is not as we perceive, that Mr. Zhang may not be as unconventional and magnanimous as he appears." Shen An'an was taken aback, her thoughts racing as she grasped her brother's implication. He suspected that Zhang Yeyang had support behind him, backing the group of scholars to expose the misdeeds of the second prince and thereby undermine his power. Otherwise, those scholars would have perished long ago for various reasons. After all, the emperor shows no intention of pursuing this matter. Those individuals would act without restraint. Shen An'an's expression grew solemn as she sensed the weight of the situation. But isn't the emperor planning to avoid a thorough investigation? A lack of scrutiny does not equate to indifference. Given the uproar, it is inevitable that a few officials must bear the blame. The students, after all, have yet to be assigned their positions. Suddenly, Shen An'an recalled Zhang Yeyang's impassioned words before the floral archway that day and fell momentarily silent. Shen Changhe's behavior was quite understandable. After all, it is human nature to possess greed and desire, which renders one a living, breathing individual. After years of diligent study, what young man does not yearn for the opportunity to prove himself, as long as one's actions do not betray their conscience? Employing a few clever tactics is hardly objectionable. Even he and his father, who have managed to secure their position in the court and uphold the prosperity of the Shen family, cannot claim to be entirely upright, having perhaps strayed from their principles at times. Shen An'an smiled faintly, her radiant face slightly tilting, acknowledging her brother's insight. It is indeed human to have desires. The absence of ambition would be truly frightening. To possess desires, selfishness, and vulnerabilities is what constitutes a flesh-and-blood individual, making interactions effortless. Kindness does not necessitate foolishness. Shen An'an chuckled, setting aside the documents he had been reviewing and picking up another unannotated book, casually remarking that remaining in the capital was far more promising than returning to Jiangnan as a county magistrate. Shen An'an looked up with a start, her fingertips pressed against her sleeve, turning pale from unconscious tension as she fixed her gaze upon Shen An'an, who was absorbed in his reading. "Brother, where is he from?" "Jiangnan." After uttering this, Shen An'an glanced at Shen An'an, his expression inscrutable as he asked, "Did you know him from your childhood in Jiangnan?" "No. I was unaware he hailed from that region." Shen An'an nodded, uncertain whether he believed her, then returned to his reading, adding, "That scholar does possess some talent, albeit a bit pedantic. However, if the petition is indeed as I suspect, he may yet achieve something significant in the future." By this time, the sky had turned completely dark. Looking out the window, only the faint glow of the lanterns offered a semblance of visibility. Shen An'an gazed into the courtyard, seemingly peering beyond it into something else. Jiangnan is no less than the capital. There are mountains and rivers, a grandmother, and a sense of freedom. After departing from Shen An'an's courtyard and returning to Haidang Garden, it was already quite late. Ma Xiang had finished making the bed and folding the blankets. Noticing her mistress still standing by the window, she hurriedly fetched a cloak to drape over her. While the capital may not be as humid as Jiangnan, the nights can still be quite cold. The young lady must not catch a chill. The window was wide open, and the cold wind swept into the room, chilling Shen An'an's slender form clad only in her nightgown. She wrapped the cloak tighter around herself, revealing only her exquisite face, which glowed with a rosy hue. Her lips gently curving in a smile, suggesting she was in high spirits. "Ma Xiang, let us return to Jiangnan." Hearing her mistress express the desire to return to Jiangnan once more, Ma Xiang merely smiled, not taking it seriously. For both the lady and the young master would never consent to such a thing. "Has the old madam not written in a few days? Are you worried about her?" Shen An'an turned back to her bed without offering further explanation. Ma Xiang hurried to take the cloak and stow it away, covering Shen An'an with a silk quilt before retreating after leaving a candle burning. Shen An'an relayed the news of Shen An'an's considerable busyness to Madame Shen, which finally allowed her to set aside her concerns. However, her worries were not about preventing him from marrying, but rather about Shen An'an's lack of autonomy in choosing his bride. Without considering the groom's wishes, a bride had been hastily selected for him. Acting swiftly, within a few days, she had engaged a matchmaker to discreetly inform Lady Lin of the Hanlin Academy that, in terms of both family background and Shen An'an's capabilities, the Shen family stood out among the officials in the capital. According to the matchmaker, Lady Lin readily accepted the proposal, expressing her eagerness. Now they awaited the exchange of betrothal gifts to formalize the engagement. When Shen An'an learned of this development, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not visited Madame Shen's quarters for just a few days, and now her elder brother was to be wed? Was he even aware of this? "Mother, shouldn't you at least consult elder brother's opinion?" she inquired. The traditional norms of parental arrangement and matchmaking were all well and good, but he was preoccupied with official duties and had little time to spare. Madame Shen, unhurried and expressionless, recited her son's habitual justifications. "Never mind. Wait until he returns tonight. Inform him, but do not let him meet Lord Lin or Miss Lin first. They are unaware of the situation." Upon hearing this, Shen An'an's lips curved slightly. If her mother had mentioned it, she too would not have recognized the young lady as her future sister-in-law. The swiftness of these proceedings was astonishing. It was not merely a matter of mutual admiration and engagement, but rather akin to buying vegetables with such haste. Madame Shen cast a reproachful glance at Shen An'an and let out a soft sigh, setting down her teacup. "It is truly unbecoming for your elder brother's marriage to be delayed any longer. He is already 23. I have urged him year after year, day after day. Yet he perpetually deflects with his official duties. If this continues, it will be challenging to find a suitable daughter for him. Thus, I have taken it upon myself to arrange this. Once the Lin girl enters our home, affection can gradually develop." Shen An'an felt her mother's optimism was rather misplaced. If feelings could be cultivated so easily, there would not be so many unhappy couples in the world. But what if they could not be nurtured? Or what if her brother already had someone he cherished? "That is unlikely," Madame Shen interjected, waving her hand with conviction. "He spends all his time among the Imperial Guards, surrounded by rough men, with no opportunity to engage with young ladies. Your elder brother is reserved and rather dull. It is difficult for any girl to find him appealing. As for affection, it is not always paramount. Once they marry and have children, responsibilities will bind them together. Your brother is not irresponsible. And the Lim girl possesses a gentle disposition. Their lives will not be lacking. Listening to her mother articulate every conceivable scenario, Shen An'an could only remain silent. As she turned to leave, the resolute Madame Shen suddenly called her back, hesitating for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps you could subtly inquire about your brother's thoughts." "Inquire about what?" Shen An'an replied, perplexed. Madame Shen shot her daughter a playful glare. Then, as Shen An'an smiled, she reached out to poke her forehead. Shen An'an quickly stepped back, assuring her, "Do not worry, even if you do not mention it, I will ask him myself." As Shen An'an departed from Madame Shen's quarters, the evening was still young. She hesitated briefly at the floral archway before resolutely changing her course towards Shen Chang's residence. When she arrived, he had not yet returned. Shen An'an was escorted to the study by a servant. She adeptly seated herself in the chair opposite his desk, and the servant presented her with tea. Assuring her that the young master would return shortly, Shen An'an nodded, lifting the teacup and casually scanning the decor of Shen Chang's room. The difference between a martial artist and a scholar was stark. Apart from the pile of documents on the desk, the study was filled predominantly with military texts and weapons. Her gaze settled on a partially open document on the desk as the soft glow of the evening sun streamed through the window, casting a golden halo across half of the desk and reflecting brilliantly, making it difficult for her to discern the contents. After a moment's contemplation, she placed the teacup on a small table beside her and rose to approach the desk. The documents in her elder brother's study, though confidential, were not as sensitive as those concerning state affairs that her father dealt with. As she reached the desk, she picked up the document to read, discovering it indeed pertained to the issue of displaced people. After reading it thoroughly, she returned the document to its original position, just as her brother had surmised. The emperor was furious. However, after careful consideration, he merely punished a few inconsequential officials, thus quelling the unrest. Those high-ranking officials who truly wielded power remained unscathed. Yet, for the second prince, this was still a significant blow. While the emperor turned a blind eye to some extent, it did not imply he would entirely overlook the actions of the second prince's faction. In time, action could be taken, as any faction could gradually disintegrate. Although the second prince appeared to suffer no major losses, his ambitions and influence were now laid bare before a suspicious sovereign. But why were there such documents in her brother's possession, who commanded the imperial guards and was responsible for the capital's safety? Her gaze fell upon the stack of documents. Was her brother overly concerned with the plight of the displaced, or was there something more? As she pondered, the door creaked open, and Shen Chang strode in. "Have you been waiting long?" he inquired. "Not at all," Shen An'an replied, stepping out from behind the desk and meeting his gaze with a trace of inquisitiveness. Unaware of her scrutiny, Shen Chang had glanced at the documents that had clearly been disturbed before withdrawing his gaze. He then surveyed the empty desk and remarked with a smile, "It seems even pretense is lacking nowadays. You've come empty-handed. Do we still need to be polite, brother?" Shen An'an replied with a faint smile, resuming her seat. The servant brought in a basin of water, and Shen Chang approached to wash his hands before taking his place at the desk, casually closing the document and setting it aside. "Did you read it?" he asked. "Indeed," she acknowledged, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him as she directly inquired. "Are the people behind those scholars the fourth prince?" Shen Chang's expression faltered momentarily as he lifted his gaze to meet hers, responding vaguely, "I do not know. The court is ever-changing, and who can say for certain?" Shen An'an regarded her brother intently. Changing the subject, she asked, "Have those scholars truly withdrawn entirely?" "It appears so," he replied. Shen An'an fell silent, a conclusion forming in her mind. The only one capable of protecting those scholars under the second prince's command, apart from Xiao Yuan, was not to be doubted. It was likely that the appointments for those scholars would soon be dispatched. Shen Chang cast a glance out of the window. His voice softened slightly. Even without the aid of influential figures, those scholars had indeed merited recognition this time, whether the emperor was pleased or not. He would surely promote them, showcasing their achievements to the world. That young Master Zhang would likely receive a commendable position. After speaking, he lifted his gaze to his sister, who seemed lost in thought, and took a delicate sip from his teacup. After a considerable pause, Shen An'an finally managed to suppress her swirling emotions and looked up at her elder brother, speaking softly. "Mother sent me here today." Shen Chang responded with a single syllable, then began to peruse the documents before him, signaling his overwhelming busyness, hoping that Shen An'an would refrain from elaborating further. To his surprise, her next words caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Mother said you were too occupied to attend to matters of lifelong significance. So she has arranged a match for you with a young lady from the Lin family of the Hanlin Academy. The two families will soon exchange marriage invitations and select a date for the engagement. Shen Changha's brush paused momentarily above the document, leaving a large blot of ink that soaked through the paper, obscuring the text above it. Chapter 35, She Was Meant to Be Mine. Shen An'an cast a fleeting glance at the soiled document, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering lightly as her lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. What do you think of this marriage proposal, brother? Shen Changha's gaze darkened momentarily before returning to its usual calmness, though the grip on his brush tightened until the handle splintered in his palm. Casually, he discarded the brush behind the document, out of an insight, and replied in a neutral tone, "A girl I have never seen before does not warrant much opinion." Then, An'an, do you have any feelings about it? Shen Changha hesitated, his lips pressing together slightly before he responded, "It is all the same to me. In the end, I must marry. So it matters not who it is, as long as mother is pleased." After all, he had no deep-seated desire for a particular woman, for reasons unknown. A delicate figure flashed through his mind, her wet gown clinging to her curvaceous form, her porcelain-like face glistening with moisture as she looked at him with gratitude. Brother. Shen Changha snapped back to reality, momentarily dazed as he regarded Shen An'an. What is it? Mother asked me to inquire if you have someone you fancy. An'an's gaze was piercing, scrutinizing him intently. Shen Changha furrowed his brow, retracting his wrist from the table's edge, shaking his head without a second thought. No. An unexpected encounter with a girl whose name he did not even know surely did not count, and he could not possibly demand gratitude in return. Truly none? Shen An'an pressed again. For instance, the girl you saved during the Mid-Autumn Festival. The look in his brother's eyes and his response hardly conveyed innocence. Shen Changha's heart skipped a beat, only to race again, swiftly subdued by reason, settling into a stagnant calm. Do not speak nonsense. It was merely a chance meeting. Perhaps that girl is already betrothed. If word of this spreads, it would tarnish her reputation. Their near-naked contact in the water was unacceptable among the aristocracy. If he were to propose marriage based on that, it would be taking advantage of her vulnerability. Besides, it was merely a fleeting thought. He harbored no such intentions. Very well. Shen An'an nodded, rising from her chair. Then I shall report to mother as it is. Brother, focus on your duties and prepare to be the groom. An inexplicable annoyance welled up within Shen Changha, and he merely responded with a soft grunt. These past years, he had indeed been pressured to the point of irritation. Marrying early would soothe mother's heart and spare him from her incessant reminders. With that thought, he called out to Shen An'an, who had approached the door. That girl from the Lin family, have you had any interaction with her? Shen An'an blinked, observing her brother's agitation, and subtly shook her head. I have only seen her from a distance and have not spoken to her. Is there something troubling you, brother? Find out more about her character. Since she is to be a potential partner, it is best she possesses a gentle and virtuous disposition, rather than being a troublesome sort who would bring chaos to the household. Shen An'an nodded. Do not worry, brother. Mother has already made inquiries and is certain that she meets your expectations for a wife. Shen Changha choked momentarily, unable to find an appropriate excuse, and could only nod slightly, falling silent. Shen An'an exited his study, closing the door behind her as she departed. Shen Changha endeavored to suppress the discomfort brewing within him as he picked up the documents to peruse. However, for some inexplicable reason, he felt an unusual agitation. Even the act of reviewing the documents ignited a flicker of irritation within him. He set the papers aside and rose to the windowsill. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the evening breeze was considerably more biting than during the day, chilling to the bone. Yet Shen Changha remained oblivious, standing there until a servant reminded him to rest, at which point he realized it was already deep into the night. In the study of the fourth princess residence, the candlelight flickered brightly as Xiao Yuan immersed himself in official duties at his desk. Stacks of documents and confidential letters accumulated, filling the silence of the room with only the soft rustle of brush against rice paper. Qi Feng pushed open the door quietly to report, Master. The Ling heir has sent someone to inquire about the position to be offered to that scholar named Zhang. Xiao Yuan paused in his writing. Observing the ink stains on the document, he furrowed his brows, placing his brush beside the inkstone and looking up. Qi Feng, caught in the intensity of his master's gaze, instinctively shivered and took a step back, muttering to himself that the Ling heir was overstepping, concerning himself with such trivial matters. After all, he was merely a low-ranking scholar unworthy of such attention from the master. He intended to suggest returning the matter to the Ling heir, allowing him to handle it himself. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yuan inquired, what is his intention? To remain in the capital, Qi Feng replied softly. To remain in the capital, Xiao Yuan echoed. A vision of Shen An'an's gentle smile from the Mid-Autumn Festival suddenly surfacing in his mind. He absent-mindedly twirled the ring on his thumb, his eyelids lowered in contemplation. Momentarily speechless, Qi Feng hurriedly added, the Ling heir mentioned that if you find him unsuitable, there happens to be a vacancy for a county magistrate in his hometown, which would be more than fitting for his rank, serving as a reward for him. Cautiously, he glanced at his master, though he too was puzzled as to why the master would disapprove of a lowly scholar. However, unlike Li Gongzi, the Ling heir's words were undoubtedly grounded in reason. Xiao Yuan shot a cold glance at Qi Feng, yet unusually refrained from rebuttal. For reasons unknown, he indeed found the scholar quite disagreeable. He uttered, discarding the ink-stained document to the side and picking up another to unfold. Qi Feng, slightly bewildered by his master's intent, hesitated, pacing a few steps within the room. Yet observing his master's countenance, he dared not inquire further. Surely, this indicated his agreement with the Ling heir's suggestion. He clicked his tongue thoughtfully and turned to leave. But Xiao Yuan's chilling voice unexpectedly cut through the air once more, as if casually inquiring, where is the scholar originally from? Qi Feng halted abruptly, turning back. It seems to be from Jiangnan. Xiao Yuan's head, previously bowed in concentration, suddenly lifted, and his usually subdued, dark gaze transformed into a cold, piercing glare. The pen in his hand snapped under the pressure of his fingers, breaking in his palm. A cold sweat broke out on Qi Feng's back, sending shivers down his spine as he nervously swallowed. Master, is there an issue? In an instant, Xiao Yuan swiftly composed himself. Where is Jiangnan? Qi Feng appeared bewildered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Jiangnan was vast, and he had been preoccupied with his duties, hardly able to investigate the precise origins of a scholar. I shall look into it at once, he declared. Xiao Yuan fell silent, lowering his head to continue perusing the documents. Qi Feng promptly exited, hurrying to gather information. Inside the room, Qingyan, who attended to the ink and brushes, dared not make a sound. Fortunately, Qi Feng was remarkably quick, returning in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Master, I have found it. Zhang Yang hails from a remote village in Jiangnan, where his family has been engaged in agriculture for generations. His parents passed away long ago, leaving only a sister to be raised by relatives. As for the rest, Xiao Yuan was already aware of it from the Mid-Autumn Festival. Noticing his master's silence, Qi Feng recalled the instructions from young Master Ling and cautiously ventured. The distance between Zhang Yang's hometown and Miss Shen's place of upbringing is approximately a few hundred miles. It is not close, yet not too far. They likely have had no previous interactions. Xiao Yuan continued to write fervently, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Qi Feng pursed his lips, wondering if he had overstepped, reflecting on how he had begun to sound as cryptic as young Master Ling. His master had always been indifferent towards others. How could he possibly be different with Miss Shen? The two were clearly adversaries, and as Qi Feng prepared to withdraw, he became more astute, slowing his pace at the door, wary of his master possibly speaking again. Indeed, just as he was about to step outside, Xiao Yuan's voice resonated once more. Send someone to the surrounding small counties of Jiangnan, those that are prosperous and expansive. Qi Feng paused, momentarily taken aback, before bowing and retreating. When Ling Qianyin received Xiao Yuan's intentions, he was not at all surprised. Rather, a smile crept upon his lips. Qi Feng, fearing he might misstep in his speech, humbly inquired, Young Master Ling, what does my master mean by this? Ling Qianyin, with a flourish of his sleeve and hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a calm yet profound tone. It means one must not remain in the capital, nor venture too close to where Miss Shen grew up. The farther away, the better. More prosperous regions will yield political achievements. Within 3 years, Zhang Yang shall rise in rank, serving as a reward for his loyalty. Yet, what will happen 3 years hence? The political landscape in the capital is ever-changing. Even if he returns, what then? Qi Feng shuddered, his mind clearing significantly. Could it be that his master had taken a liking to Miss Shen? Having concluded his official duties, it was already late into the night. Yet Xiao Yuan showed no signs of rest. Observing his master laying out rice paper, Qingyan recognized his inclination towards painting and hastily resumed grinding ink. Aside from the bamboo painting that had fallen into Miss Shen's hands, it had been quite some time since his master had engaged in such artistry. Suddenly, the brush dipped too deeply into the ink, and the pen slid from his grasp, becoming coated in ink. Qingyan quickly retrieved the brush with a cloth. Carrying it away to clean, pondering over his master's unusual demeanor, particularly when Miss Shen was mentioned. Upon returning with the clean brush, he found that a general outline had already emerged on the prepared rice paper, textured and curvaceous, resembling a woman. Xing An stood in astonishment for quite some time, unable to gather his thoughts. For many years, the master's brush had only captured landscapes, even when Miss Duan-san requested a painting for her birthday. The master had never deigned to provide a single piece. Yet now, he was dedicating his artistry to depict a woman. He gazed intently at the scroll, attempting to discern which noble lady he was portraying. However, when Xiao Yuan finally set down his brush, he realized, "Master, have you forgotten to paint her features?" No. It was not merely the 5 features, it was the 4. On that oval face, there were only a pair of clear, sparkling eyes. Despite the absence of a nose and mouth to accentuate them, one could still perceive the tenderness and weariness reflected in those eyes, their gentle curve suggesting a half-smile. As if they were gazing at her beloved. Xiao Yuan remained silent, his eyes lowered, contemplating the scroll for a long while, an indescribable emotion swirling within him. A sense of possessiveness rose in his heart, tumultuous and fervent, as if this woman were destined to belong to him. Accompanying this feeling was the image of her laughing and conversing with another man. A strange emotion named jealousy began to churn within his chest. Does one believe in past lives? He lifted his dark eyes and turned to gaze out the window, slowly beginning to believe. At that moment, he was eager to understand the source of his infatuation and familiarity with her, as well as the reason behind her animosity towards him. He recalled her words, that she had known him a long time ago. Madame Shen, upon learning that Shen Changhe had no objections to the marriage, was elated and immediately began preparations. The Shen residence was filled with joy as they awaited the day of betrothal. In recent days, Shen An'an had hardly ventured outside. Not due to indifference towards Shen Changhe's marriage, but because it felt surprisingly smooth, almost too good to be true. Mo Xiang closed the door and hurried into the room, lowering her voice to speak to Shen An'an. "Miss, I have located the residence of young Master Zhang." She lifted her gaze from the scroll, her clear eyes glimmering with delight. It seemed the court affairs had settled down. "Let us go for a stroll." After informing Madame Shen, Shen An'an set out with Mo Xiang. Uncle Zhong drove the carriage swiftly towards the cosmetic shop indicated by Mo Xiang. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage stopped in front of the shop. Shen An'an exchanged a glance with Mo Xiang, who promptly produced a silver ingot to hand to Uncle Zhong. "Miss may take her time selecting. You need not stay here," she suggested. Uncle Zhong firmly refused. "No. Madam instructed me to remain by the young lady's side at all times." He glanced at the cosmetics shop, puzzled by how the young lady, just returned to the capital, seemed so well acquainted. Mo Xiang attempted to persuade him further, but Shen An'an stopped her and turned to enter the shop. Unable to shake off Uncle Zhong, Shen An'an merely strolled around the shop, casually choosing a few items before stepping back out. Uncle Zhong respectfully inquired, "Miss, shall we return home?" Shen An'an lifted the carriage curtain and glanced toward a nearby restaurant. "Since we've finally come out, let us dine before heading back." Uncle Zhong promptly agreed and directed the carriage towards the restaurant indicated by Mo Xiang. Just then, a carriage brushed past Shen's carriage, and Li Huayan leaped down, his gaze fixated on the carriage that had halted in front of the restaurant ahead. A woman swiftly emerged from the carriage, approaching with an air of inquiry. "Young Master Li, what are you gazing at? What is your relationship with that young lady?" Her words dripped with jealousy as she cast a sidelong glance at the elegantly dressed maiden entering the tavern. Li Huayan lifted his gaze to the tavern sign, his eyes narrowing in sudden recollection of Ling Chenyu's recent musings. It appeared that Zhang Yiyang resided within that very establishment. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Feel free to select whatever you desire inside, and charge it to my account," he remarked. The woman, unwilling to relent, clung to his waist in a show of affection, pouting as she complained, "You've only pampered me for a few days, and now you're already growing weary?" Li Huayan frowned, his previously carefree demeanor shifting to one of sternness, causing her to release her grip in fright. He strode purposefully towards the carriage and instructed the driver, "To the 4th prince's residence." The driver, promptly pulling the reins, set off, leaving the young woman seething in frustration before she turned and stormed into a cosmetics shop. At the entrance of the tavern, Mo Xiang once more dispatched Uncle Zhong, as the young lady suddenly expressed a desire for the candied fruits from a shop on West Street. "Please, Uncle Zhong, run an errand for me and bring some back," she requested. Uncle Zhong cast a wary glance at the bustling tavern, his concern evident. "Rest assured, My lady, we shall remain here and not venture anywhere. He hesitated momentarily before nodding, swiftly departing with the intention of returning promptly. Chapter 36. Once again, the dreary atmosphere enveloped the scene as Shen An'an stepped into the tavern. Her gaze was immediately drawn to Zhang Yeyang, who was busily manipulating an abacus behind the counter. One hand clutched a ledger while the other deftly flicked the beads. Yet his thoughts seemed entirely absent from the task at hand. He miscalculated several times, ultimately setting his work aside in frustration, his expression marred by irritation. Lost in his own reverie, he sank into a chair, staring blankly ahead. Two of his colleagues had remained in the capital, while he, the principal architect of the joint petition, had not secured a position for himself. All his efforts had been in vain. However, it could not be deemed entirely unfortunate. After all, the fourth prince had granted him a fertile region in Jiangnan, promising ample opportunities for political achievements, far broader prospects than those of his colleagues who remained. Yet, this was in stark contrast to his own aspirations. He ought to be grateful, for given his rank, had it not been for the fourth princess patronage, he would have been relegated to a remote county with little hope for advancement. In a daze, he inadvertently lifted his gaze and was momentarily transfixed. As if he were dreaming, Shen An'an offered him a gentle smile and took a few steps closer. Why, Mr. Zhang, do you not recognize me? It took Zhang Yeyang a moment to regain his senses, emotions mingling between joy and disappointment. And no, it's just, I am surprised to see Miss Shen in such a place. The tavern was neither particularly large nor small. Frequented by laborers and merchants, hardly a venue befitting someone of Shen An'an's stature. She must have merely stopped in for a quick meal after purchasing some cosmetics. Observing the flush of embarrassment on his ears, Shen An'an spoke with a soft and melodious tone. Zhang Yeyang's eyes met hers, only to quickly drop again. His hands fidgeting within his sleeves. He wondered what she could possibly want. After all, she was the daughter of a grand minister. And it seemed implausible that she would visit him, a mere impoverished scholar, out of genuine interest. Perhaps she had simply read too many romantic tales, leading her to entertain such unrealistic notions. Are you busy, Mr. Zhang? If not, would you care to join me for a meal? Zhang Yeyang was well aware that Miss Shen was merely being polite, and he should gracefully decline. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were a disingenuous not busy. Meeting her gentle smile, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, overwhelmed by awkwardness. With a hint of ink fragrance, he instructed a waiter to prepare a private room, ordering a selection of signature dishes. To the astonishment of the proprietor and the waiter, Zhang Yeyang followed Shen An'an upstairs to the designated chamber. Though referred to as a private room, it was merely a slightly quieter space separated by beaded curtains. Shen An'an smoothed her dress and took a seat. Mr. Zhang, please. Have a seat. Zhang Yeyang, feeling a wave of shame, glanced down at his coarse, patched clothing. He had come directly from work, and his attire was a stark contrast to the elegant garments worn by the refined and graceful woman before him. Not only was Shen An'an dressed impeccably, but even her maid appeared far more presentable than he. Noticing his discomfort, Shen An'an furrowed her brow slightly before skillfully steering the conversation away. I have heard from my elder brother about the joint petition. Mr. Zhang, your courage in standing against tyranny and advocating for the people is truly commendable. Zhang Yeyang settled nervously at the edge of his chair, his hands resting on his knees, his back straightened, and his demeanor taut with tension. Miss Shen, you flatter me. I am but the most inconspicuous of individuals. The reason the displaced were able to find proper settlement is due to the efforts of others. Shen An'an's eyes flickered slightly. She smiled without speaking, knowing that the person Zhang Yeyang referred to must be Xiao Yuan. However, she was not here today to discuss Xiao Yuan's remarkable achievements. She poured herself a cup of tea and, feigning indifference, inquired, Young Master Zhang, having accomplished such great merits, you must be expecting a commendable position, am I right? Zhang Yeyang's expression stiffened. He lowered his gaze to the ink-scented teacup before him, his lips pressed tightly together, a wave of bitterness rising within him. I suppose. So, he replied. Shen An'an furrowed her brow, glancing at him with a sympathetic smile, clearly noticing Zhang Yeyang's dissatisfaction with his reassignment. Is there something troubling you? No. Not at all, Zhang Yeyang replied, raising his head to meet Shen An'an's radiant gaze, the gloom within him dissipating significantly. The court has assigned me to a small county near Jiangnan. It is vast and economically prosperous, which will greatly benefit my future in officialdom. Yet, he wished to stay for her, even if it were a mere folly, to share the joy he felt in his heart with her. And now, Jiangnan. Shen An'an repeated, her lips curving into a smile as her hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched with excitement, secretly delighted. Jiang Nan could not be more perfect. Zhang Yeyang looked up in astonishment, gazing into Shen An'an's joyful eyes, momentarily taken aback. Shen An'an suppressed her elation and attempted to maintain a calm demeanor as she said, I grew up in Jiangnan. The people are kind and the scenery beautiful. I have always hoped to return there if given the chance. A glimmer of surprise filled Zhang Yeyang's eyes. Is what you say true? Indeed, Shen An'an replied sincerely. Jiangnan's customs are simple, devoid of the convoluted rules and pretenses. And there are no powerful, entrenched families. Young Master Zhang, as a newcomer to the official realm, you would fare far better in Jiang and than in the treacherous capital, where one must navigate through flattery and survive in the cracks. Her words swiftly dispelled the turmoil that had plagued Zhang Yeyang for days, and his lips involuntarily curved upwards. You are right, my perspective was indeed narrow. Just then, the waiter entered with an array of dishes, a veritable feast of birds and beasts laid out before them. As Zhang Yeyang beheld the spread, the insecurities he had momentarily forgotten surged back like a tide. There are only 3 of us, Miss Shen. There is no need for such extravagance. Ma Xiang set the bowls and chopsticks in place and smiled first, saying, Young Master Zhang, do not take offense. Our young lady is always this generous at home. Oh, Zhang Yeyang replied with an awkward smile, lowering his head as he fiddled with a piece of crispy smoked chicken to ease the tension. Shen An'an shot a glance at Ma Xiang. Feeling that while young Master Zhang was indeed of good character, he might be a touch too sensitive. If their future interactions required such careful preservation of his self-esteem, it could become quite exhausting. Nevertheless, power nurtures individuals. Perhaps in time, when he has established himself and no longer lacks for silver, he will gradually improve. Young master, do you partake in wine? Zhang Yeyang promptly shook his head in refusal. How could one indulge in wine in her presence? What if an indiscreet word were to slip out? Moreover, the recent commendation from Shen An'an regarding Jiang Nan had rekindled the embers of his once dormant heart. Even if it were but a fanciful notion, one must dare to strive for it. When would the young master embark on his journey to assume his post? Zhang Yeyang summoned his courage to meet Shen An'an's gaze, yet upon encountering her radiant visage, his heart raced, rendering him momentarily speechless. As for the timing, it was a matter of merely 3 to 5 days hence. Oh, so soon you must depart, Shen An'an murmured. Her head bowed as she absently stirred the lotus seed porridge with her chopsticks. Her lashes fluttered, casting a shadow over her clear apricot eyes, betraying a hint of melancholy. Zhang Yeyang felt a tightening in his chest, as if his heart were being wrenched. He leaned slightly forward, gazing earnestly at the charming lady across from him. Miss Shen, I have something to convey to you. In truth, Just then, a voice, imbued with surprise and incredulity, interrupted his unspoken words. Shen An'an's countenance darkened abruptly at the sound, her smile fading as she cast a frosty glare toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Li Huayan sauntered into view, leaning against the doorframe with a broad grin. His eyes scanned the room, and upon resting on Zhang Yeyang, his expression shifted noticeably, the corners of his mouth turning downward. Shen An'an began to question whether fate had intertwined her existence with Li Huayan's, for it seemed they were destined to cross paths wherever she went. How unfortunate. Ma Xiang. Close the door, she commanded. Ma Xiang promptly complied, reaching for the door, but Li Huayan, with a smirk, pivoted to block her way, casting a glance over his shoulder. Ma Xiang frowned, poised to admonish him to step aside, when an icy, piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon her, sending a chill coursing down her spine, enveloping her in a suffocating sense of danger. Unconsciously, she relaxed her grip and raised her eyes, retreating swiftly to the inner chamber, standing protectively behind Shen An'an. Li Huayan let out a laugh, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Zhang Yeyang, recognizing him, stood up, concerned that onlookers might misconstrue his relationship with Miss Shen, thereby tarnishing her reputation. Young Master Li, he greeted with a polite bow. Li Huayan glanced at him, remaining silent, and shifted his body to reveal the person behind him. Ma Xiang immediately lowered her head, her small hand clenching tightly around Shen An'an's sleeve. The expression of the 4th prince had been so terrifying that one might think she had committed a grave offense by merely closing a door. Zhang Yeyang intended to pay his respects to Xiao Yuan, but upon meeting his cold, piercing gaze, he found his voice stifled, unable to utter a single word. He sensed that the 4th prince harbored an aversion towards him, though he could not discern the cause of such animosity. Xiao Yuan's eyes swept over Shen An'an before finally settling on Zhang Yeyang. His expression impassive yet imbued with an oppressive intensity that rendered Zhang Yeyang too intimidated to raise his gaze. Shen An'an squinted at the man who had appeared so suddenly, her irritation flaring. Not him again, she thought, incensed beyond measure. Whenever things do not go his way, he wears a scowl, as if the entire world owes him a debt, and no one can possibly do him justice. One wonders where he has been bitten again, unleashing this rabid demeanor. Does she harbor a grudge against this insufferable man? Otherwise, why does he always thwart her endeavors? She clenched her teeth, her icy gaze darting towards Xiao Yuan, brimming with ire, just as she was about to voice her thoughts. However, Xiao Yuan's calm voice interjected first, like an invisible hand tightening around her throat, rendering her speechless. As if a wad of cotton had been stuffed into her mouth. Young Master Lin, you may not have had the pleasure of meeting this young lady. Allow me to introduce her, Xiao Yuan remarked with a teasing tone, his gaze drifting over Shen An'an, yet his eyes bore a chill. He addressed the man in the purple robe beside him. The lady seated here is none other than the daughter of Grand Tutor Shen, recently returned from Jiangnan. Young Master Lin? Shen An'an turned her attention to the man in purple. He possessed an elegant countenance, his eyes reflecting surprise and scrutiny as he politely nodded. Greetings, Miss Shen. Suppressing her inner fury, she gracefully rose, responding to young Master Lin with the poise befitting a refined lady. Good day, young Master Lin. Your Highness. She subtly raised her gaze to steal a glance at Xiao Yuan, perplexed by how he knew that her elder brother was courting a girl from the Lin family. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Surely he was not idle enough to add to her troubles, considering his busy schedule. Despite her musings, she maintained her decorum in front of young Master Lin, determined not to let anyone perceive the Shen family as lacking in propriety, lest it jeopardize her brother's prospects. Xiao Yuan's lips curled into a cold smirk, evidently pleased with Shen An'an's obedient silence, which justified his decision to have Qing Feng bring young Master Lin to the carriage. Zhang Yiyang, unaccustomed to such gatherings, stood by, hesitant to utter a word, feeling as though a chilling gaze had never left him, sharp and intimidating, as if tangible. Xiao Yuan's eyes swept over the two sets of chopsticks on the table, his dark irises seemingly unperturbed. Might young Master Lin mind sharing a meal with the Shen family's daughter? After all, you will soon be relatives. Young Master Lin, quick to comply, responded, of course. I wouldn't mind at all, though I am curious if Miss Shen would grace us with her presence. Shen An'an's heavy gaze lingered on Xiao Yuan, filled with indignation as if silently demanding to know his intentions. Xiao Yuan, however, remained oblivious, his composed and resolute features adorned with a faint smile. Young Master Lin surveyed the peculiar tension between the two before chuckling again. My father has always admired Grand Tutor Shen's integrity and has spoken highly of the eldest son. I am certain that Miss Shen embodies the grace and intellect befitting a distinguished lady. Shen An'an averted her gaze, offering young Master Lin a gentle smile, humbly responding that she did not quite deserve such flattering words. Young Master Lin continued to extol her family, remarking on the esteemed literary legacy of the Lin clan. Thanks to the erudition of Lord Lin. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen An'an invited several others into the private room to take their seats. Zhang Yiyang stood awkwardly to the side when Li Huayan suddenly stepped forward, draping an arm over his shoulder. The curve of his eyes lacked any semblance of mirth. Master Zhang, you are to take up your post soon, are you not? Shouldn't you be preparing your belongings? Shen An'an turned to observe the two, silently baring her teeth at Li Huayan from a vantage point obscured from the Lin family's view, muttering something inaudible. Yet, with the Lin family present, she could not directly request that Zhang Yiyang remain. Such a demand would indeed be inappropriate. Li Huayan feigned ignorance, giving Zhang Yiyang's shoulder a hearty pat. A sense of bitterness welled within Zhang Yiyang as he offered a helpless smile to Shen An'an, his eyes reflecting humility. Young Master Li has made a fair point. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Li Huayan retracted his hand, and once Zhang Yiyang departed, he grinned mischievously at Shen An'an. She shot him a glare, her expression wooden as she retreated to her seat. When a member of the Lin family attempted to liven the atmosphere, she managed a reluctant smile in response. Although the interactions among them were somewhat peculiar, the exchanges between young Master Lin and Shen An'an prevented the gathering from becoming too stilted. During the meal, Li Huayan jestingly remarked, "What a bore it is to have exquisite dishes without fine wine. Miss Shen, do not hesitate to bring forth a few jugs of wine." Shen An'an glanced at him, then turned to instruct Mo Xiang to fetch the wine. However, the previously silent Xiao Yuan abruptly interjected coldly in broad daylight. What need is there for wine? If you wish to drink, do so in your own duke's residence. Li Huayan's lips twitched. After all, He had hastily rushed to the fourth princess' residence to relay news. Surely, it was inappropriate to disregard the monk after the meal was concluded. Chapter 37. Returning to the original path, the young master of the Lin family glanced at Xiao Yuan and smiled, attempting to ease the atmosphere. If brotherly wishes to drink, let us wait a few days, and I shall invite you to a tavern for a delightful time. Today, Miss Shen is treating us, and it would be rather inappropriate to drink excessively. He cast a furtive glance at Xiao Yuan, noting his silence and lowered head, realizing that his assumptions were correct, and he felt a slight relief. Considering the fourth prince's unusual interest in Miss Shen, the marriage between the Shen and Lin families warranted a re-evaluation. He would have to inform his mother to expedite the arrangements. Li Huayan, somewhat slow on the uptake, finally comprehended the situation. It was indeed Shen An'an's formidable presence that repeatedly made him forget her distinguished status. Shen An'an feigned gratitude and smiled at the young master of the Lin family. Xiao Yuan, gripping his chopsticks with increasing force, snapped them in two with a sharp crack. The Lin family young master turned his head to glance, his heart sinking, the smile on his face fading into a mask of shock, as he hastily lowered his head to resume eating, avoiding Shen An'an's friendly smile. Goodness, Li Huayan remarked, tilting his head to observe the young master of the Lin family, frowning as he whispered, if only I were as clever as you, with such perceptiveness. The young master of the Lin family, aware that Li Huayan was jesting, turned his head with a wry smile. One hand pressed to his forehead, as if warding off some unseen specter. Shen An'an, unable to decipher their subtle exchanges, chose not to speculate. After instructing Mo Xiang to have the waiter bring additional refreshments, she stood to take her leave. You all enjoy your meal, and if you desire more, please feel free to order. Charge it to my account. Li Huayan and the young master of the Lin family simultaneously set down their chopsticks, exchanging polite remarks while daring not to lift their heads, fearing another smile from Shen An'an. She, too, did not dwell on the young master's sudden change in demeanor. But before departing, she shot a sharp glance at Li Huayan. He blinked innocently in response. Xiao Yuan, who had remained silent until now, placed his chopsticks down, his tone steady and unembellished, as if discussing a trivial matter. I shall escort you. Shen An'an's body stiffened momentarily, convinced she had misheard. She took a step forward, but his voice, tinged with an icy chill, repeated his previous statement. I shall escort you. Her footsteps faltered as she turned to meet the gaze of the man approaching her, his expression cold and impatient. Was the fourth prince truly addressing her? He stood before her, looking down at her with an intensity that ignited an urge to shatter her indifference completely. Recent unrest in the capital and rampant banditry in the outskirts necessitate prioritizing safety. I shall escort Miss Shen back to her residence. Shen An'an longed to decline, but was even less inclined to remain in this private room, entangled in endless banter with him. Such an experience was indeed a rare fortune for a minister's daughter, leaving her both astonished and flattered. Xiao Yuan briefly scrutinized her before choosing not to respond to her sarcasm, stepping forward first. Shen An'an ground her teeth in frustration, nodded toward the young master of the Lin family, and followed suit. Outside the tavern, Uncle Zhong awaited them with the carriage. As Shen An'an observed Xiao Yuan lifting his robe, seemingly intent on boarding her carriage, she promptly stepped forward to obstruct him. There is no need for His Highness the Fourth Prince to trouble himself. I can return on my own. Xiao Yuan's gaze involuntarily fixated on her vermilion lips, a sardonic smile gracing his features. Just moments ago, she was a lady of noble status, yet now she had transformed into a mirai. The speed at which Shen An'an changed her demeanor was truly astonishing. His eyes remained glued to her crimson lips, his heart racing with an accelerated rhythm, a restless desire surging within him once more, clamoring for release. Shen An'an, unwilling to engage further, pushed him aside and stepped onto the carriage, but then paused, peering out from the carriage with a mocking expression fixed upon Xiao Yuan. Your Highness, were it not for my Uncle Zheng's remarkable martial prowess in rescuing you, you would hardly stand here in such fine form to claim the role of my escort. How laughable. With a forceful flick, she let the carriage curtain fall and instructed Uncle Zheng to take the reins. Xiao Yuan regarded the bold expression on her face, the smirk curling at her lips, his fingers tightening into a fist within his palm, his countenance grave. Were it not for that day when he was outnumbered, he would never have found himself in such a disheveled state. This woman was clearly looking down on him, reclining against the soft cushion. Shen An'an felt a surge of delight. The mere thought of provoking and infuriating Xiao Yuan brought her immense joy. Remembering the dark expression that had crossed his face moments ago made her smile even wider, laughter escaping her lips. As Uncle Zhong drove the carriage away, Mo Xiang offered her a piece of candied fruit, which she bit into eagerly. Before she could swallow, a shadow swiftly darted into the carriage, causing it to dip slightly. She stared at the man who had suddenly intruded, the candied fruit lodged at the back of her throat, her expression darkening. "Miss, quickly spit it out," Xiang urged, patting her back. Shen An'an, using her handkerchief, managed to expel the fruit, coughing violently, her porcelain face flushed. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained fixed on her when their eyes met. Her fury was met with his calm demeanor. "What do you intend to do?" Shen An'an ground her teeth in frustration. Xiao Yuan, seated regally in the carriage, offered no reply, merely observing her, his eyes concealing an enigmatic emotion. "Are you fond of that scholar?" Shen An'an furrowed her brow. Her gaze towards Xiao Yuan tinged with suspicion. "What business is it of yours? Are you meddling too much, fourth prince?" "Naturally it concerns me," Xiao Yuan mused inwardly. For those gentle apricot eyes that haunted his dreams belonged solely to her, and only she could evoke the semblance of a dream that felt so vividly real. In that dream, those eyes gazed upon him, belonging to him. "You have yet to provide a straightforward answer to my previous question. What is it about me in your dreams?" Shen An'an frowned, perplexed by his insistence on this matter. "Isn't my attitude towards His Highness the Fourth Prince clear enough?" Xiao Yuan fell silent, suddenly lowering his gaze to the carriage floor, lost in thought. Is a mere dream sufficient to define a person's character and future? He wondered. And if not? Shen An'an replied, lifting her gaze to scrutinize him. "In the vast capital, with so many young men, why must I dream of no one but the fourth prince? Perhaps everything in this world is predestined. It is conceivable that we bore some enmity in our past lives." Xiao Yuan appeared to genuinely believe her words, his dark eyes deeply fixed upon her. Emotions roiling beneath the surface. The weight of his gaze rendered Shen An'an utterly uncomfortable. A mysterious smile crept upon his lips as he asked, "Does Miss Shen truly think so?" "Naturally." Shen An'an turned her head to gaze out the window, oblivious to the fleeting obsession that flickered in Xiao Yuan's eyes. He chuckled softly, his voice unexpectedly gentle as he addressed her. "You are correct. Why not someone else? This suggests that the causes of previous lives yield the effects of this one, and fate has its patterns. What belongs to someone should return to its rightful course. Don't you agree, An'an?" Shen An'an shivered involuntarily, her pupils widening in disbelief as she stared at Xiao Yuan. His eyes seemed to surge with something she could not discern, leaving her with an unsettling chill, as if caught in a vortex that slowly consumed her, deep and unfathomable, akin to an abyss. At that moment, the voice of Uncle Zhong echoed from outside. "Miss, the fourth prince has arrived." A sudden panic welled up within Shen An'an, and she muttered a curse before hastily disembarking from the carriage. "Shen An'an," Xiao Yuan's voice unexpectedly called from within the carriage, laced with sarcasm. "That scholar may not be as noble as you imagine. When desolation mingles with prosperity, how many can truly remain steadfast?" Shen An'an paused for but a moment before quickening her pace towards the estate, her cool voice carried by the wind. "I am not well acquainted with the fourth prince. Should we meet again, I hope you will refer to me as Miss Shen." "Indeed, I would prefer that we do not meet at all." A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Yuan's lips, his calm gaze concealing mockery as he watched her figure vanish before he slowly withdrew his gaze. In a low voice, he instructed, "Have Ling Cheney come to the estate." Qing Feng complied, swiftly heading towards the Yongning Marquis's residence. When Xiao Yuan's carriage arrived at the prince's estate, Ling Cheney's carriage had also reached its destination. He jumped down, first assessing Xiao Yuan's expression before inquiring with a smile. "Didn't see you go to the tavern with Li Huayan? Why the sudden urgency in summoning me?" Xiao Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, his heavy gaze exuding a sense of pressure that made Ling Cheney purse his lips, suppressing his mirth. "Let us speak in the study." Ling Cheney nodded, understanding the hint, and followed Xiao Yuan into the study. Qing Feng served tea and closed the door from the outside. Xiao Yuan sat behind the desk, his wrist casually draped over the edge, his expression tranquil. Yet, Ling Cheney felt a chill permeating the room. "What is the matter?" Xiao Yuan's gaze was contemplative, his tone nonchalant. "When will he leave?" "Who?" Ling Cheney's mind momentarily stalled, but upon meeting Xiao Yuan's indifferent eyes, he snapped back to reality. "Oh, you mean that scholar? He is to take office in 2 months. It should be, within 3 days. Xiao Yuan interjected abruptly, his tone leaving no room for disagreement. Ling Cheney swallowed the rest of his words. Jiangnan was still over a month away from the capital. He should be departing in the next couple of days. Xiao Yuan uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement as he picked up a document from the side to attend to official matters. While Qing'an hastily stepped forward to present him with ink and brushes, Ling Cheney observed his silence. a flicker of agitation crossing his features as he called him over with urgency, seemingly eager to see the scholar depart. After all, he was merely a scholar. Was it not an overreaction to take him so seriously? Ling Chenyi found it laughable to consider that the scholar could rival Xiao Yuan in any capacity. Xiao Yuan's hand paused, inadvertently smudging the document with ink, his thumb pressing down with subtle force until the tip turned pale. Ling Chenyi sensed that Xiao Yuan's concern for that scholar surpassed his expectations. The mere mention of the name seemed intolerable to him. After a brief moment, Xiao Yuan composed himself, returning the brush to the inkstone, and lifted his gaze to the still Ling Chenyi, his tone icy. "Do you have further matters to discuss?" Ling Chenyi fell silent for a moment before seriously stating, "If a decision has been made, it would be prudent to act swiftly. The Shen family wields considerable influence in the court, lest we prolong matters unnecessarily." Xiao Yuan frowned slightly. The Shen family was irrelevant to him. His decisions had never factored in the Shen residence. "Very well," Ling Chenyi replied dismissively, aware that regardless of the motivations, Shen An'an embodied the essence of the Shen family. "My mother intends to visit the temple to offer incense the day after tomorrow. Would you care to join?" Xiao Yuan hesitated momentarily before declining. "I shall not go. Please assist me by lighting a stick of incense for her." Ling Chenyi nodded without surprise, reassuringly, "Rest assured. My mother always pays her respects to the noble consort promptly." Xiao Yuan restrained his expression, lowering his head to resume his official duties, though beneath his seemingly tranquil demeanor lay an abyss of unspoken darkness. The following day, Madame Lin made an unexpected visit to the Shen residence. Accompanied by the young lady from the Lin family, Lin Yuro, Shen An'an was summoned to engage in conversation with Lin Yuro. In the main hall, Madame Shen and Madame Lin engaged in lively discourse, inevitably steering the conversation toward the marriage of their children. While Lin Yuro conversed with Shen An'an, her face flushed crimson, her gaze cast downward. As she lowered her eyes, Shen An'an took a moment to appraise her, by mere standards of beauty. The Lin family girl was indeed enchanting, exuding a serene, scholarly grace that suggested a wealth of knowledge. Her form was slender and graceful, her demeanor exceedingly proper and respectful. A true paragon of a well-bred young lady, raising no surprise to hear her mother proclaim that the Lin daughters were no less than the Shen family's daughters. Perhaps it was the refined literary air about her that endeared her to Madame Shen, especially considering the martial background of the Shen residence. Madame Lin appeared quite pleased with the potential union, subtly implying the urgency to propose. Shen An'an glanced curiously at the smiling Madame Lin, puzzled by her eagerness. Madame Shen, equally content with the prospect of marriage, readily agreed to select an auspicious date for the engagement. With this assurance, Madame Lin cast a pleased glance at her bashful daughter, her heart filled with joy. "Has the Lin lady ever met my elder brother?" Shen An'an asked playfully. Lowering her voice, Lin Yuro's face turned even redder. She shyly murmured an affirmative response. Shen An'an discerned the truth without difficulty. It seemed the Lin family girl harbored feelings for her elder brother as well. She occasionally tilted her head to glance outside. Shen An'an was aware that she was eagerly awaiting Shen Changhe's arrival. Logically, as the eldest brother was about to become engaged to the Lin family, and with Madame Lin bringing her daughter to visit, he should have made an appearance to greet them out of courtesy. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to pressing official duties, his figure was still nowhere to be seen. Madame Shen discreetly signaled the maid several times to fetch him. But the maid returned empty-handed, merely shaking her head in resignation, unable to inquire about the matter in front of Madame Lin. Madame Shen smiled and made light of the situation, explaining that her son had been swamped with official business lately, often returning home well past midnight, and had unfortunately not had the chance to pay his respects to Madame Lin. Madame Lin quickly praised her, saying that such was to be expected. For young Master Shen was the captain of the Imperial Guards at such a tender age, managing affairs both great and small in the capital. Truly, there was no other young man in the city who had achieved so much at his age. In my opinion, it is you who are fortunate. Pleased by her son's praise, Madame Shen beamed with pride, for her children were her greatest treasures. Casting a joyful glance at the demure young lady fidgeting with her handkerchief, she hinted with a smile, "In the future, that will be our blessing." Madame Lin cast a sidelong glance at her daughter and stifled a laugh, while Lin Yuru blushed with such shyness that she wished she could bury her head in the ground. Chapter 38. 3 days hence, Zhang Yang would be departing. After a brief moment of lingering, Madame Lin took her leave. Madame Shen escorted the mother and daughter outside, showering Lin Yuro with incessant praise, clearly delighted by her demeanor. Lin Yuro, in turn, displayed remarkable courtesy and elegance, speaking to Madame Shen with admirable restraint. Once they had seen the guests off to their carriage, Madame Shen returned home, her heart brimming with joy, her elation unmistakable. The marriage of her eldest son had long been a thorn in her side, and now that it seemed resolvable, she found herself smiling in her dreams. Accompanied by Shen An'an, they entered the flower-adorned archway and ascended the covered walkway, when An'an finally voiced a lingering concern. "Mother, do you not feel that Madame Lin appears excessively enthusiastic about this marriage? It seems as though she fears the night will linger too long, jeopardizing the union." Madame Shen, still buoyed by joy, gradually slowed her pace, her smile dimming slightly. Initially, she too had been taken aback, while the Lin family had always endorsed the match. As the bride's family from a scholarly lineage, they had maintained a certain reserve. Why then had Madame Lin come in person, subtly urging the proposal? This behavior did not align with the customary decorum of scholarly families. Furrowing her brow, Shen An'an sensed an unusual air to Madame Lin's sudden visit. "Mother, do you think something is amiss?" Madame Shen shook her head. I probed gently into her sentiments, and her reactions suggest she is indeed quite keen on this marriage. Continuously praising your elder brother, despite her eldest son's virtues, it hardly warranted such fervent pursuit, especially since it was the Lin family that had initiated the proposal, and their status was not insignificant. This perplexity weighed heavily on her mind. After some contemplation, Shen An'an recounted her encounter with Xiao Yuan and the Lin family's son at the tavern. Madame Shen abruptly halted, turning to her composed daughter. "You encountered the fourth prince? Did he cause you any distress?" An'an smiled. "What are you saying, mother? He is a dignified prince. I hold no grievances against him, so why would he trouble me?" "That is a relief," Madame Shen sighed, still troubled by the idea of the imperial consort arranging a match between An'an and Xiao Yuan, particularly after her daughter's public rejection, which had undermined royal dignity. "In future, exercise caution when you go out. It would be prudent to minimize your interactions with the fourth prince. Your aunt has not yet abandoned hope, and we must avoid any complications that could arise." "Rest assured, mother, I understand," An'an replied. "I am already doing my utmost to avoid contact with Xiao Yuan, but given that the entire capital is under the Xiao family's influence, it is difficult to evade them entirely." After imparting her caution, Madame Shen began to ponder the matter concerning Madame Lin. The covered walkway was bustling with servants, making private discourse challenging, so she took An'an's hand and led her to her own quarters, dismissing the attendants. Only her dowry maid remained, who served them tea before discreetly withdrawing. After sipping her tea thoughtfully, Madame Shen furrowed her brow and spoke. "From what you've said, it seems the Lin family's son accompanied the fourth prince, and you shared a table for dinner." She gently tapped the edge of her teacup with her fingertips and ominously remarked that the Lin family must believe our family shares a deep bond with the fourth prince. Shen An'an paused in her tea drinking, bringing the cup to her lips only to set it down again. Her father served as the Grand Commander, the highest-ranking military official, so it was only natural for a prince to seek proximity. There was no reason to rush. The fourth prince was different. Madame Shen dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief, signaling to the matron to close the door before lowering her voice. The fourth prince's mother, the Shushi consort, had once been the emperor's most favored concubine, but she had died suddenly, leading many to speculate about the cause. At that time, the emperor had gone to great lengths to suppress the rumors, and the Shushi family lacked the influence to challenge the narrative, allowing the matter to fade away. Nevertheless, the fourth prince enjoyed the emperor's favor due to his noble lineage. His standing was notably distinct compared to the other princes. Apart from the factions supporting the other princes, many sought to align themselves with the fourth prince, yet he had shown little interest in court affairs over the years, preferring the battlefield, leaving such individuals without suitable opportunities. Upon hearing Madame Shen's words, Shen An'an endeavored to recall the outcome of the prince's contention for supremacy in her previous life. After much contemplation, it seemed that until her demise, the great Liang had never truly established a crown prince, although the influence of the other princes had gradually been dismantled, ultimately leaving Xiao Yuan as the sole dominant figure. However, according to her recollections, the emperor had not favored Xiao Yuan during the fierce rivalries among his sons. All achievements were due to Xiao Yuan's own efforts. Shen An'an, as a member of the Hanlin Academy, could only exert pressure through public opinion, offering little tangible support to any prince. Thus, the Lin family believed that by allying with the Shen household, they were effectively aligning themselves with the fourth prince. Yet, was it not said that Lord Lin was a man of integrity, maintaining his independence in court and disdainful of forming factions? Historically, involvement in the prince's struggles for succession had always been akin to a high-stakes gamble, The rewards of loyalty to the dragon were not easily attained. Did the Lin family not fear? Madame Shen shook her head and chuckled softly, asserting that anyone could falter, yet the fourth prince was not so easily toppled. Even out of respect for the Shushi consort, the emperor would likely grant him a path for retreat. Furthermore, Madame Shen's expression changed slightly as she spoke in hushed tones, indicating that in the eyes of the civil and military officials, the emperor had already signaled his intention to betroth her to the fourth prince, which served to demonstrate whom he favored. Shen An'an lowered her gaze and ceased speaking. Thus, in her previous life, her connection to Xiao Yuan had not been without merit. He had indeed benefited from the Shen household's presence in the court. In retrospect, that engagement had resembled a transaction more than anything, as he had mentioned on numerous occasions that the position of the fourth prince's consort could belong to anyone, provided they were sensible and obedient. Initially, he had granted her the honor and dignity befitting the fourth prince's wife, aside from his lack of affection. He had not failed in his duties. Had it not been for her subsequent madness, they could have continued to live in mutual respect, untroubled by one another. Yet, at that time, she had failed to understand. She had longed for him to love her with the same fervor she felt for him, but had pursued that desire in the most foolish manner. Regardless, the betrothal had been firmly established. Matters of state were the concern of the men. Madame Shen's face brightened once more as she began to calculate the most auspicious day for the engagement. Shen An'an gazed at her mother's expression, genuinely delighted by the prospect of the Lin family girl. She mused that if mother and son were united in purpose, and her elder brother also cherished Lin Yuru, it would indeed be a joyous occasion for all. The political intrigues of the court were far too convoluted for her liking. She yearned for a simple life of marriage and motherhood, to peacefully traverse the life she had never truly possessed. A sardonic smile played on her lips, as harmony and beauty became an obsession she had yet to attain. As it was the first celebration in the Shen residence, it warranted careful consideration. It needed to be a grand affair. Her mother had heard from the ladies that the divinations at Xiangjue Temple were notably accurate. Perhaps they ought to make a trip there to have the master calculate an auspicious date. After all, it was a matter of joy, and it was best determined by someone knowledgeable as it related to her elder brother's future happiness. Shen An'an withdrew her thoughts and smiled sweetly at Madame Shen, acquiescing. Very well, mother shall decide. Madame Shen promptly resolved that they would go the following day to Xiangjue Temple to set the date for the betrothal. All right, Shen An'an agreed. And after spending a while longer in her mother's courtyard, she returned to Haidang Garden. Upon entering the room, Mo Xiang glanced around cautiously before quietly closing the door. Shen An'an tilted her head to look at her, amusement evident in her voice. What is the matter? Do you have a secret to share? Suddenly, a letter was thrust before Shen An'an. As she beheld the diminutive signature, her words caught in her throat, swallowed back down. Where did this come from? She took the envelope, hesitating to open it. Master Zhang sent it with some silver through a servant. The old woman was honest and did not dare to make a fuss, discreetly delivering it to our maid, Mo Xiang explained. Shen An'an couldn't help but glance sideways. Was it really Zhang Yeyang who had paid to send her a letter? Wasn't he working at the tavern to earn his keep? Where did he procure the silver? Pondering this, she opened the letter, the elegant script immediately captivating her eye. She read it swiftly and, feeling overwhelmed, crumpled it up and handed it to Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang quickly took a charcoal brazier and set the letter alight, watching as the flames consumed it. The letter conveyed that the court had dispatched an edict requiring him to depart for Jiangnan within 3 days. It contained no further information, merely informing her of his imminent departure. Zhang Yeyang was exceedingly discreet. Even if the letter fell into the hands of an elder, it bore no impropriety. Yet Shen An'an understood he was awaiting her response. How could it be so soon? Isn't there's still more than half a month left? This is quite sudden. She mused, taking a seat beside the soft couch without uttering another word. Mo Xiang, what do you think of Master Zhang? His talents and character are commendable. Most importantly, his family background is uncomplicated, allowing him to distance himself from the capital and grant the young lady the freedom she desires, leading her back to the enchanting Jiangnan. Mo Xiang replied. You speak truly, Shen An'an said with a smile, the corners of her lips lifting. If all went well, by the coming spring, she would be able to accompany her grandmother, basking in her affection. She rose and approached the writing desk, at which point Mo Xiang promptly presented the ink, paper, and brush. Shen An'an's letter mirrored the restraint of Zhang Yeyang's. It simply informed him of her visit to Xiangjue Temple the following day to set a propitious date for her brother. Mo Xiang carefully dried the ink and folded the letter with great care, sealing it within an envelope. Rest assured, my lady, I shall ensure it reaches young Master Zhang by dawn tomorrow. Responded with a weary acknowledgement, instructing to prepare water for her ablutions. Behind the screen, tendrils of steam rose as she reclined in the comfortably warm bath, her slender arms resting on the tub's edge, her eyes gently closed in relaxation. The delicate, fair visage of hers, slightly flushed from the steam, appeared as radiant as a morning glow upon snow, entirely devoid of makeup. Since her rebirth, she sensed a faint release from the myriad burdens she once carried. She felt fortunate that the days she deemed arduous would no longer haunt her. She yearned for a life of beauty and fulfillment. Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. Perfection seemed an elusive notion in this world. She contemplated that even if Zhang Yiyang were akin to the previous life as Xiao Yuan, she could still lead a splendid life on her own, clutching her substantial dowry. Thus, the transformation extended beyond others. It encompassed her own self. The following day, as dawn broke, the carriage from the Shen residence set forth. Xiangjue Temple lay at a considerable distance from the capital, necessitating an early departure to ensure they arrived before the morning's auspicious divination. It was said that the earlier one arrived, the more genuine their devotion, thus securing the Buddha's blessings. Today, many carriages besides the Shen family were en route to the same destination, a stream of vehicles moving in unison. Half asleep and leaning against the carriage wall, wore a look of fatigue, her head occasionally bobbing downward. Shen Madam, amused yet tender, supported her head on her shoulder. Traditionally, the old matriarch of the Shen family was quite leisurely and had grown somewhat languid in her company. At this hour, she would typically be indulging in a deep slumber beneath her covers. Finding a comfortable position, she soon drifted off, only to awaken when the carriage came to a halt at the mountain's base. Outside, she faintly heard Shen Madam's amiable chatter. Straightening her posture, she gently massaged her sore neck before lifting the curtain to gaze outside. Standing alongside Shen Madam was the Princess Chang. Her sleep-laden eyes widened in surprise as she began scanning the crowd, thinking it rather unfortunate to encounter such a person simply while seeking blessings. After a brief survey of the throng, her gaze landed solely on the Ling siblings standing beside the carriage, which lifted her spirits slightly. Shen Madam's maid hurriedly approached the carriage, informing, "My lady, the madam wishes for you to accompany the Princess Chang up the mountain. You may also keep company with Princess Huaxing." Glanced towards Princess Huaxing, who greeted her with a friendly smile in return. Very well. She lowered the curtain, adjusted her attire and makeup, and with assistance, alighted from the carriage, making her way towards the procession of the Yongning Marque entourage. Upon noticing her, Princess Huaxing approached with a beaming smile. "Miss Shen, Your Highness," curtsied gracefully, casting a glance at the somewhat enigmatic expression of Ling Chenyu beside her. "Miss Shen, greetings." Ling Chenyu, taken aback, began to ponder whether that individual would regret declining his invitation upon learning of her presence. With this thought, he smirked slightly. Had already dismissed Ling Chenyu from her mind, immersing herself in the warm camaraderie extended by Princess Huaxing. The two followed behind the princess and Madame Shen. Ascending the mountain together, Ling Chenyu felt that Shen An'an, in the company of Huaxiang, appeared to be a different person, diametrically opposed to the sharp-tongued, cold-hearted Shinda who was full of prickles and barbs. It seemed that she only exhibited such a demeanor in the presence of Xiao Yuan. Upon reflection, it appeared that the young lady harbored a strong aversion to anything associated with Xiao Yuan. An observant gaze lingered on Shen An'an until they reached the summit and entered Xiangjue Temple. With elders present, she was disinclined to engage with Ling Chenyu, pretending to be oblivious while gracefully listening to the princess and Madame Shen converse. Before parting ways to seek omens and make wishes, Huaxing felt a pang of reluctance, stating, "I will find you after I finish my prayers." Shen An'an's expression faltered for a moment. Instead of a direct refusal, she tactfully replied, "I may be a little late. Perhaps, once I am done, I can seek you at the main hall." "That works," Huaxing smiled, instinctively clutching her purse at her waist. "I too wish to pray to the Buddha for peace." Shen An'an's gaze lingered on Huaxing's strained smile for a moment before she gently nodded. "Then let us pray that the princess's wishes come true." "Thank you," Huaxing said, turning to follow the princess's steps into the main hall. Every month, she would pray for his safety. Shen An'an watched the silhouette of the young woman, her dark almond eyes suffused with a sense of tenderness and sorrow. Chapter 39, The Buddhist Principle of Cause and Effect Born into a Noble Family. Unreciprocated affections are destined to fade away. An'an has departed. Lady Shen turned around to see her still in a daze and called out to her. An'an responded promptly, hastening to catch up with Lady Shen. Passing through the front hall, they entered a rear courtyard adorned with a water pavilion and corridors. At this time of year, Deep autumn had set in, and numerous fallen leaves floated upon the water, while young monks busily gathered them. Lady Shen's maid inquired of one young monk, "Excuse me, is Master Wanyin in the temple?" Master Wanyin was known for his remarkable divinations, and Lady Shen had come specifically to consult him today. The young monk tilted his head to assess Lady Shen and her entourage, then set down his ladle and respectfully bowed. "Revered patron, the master is indeed present, but he is currently occupied with devotees. You will have to wait a little while." Upon hearing this, the old maid turned to Lady Shen, who smiled and replied, "It's no trouble, we shall wait. Please follow me," the young monk said, chanting a sutra as he turned to lead the way. The group trailed behind him, circling the corridor until they finally reached the entrance of a meditation room. A vast expanse of green bamboo stood tall in the courtyard, lush and vibrant, swaying gently in the breeze and creating a tranquil, elegant atmosphere. The door to the meditation room was tightly shut, with the rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoing from within. The young monk ascended the steps briskly and conversed with the monk guarding the door. After a moment, the latter approached Lady Shen's group. "Revered patrons," he bowed, "our abbot is currently with devotees. Please bear with us for a while." Lady Shen had thought she had arrived early enough, only to discover that others had come even earlier. An'an's gaze swept across the courtyard, and her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a green-clad figure, seemingly crouched behind the bamboo. The figure was evidently a maid, but something about her profile struck An'an as oddly familiar. "Young master," she called out to the departing monk, casually inquiring, "Is the devotee inside a young lady?" The young monk nodded. "Yes, she arrived before dawn and has been waiting at the courtyard entrance to see our abbot." "Thank you," An'an said, placing her hands together in gratitude and nodding. The young monk returned a bow before resuming his watch at the steps of the meditation room. "Curious," Lady Shen asked, "An'an, do you know who that young lady is?" An'an shook her head, gesturing toward the maid hidden among the bamboo. "No, I just thought she looked somewhat familiar and presumed she might be a young lady inside." Lady Shen glanced at the maid a few times before withdrawing her gaze. At this time of the month, many dignitaries ascended the mountain to pray for peace. A young lady, coming alone, was likely seeking a match. After inquiring, Lady Shen lost interest and began conversing with the maid beside her about the matters concerning the betrothal. After a quarter of an hour, the door to the meditation room finally creaked open, and a figure clad in soft lavender emerged, her head bowed in silence, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Lady Shen and An'an approached her. Hearing their footsteps, the young lady lifted her head, revealing a beautiful visage marred by faint traces of tears, her eyelids slightly swollen, clearly having recently wept. Upon encountering a few individuals approaching, the young lady paused momentarily, then swiftly conjured a smile. "Miss Shen," she greeted, glancing at the lady beside Shen An'an, "Madam Shen." The lady offered a nod to this pitiable girl, then turned to Shen An'an, awaiting her introduction. Shen An'an diverted her gaze from the woman, speaking softly, "This is the second young lady of the Duan family." Madam Shen, taken aback by the revelation, hesitated. Yet recognizing the eminent master when Yin's time was precious, she refrained from delaying further and suggested that Shen An'an remain outside to converse with Duan Yingying. Shen An'an had no intention of entering. The strange occurrences surrounding her were inexplicable, and subconsciously, she wished to avoid any dealings with the Buddhist realm. As she cast her eyes down to the divination stick in Duan Yingying's hand, she noted it was for seeking a romantic bond. Calculating the time, if her fate mirrored that of her previous life, she should have already been cast aside by her family and soon destined for an arranged marriage. "Miss Shen, might you accompany me for a stroll?" Duan Yingying's voice trembled, yet she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Shen An'an's gaze lingered on her hollow, expressionless face for a fleeting moment before she slowly nodded. "Thank you." Duan Yingying managed to force a smile. The two exited Master Wenyin's courtyard, making their way to a secluded pavilion in the rear garden. Seated within, they beheld the entirety of the courtyard's splendor. The temple loomed grand and majestic, instilling a sense of awe and reverence. Yet for reasons unknown, it unsettled Shen An'an. She strove to suppress the surging restlessness and unease within her, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the various Buddha statues dotting the courtyard. She was acutely aware that this discomfort stemmed from her own insecurities. At times, she felt like a monster, her 17-year-old form merely a fade, easily unraveled within the temple's confines. "Miss Shen, what troubles you?" A young monk presented them with tea, and Duan Yingying poured a cup herself, inquiring with concern. Shen An'an, returning to reality, shook her head. "It is nothing. Did Miss Duan seek me for a particular reason?" She scrutinized Duan Yingying's delicate features, sensing that she was unaware that the individual who had saved her on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival was her elder brother. What, then, could be the purpose of her visit? Unlike her interactions with Duan Mingming, which were fraught with tension, their dynamic lacked the animosity of foes. Yet they were hardly friends. I have come to express my gratitude to you, Miss Shen. Duan Yingying's once frail and sorrowful visage now bore a hint of resilience in her clear, expressive eyes. On that day at the Yongning Marquis's residence, I am grateful for your guidance, for without it, I fear I might have. She left her sentence unfinished, ultimately stating, family matters should not be aired in public, with a deep sigh, filled with helplessness. Shen An'an felt a stir within her heart as she gazed upon Duan Yingying's appreciative countenance. Could a person whose weakness was ingrained in their very being truly rise and rebel simply from a few encouraging words? Was it possible that the events of her previous life regarding her arranged marriage had already transpired, leading Duan Yingying to gain clarity about Duan Mingming and undergo a transformation? Rather than directly inquiring, Shen An'an courteously responded, it was merely a small act. You needn't regard it so highly. Duan Yingying shook her head, asserting to you. It may seem a trivial gesture, but to me, it signifies a lifetime. You are all my benefactors. We? Shen An'an echoed, intrigued. Shen An'an wore a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent, her eyes betraying a hidden turmoil. Had someone aided Miss Duan Air? A rosy hue crept across Duan Yingying's cheeks as she lowered her gaze, softly confessing, he is my benefactor. Regrettably, the two were unaware of each other's identities or names, and she pondered whether she would ever encounter that gentleman again in her lifetime. Shen An'an suppressed her laughter and sipped her tea. And as Duan Yingying became lost in her thoughts, immersed in the emotions surrounding her savior, Shen An'an suddenly spoke in a subdued tone. It seemed that Miss Duan Air held her benefactor in high regard. Duan Yingying snapped back to reality, managing a shy smile and nodding in agreement. A gentleman like jade. Radiant and unblemished, he might be an unattainable dream for her, akin to the snow atop a lofty mountain peak. Shen An'an lowered her gaze and fell silent once more. She had no intention of revealing anything to Duan Yingying. On a personal note, she wished to keep her elder brother uninvolved with Duan Yingying. It was not that she thought poorly of her, but rather that she deemed her too fragile. In the presence of the Duan family, she resembled a soft dough, easily molded into any shape. A delicate and dependent girl could indeed evoke a protective instinct in a man like her elder brother. Yet she was far from suitable to be the matriarch of the Shen family. To put it bluntly, such a temperament was ill-suited for the role of a family-as matriarch. Though she was indeed kind-hearted, her benevolence leaned too heavily towards her own kin, which could lead to a lack of discernment between right and wrong. However, who could truly predict matters of fate? She chose to remain silent, believing that if she and her elder brother were destined to be together, they would inevitably find their way to each other again. The prerequisite, however, was that she must first stand on her own. Noticing Shen An'an's silence, Duan Yingying spoke softly, Miss Shen, are you troubled by the matter of my third sister seeking your forgiveness at the chrysanthemum banquet? Shen An'an responded in a leisurely tone, laced with a hint of indifference. It is only natural for Miss Duan Air, being of the same mother and garment as Miss Duan San, to speak on her behalf. I bear no grievance. After all, you have your words, and I have mine. How I choose to act remains my decision alone. Duan Yingying momentarily froze at her forthrightness, before breaking into a smile. She genuinely admired Shen An'an's character and thought how wonderful it would be if she were her sister. What you say is true. My request is of little consequence. Yet I am not devoid of discernment. Indeed, my third sister erred that day, and upon returning home, I reported to the elders of our family. Shen An'an raised an eyebrow. And then, did Miss Duan send face reprimand, or has she remained unscathed? A hint of awkwardness crossed Duan Yingying's face. To be honest, grandmother did not punish her, but a few days ago, my third sister knelt in the ancestral hall. If Miss Shen is interested, I could recount the tale to you. It would serve as an outlet for your frustration. Duan Mingming knelt in the ancestral hall? Shen An'an was indeed taken aback. The Duan family had always doted on this esteemed daughter, so it was surprising they would impose such a punishment. Suddenly, she recalled Duan Yingying's intention to thank her. Her thoughts shifting. Was it perhaps the doing of Miss Duan Air? Duan Yingying's lashes fluttered, her ruby lips pursed, her voice dropping considerably. It was merely for self-preservation. Shen An'an grasped the implication and chose not to speak further. She was somewhat astonished by the sudden depth of thought displayed by Duan Yingying. Could it be that her elder brother's presence had stirred something within her? Time is getting late. I must take my leave. We shall sit down for a leisurely chat with Miss Shen next time. Shen An'an nodded, her gaze falling upon the divination slip in the other's hand as she rose. Miss Duan must have come today seeking a romantic destiny. Indeed. Duan Yingying instinctively tightened her grip, her fingers turning slightly pale. What did the master say? Duan Yingying lowered her head, her delicate fingers gently brushing over the divination slip. Her voice somewhat strained. The master spoke of fate's twists and turns, declaring that opportunities will arise, and outcomes are merely the fruits of cause and effect. She did not comprehend the full meaning, only that the master indicated she might have another chance to meet that gentleman. Shen An'an furrowed her brow, her heart feeling a touch heavy, remaining silent. After bidding farewell, Duan Yingying departed from the pavilion. Having finished her tea, Shen An'an stood up, just as a maid approached Madame Shen. The two turned back and made their way to Master Wen Yin's courtyard. Madame Shen, clutching the divination and the auspicious date, stood in the corridor, seemingly lost in thought. Mother, has it been calculated? Shen An'an inquired as she approached. Madame Shen tucked the items into her sleeve, regaining her focus and nodding. Remembering Duan Yingying's divination slip, Shen An'an asked her mother, what did Master Wen Yin say? Madame Shen opened her mouth to respond, then shook her head, suggesting they discuss it later. The master is waiting for you inside. Do go in. Why should I wait? Shen An'an instinctively took a step back, a chill creeping up her spine. Mother asked the master about your romantic prospects, and since you are here, it is a perfect opportunity to have him take a look to ensure a more accurate reading. I shall not go. Shen An'an immediately declined. Mother, I am not in a hurry. Let us wait until my brother's situation is settled before discussing mine. Since you are already here, Madame Shen grasped her daughter's arm, preventing her from retreating any further. Master Wen Yin does not often request to meet anyone. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. Mother, Yin, be obedient. Just allow the master to examine your features. I shall wait for you outside. Without further ado, Madame Shen pushed Shen An'an inside and promptly closed the door. The Zen room was simply yet elegantly furnished, featuring an incense table adorned with a Buddha statue and several meditation cushions. Behind the yellow curtains, a vague figure sat cross-legged on the ground, the rhythmic sound of a wooden fish echoing. The mingling scents of sandalwood and incense wafted around Shen An'an's nose, slightly pungent, causing her considerable discomfort. She stood there, momentarily frozen. Benefactor, please come in and take a seat. A deep, aged voice resonated from behind the curtain. Shen An'an remained motionless, her brow slightly furrowed. The master's time is precious. I shall not disturb you. Does Buddhism not teach that romantic fates are all a matter of karmic connection? If my romantic destiny has not yet arrived, it signifies that the time is not ripe. I can wait without the need for divination. With that, she turned to pull the door open. However, the sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased, and the old monk spoke gravely, Benefactor, please wait. Shen An'an halted her steps, her body instinctively stiffening. Indeed, romantic destinies are rooted in karmic connections, yet they are also the products of karma, causes and effects intertwined. A couple is a matter of fate. Where there is no fate, there can be no gathering, as it is preordained by past lives, arriving to fulfill their destiny. Shen An'an's heart sank, a cold dread creeping up her spine like vines, nearly overwhelming her with panic. Could it be that the monk has perceived something? She turned to face the curtain, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. I believe that human effort is paramount. Since her rebirth, had she not already altered numerous aspects of her life? If everything else could be changed, then surely fate could be as well. The old monk chuckled softly, and his words plunged Shen An'an into a chilling abyss. Though it appeared to differ, how could one be certain it was not merely a case of a leaf obscuring the view? Sometimes, the process holds little significance. What truly matters is that the outcome aligns correctly, thus fulfilling the cause and effect. Only the state of mind can be transformed. What does that mean? Shen An'an asked, gripping the hem of her sleeve in an effort to maintain her composure. Yet, the old monk was unwilling to elaborate further. It is getting late. You must take your leave. I hope you engage in virtuous deeds, and may you be blessed with a lifetime of peace. Shen An'an pressed her lips together and, without a moment's hesitation, departed from the meditation room. For reasons unknown, she felt utterly uncomfortable within those walls, even without encountering the master. She sensed as if her every faade had been stripped away, leaving her exposed. It was as though all her disguises had evaporated. What did the master say? Madame Shen hurriedly approached, grasping Shen An'an's hand, and after nodding at the gatekeeper monk, they exited the courtyard. Chapter 40. May you be at peace. Shen An'an walked forward step by step, her steps somewhat unsteady, her almond-shaped eyes cast down, concealing a heavy burden of thoughts. Master Wen Yin's words reverberated in her ears like an incantation, sending chills throughout her body. Mrs. Shen spoke to her several times, but she was oblivious. Her mind swirling like a turbulent water surface, painfully congested. By the waterside, Mrs. Shen furrowed her brow and grasped Shen An'an's arm, compelling her to face her. What troubles you? You seem as if you've lost your spirit. Did the master say something to you? Shen An'an blinked, suppressing her deep unease, and forced a smile. Her voice tinged with casual indifference. He didn't say much. It was merely a request for marital fortune, just the usual phrases. Mrs. Shen pressed for details. What exactly did he say? You are unaware of Master Wen Yin's prowess. Nearly all his divinations have proven accurate. Shen An'an smiled faintly at Mrs. Shen's intense gaze. Is it really that exaggerated? Indeed. Quickly tell me, what did he say about your marital fate? Shen An'an hesitated momentarily, responding half-truthfully. He mentioned that marital fate is a product of cause and effect, and mine has yet to arrive. I should wait a while longer. Oh. Mrs. Shen appeared somewhat disappointed. Then recalled something and asked, did you inquire when your marital fate will manifest? Shen An'an shook her head. Her legs felt as if they would give way. How could she have mustered the courage to ask such a question? After pondering for a moment, Mrs. Shen murmured. The master implies that a destined partner is indeed written in your fate, though yet to appear. Yet to appear, that meant he was not of royal blood. Mrs. Shen pondered briefly, then felt reassured. Let us go. The Grand Princess has invited us for a meal. We must not keep her waiting. All right. Shen An'an lowered her eyelids and followed Mrs. Shen towards the main hall. Everything is in our hands. She repeated this phrase silently, seeking to calm her tumultuous heart. Had she not already altered her circumstances? She had released her obsession with Xiao Yuan, turned down the emperor's marriage proposal, and had not become a loathsome, sinister creature. Was this not a change in her trajectory? Perhaps she was overly suspicious, misinterpreting the monk's meaning. After all, the language of Buddhism was profound, often revolving around the same phrases, spoken to countless individuals. Yet she was unwilling to simply accept. She needed clarity. Every step taken matters. The journey itself is crucial in determining the outcome. By the way, what did he say about my brother's marriage? Shen An'an held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that Master Wen Yin's words might be uniformly vague. Upon this topic, Mrs. Shen's expression darkened, her brow slightly furrowing. The master indicated that there might be an unforeseen event concerning your brother's marriage. The outcome depends on fate. If fate takes a wrong turn, then Miss Lin is a fitting match. Shen An'an's heart skipped a beat. Mrs. Shen, filled with concern, asked, An'an, I cannot fathom this. Could it be that your brother and Miss Lin have incompatible birth charts? Shen An'an suppressed her shock, mother. Did you consult the master regarding my brother and Miss Lin's birth dates? No. Then that settles it. Shen An'an offered her consolation with a gentle smile, remarking that fate is an unpredictable affair, and even the master cannot speak with absolute certainty. He had mentioned that her elder brother and Miss Lin were indeed a suitable match, so there was no need for excessive worry. After being persuaded by Shen An'an, Madame Shen felt considerably relieved, acknowledging the master's words about compatibility and believing that it might not be a matter of great concern. Shen An'an nodded in agreement but fell silent, her mind occupied by the notion of serendipity, reminiscent of the divination involving Duan Yingying. The two divinations bore striking similarities, rich with profound implications. It was evident that Master Wen Yin was not without skill. Could it be that there were entanglements between her elder brother and Duan Yingying? Perhaps it suggested that if one were to miss their chance, her elder brother could still find harmony with the Lin family's daughter. Lost in thought, they entered the main hall, where the princess had just emerged from a side chamber after offering incense. Madame Shen, accompanied by Shen An'an, approached the princess and performed a respectful bow. Please rise. When out in the world, there is no need for such formalities, the princess said kindly, casting a warm glance at Shen An'an. Hua Xing is in the main hall. If you can sit still, you may join her for a while. Shen An'an, not wishing to continue feigning propriety before them, readily inclined her body in acknowledgement and stepped away as Madame Shen engaged in conversation with the princess. After walking a few paces, she paused, turning back to glance at the side chamber from which the princess had just exited. A monk was closing the door and locking it securely. Shen An'an withdrew her gaze with a mild furrow of her brow. It was still early in the day, and the incense seekers were beginning to ascend the mountain. Why would the monk lock the door? Were the deities within meant solely for royal worship? With lingering curiosity, Shen An'an ventured into the main hall. The statues of the deities, resplendent in their golden forms, sat with dignified composure, their expressions radiating compassion and solemnity. Their imposing figures resting upon a large stone, exuding an air of grandeur. Hua Xing knelt on the mat, her frail form prostrated on the ground, fervently bowing in prayer. Shen An'an caught only 4 words, "May you be safe." She approached, kneeling behind Hua Xing, observing her as she prayed repeatedly, each bow imbued with sincerity. Hua Sheng prayed for peace in the Great Liang, hoping for an end to warfare, and for tranquility at the borders, wishing for the safety of the soldiers. Shen An'an sighed softly. She understood that the one she longed for could not return, not merely due to the ravages of war, but because of the inevitable tides of power and factional divides. After several more bows, Hua Sheng gradually rose, her gentle smile illuminating her face upon seeing Shen An'an. I knew it was you. Shen An'an forced a smile, noticing the slight tremor in Hua Sheng's legs, and stepped forward to support her, finding a spot to sit down. The prolonged kneeling had left her legs numb. Hua Sheng smiled, yet a hint of melancholy seeped through her demeanor. I pray every year, believing that sincerity brings divine response. Yet why does the Buddha not bless me? An'an, Hua Sheng called, her face flushed with a hint of shyness. Could you please refrain from sharing what you hear with my mother? Shen An'an bit her lip, and under Hua Sheng's earnest gaze, she slowly nodded in agreement. Hua Sheng's smile returned, and she chose not to revisit the topic of her prayers, while Shen An'an remained silent, not pressing further. As Hua Sheng's leg improved, the two of them ventured outside, coincidentally encountering Duan Yingying, who was making her way to the main hall with a purse in hand. Shen An'an had thought she had already left. Upon noticing the pair, Duan Yingying performed a courteous bow. Hua Sheng greeted her, inquiring whether Miss Duan had come to offer incense today. Duan Yingying cast a glance at her somewhat deflated purse, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she nodded and mentioned her intention to donate some incense money to pray for safety. Hua Sheng acknowledged her with a nod, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then took Shen An'an away. Shen An'an glanced back at Duan Yingying, who offered her a friendly smile in return. The two departed from the main hall and settled for a while in the waterside pavilion of the rear courtyard, waiting until noon to join the princess and Madame Shen for lunch. Upon their arrival, they found Ling Chenin already in the courtyard. He stood before a patch of flora, gazing down at the resilient greenery that thrived even in the deep autumn, lost in contemplation. Big brother, Hua Sheng called out to him. Ling Chenin turned, smiled at Hua Sheng, and then his gaze fell upon Shen An'an, lingering for a moment. Miss Shen, he greeted her in a subdued tone. Young Master Ling. Shen An'an responded with a perfunctory bow. What are you looking at? Hua Sheng inquired as she approached, peering down at the lush plants. Do you recognize them, big brother? Ling Chenin shook his head, admitting he did not know them, but merely found them pleasing to the eye. Hua Sheng nodded in understanding and shifted the conversation. I meant to ask you earlier. Every year on this day, Cousin C would come. Why hasn't he come this year? Ling Chenin discreetly glanced at Shen An'an, noting her impassive expression, and his lips twitched slightly. He is preoccupied with official business and lacks the time, he replied. Hua Sheng frowned, asserting that no matter how busy one might be, such matters should not be neglected. Ling Chenin remained silent. Naturally, Shen An'an chose not to interject, feigning ignorance and remaining mute. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and Hua Sheng refrained from pressing further, exchanging a few more words with Ling Chenin before leading Shen An'an into the house. Madame Shen and the princess had been engaged in conversation, but upon noticing the two enter, they gradually ceased their discussion. Soon, a little monk arrived, bringing vegetarian meals to the courtyard. Miss Xiang said, clutching her stomach uncomfortably. I am feeling somewhat unwell. May I take leave to rest? You may go, Shen An'an replied with concern. If the pain becomes severe, please instruct someone to find a doctor at the temple. Yes, thank you. Miss Xiang bowed and retreated. No one paid much heed to this brief episode. The princess summoned Ling Chenin to join them for the meal. Despite the rapport between Madame Shen and the princess, the atmosphere at the table remained hushed. Not a sound of clinking utensils breaking the silence. With autumn's deepening chill, the princess had a habit of taking a nap after lunch. Once the meal concluded, Madame Shen led Shen An'an into the guest room for some rest. Miss Xiang hurriedly approached, quietly closing the door behind her, lowering her voice. Young Master Zhang is waiting for you in a secluded, abandoned courtyard to the southeast of the rear mountain. Shen An'an pressed her lips together, and after a moment of silence, a resolute expression graced her delicate face as she instructed Xiang. You guard the house. I shall return shortly. If mother inquires, simply say I want to find the second young lady of the Duan family. Xiang nodded earnestly, cautiously peering out through a crack in the door. Their room was the closest to the courtyard entrance, and if she were swift enough, they could evade the watchful eyes of the servants. Miss, now that no one is paying attention, you should hurry, she urged. Taking advantage of Xiang's cover, Shen An'an swiftly exited. At that moment, Ling Chenin emerged from the princess's quarters. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting shadow, and turned his gaze towards the courtyard entrance, only to see a single maid. The maid, it seemed, was Shen An'an, named Xiang. Xiang, he called softly. Xiang trembled, nearly collapsing in fright. She swallowed hard and turned, striving to suppress her racing heart. Young Master Ling. The two were at some distance, and Ling Qianning did not notice the pallor of Xiang's face. What are you doing there? Who just left? Ling Qianning queried, uncertain. For the shadow had moved too swiftly, and he wondered if it was merely an illusion. Xiang steadied her nerves and glanced discreetly towards the courtyard entrance, feigning confusion. Who? There is no one here. I have been here all along and did not see anyone leave. Ling Qianning furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Xiang for a moment before he nodded. Then what are you doing here? Oh, I had a bit of a stomach ache and feared disturbing the young lady's rest, so I sat outside for a while. Ling Qianning was unsure whether to believe her, yet he chose not to press further. He cast a glance around Shen An'an's room before turning back into the house. Xiang, wary of a sudden turn of events, maintained her previous demeanor and dared only to exhale quietly. Shen An'an left the small courtyard, skillfully avoiding the monks of the temple as she made her way towards the back mountain. Miss Shen, a voice called out suddenly along the way. Shen An'an turned her head and saw Zhang Yang emerging from a corner of the bluestone path, his eyes shining with joy at the sight of her. The fact that Shen An'an had come indicated that she harbored feelings for him as well. Shen An'an paused, and Zhang Yang stood still, too. In this secluded spot, few passed by. Even if a monk spotted them, their distance would shield any suspicion. Did you call for me, young master? She inquired. Zhang Yang, blushing, nodded. I. He stammered for a moment, unable to articulate his thoughts, which left Shen An'an feeling anxious as she needed to return. Miss Shen, this is a trinket left by my mother. It holds little value, but if you find it to your liking, I hope you will accept it. Shen An'an stared at the item he presented with a momentary look of bewilderment. After stifling her emotions, she remarked, Young Master Zhang, must I walk over to retrieve your gift when you stand so far away? Zhang Yang's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly lowered his head, only to suddenly raise it again with a gleam of joy in his eyes, almost unable to believe the moment. Miss Shen, have you agreed? Shen An'an gazed at him silently, causing Zhang Yang to stumble slightly in his hurried steps. He swiftly approached and placed the coarse bracelet into her palm. Rest assured, Miss Shen, I shall strive to ensure you live a good life. Shen An'an smiled faintly. Her current circumstances were already quite favorable. All she desired was to leave the capital and return to Jiangnan, who said she could not change her fate. The Buddhists often speak of the countless glances exchanged in previous lives that culminate in a fleeting encounter in this one. Wasn't her connection with Zhang Yang the result of a millennia of karma, leading to their acquaintance in this lifetime? Surely, there were other fated men beyond just Xiao Yuan. As the hour approached the evening, the Yongning Marquis prepared to descend the mountain. The Grand Princess had dispatched someone to summon Madame Shen to accompany them. Our princess mentioned that banditry has been rampant lately. With our young master present, he can ensure the safe return of both Madame Shen and Miss Shen to the capital, providing them with some reassurance along the way. Naturally, Madame Shen had no reason to decline. Reflecting on her son, who was perpetually busy, she felt a pang of melancholy. She wondered if her elder brother would know to come and fetch them once he returned to the manor. Shen An'an smiled again and instructed Xiang to pack their belongings, ready to descend the mountain alongside the Yongning Marquis. Chapter 41. The mountain bandits approaching the Yongning Marquis. As before, Madame Shen and the princess were supported by their maids, walking ahead engaged in pleasant conversation, while she and Huasheng lagged a step behind. Ling Qianning followed closely behind the group. Ahead of them, a young lady was being assisted by her maidservants as she descended the mountain. Shen An'an cast a glance at her, feeling a peculiar affinity with this second Miss Duan, as they often seemed to cross paths. However, the distance between them was considerable, and by the time they reached the base of the mountain, she had already boarded her carriage, preparing to depart. Notably, her carriage bore no insignia of the Duan residence, indicating a less than forthright visit. After all, which young lady would venture out alone in search of a match? Huasheng and Shen An'an exchanged glances at the carriage, both silent in their understanding. Naturally, Duan Yingying did not need to disembark to pay her respects to the princess. The two, who had been laughing and chatting, remained oblivious to the presence of another carriage passing by. Duan Yingying's carriage swiftly traversed the official road, her fingers gripping a divination stick pressed against her chest. Her lips pursed in contemplation of Master Wenyin's words. Young lady, beware of the autumn chill, do not let the cold wind in. Her maidservant leaned over, drawing the curtain tightly to shield the carriage from the biting wind, effectively blocking the view of the scenery outside. At that moment, several swift horses galloped along the official road, racing past her carriage, startling the horses pulling it and causing them to stumble. A gust of chilly wind lifted a corner of the curtain only to let it fall back down almost immediately. Duan Yingying cast a fleeting glance before retreating her gaze, resting against the side of the carriage to ease her wearied nerves. Meanwhile, Madame Shen was assisted by Shen An'an onto her horse. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves erupted from behind, prompting her to turn and see her eldest son, seated firmly atop his mount, approaching them with a serious expression. "At least he has some conscience," Madame Shen remarked, a slight smile appearing at the corners of her lips. Shen An'an felt a flutter of anxiety as she turned her head towards Shen Chang'e, who had dismounted to greet the princess and young Master Ling. Had he encountered Duan Yingying's carriage on his way here? Did they meet? It seemed unlikely. Had they crossed paths, some hint would surely have shown on her brother's face. Her palms grew slightly clammy, a thin sheen of sweat forming as her thoughts became muddled. Had her brother arrived a moment earlier or had Duan Yingying departed a moment later, they might not have been discussing a union with the Lin family. Lost in her reverie, Shen Chang'e approached the carriage. "Mother, are you not aware of the unrest in the capital? How could you bring your sister to pay respects without a word of warning?" Madame Shen immediately withdrew her smile. Shooting a cold glare at Shen Chang'e as she climbed into the carriage, Shen An'an felt a twinge of exasperation at her brother's bluntness. "Mother came for your marriage," she thought. Shen Chang'e furrowed his brow. "That may be true, but it is of little consequence whether the match is successful or not. If something were to happen to you both, what would father and I do?" Shen An'an fell silent, climbing into the carriage with the support of the fragrant ink. Unrelenting, Shen Chang'e rode alongside, continuing to admonish his mother for her recklessness. Madame Shen grew increasingly agitated as she listened, abruptly lifting the carriage curtain to cast a fierce glare at her son. "Can you not keep silent? How can a grown man be so incessantly verbose? Look at young Master Ling, who spent an entire day with the Grand Princess without uttering a single complaint, yet here you are, a rebellious son." Shen Chang'e's expression momentarily stiffened. Though anger surged within him, he found himself at a loss against his mother's ire. Shen An'an felt a sense of relief as the noise subsided. Her elder brother, as the commander of the Imperial Guards, had always struck her as solemn and austere. Perhaps due to her limited interactions in her past life, she had never heard him speak in such a rambling manner. Madame Shen was exceedingly vexed. Shen An'an, engrossed in her own thoughts, fell silent. Zhang Yeyang was to depart in 2 days, and she pondered how to broach the subject with her mother. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to finalize their marriage before his departure. Ideally, they would wed soon and leave the capital together. Yet, with only 2 days remaining, it felt akin to chasing a mirage. Her gaze shifted to Madame Shen, and a thought flickered in her mind. Perhaps her father could delay Zhang Yeyang's appointment. As she contemplated this, the atmosphere gradually settled into an unusual stillness. Even she sensed an oddity in the quiet. Shen An'an collected her thoughts. Just as she intended to lift the curtain for a glimpse outside, suddenly, the horse let out a frantic neigh, abruptly halting its stride, and the momentum sent both mother and daughter sprawling towards the carriage's exterior. "Mother!" Shen An'an instinctively grasped Madame Shen's wrist with one hand while the other braced against the carriage wall. Just as they steadied themselves, the sounds of clashing weapons erupted from outside. Were there bandits? Or assassins? Shen An'an swiftly pulled back the curtain to peer out. A group of burly men, garbed as mountain bandits, had encircled the carriage of the Yongning Marquis, where Ling Qinyu was engaged in combat. However, Shen An'an quickly dismissed the notion that they were mere bandits. The Yongning Marquis's carriage was not ostentatiously lavish, if they were indeed bandits. Why would they focus solely on the Grand Princess while only a few scattered towards the Shen family carriage? Shen Chang'e's demeanor darkened as he scrutinized the attacker's techniques. Drawing his longsword, he repelled one assailant and instructed Shen An'an, "Return to the carriage and do not come out." She promptly withdrew her head back inside. Through the carriage, Madame Shen cautioned Shen Chang'e to exercise caution. Though shaken, she maintained her composure, being the daughter of a military family, accustomed to such tumultuous events. Ling Qinyu's martial skills paled in comparison to Shen Chang'e's, and the majority of the attackers focused their efforts on the Yongning Marquis's carriage, leaving him somewhat beleaguered. Once Shen Chang'e had dealt with the few assailants surrounding the Shen residence, he moved to assist by the Yongning Marquis's carriage, providing Ling Qinyu with a much-needed respite. Yet, he was already wounded and relied heavily on the few hidden guards he had brought with him. While they could handle ordinary bandits with ease, They were outmatched against well-trained assassins, especially when the numbers were so uneven. "Young Master Ling, you must retreat to the carriage," Shen commanded, positioning his sword defensively as he clashed with an assassin's blade, the impact resonating with a fierce hum. Ling Chani nodded, turning to leap onto the carriage, shielding the Long Princess and Princess Huashing inside. The Long Princess, her complexion somewhat pale, was accustomed to such bloody scenes as a royal. She embraced the trembling Huashing, comforting her with gentle strokes on her head. The assailants were evidently caught off guard by Shenchang's sudden appearance and even more so by his formidable skills. The remaining attackers exchanged glances, instinctively leaping up and dispersing to assault the carriage. Shenchangha endeavored to thwart them, but was stretched too thin, inevitably. A blade pierced the carriage. A muffled groan echoed from within. Ling Chani's eyes reddened, his grip on the sword tightening until his knuckles turned pale. He dismounted, swinging his sword with cold ferocity, severing the arm of one assailant cleanly. Before the man could utter a sound, a crimson line appeared at his throat. "Young Master Ling, do not kill him." Shenchang's warning came too late. The man collapsed lifelessly. Ling Chani disregarded everything else and dashed to the carriage, lifting the curtain to peer inside. His breath quickened, and his heart raced. Upon seeing the Long Princess and Huashing, pale yet unharmed, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "Mother, Huashing, are you both all right?" "Brother," Huashing's voice was hoarse, tinged with panic and on the verge of tears. "Mother tried to protect me and got hurt." Ling Chani hurried into the carriage to assess the Long Princess's injuries. "A scratch on my shoulder. It's nothing serious. We should return to the capital swiftly," she insisted, stifling her pain. Ling Chani glanced at the deep wound on her shoulder, his eyes darkening with icy wrath. Shenchangha, having dealt with the situation outside, handed a vial of hemostatic medicine into the carriage. This was a common remedy among the Imperial Guards, effective for stopping bleeding and promoting healing. "Young Master, apply this to the Long Princess first. We can tend to the injuries properly upon our return to the capital. Given our current location in the wilderness, any hemostatic remedy is a stroke of fortune." Ling Chani accepted the vial and instructed Huashing to apply the medicine to the Long Princess before stepping out of the carriage. Shenchangha observed Ling Chani, noting the deep gashes that marred his brocade, numbering at least 8 or 9. Yet, Ling Chani's expression remained cold and grim, as though he felt no pain at all. "Today, I owe you a debt of gratitude, young Master Shen." Shenchangha averted his gaze, downplaying his assistance. "However, I noticed that those attackers did not resemble disorganized mountain bandits. Their immediate focus on the carriage bearing the Yangning Marquis insignia indicates a premeditated scheme." Ling Chani's brows furrowed, his aura emanating a palpable chill. He nodded slightly, murmuring in agreement. "Shenchangha, do you have any suspects in mind? Will you pursue this matter further?" As a member of the royal family, any investigation would likely fall under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Guards. Ling Chani's gaze hardened, his voice lowered significantly. "My mother came today to pay respects to the noble consort." At these words, Shenchangha's expression darkened further. The noble consort, mother to the fourth prince. Any involvement with palace consorts inevitably leads to royal secrets, likely intertwining with the strife for succession. It was merely a matter of incense. Yet why were those individuals so restless? Could it be? Shenchangha lowered his gaze, skillfully concealing his emotions. The hour was late. It was time to return to the capital. "I am grateful for young Master Shen's assistance today. The Yangning Marquis will remember this kindness," he said. Shenchangha returned the gesture with a slight bow, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to board the carriage back to the Shen residence. Upon arriving, Madame Shen immediately inquired about the condition of the eldest princess. Only after learning that there were no serious injuries did she exhale in relief. The remainder of the journey proceeded smoothly, and by the time they reached the capital, night had fallen. Young Master Ling presented his waist token, allowing the guards to open the city gates for their entrance. As they parted ways, Madame Shen took Shen An'an to visit the eldest princess. After confirming that her injuries were merely superficial, they returned to their respective homes. Shen An'an had initially contemplated revealing to Madame Shen some information regarding Zhang Yeyang, but given the day's unsettling events, she held her tongue, fearing it might distress her further. Upon returning to Haidang Garden, Ma Xiang promptly instructed Moran to prepare a soothing herbal tea for Shen An'an to calm her nerves. Although the fright was indeed palpable, it was not overwhelming. Today was truly alarming. Thankfully, the eldest young master was present. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the alternative, Shen An'an remarked, sipping the calming tea. She cautioned Ma Xiang not to speak of the day's events to anyone, for they were still uncertain how the Yangning Marquis intended to address the matter. The individuals involved had clear objectives, executing their plans with decisiveness, whether for profit or vengeance. Either scenario posed a threat to the youngling marquis. Ma Xiang complied, assisting Shen An'an in removing her outer garments and hairpins. After finishing the tea, she set the cup down and inquired, "Has grandmother replied recently?" Ma Xiang shook her head. Shen An'an's lips curled slightly, muttering about the elderly lady before rising to bathe behind the screen. After a long day of exertion, she was quite fatigued and, following her bath and change, retired to her bed for rest. In the crisp autumn mist and gentle dusk of the following day, Shen An'an visited Madame Shen to pay her respects, where Shen Changhe was also present. Madame Shen was discussing the arrangements for a betrothal with him. Shen Changhe sat composedly, sipping tea with an indifferent expression, passively listening to Madame Shen's plans. "What are your thoughts?" she asked, not forgetting to solicit Shen Changhe's opinion as a mere formality. "Since mother has already made a decision, I shall leave it to your discretion. I have no objections," Shen Changhe replied, placing his teacup down and rising. "I will be quite busy in the coming days, so I shall refrain from paying my respects for now. You may manage everything as you see fit." Madame Shen felt somewhat displeased by his dismissive attitude. "What do you mean, manage as I see fit? Is it my marriage or yours?" Shen Changhe smirked slightly. "So mother is aware that it is I who am to wed." Madame Shen was momentarily taken aback, shooting a sharp glance at Shen Changhe's departing figure. Her concern resurfacing as she cautioned, "You may be busy, but you must attend the betrothal ceremony." Her voice faded into the courtyard without eliciting any response. Frustrated, she slammed the list of gifts onto the table, venting her frustrations to Shen An'an. "Look at your elder brother. He has indeed become increasingly audacious. I have yet to give my consent, yet he declares that if he is not to pay his respects, then he shall not. Is there such a custom anywhere?" Shen An'an, in an attempt to soothe her, gently replied, "Mother speaks truly. Elder brother's demeanor is indeed somewhat indifferent, yet is it not also for your sake?" She continued, "Consider this. When he is busy, he departs before dawn. Would you be able to rise in time? If he were to come to pay his respects, it would surely be even earlier, disturbing your peaceful slumber. After all, he is her own son. How could one truly harbor anger?" Shen Madame was soon pacified by Shen An'an's words. "You have a sweet tongue. Your mother delights in hearing you speak." With a smile, Shen Madame handed over a booklet to Shen An'an. "This is the dowry prepared for the Lin family. Take a look." Shen An'an accepted it and, after a cursory glance, closed it. Her mother was always thorough in her endeavors, and thus it was assuredly splendid. However, her expression shifted slightly as she raised her eyes to her mother and softly inquired, "Might this not be a tad hasty? After all, this pertains to a matter of marriage. Is it not rather reckless to rush into such a decision?" Shen Madame replied, "This date has been determined by the master himself, who divined it personally, thus it bears a certain significance. Moreover, the Lin girl appears truly agreeable, and it is rare for your elder brother to express any dissent. The sooner, the better, lest we prolong the uncertainties of the night." Shen An'an lightly bit her lip, nodded, and chose not to voice further concerns. Shen Madame grasped her hand and said, "Once your elder brother's matters are settled, it shall be your turn next. Only then can your mother finally set her heart at ease." Chapter 42. The sky has fallen for Madame Shen. Shen An'an blinked her long, dark lashes, and after a moment of hesitation, she decided to speak in accordance with Madame Shen's words. "Mother, may I take charge of my own marriage?" "Of course." Madame Shen replied instinctively, but then paused, staring intently at her daughter's exposed, delicate neck, now tinged with crimson. "An'an," she grasped her hand, encouraging her to meet her gaze. "You must tell me honestly, do you have someone you care for?" Shen An'an's heart raced, and she pretended to shyly lower her head again. Although she said nothing, Madame Shen understood all too well. Her heart raced, and she immediately inquired, "Which young master is it? What is his name? And what is his character? How did you come to know him?" These questions had long been contemplated by Shen An'an. Zhang Yeyang, lacking in both family background and personal distinction, could only gain her mother's approval if she expressed profound affection and an unwavering commitment to him. He is this year's successful candidate in the imperial examination, possessing both talent and virtue. We have known each other since our time in Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Madame Shen's expression soured. He is not from the capital? Setting aside the question of his family's wealth, the mere fact that he hailed from Jiangnan displeased her. After all, her daughter had only just returned to her side. How could she bear to let her leave again for a distant marriage? Madame Shen pressed her lips together, her well-maintained face reflecting her discontent. "Mother," Shen An'an tugged at her sleeve. "Though he comes from humble beginnings, he is truly an exceptional person. please agree to my wishes." Shen An'an's words struck Madame Shen like a blow. She looked at her daughter, whose beauty resembled that of a blooming peach blossom, and felt a deep sense of unease. Not only was he from Jiangnan, but he was also a penniless scholar. "An'an," she called softly, her voice seemingly choked, unable to articulate her thoughts. Shen An'an understood that her mother would find it difficult to accept this for the time being, so she playfully tugged at her sleeve and lowered her head in silence. Raised in Jiangnan, An'an had spent little time with her mother. In other matters, she would have readily softened her heart and agreed, but on this issue, she found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, she recalled the moment when she had resolutely rejected a marriage proposal at the palace banquet upon her return. Had she already harbored feelings for that scholar at that time? Madame Shen regretted her earlier oversight. "An'an, there are many fine young men in the capital. Let us consider our options. Not only I, but even your father would likely disapprove." Shen An'an lifted her misty almond-shaped eyes to look at Madame Shen. "Mother, father has always listened to you." Madame Shen gently caressed her daughter's face, yet even in her tenderness, she dared not relent. "An'an, whether among noble families or in official circles, genuine feelings are scarce. Most relationships are built on calculations of interests. How can you be sure that this scholar is not merely seeking to climb the social ladder due to your status? If you were truly a man of integrity, he would not pursue you. After all, their backgrounds and educations were worlds apart." Shen An'an blinked her eyes, her lashes dampened, gazing at Madame Shen with a pitiful expression, and spoke with deep affection. "Young Master Zhang is not that kind of person. Moreover, even if it is an act of climbing the social ladder, my daughter has accepted it. As long as the Shen family remains intact, he shall respect and cherish me throughout his life." Upon hearing these words, Madame Shen nearly fainted. "What is this nonsense? Has my daughter been brainwashed by that scholar?" The matter of her elder brother's marriage, the betrothal gifts, the list of ceremonies, at this moment, all of that was cast aside. Madame Shen felt as though the sky had fallen. A successful candidate in the imperial examinations might attain the position of a county magistrate at best, and if there is no one to support him, his life would be confined to such limits. "An'an, how can I bear the thought of you suffering? Furthermore, your upbringing differs vastly. If you were truly to be together, with various trials and tribulations arising, once the current fervor fades, you would surely regret it." Shen An'an sniffed, and for a fleeting moment, she felt an unsettling familiarity with her current self, reminiscent of her past life when she stubbornly wished to marry Xiao Yuan. "Mother, he is an orphan, with no complicated circumstances." Madame Shen again choked back her words. "You have said that it is the absence of support that confines one to the position of a county magistrate. But if there were support, it would be different. He has now been assigned to Jiangnan as a county magistrate, a region vast and prosperous, where achievements can be easily garnered. In less than 3 years, he could return." Listening to her daughter's fanciful visions, Madame Shen maintained a taut expression, unable to relax. This was not a matter of her seeking favor. A county magistrate is far removed from the Shen family's threshold. This is not a humble marriage. It is akin to marrying back to 5 generations prior. Even if one traces back 5 generations of the Shen family, they would not be in such a dire state. Mother Shen An'an opened her mouth to speak again, but Madame Shen had already raised her hand to her forehead, closing her eyes. The attentive matron stepped forward to massage Madame Shen's temples, saying, "Miss, the lady has been overly fatigued these days and is suffering from a headache. Perhaps you should visit her later." Shen An'an glanced at her mother, whose eyes were half closed and face weary, pressed her lips together, and stood up. "Mother, please rest well. I shall return to Haidang Garden and visit you later." Madame Shen's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she nodded gently. In recent days, she had no desire to see her. Merely hearing about that scholar caused her head to ache. Shen An'an curtsied and turned to leave, and after much deliberation, Madame Shen spoke softly. "An'an, the more humble the origins of a child who rises to such a position, the more remarkable their journey. Most of them are driven by self-interest, making it difficult for them to be sincere with their wives. Some even treat their engagements as mere stepping stones for advancement, and heartbreak is often the plight of scholars, especially those who have struggled in harsh circumstances. I do not imply that young Master Zhang is one of them, but human nature is such. Your family backgrounds differ greatly, and even if you force yourselves together, you will face numerous challenges. An'an, please reconsider." Madame Shen's reaction was almost entirely within Shen An'an's expectations. Zhang Yang, lacking a prominent background and with mediocre talents, could not reasonably expect Madame Shen to accept him with open arms, nor did she intend for it to happen overnight. She lowered her gaze, her profile shrouded in melancholy, and in a hushed voice declared, "Mother, I have known him for a long time. My heart is already set, and I have no desire to change it." Madame Shen closed her eyes briefly, half slumped in her chair, allowing the maid to massage her temples. Her expression one of utter fatigue. Shen An'an returned to Haitang Garden, the sorrow on her face dissipating, replaced by a tranquil demeanor. As Ma Xiang closed the door, she hurried to the window, ensuring no one was in earshot, and whispered, "Miss, it seems Madame will not agree." Shen An'an responded with a faint acknowledgement, gazing out at the square expanse of sky framed by the window. Life in the capital was indeed splendid, with parents and an elder brother to protect her. Yet the matter of marriage remained unresolved. Shun Guifei would not relent, and she could neither involve herself in the messy affairs nor wish to. The skies of Jiang'an felt far more expansive than those over the capital. The following morning, Madame Shen wore a troubled expression, barely able to eat a few bites of her meal. The maid attempted to entice her with various soups from the kitchen, gently coaxing her. "Madam, please eat a little." The young lady, before she could finish her sentence, a young maid rushed in, panic etched on her face. Madame Shen pushed away the spoon the maid had offered and, feeling weak, glanced at the young maid, asking, "What is it?" The maid stammered, "Madam." The maid in the young lady's courtyard said the young lady has not eaten for 2 meals. She appears lethargic and lacking in spirit. She is worried for the young lady's health and wishes to inform you to send for a doctor. Madame Shen's grip on her handkerchief tightened, and she sprang to her feet, her heart racing. "This child, she is going to drive me to my wits' end." Saying this, she hurried out of the courtyard towards Haitang Garden, with the maid hastily following behind. The maid stationed by the corridor of Haitang Garden bowed in unison as Madame Shen pushed the door open and entered, finding Shen An'an listless and pale upon the couch. She rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. "An'an, what are you doing? Do you wish to break your mother's heart?" Shen An'an weakly opened her eyelids and managed a faint smile at Madame Shen, her parched lips barely moving as she said, "Mother, I have thought about this matter. And indeed, it is my capriciousness that has caused this trouble. I am sorry." She grasped Madame Shen's hand, her face reflecting deep sorrow, "But I enough. Do not say any more." Madame Shen gently stroked her head. "Mother understands. You are at the prime of your youth, and it is natural to have feelings. If there is blame, it lies with me for not being by your side, causing such turmoil without knowing your affections. You must eat something. How can we discuss future matters if you do not take care of yourself?" Madame Shen tucked the blankets around her and finally relented. "I shall go find your father and discuss this with him, see what he has to say." "Thank you, mother." Shen An'an sat up, leaning into Madame Shen's embrace, her tone soft and affectionate. A twinge of guilt stirred within her. "Mother, in 3 to 5 years at most, once he has achieved something notable, he will return to the capital. After I have accompanied grandmother and when all is stable in the capital, I will consider returning to be by your side." The words of the master of sound lingered in her heart like an enchanting melody, fearing further complications that might entangle her parents and elder brother. With this thought, her desire to leave grew even more urgent. Madame Shen gently patted her daughter's back, offering comfort before softly saying, "You should eat first. I will go find your father to discuss this matter." Shen An'an nodded slightly, lowering her head as she withdrew from her mother's embrace, her eyes inadvertently sparkling with joy. Yet, Madame Shen felt a heavy unease in her heart. With her daughter in such a state, it was likely she had fallen into a quagmire from which it would be difficult to extricate her. After instructing Mo Xiang to attend to Shen An'an diligently, Madame Shen hurriedly left Haitang Garden, making her way to Shenwen's study. Mo Xiang brought a cup of tea to soothe Shen An'an's throat. "Miss, do you think this is feasible?" she inquired. Shen An'an remained silent, accepting the tea from Mo Xiang's hand, feeling some relief as her dry, scratchy throat began to ease. She hung her head, a sense of guilt and self-reproach washing over her. Surely, her parents would consent. They had always cherished her, as long as she was resolute. They would yield. Just like in her previous life, when she insisted on marrying Xiao Yuan, her mother's reaction had been far more vehement than today. Eventually, due to her worries, her mother had fallen ill for a time, but in the end, she could not oppose her, granting her wish. Moreover, as a military general, her father wielded considerable influence within the Shen household. Choosing a reputable scholar as a husband would also bring peace of mind to the royal family. She would not marry a prince, and naturally, she would not wed someone of significant power either, lest it provoke discontent. Choosing Zhang Yeyang seemed to please everyone. She was confident that as long as she was willing, her father would not refuse. Mo Xiang assisted her to rise and have a bowl of porridge. At the 1:15 Madame Shen returned to Haidang Garden once more, her eyelids red, clearly having wept in front of Shen Yuan. Shen An'an felt a pang of sympathy, but suppressed her emotions, standing to greet her mother. "Mother, please rise." Madame Shen glanced at the half-eaten bowl of porridge before her, finally allowing herself to relax. "Sit down. Look at how thin you've become. Your chin has sharpened. You must eat more." Shen An'an touched her cheek, realizing she had only missed one meal. She obediently nodded, sitting down to slowly scoop the porridge into her mouth. Madame Shen watched her daughter, unable to tear her gaze away, feeling a deeper reluctance to part with her. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Shen An'an instructed Mo Xiang to clear the dishes, prompting Madame Shen to speak softly. "I heard from your father that the scholar seems to be quite decent." Her tone held a hint of reluctance. "However, we shall see how it unfolds. Your father mentioned he would leverage some connections to keep him in the capital for a few more days. If you are truly willing, and if the scholar proves to be of good character, we will arrange for you too." A wave of joy washed over Shen An'an's face. "Thank you, mother and father." She reached out to embrace Madame Shen, resting her head against her mother's side, radiating happiness. "Do not worry, mother. I have grown up. I will not be capricious again. No matter whom I marry, I will live wisely and well." "Very well," Madame Shen replied, patting her back, feeling a mix of helplessness and affection. Later that evening, Shen Changhe returned home, acutely aware of the low atmosphere that enveloped the household. The maids and servants walked with their heads bowed, their steps light, as if fearful of disturbing something. Shen Changhe furrowed his brow. Normally, his mother should be in high spirits, bustling about to prepare his betrothal gifts. He turned to glance at the young servant beside him, who shook his head in confusion. Having followed his master closely, he was utterly unaware of the situation. Why not hurry and inquire? With a sudden realization, the servant dashed off to seek information from a companion he was friendly with. Meanwhile, Shen Changhe continued his stride into the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, the servant returned, breathless. "Master, something is amiss." Shen Changhe halted, turning his head to regard him. The servant opened his mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and spoke hesitantly. "I inquired with the Yuan Bao near the master, and it seems it concerns the eldest daughter." Instantly, Shen Changhe's brow furrowed, and he pivoted towards Madame Shen's quarters, asking the servant, "What has happened to An'an?" The servant stammered, ultimately refraining from divulging further, suggesting, "Perhaps it would be best for you to ask the madam directly." Shen Changhe quickened his pace. Upon arriving at Madame Shen's residence, before even entering, he heard her deep sigh of distress. "What shall we do now, my eldest son?" The servants in the corridor respectfully bowed as Shen Changhe strode past them into the room. At that moment, Madame Shen's anger had dissipated. Yet upon seeing her eldest son, her face contorted into a frown, filled with sorrow. Chapter 43: A Journey to Jiangnan. Chang'e, you have returned. Shen Chang'e took a seat beside Madame Shen, his brow slightly furrowed as he inquired directly, "What has happened to An'an?" At the mention of her name, Madame Shen's eyes reddened. The maid, perceptively sensing the atmosphere, discreetly ushered the household servants out of the room. Observing his mother wipe her tears, Shen Chang'e felt a pang of distress grip his heart. "And she confided in me today that she has found someone special," Madame Shen revealed. Upon hearing this, Shen Chang'e's brow knitted tightly, an unsettling premonition creeping into his heart, a chill spreading in his gaze as his spirit sank. "Whose child is it?" At this, Madame Shen's throat constricted. "It is said to be a newly appointed scholar." Shen Chang'e's eyes instantly turned icy. "Zhang Yeyang, from Jiangnan?" Madame Shen was taken aback, realizing that An'an had indeed mentioned that name today. "How do you know?" "An'an once introduced him to me," he replied. He had sensed something peculiar in their interactions and had observed carefully. An'an's gaze toward that young man did not betray any romantic affection. Yet, why had she suddenly brought it up to her mother? Madame Shen, a touch exasperated, retorted, "If you were aware, why did you not mention it sooner? Had I known earlier, I would have intervened. Perhaps the situation would not have escalated to this point." Shen Chang'e shook his head. "I inquired of An'an. She assured me they are merely acquaintances with no deeper relationship." Madame Shen wished she could pry open Shen Chang'e's mind to understand his thoughts. How could he be so dense? It was no wonder he remained unmarried at his age. An'an is just a young girl. How could she confide such matters to you? A situation of this magnitude, and you let it go unspoken. What now? Your sister is determined to fast until she marries that scholar. Shen Chang'e's expression turned incredulous. Fast? How could that be? This does not align with An'an's character. Madame Shen was already in tears. Suddenly, Shen Chang'e recalled the days when An'an had visited his study. her words laden with inquiries about that scholar. He had harbored doubts then, subtly probing her feelings, and when she spoke of the young man, her eyes were clear and devoid of tenderness, which had eased his concerns somewhat. However, he still believed that An'an's demeanor toward the scholar did not resemble that of a lovesick maiden. Is father aware? Madame Shen nodded amidst her tears. Shen Changhe exhaled heavily. His voice grave as he asked, "What did father say?" "You know your father. He is always lofty and ethereal, quite the idealist," she replied. This implied acceptance. Shen Changhe's face darkened. Madame Shen continued, "Your father remarked that the scholar's talents are mediocre, yet his character seems commendable. He wishes to keep him in the capital for a while longer, to observe further." Madame Shen understood her husband's reasoning well, given the Shen family's current standing. It was prudent to secure An'an's future swiftly to prevent her from becoming a pawn in the power struggles. Shen Yuan had initially considered marrying An'an into a family of low-ranking officials. Madame Shen was aware of this, yet she could not bear the thought of it. Setting aside his teacup, Shen Changhe rose. "It is getting late. I have duties in the military tomorrow. I shall take my leave." Madame Shen waved her hand. Her strength to speak diminished. Shen Changhe bowed slightly and turned to leave. Suddenly, Madame Shen recalled something and said, "Mother informed the Lin family of the engagement date the day before yesterday. It would not be wise to delay, in 7 days. Please take a leave of absence and accompany me." What was originally a joyous occasion had now drained her spirit, and she entrusted the arrangements to the housekeeper. Shen Changhe hesitated for a moment, yet his expression remained impassive as he responded lightly. He had encountered the Lin family's daughters several times at banquets, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall even a hint of her appearance. Instead, a delicate, fragile visage surfaced in his mind, illuminated by the moonlight, growing ever clearer. As the afterglow spilled forth, the autumn air grew desolate, and the wind gradually turned bone-chillingly cold. Shen Changhe stood beneath the corridor, gazing at the distant begonia garden for quite some time before finally departing. Upon returning to his study, he went directly to his writing desk. A perceptive servant stepped forward to lay out paper and grind ink. The bold, vigorous strokes soaked through the paper, and after a quarter of an hour, Shen Changhe sealed the letter and handed it to the servant for immediate delivery. The servant accepted it and departed into the moonlight. Prince's fourth residence. Study. The sky had completely darkened, yet the study remained as bright as day. The glass lanterns in the corridor swayed gently in the breeze, casting reflections of the hurried footsteps of the servants. "Master," a visitor gently knocked on the door. Inside, Ling Chenyu, who was half reclined in an armchair assisting Xiao Yuan with official matters, set down the documents and straightened up. He glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was engrossed in writing at the desk, seemingly tireless, and stretched his limbs. It had been an entire day, and half of his body felt numb. But he had finally managed to uncover a faction of the second prince's supporters among the southern officials. "Come in," he said softly. The door to the study creaked open, and the newcomer first bowed to Xiao Yuan seated at the desk before hastening to Ling Chenyu's side. "A letter just arrived from the residence. It appears to be urgent." Ling Chenyu acknowledged with a casual air, accepting the letter and waving the servant away. Xiao Yuan remained absorbed in his duties, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, not even lifting his head. Ling Chenyu emitted a sound of surprise, his tone evidently laced with an intentional quality in the stillness of the study. Following was the sound of rice paper being unfurled, only to be folded again moments later. Xiao Yuan continued to write, as if he had not heard it all. Ling Chenyu's gaze fell upon the hand holding the brush, and with a half-smile, he inquired, "Do you know who penned this letter?" Xiao Yuan remained silent, choosing to ignore him. "TSK," Ling Chenyu sighed. "If you are not curious, then so be it." He rose, took some of Xiao Yuan's ink, spread out a sheet of rice paper, and began to compose a reply. The letter sprawled across more than half the page, after drying the ink. He summoned the servant to deliver it to young Master Shen. The servant took the letter and exited. Xiao Yuan was in the midst of writing something when he suddenly halted, his pen poised above the paper, without raising his head. The dark ink had smeared across a significant portion of the document, his profile taut with tension. Ling Chenyu cast a sideways glance at him, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile, yet he chose to remain silent. He returned to his armchair and resumed flipping through the documents. What was said? Xiao Yuan's cold voice resonated with a calm intensity. "What?" Ling Chenyu feigned ignorance, a smile playing on his lips. As Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over him, he touched his nose, concealing the amusement in his eyes. Xiao Yuan's stare was heavy, his stern countenance taut under the flickering candlelight. Ling Chenyu, holding the official documents, understood that Shen Changhe's visit was merely an inquiry about someone. Had there been an incident with the Imperial Guard? No, Ling Chenyi chuckled softly. It was likely a personal matter regarding his sister, nothing of great significance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he placed his pen down on the desk. Inquiring quietly, who does he wish to investigate? Zhang Yeyang. The atmosphere in the study instantly turned cold and silent, a chilling wind sweeping through the room. Ling Chenyi tightened his robe and crossed his arms. Xiao Yuan remained silent, picking up the soiled documents, crumpling them into a ball of discarded paper, which he then tossed into the wastebasket. Ling Chenyi observed the ball of paper, an inexplicable chill creeping up his spine. He merely asked for Zhang Yeyang's household registration, family situation, and several years of background. He did not elaborate further. Xiao Yuan fixed his gaze on the wet black ink spots on the desk, his head bowed. Still refusing to respond, Ling Chenyi felt a sense of unease. Having known Xiao Yuan for over a decade, he had seldom witnessed him in such a state. The silence, coupled with his stormy demeanor, rendered the room frigid. The 3-day deadline has passed by 2 days. You are to depart for your post tomorrow, correct? Xiao Yuan suddenly asked with a calm demeanor. Ling Chenyi nodded, confirming the truth of the matter. Yet, at this juncture, with Shen An'an investigating him, Ling Chenyi sensed something amiss. Xiao Yuan acknowledged with a soft lowering his gaze to continue annotating the documents, yet he could no longer focus. A restless energy began to rise within him, even affecting the weight of his pen strokes. Send someone to Jiang'an, he stated abruptly. Ling Chenyi was momentarily taken aback. What purpose does a trip to Jiang'an serve? The scholar will be leaving, will he not? Once he departs the capital, he becomes but a speck of dust. Irrelevant to me. However, the truth was, they both held affections for another, though Xiao Yuan would never concede to that. Xiao Yuan raised his head and scrutinized Ling Chenyi in silence, his presence alone enough to intimidate him. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate the scholar's hometown. He stood up and exited, giving a few brief instructions before the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Ling Chenyi returned to the room, furrowing his brows as he glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was still engrossed in his annotations. He spoke softly. In truth, a marriage alliance with the Shen family would be most advantageous, especially with the favor of the noble consort. You. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiao Yuan's cold voice, eyes half-lidded, pointing to the pile of documents beside him. And you still have these. If you do not complete them today, you shall spend the night in the study. Ling Chenyi tightened his lips and fell silent, obediently moving to sort through the documents, extracting those that might belong to the second prince's faction, in preparation for replacing them with their own. With the matter of the displaced populace at hand, it was the opportune moment to dismantle the second prince's faction, making the upcoming court meeting crucial for their plans. The candlelight in the study flickered until the hour of the tiger. Ling Chenyi's eyes grew dim, and he felt somewhat unsteady on his feet. He rose and approached the window, glancing at the impending dawn, realizing that he would have to spend the night in Xiao Yuan's study. The following day, as the first light of dawn began to break, the two prepared themselves for court. Outside the palace gates, a throng of ministers awaited, clustered in small groups. A carriage bearing the insignia of the fourth prince's residence came to a gradual halt, prompting a momentary stillness among the ministers as they turned their gazes toward the carriage and bowed in unison. Xiao Yuan and Ling Chenyi disembarked together. Ling Chenyi greeted the various dignitaries, while Xiao Yuan, known for his taciturn nature, elicited accustomed reactions from the ministers, who, after bowing, averted their eyes and edged away, seeking distance from him. The bright moon had not yet fully vanished, and the day remained dim, illuminated only by the palace lanterns, which cast light upon the path ahead, revealing the surroundings within a range of 5 or 6 paces. Xiao Yuan's gaze drifted through the crowd, ultimately landing upon Shen An'an, who was engaged in conversation with the Minister of Personnel. His eyes darkened slightly. Ling Chenyi followed his gaze and frowned. Recalling that the Minister of Personnel was an exceedingly cunning individual, he could not remember any particular affinity between Shen An'an and him. Shen An'an was known for his integrity and had always shunned the likes of Lord Wang, who was known for his opportunism. Why, then, was he? Before he could finish his thought, he squinted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind, particularly as Lord Wang wore a broad smile, nodding incessantly, evidently discussing a favor he needed from Shen An'an. Ling Chenyi felt his heart sink further and turned his head toward Xiao Yuan. The Minister of Personnel oversaw the selection of scholars, appointing officials based on their performance and rank, in conjunction with the positions that the court required. Moreover, it was known that Shen An'an had just reviewed Zhang Yeyang's case the day before, and now Shen An'an sought the Minister of Personnel as counsel. The intricacies of the situation became apparent to him. Xiao Yuan's expression was shrouded in shadows, rendering it difficult to discern his emotions. His cool gaze remained fixed upon the two conversing men, his lips pressed tightly together. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air as the palace gates swung open, prompting the ministers to instinctively step back, allowing passage for the princes and powerful officials. Xiao Yuan halted at the entrance, casting a sidelong glance at Shen An'an, who was still engaged in dialogue with Lord Wang, and spoke in a measured tone. "It is getting late. Will Shen Tui not come in?" Shen An'an was taken aback. Lord Wang quickly bent lower, exclaiming that he would take his leave at once. After bowing deeply to Shen An'an, he hurried away. Shen An'an stood in the shadows, his brow slightly furrowed, an expression of astonishment evident in his deep-set eyes. He exchanged glances with Xiao Yuan beneath the lantern's glow, momentarily sensing that the one shrouded in darkness was indeed the other. There was no profound camaraderie between them that warranted their simultaneous attendance at court. Yet, Xiao Yuan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, leaving others perplexed. Shen An'an managed to muster a diplomatic smile, striding toward the palace gates. He trailed Xiao Yuan by a step as they made their way to the Hall of Golden Chimes. Ling Qinyi followed closely behind, a knowing smile gracing his features. Just before departing the palace gates, Shen An'an glanced back to confirm the location of the fourth princess carriage, reassured that he had not overheard the conversation with Lord Wang, allowing his anxiety to ease somewhat. The morning assembly today extended longer than usual, concluding only at a quarter past the hour of the snake. One by one, the officials led by the second prince departed with dejected expressions, while Shen An'an chose not to partake in their dismay and turned to exit the grand hall. He scanned the crowd for the figure of Lord Wang and made his way towards him. In the corridor of the hall, Xiao Yuan wore a cold demeanor, skillfully maneuvering through the confrontation with the second prince. "Your fourth brother possesses remarkable skills. Congratulations," Xiao Zhe remarked, his eyes narrowing, the smile on his face a mere fade, concealing a malevolence and chill beneath. Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted from Shen An'an, who was approaching Lord Wang, back to Xiao Zhe, whose calm and indifferent eyes revealed a stark contrast to the suppressed anger of Xiao Yu. The very presence of such a calculating Xiao Yuan was what Xiao Zhe feared most, his heart as dark as his methods, capable of delivering a venomous bite without forewarning. Afterward, he would don an air of indifference, a trait that inexplicably never aroused the suspicions of their father. "I cannot comprehend what my second brother is saying. There are matters to attend to at home, thus, I shall not accompany you any longer for your amusement. Farewell." Before Xiao Yu could respond, he strode down the steps towards Shen An'an. Just as Shen An'an called out to Lord Wang, he felt a sudden embrace from behind. Upon turning, he was met with Ling Qinyi's gentle smile. Chapter 44. A mutual affection. His expression stiffened momentarily as he glanced at the impassive Xiao Yuan beside him. With a tense face, he could not help but inquire, "Is there something the fourth prince seeks from this old minister?" Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Ling Qinyi interjected with a smile, "Nothing of great importance. I merely thought, since tomorrow is a day of rest, it would be delightful to share a drink with Minister Shen. I have already arranged food and wine at the tavern. Would you do me the honor of joining us?" Minister Shen? At such a juncture, Shen An'an found it difficult to decline, yet he could not resist saying, "You are too gracious, young master. However, I have some trivial matters at home that may prevent me from staying long." "No trouble at all. It won't take up too much of your time," Ling Qinyi replied, his dark eyes narrowing slightly as he seemingly innocently asked, "I have heard that the esteemed young master Shen has recently been courting. Is that why you were in such a hurry to return?" A look of joy surfaced on Shen An'an's face as he nodded, though his smile quickly faded, replaced by a semblance of silence. To attain his current position in the political sphere and remain steadfast, one must possess a cunning mind, and Ling Qinyi, wary of Shen An'an's suspicions, refrained from uttering a word about the Shen family affairs. In the corridor of the grand hall, Xiao Yu observed the departing figures of the three with a chilling glare, his long, phoenix-like eyes narrowing sharply. "It seems the Shen family is indeed aligning with the fourth prince," remarked a concerned minister. Xiao Yu scoffed derisively. "He wishes to marry a daughter of the Shen family to gain their support and military power? A mere dream." He turned to glance at the resplendent golden Yuan hall, a symbol of royal authority, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips before he swept away, his robes trailing behind him. At the tavern, Shen An'an had anticipated a brief stay, yet he found himself incessantly urged by Ling Qinyi to drink. Before long, he felt slightly dizzy from the wine. Ling Qinyi, relentless in his persuasion, continued to press, "No, I have matters to attend to at home. Let us defer our drinking to another day." Shen An'an attempted to withdraw, but Ling Qinyi grasped his hand, a warm smile concealing a glimmer of intent. "It is rare for us to share a moment together. How can you leave so soon?" Shen An'an, feeling helpless, insisted, I truly have matters to attend to. Ling Chenyi waved his hand dismissively. The affairs of marriage can be left to Madame Shen to manage. As he spoke, he poured more wine while discreetly observing Shun Taiwei's expression. Noticing that the latter remained unchanged and smiling, a flicker of doubt arose within Ling Chenyi. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Xiao Yuan, seated nearby, occasionally sipped his wine, mostly remaining silent, which only heightened Shen Wen's unease, leaving him uncertain about the hidden motives behind this gathering. Martial generals have a fondness for wine, especially fine wine. Shen Wen cherished the drink that Ling Chenyi had specifically brought from the Yongning Marquis's residence, yet he understood the need for moderation and dared not indulge excessively. When Ling Chenyi could no longer persuade him to drink, he set down the wine jug and engaged Shen Wen in conversation about various topics, which only served to further agitate Shen Wen, making it impossible for him to remain seated. Xiao Yuan spoke softly. If there are urgent matters at home, Minister Shen, you should return. Chenyi, do not delay Minister Shen's affairs. Surprisingly accommodating at that moment, Ling Chenyi released his hold on Shen Wen's shoulder and nodded. Then I shall escort you, Minister Shen. Shen Wen, glancing between them, felt a haze cloud his mind, his thoughts becoming muddled. It is indeed a labor of love for the fourth prince and young Master Ling. With a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, Ling Chenyi appeared untroubled. Shen Wenchong and Xiao Yuan exchanged respectful bows and prepared to take their leave. However, just as Shen Wenchong lifted himself from the chair, a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped him, and the world spun chaotically, causing him to sway uncontrollably. Ling Chenyi swiftly caught him, chuckling. What ails you, Master Shen? Are you perhaps intoxicated? Shen Wenchong shook his head, still feeling disoriented. This was strange. His tolerance for alcohol had never been this poor. Ling Chenyi remarked. Isn't it said that Master Shen has a remarkable capacity for liquor? How could you be inebriated after such a modest amount? He gently assisted Shen Wenchong back into his seat. Supporting his forehead, Shen Wenchong grumbled, perhaps I stood too quickly. I need a moment to recover. The quantity he had consumed barely amounted to a third of his usual intake. Ling Chenyi promptly instructed someone to bring 2 bowls of sobering soup. Xiao Yuan glanced at the wine jar, his heavy gaze shifting towards Ling Chenyi as he inquired softly, from where did this wine originate, young Master Ling? Ling Chenyi raised an eyebrow, sensing an attempt to distance himself and feign innocence. Nevertheless, he complied, for Shen Wenchong was destined to be his father-in-law. It was a gift from His Majesty to my mother, which my father subsequently acquired from her. Shen Wenchong perked up, gazing at the jar of wine with newfound interest. It was indeed a royal offering. Xiao Yuan spoke in a leisurely tone. A few days ago, the vassal states presented several jars of local spirits. Though smooth on the palate, they possess a high alcohol content, capable of rendering an ordinary man senseless after just 2 cups. Given that Master Shen has consumed so many, remaining upright is quite a feat. Shen Wenchong, though dizzy, retained a sliver of clarity. He looked up at Xiao Yuan, his eyes filled with unspoken words, wishing to inquire why he had not been informed of this knowledge. Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze to the wine cup, his voice calm yet tinged with innocence. Young Master Ling changed the wine jar. I did not recognize it until it was mentioned that it was a royal gift, reminiscent of the flavors found in His Majesty's study. Shen Wenchong silently withdrew his gaze, recognizing that having the fourth prince offer any explanation was already a courtesy. Ling Chenyi cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yuan, expertly playing the role of the uninvolved and innocent party. In your current state, Master Shen, you will not be of much assistance upon your return. You would only cause Lady Shen further concern. The wine house has private rooms. It would be prudent for you to lie down and rest for a while, and you may leave once you have sobered. Shen Wenchong hesitated to refuse. Yet he was even less inclined to be assisted home by servants, knowing his wife would berate him. After all, the matter of his daughter's future had yet to be resolved, and here he was, in such a state. Rest assured, it will not take long. Though the wine is potent, it wears off swiftly without causing a headache. Without further ado, Ling Chenyi rose to help Shen Wenchong to his feet. As they departed, Shen Wenchong's hazy gaze flickered sideways towards Xiao Yuan, conveying an ambiguous sentiment. Ling Chenyi returned after settling Shen Wenchong in a private room on the 3rd floor, where Qing Feng was in the midst of reporting something to Xiao Yuan, his head bowed low, betraying a hint of anxiety. Ling Chenyi keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room and lifted his gaze toward the somber-faced Xiao Yuan, who tightly gripped his wine cup. What is the matter? He inquired as he stepped forward. Xiao Yuan exuded an air of sternness, prompting Ling Chenyi to instinctively glance at Qing Feng. Qing Feng swallowed hard and whispered, The officials from the Ministry of Personnel have conveyed a message. Zhang Yeyang's appointment has been postponed by half a month. Upon hearing this, Ling Xinyu immediately turned to Xiao Yuan. It appears that Shen Wen sought out Lord Wang today for this reason. What does this signify? Does it not imply that the scholar and the Shen family maiden have already formed an attachment, both harboring mutual affections? Shen's family must be intervening, indicating their approval of this union. They are likely to support that scholar. For now, it is merely a delay in his appointment. Soon, arrangements will be made to secure a position for him to remain in the capital. He dared not look at Xiao Yuan's displeased countenance and silently took a seat. Suddenly, a fleeting image flickered in his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. Having just returned from Xiangjuid Temple, such an incident had occurred. Could it be that the two were together that day? He raised his eyes to Xiao Yuan, hesitating with words unspoken, uncertain if he should voice his thoughts. Xiao Yuan had already suppressed his emotions, restoring a semblance of calm, though his fingers subtly trembled, the knuckles turning an ashen hue. He glanced at Ling Xinyu, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. What do you wish to say? After much contemplation, Ling Xinyu finally spoke. In retrospect, the young woman who departed from the temple that day must have been Miss Shen. At the time, her maid was present, and I paid little attention. I never anticipated that the young lady would be so audacious as to meet with a man in the temple. Xiao Yuan's expression darkened, his jaw clenched tightly, his ink-black eyes glinting with sharp, icy light. That day, it was precisely that day. I did not follow, but that woman was exceedingly swift. Ling Xinyu remained silent, his demeanor subdued. Had he known she was meeting Zhang Yeyang to affirm their feelings, he would have intervened without hesitation. After careful thought, he spoke in a low voice. Xiao Yuan, at this juncture, you need not maintain your composure. If you truly have feelings for that young lady, by whatever means necessary, take her as your wife. Ling Xinyu understood that should Xiao Yuan take action, this marriage would undoubtedly falter. With the support of the Shen Empress, achieving a favorable outcome was not insurmountable. If worse came to worst, an imperial decree could be issued, and would the Shen family dare to defy it? Xiao Yuan lowered his gaze to the table, his expression inscrutable, immersed in silence. Ling Xinyu pressed on. Currently, Minister Shen is inebriated, and Shen Changhe is unable to intervene from the palace. If you intend to act, now is the opportune moment. Have someone send a message to the Ministry of Personnel to whisk her away. When Shen Wen regains consciousness, he could still retrieve her. As long as the engagement remains unconfirmed, myriad strategies could be employed to disrupt their union. Moreover, with the vast distances separating them, how deep could their affections truly be to withstand the test of time? He had deliberately intoxicated Shen Wen, pondering this very tactic. Xiao Yuan slowly lifted his gaze, focusing on the wine jug, as if contemplating something else. His ink-black eyes flickered, revealing an inner turmoil. His fingers curled multiple times, the knuckles pale, as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous fire within his chest, striving to retain a sliver of clarity. He lifted his gaze, his voice as frigid as ice. How soon can the person you dispatched to Jiangnan return? At the earliest, it will take about 10 days. Ling Xinyu furrowed his brows and inquired, what is the purpose of this? Even if there are issues in his hometown, by the time the news arrives, it would be too late. Xiao Yuan remained silent, rising to approach the window, where he pushed it open and gazed at the bustling crowd in the street below. A gentle breeze wafted through, and he stood there for quite a while, allowing it to disperse the surging jealousy and the oppressive dark thoughts within him. Xiao Yuan, do not interfere. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he faced the light, his tone calm yet detached. Ling Xinyu nearly doubted his own hearing, even at such a moment. This man still insisted on his stubbornness. Xiao Yuan, this is a matter of a lifetime. Are you not afraid of regretting it in the future? A slight smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Yuan's lips as he turned to Ling Xinyu. I never engage in actions that I would come to regret. If she wished for him to stay, then he would remain. He scoffed softly. Noble character, a gentleman of integrity, unyielding to common practices, a man of ambition and benevolence. Is it? How naive she is. He would allow her to see precisely what kind of individual a scholar truly is. In this world, there are no flawless beings. Only astute individuals adept at concealing their darkness, intelligent souls rising from humble origins, devoid of excessive romantic entanglements. He lowered his head, leisurely rotating the jade ring on his finger, a cold smile gracing his lips. Ling Xinyu stood behind him, a chill creeping up her spine. This somber and enigmatic Xiao Yuan seemed to possess everything within his grasp, evoking an uncontrollable sense of dread. When Shen Wen awoke in the tavern, the sun had already dipped halfway below the horizon, casting a soft golden glow that illuminated the sky. Ling Shini and Xiao Yuan had already departed. He hurriedly tidied himself and returned home. Shen An'an had received news that Zhang Yeyang's appointment had been postponed, leaving her with mixed emotions, half joy, half worry. She feared her parents might entertain the idea of keeping Zhang Yeyang in the capital. Mo Xiang, help me with my grooming. Let us sit in the courtyard of Mother. A quarter of an hour later, Shen An'an appeared at the entrance of Madame Shen's courtyard. As she stepped inside, she overheard Madame Shen's angry reprimands and Shen Wen's low explanations. My hair is turning gray with worry. How can you still find time to drink outside? Shen Wen rubbed his still dizzy forehead, awkwardly explaining, young Master Ling's hospitality was difficult to refuse. I had no idea the wine was a royal gift. It was so potent that a few cups left me inebriated. Madame Shen remained sullen, refusing to speak further. Shen Wen gently embraced his wife, offering quiet comfort. Shen An'an stood outside for a moment before sending a maid inside to deliver a message. Madame Shen immediately withdrew from Shen Wen's embrace. As Shen An'an entered, Shen Wen stood, preparing to leave. Father. Shen Wen nodded in acknowledgement, intending to say something to his daughter but ultimately refrained, believing that matters concerning daughters were better left to their mothers. The father and daughter exchanged pleasantries before Shen Wen departed for his study. Madame Shen instructed the nurse to serve tea and invited Shen An'an to sit beside her. Your father sought out Lord Wang, the Minister of Personnel, and has temporarily kept that scholar here. Mother, his name is Zhang Yeyang. Madame Shen, feeling helpless, let out a sigh and replied, Very well, Zhang Yeyang. Shen An'an chuckled, gently shaking Madame Shen's arm. Thank you, Mother, you care for me the most. Madame Shen affectionately patted her head, expressing her relief at her daughter's commendable character. In the future, let your father promote you. It would be prudent to secure a position in the capital, allowing us to keep a watchful eye. Surely that scholar would not dare to mistreat An'an. Should anything arise, you would have someone to rely on. Upon hearing this, Shen An'an's eyes flickered with insight. Mother, his current position is quite favorable. The area assigned to him by the Ministry of Personnel is prosperous, and he can easily achieve notable accomplishments. After 3 to 5 years, with a little assistance from father, returning to the capital will surely lead to a steady rise in rank. Madame Shen's expression shifted, and she turned her head to gaze at her daughter, disbelief evident in her eyes. An'an, you cannot possibly be considering following him to Jiangnan, can you? A small county, no matter how wealthy, can only offer so much, and the distance is considerable. She had envisioned securing a position for him, regardless of the extent of his power. As long as he became an official in the capital, the rest could be addressed gradually. Yet, her daughter's words clearly indicated a lack of such intentions. Once again, Madame Shen felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Chapter 45, Drawing the Bow. My dear mother, he cannot entirely rely on the Shen family, lest others label him a mere dependent. You and father need only lend him a hand when it truly matters. The accolades must be earned through his own efforts. As his daughter, I shall depend on his success in the future, and without undergoing trials, how can he stand tall? Please do not involve father. Let him venture forth for now, and when he achieves something worthy, we can reconsider. Madame Shen was far from pleased. She envisioned a scenario where he would return in 3 to 5 years, yet she was acutely aware that An'an could hardly wait that long. The thought of her daughter enduring hardship was utterly unacceptable to her. An'an, the county is remote. How could you possibly endure it? The same applies to the capital. With the support of the Shen family, you can take your time. It would not be inferior to serving as a county magistrate in Jiangnan. An'an blinked innocently. However, the qualities she admired in him would likely dissuade him from such a path. We are still young. It is better to explore the world and accumulate experience. Madame Shen furrowed her brow, remaining silent, clearly reluctant to acquiesce. Mother, do not forget that grandmother is in Jiangnan. I will bring her to stay with us. With her around, what is there to worry about? She nestled against Madame Shen, playfully coaxing her. Madame Shen massaged her temples, her voice laced with resignation. Let me discuss it with your father tonight. An'an understood the need for patience and readily agreed. Subsequently, she refrained from broaching the distressing subject of marriage, choosing instead to dine and chat leisurely with her mother until, after some time, she managed to elicit a smile from her. In Shen Wen's study, a servant presented a hangover remedy. With a furrowed brow, Shen Wen consumed it once more, rubbing his temples as he reclined for a moment, still plagued by dizziness. He had never indulged in such potent liquor before. Had it not been a royal gift, he would have almost suspected it contained something more sinister. After a prolonged moment of recuperation, his mind gradually cleared. He gestured for the servant to withdraw and began sifting through the mountain of documents. Having perused every piece, He found no mention of the fourth prince or any matters pertaining to the young marquis, leaving him perplexed. He could not fathom the motive behind young Master Ling and the fourth prince's sudden invitation to drink. With a contemplative gaze, he partially closed his eyes, pondering deeply. The moonlight, bright and luminous, streamed through the window, casting scattered beams into the study. After a while, he abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing light of determination igniting within them. Someone approaches. The door to the study swung open. "Sir," a voice called. Shen An'an, frowning, inquired. "Has the matter concerning the scholar's retention been resolved, Lord Wang?" "It has been addressed. However, due to the full complement of official positions in the capital, it cannot be arranged for the time being. The individual has been kept on hold." "Very well." Shen An'an released a breath he had been holding. The perceptive servant discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. The terrifying thoughts that had occupied his mind began to dissipate, and Shen An'an's brow relaxed considerably. If the fourth prince's intentions were indeed for his daughter, the fate of that scholar was uncertain, especially given An'an's decision to remain in the capital. It must be that he is overthinking. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Among the many noble ladies in the capital, none have managed to capture the heart of the illustrious fourth prince. It stands to reason that his daughter would not be so unfortunate. Nevertheless, in Shen An'an's heart, a hidden concern took root. The royal cord is fraught with thorns, and the path to succession is a treacherous one, paved with the bones of the fallen. It would be best for his daughter to distance herself as much as possible. He initially believed that Zhang Yeyang's journey to Jiangnan for training would be beneficial. He had researched the area and, as his daughter had mentioned, it was conducive to achieving political accomplishments. Once the dust settled, he could bring her back, which would certainly be preferable to remaining in the capital, where the nights are long and fraught with uncertainty. A man should not rely solely on the support of his wife's family. However, his wife was opposed, weeping like a flower in the rain, insisting that he keep that scholar in the capital. Shen An'an furrowed his brow, realizing he must persuade his wife. The court was on the brink of turmoil, making it unwise to remain in the capital at this time. Hiding garden. Upon returning, Shen An'an instructed Mo Xiang to prepare paper and ink to write a letter to the elderly matriarch Shen, who resided far away in Jiangnan. She detailed her engagement to Zhang Yeyang and expressed her intent to travel to Jiangnan soon, at which point she would bring her grandmother to stay with her. At this moment, Mo Xiang finally discerned the joy on the young lady's face, particularly after both the master and mistress had consented to the marriage. However, when they decided to keep young Master Zhang in the capital, the young lady's expression remained subdued, her emotions unchanged. Mo Xiang suspected that the young lady wished to return to Jiangnan, but she also believed that there was some fondness for young Master Zhang in her heart. "Miss," Mo Xiang whispered, her voice barely above a murmur, "have you truly thought this through? Marriage is a lifelong commitment. One must not be careless." Shen An'an stood by the window, feeling the cold breeze. Turning to look at Mo Xiang, she asked, "Did we not agree on this? Why do you ask so suddenly?" Mo Xiang's lips pressed together, her head bowed. "I merely feel that you do not seem particularly enamored with young Master Zhang." Shen An'an paused, then smiled softly. "Young Master Zhang is indeed a fine man, of good character and appearance. With a bit of assistance, he will surely have a bright future. Being enamored? It is not of utmost importance. As long as there is no aversion, it is sufficient. Two individuals can lead a stable life, supporting each other and treating one another with respect, which is quite splendid. It is certainly preferable to a life filled with petty disputes and self-doubt, entangled in the question of love or indifference. You praise young Master Zhang in every regard, yet you have never expressed any genuine affection," Mo Xiang remarked quietly. Observing Shen An'an gazing out the window, she clutched the envelope and stepped back. As autumn faded into winter, the weather grew increasingly frigid, and Shen An'an was reluctant to rise from her bed. Having lived with her grandmother, she had developed a habit of lingering in bed. "Miss," Mo Xiang lifted the curtain, meeting Shen An'an's sleepy almond eyes. She brought over the garments and gently assisted Shen An'an in sitting up, whispering, "Young Master Zhang has sent a letter through a messenger, wishing to see you." "Very well." Shen An'an extended her arms, allowing Mo Xiang to dress her. 3 days had passed since he had been asked to remain in the capital. He must still be oblivious to the situation and would need to be given an explanation. After dressing and having breakfast, Shen An'an pushed open the door and stepped outside. She walked through the corridor and arrived at the flower-laden archway, where her eyes were met with vibrant red silk, and the servants bustled about, creating a lively scene. As the day of the elder brother's betrothal approaches in just 2 days, Shen An'an inquired of Mo Xiang, tilting her head slightly. Mo Xiang nodded. explaining that aside from an initial visit to the high-end garden to see the young lady, the eldest son had scarcely returned home, often choosing to stay out during busy times. Shen An'an furrowed her brows. Surely, even amidst busyness, he should find time to return home and rest. Was he truly occupied? Or simply reluctant to come back? Lost in thought, a stranger of a matron approached her, bowing respectfully. Shen An'an raised her gaze to meet the well-dressed woman's scrutinizing eyes, which she found quite displeasing. "Who is this?" she inquired. The steward promptly introduced. "Miss, this is a person close to the second prince's consort, here to deliver an invitation for you and your mother to attend the plum blossom banquet." Shen An'an glanced at the barren branches and flowers ahead and mused that it seemed premature for plum viewing. Yet, such gatherings among the nobility were seldom for the sake of genuine enjoyment. They were merely a pretext to fulfill ulterior motives. "Please escort the matron to my mother's courtyard," she stated, as it was of no concern to her. With that, she turned to leave. As the matron followed the steward, she glanced back at the departing figure of Shen An'an, her aged eyes narrowing, leaving an unclear impression. Shen An'an dismissed the moment from her mind and instructed Uncle Zhong to take the carriage to the western outskirts. There lay an open meadow, typically a site for noble youths to ride and revel in nature, but given the poor weather, it would likely be deserted, quiet, and expansive. This location was chosen by Zhang Yeyang, somewhat remote, perhaps to avoid encounters with acquaintances in the city that could tarnish her reputation. On the opposite side of the meadow stood several trees planted by officials' children, intended to provide shade during the summer, creating a friendly atmosphere for those in love to whisper sweet nothings. However, now stripped of branches, their utility was significantly diminished. Uncle Zhong halted the carriage before a small thicket. Upon disembarking, Shen An'an was met with Zhang Yeyang's bashful and gentle smile, his eyes shimmering with warmth. "Miss Shen," he greeted. "Young Master Zhang," she replied. Zhang Yeyang felt a surge of nervousness. The open space and brisk wind made him wonder, "Are you cold?" Shen An'an adjusted her cloak and shook her head, assuring him she was fine. She had prepared adequately, yet to claim she was not chilly would be a falsehood. Zhang Yeyang felt a pang of guilt, explaining that with the recent departures of scholars from the capital, he feared encountering someone familiar might affect her reputation. "I understand your intentions," Shen An'an replied calmly, her smile serene. Zhang Yeyang's heart raced uncontrollably. "Shall we walk further in? I just took a turn around. The trees there are close together and can shield us from the wind." "That sounds good," Shen An'an agreed, following him inward for a short distance, with Uncle Zhong and Mo Xiong trailing behind. Zhang Yeyang maintained a respectful distance, keeping 3 paces away from Shen An'an, but his face flushed deeply whenever he engaged her in conversation. Shen An'an gently interjected, "Even if young Master Zhang does not deliver a letter, I had originally intended to meet him." Zhang Yeyang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with boundless joy. "Upon returning from the temple that day, I informed my parents about our affairs. Your delayed appointment was also my father's intention. I apologize for not consulting you beforehand and acting on my own accord." Shen An'an slightly bowed her head, and Zhang Yeyang hastily shook his head, saying, "Do not speak like that. I am merely a humble scholar, and to be regarded favorably by you, Miss, is a blessing for Yeyang." Initially, he had wished to remain in the capital solely for her sake. Now, whether he stayed or departed, as long as he could be with her, it mattered little. His heart was filled with anxiety as he said, "Lord Shen, my father has consented." After Shen An'an spoke, she feigned shyness and lowered her gaze as Zhang Yeyang looked at her with delight. "Young Master Zhang need not worry," she assured him. Zhang Yeyang pressed his lips tightly together, declaring, "Lord Shen, your kindness is not taken for granted. Should the opportunity arise, I shall repay it." He clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Shen An'an smiled. "From now on, we are all family. There is no need for such formalities." While Shen An'an maintained her composure, Zhang Yeyang's face flushed crimson. "You are right. From now on, we are indeed family." Days passed, and he still felt somewhat unsteady on his feet, as if he were in a dream, overwhelmed by the beauty and nobility of the woman who genuinely wished to accept him. "Young Master Zhang," Shen An'an said, her smile dimming slightly, her almond eyes filled with seriousness, "I ask you once more from my heart. Is there any engagement in your family?" "No," Zhang Yeyang replied without hesitation, his certainty palpable. "I have no engagement, only a younger sister and an elder sister, who is soon to be married." "Really? Indeed?" Zhang Yeyang swore, raising his hand. "Every word I speak is true. I would not deceive you in the slightest." Shen An'an nodded. "That is good. I feared there might be an engagement that could jeopardize your relationship with the young lady." "Miss Shen, rest assured, Zhang Yeyang said earnestly. There has been none, and there will be none in the future. Shen An'an smiled brightly. You shall stay at the inn for a few days. Once my father finalizes our arrangements, you may take up your position. Zhang Yeyang nodded with joy, his eyes sparkling as he envisioned Shen An'an's figure encapsulated within his thoughts. Meanwhile, from behind the trees, the sound of hooves from several swift horses resonated, mingling with the chilly breeze, disappearing into the howling wind. Li Huayan wore a half-smile, leaning towards the cold, sinister Xiao Yuan and murmured, if only you were as sweet-tongued as that scholar, perhaps. Before he could finish his sentence, his sleeve was tugged by Ling Cheney. Raising his gaze to meet Xiao Yuan's chilling and fearsome countenance, he awkwardly fell silent. Xiao Yuan's jaw was clenched tightly, his gaze fixed sharply on the two figures standing not far away, his eyes as piercing as daggers. The air around them seemed to grow colder. Li Huayan lowered his head and picked up a pair of gray, fluffy rabbit ears, his catch for the day, but before he could admire them, they were snatched away. Xiao Yuan grasped a rabbit, squinting as he hurled it towards the direction of Zhang Yuyang. The rabbit flailed momentarily in midair before landing upon a slightly softer patch of wetland. Having narrowly escaped death, it bolted forward in a state of sheer panic. Simultaneously, he drew his bow with precision, his head inclined slightly, the arrowhead aimed at the direction of the fleeing rabbit, then abruptly shifted upward, aligning with the man's back. A chilling smirk curving upon his lips. Ling Chenyi and Li Huayan held their breath, their gazes fixated on the arrow in his hand. The woman's gentle and serene smile ignited a raging fire within Xiao Yuan's heart, causing his grip on the bow to turn pale and strained. As the rabbit raced further away, he gradually relaxed his fingers. At the final moment, he partially closed his eyelids, allowing the arrow to dip a few inches. The cold projectile slicing through the air, glinting ominously as it struck the rabbit's leg. Li Huayan and Ling Chenyi exhaled in unison, nearly convinced they would have to retrieve the scholar's corpse. A most unwelcome conclusion to the day. To kill her beloved in front of Miss Shen would undoubtedly incite her wrath against Xiao Yuan. Slowly, he lowered his bow, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped it tightly, his lips pressed into a thin, severe line, his countenance exuding an eerie terror. No one knew the immense effort he exerted to suppress the fiery turmoil within him, nor did they realize that it was not merely external forces that restrained him, but the frigid disdain emanating from that woman's eyes, a vision that flashed through his mind like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flames of impulse within his heart. Chapter 46. The Plum Blossom Banquet. He found himself unable to discern whether his possessiveness and feelings towards Shen An'an stemmed from those dreams that felt almost real, or from some other source. In any case, he yearned for those gentle eyes to gaze solely upon him, and at one point, he had even been tempted to confine her within the prince's residence. However, he was more lucid now. If he desired her, he must not allow an insurmountable chasm to form between them. That scholar must not perish by his hand. Those inexplicable distances and resentments had already placed him at a disadvantage. The sudden turn of events startled the two conversing. Zhang Yeyang turned around to see the arrow that had struck the gray rabbit, only a few paces away from him, causing a cold sweat to break out along his spine. Raising his gaze to the front, he noticed several swift horses emerging from around the corner, ambling towards them. Shen An'an squinted at the figure seated upon one of the horses, her delicate face suddenly cooling a few degrees. The fourth prince, Ling Shizi, and Master Li. Zhang Yeyang hurriedly bowed, and Shen An'an followed suit with a slight curtsy. Xiao Yuan's gaze fixated on the gray rabbit on the ground, shrouded in an inscrutable darkness. Li Huayan smiled and waved, Miss Shen, what a coincidence, we meet again. Shen An'an remained silent, her eyes fixed on the rabbit, motionless. The atmosphere was anything but harmonious. Amidst the silence, Xiao Yuan unexpectedly drew his bow once more, taking aim at the rabbit on the ground. A cold smirk graced his lips, tinged with a hint of mockery. I intended to grant you a swift end, but you insisted on trespassing into territory that is not yours. Thus, you must face the consequences. His hand slowly released the string, aiming directly at the rabbit's throat. A furrow formed on Shen An'an's brow, and she turned her head away in discomfort. Zhang Yeyang felt a chill run through him, his complexion paling slightly, though it was merely the act of killing a rabbit. Xiao Yuan's demeanor and frigid tone rendered him inexplicably uneasy, as if the arrow were aimed not at the rabbit, but at his very heart. The words bore a threatening undertone, laden with implications. Li Huayan and Ling Chenyi certainly understood the underlying message. Ling Chenyi furrowed his brows and spoke in a subdued tone. Cousin, Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Dead things cannot compare to the delights of the living. Xiao Yuan's last finger lingered on the bowstring, his gaze shifting from the gray rabbit to Zhang Yeyang's panicked expression, finally settling on Shen An'an's turned profile. Her delicate face, as white as jade, was taut, conveying both reluctance and irritation. With his eyes slightly lowered, Xiao Yuan tugged at the corner of his lips, and after a moment, he slowly lowered his bow. Very well. Li Huayan dismounted and picked up the barely breathing rabbit, waving it in front of Shen An'an. Miss Shen, would you care to sample some roasted rabbit? The fourth prince's culinary skills rivaled those of the finest chefs. Comparing a prince to a mere cook was quite rare, yet Xiao Yuan displayed no signs of displeasure. His dark eyes remained indifferent, devoid of emotion. No, the fourth prince is of noble stature. I am but a humble girl who cannot afford such delicacies. She glanced at the quivering rabbit, then turned to Zhang Yeyang, her tone softening slightly. Shall we go? Certainly, Zhang Yeyang nodded, turning to bow to Xiao Yuan as he prepared to take his leave. The previously silent Xiao Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone neither hurried nor slow. Yet it sent a chill down one's spine. The officials dispatched to various regions had long since departed the capital. Why was Master Zhang still in the city? Zhang Yeyang's expression momentarily flickered with panic, unsure of how to respond. Shen An'an furrowed her brows, perplexed by Xiao Yuan's erratic behavior. She halted her steps and turned to glance at Xiao Yuan, who sat upon his steed, wearing an official smile. The fourth prince, preoccupied with state affairs, had never shown such interest in the whereabouts of a mere scholar. Xiao Yuan regarded her with a calm demeanor, his voice steady. As a prince of the great Liang, it was his duty to concern himself with the welfare of its citizens, especially since Master Zhang served as a local magistrate. If officials were negligent, would it not be the common folk of Great Liang who suffered? Zhang Yeyang's face turned pale as he hastily bowed, proclaiming, Your Highness, rest assured. I have not been negligent. I merely... He struggled to articulate an explanation. Shen An'an's cool, almond-shaped eyes met Xiao Yuan's serene yet stern gaze. Master Zhang remains in the capital at my father's request. He is to arrange our betrothal soon, which has caused this delay. If the fourth prince harbors doubts, he may inquire with my father. What of leveraging connections? Her father was the Grand Commandant. Surely the emperor would grant him some consideration. Xiao Yuan's expression remained unperturbed, though his grip on the reins tightened, his knuckles whitening in a subtle tremor. His eyes seemed like a deep abyss, ensnaring Shen An'an within their depths, dark and unfathomable. Ling Chenyu and Li Huayan dared not meet the grim countenance of Xiao Yuan. The tense atmosphere left Zhang Yeyang breathless, filled with trepidation. Shen An'an maintained her indifferent demeanor, confronting Xiao Yuan with unwavering resolve. Marriage was a natural progression for men and women alike. She had committed no transgression, so what was there to fear? Suddenly, Xiao Yuan let out a scornful laugh, as if mocking her. Is that so? His gaze swept over Zhang Yeyang, the icy intensity rendering the latter too fearful to lift his eyes. Then allow me to extend my congratulations to Miss Shen for achieving what she desires. Indeed. Shen An'an replied coolly, withdrawing her gaze and instructing Zhang Yeyang, let us depart. He nodded and bowed to Xiao Yuan, following in Shen An'an's footsteps. This time, neither Li Huayan nor Ling Chenyu dared to utter another word. Concern clouded their expressions as they silently observed the carriage of the Shen family as it departed. They quickly turned to look at Xiao Yuan, whose grip on the reins had distorted them, his jaw clenched tightly, the contours of his face sharp and unyielding. This matter concerns Shen An'an's reputation. You both understand the gravity of the situation. No further discussion is permitted. With that, he spurred his horse and rode away. Given the implications for Shen An'an's honor, the two understood their place, especially considering Xiao Yuan's attitude towards her, which instilled a sense of caution. Li Huayan scratched his nose, holding the rabbit awkwardly, and sheepishly asked Ling Chenyu, Is the rabbit still edible? Ling Chenyu shot him a sideways glance. What are you talking about? Hurry and catch up. It would be a waste to throw it away, Li Huayan lamented, securing the rabbit to his saddle before mounting and hastily pursuing the direction in which Xiao Yuan had departed. Throughout the journey, Shen An'an maintained a somber expression, remaining silent until they arrived at Haitan Garden. Unable to contain herself, Mo Xiang remarked, Miss, I noticed that Master Zhang. Shen An'an lifted her gaze faintly, prompting Mo Xiang to swallow her words back. Mo Xiang pondered that the young lady's status and lineage were ultimately too disparate from that of young Master Zhang. To speak frankly, when standing alongside the sons of officials, young Master Zhang would scarcely dare to raise his voice. How would he protect the young lady in the future? It is to be understood that once married, the young lady's standing would inevitably align with that of her husband's family. Should her husband's family be of lowly status, she would find herself devoid of the qualification to stand among the noble women. Only the protection of her father could shield her from some ridicule. Yet, who can ever truly predict a man's heart? Today, the young lady may support him, but who knows whether in the future he might prefer a gentle, demure partner over one of strength? Such tales were often recounted by the old matron during their time in Jiangnan. Background determines perspective and confidence. And while Mo Xiang understood this, she still felt that it was a considerable mismatch for their young lady. Shen An'an sat by the window, feeling the cold breeze. And after a long while, her pent-up emotions began to ease. Xiao Yuan's final congratulatory words echoed in her ears like a haunting melody. A thread of unease slowly swirling in her heart, refusing to dissipate. There was an inexplicable strangeness that she could not articulate. She closed her eyes and shook her head. Perhaps she was overthinking. Everything was unfolding as she had envisioned, and surely it would only improve from here. Rising to her feet, she stretched her arms. Once her elder brother finalized his engagement, it would be her turn to settle her own marital affairs, bringing everything to a conclusion. Mississippi. Mo ran gently knocked and entered the room. A maidservant by the lady's side came to convey a message, stating that there would be a plum blossom appreciation banquet at the second prince's residence tomorrow, urging the young lady to prepare accordingly. Shen An'an furrowed her brow slightly, giving a nonchalant nod in acknowledgement. She had little interest in the myriad of banquets hosted by the royal family. Yet with the matron of the second princess personally delivering the invitation, it would be remiss to disregard it. Her father's official position was already quite conspicuous, and she could not allow anyone to seize upon any perceived disrespect towards the prince. Mo Xiang and Mo Ran had already begun preparing the attire and accessories for the banquet. Shen An'an reclined against a soft pillow, her delicate wrist casually draped over the bed's edge, her tone laced with indifference. There's no need for such formality. It's merely a banquet, likely for some ulterior motive, which ultimately has nothing to do with us. Moderation will suffice. Indeed, the two maidservants responded, their hands deftly coordinating the colors of the sashes without pause, regardless of whether one is the focal point. A proper spectacle must be maintained for the young lady's outings. Shen An'an's eyes grew heavy, and she turned to follow them. At the fourth prince's residence, in the study, an unfinished painting lay spread out upon the desk. The depicted woman possessed a graceful silhouette, her curves alluring, with long, black hair cascading to her waist, and a pair of gentle, luminous eyes that were softened by the absence of a nose and lips, adding an air of peculiarity to her beauty. Qing Feng and Qing An stood at either side, not daring to breathe. Their master had been staring at the painting for 2 full hours. Xiao Yuan reclined in a circular chair, his dark eyes fixed upon the artwork, a shadow of coldness lurking within. He unconsciously twirled the white, jade ring on his right thumb, his expression a mask of somber contemplation. The image of the two standing face to face, engaging in light-hearted conversation, frequently surfaced in his mind, particularly the scholar's shyness, which struck him as exceedingly conspicuous. Yet, had their feelings truly progressed so swiftly in just a single day? The silence within the room was stifling, causing Qing An's scalp to prickle. He grasped the invitation tightly and lightly tapped Qi Feng. Qi Feng took a step back, casting a fierce glare at him. At such a critical juncture, who would dare to approach their master's misfortune? Qing An gritted his teeth, mustering the courage to step forward cautiously, his voice barely above a whisper, "My lord, the second princess residence has sent an invitation for a plum blossom banquet tomorrow. Will you attend?" Xiao Yuan remained silent, his gaze steady. Qing An felt increasingly uneasy. Each moment spent standing with his head bowed felt like an eternity of torment. After what seemed like ages, he finally heard the faintest of replies, "No." "Oh." He immediately retreated, shoving the invitation into his sleeve, exhaling in relief. Noticing a slight softening in their master's demeanor, Qing Feng quickly added, "My lord, the steward has reported that old Master Duan's health has deteriorated somewhat. If you have the time, would you like to pay him a visit?" Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his brow furrowed. What did the physician say? The physician stated that old Master Duan suffers from a chronic ailment, which can only be managed slowly. It cannot be cured. The Imperial Medical Department is at a loss. In essence, it meant there was no remedy, merely a lingering wait for death. If they could prolong life by a day, they would live another day. Xiao Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, weariness evident on his face. "Prepare gifts. I shall visit the Duan residence tomorrow." Old Master Duan was of great significance to him. being one of the few individuals he held dear aside from his parents. Over the years, he had spent considerable effort concerning himself with the old man's health. Scurrying about, yet progress had remained elusive. The following morning, after the court session, Xiao Yuan's carriage headed straight to the Duan residence. The young servant at the gate hastily approached to take the reins, warmly welcoming Xiao Yuan into the estate. Just as he entered, a maid, glancing around furtively, dashed to the back courtyard to deliver a message. "What did you say? The fourth prince has arrived?" Duan Mingming, busy preparing herself for a banquet at the second prince's residence, stood up in excitement upon hearing the news. "Indeed," the maid replied cheerfully. "The fourth prince has already gone to the old master's courtyard. He should be coming to see the third miss shortly." Duan Mingming bit her red lip anxiously, urging her maid to hasten her preparations. Given that her grandfather was unwell, he would undoubtedly wish to converse with him for a while. It would be best for her to be ready and seek him out. The maid, eager to please, remarked, "The fourth prince will surely be delighted to see you, Mississippi." A blush crept onto Duan Mingming's exquisite face as she nodded toward the maid. "Here." The maid promptly fetched a few pieces of silver from the makeup box and handed them to the maid, who beamed with joy, offering several flattering remarks before departing. As Duan Mingming was filled with joy, she lifted her gaze to see the maid inserting a white jade hairpin into her hair. Her brow furrowed immediately, expressing her displeasure. She swiftly removed it, saying, "What is this you are putting in my hair?" She was to meet the fourth prince. How could such a plain adornment possibly highlight her beauty? "Please forgive me, Mississippi. Please forgive me." The maid quickly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Duan Mingming paid no heed, personally selecting a delicate emerald hairpin from her makeup box and fastening it into her hair. The hairpin swayed gently, accentuating her elegant oval face, bestowing upon her an air of dignified grace. She slowly rose, contentedly turning in a circle. Suddenly, the sound of a maid's respectful greeting echoed from outside the courtyard, causing her expression to darken abruptly, her smile vanishing. Soon after, Duan Yingying entered, clad in a moon-white dress, her hair simply arranged with minimal adornment. Duan Mingming furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Was this how her second sister chose to present herself for the banquet? Duan Yingying smiled gently. "Third sister, I have come to inform you that I shall not be attending today's gathering." "Why not?" "Grandfather is unwell, and I wish to remain in the residence to care for him." Duan Yingying glanced at Duan Mingming's opulent attire and ostentatious jewelry, unable to suppress a slight frown. Duan Mingming's eyes narrowed slightly, concealing the glint within, and spoke in a hushed tone. "But attending the banquet is what grandmother desires. Second sister, if you do not go, would it not be a slight against grandmother's good intentions? Grandfather has grandmother to look after him. Your presence or absence makes little difference." If Duan Yingying chose not to attend, it would reflect poorly on her filial piety, yet she was reluctant to forego the event, especially since Xiao Yuan would undoubtedly be present. She tightened her grip on the handkerchief she held, a cold determination glimmering in her gaze. This second sister of hers was ever so fond of feigning gentility and submissiveness. Chapter 47. He favors the second daughter of the Duan family. The illness of their grandfather had persisted for some time, and it was unwise to defy their grandmother. Duan Yingying furrowed her brow, aware of her grandmother's intentions in inviting them to the banquet. It was merely a ploy to have their mother select a suitable match for them, fearing that should their grandfather pass away unexpectedly, there would be no time to arrange engagements, and they would be bound to observe the 3-year mourning period, thus missing their prime years. Reluctantly, Duan Yingying nodded, casting a glance at her sister Duan Mingming's attire. Was her younger sister's outfit a touch too ostentatious, given their grandfather's condition? Duan Mingming lowered her gaze to her garments, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. For 365 days a year, their grandfather had been ill for 350 of them. What did it matter what they wore? However, recalling Xiao Yuan's respect for their grandfather, she ultimately acquiesced and changed the hairpin adorned with emeralds atop her head. The maid on the floor knelt with her head bowed, too intimidated to speak. "You may rise," Duan Mingming said softly, "and be more cautious next time. Do not let anything fall again." The young maid complied timidly, slowly rising to her feet. Duan Yingying cast a quick glance before averting her gaze. She did not wish to inquire about the matters in Duan Mingming's chamber, feeling she lacked the standing to do so. Although she was the legitimate daughter, she had never been favored in the Duan household, receiving kindness only from their grandfather. The two sisters first visited Anshitang to pay their respects to the matriarch, then proceeded to see their grandfather. Upon arrival, they found him engaged in a game of chess with Xiao Yuan. After bowing in greeting, Duan Yingying took her place silently to the side, while Duan Mingming stepped closer to examine the chessboard, offering quiet commentary. Third sister, the old man's voice was tinged with sternness, interspersed with a few light coughs. As he maintained his silence while observing the game, his tone was not particularly gentle, causing Duan Mingming to bite her lip and lower her head. Feeling a pang of embarrassment in front of Xiao Yuan, she felt a flicker of annoyance towards their grandfather. Yet, the others were acutely aware that throughout the entire exchange, Xiao Yuan had not bestowed a single glance upon her, wholly absorbed in the game. The old man reclined against a soft pillow, mustering whatever energy he had left. For it was only the fourth prince's presence that invigorated him slightly. Xiao Yuan, holding a black piece, looked up, his austere visage softened by genuine concern. If you cannot endure, you should lie down and rest for a while. The old man shook his head, reluctant to waste the opportunity of their game. They resumed their focused engagement with the chessboard. Observing that Duan Mingming lingered without any intention of departing, Duan Yingying stepped forward and gently tugged at her sleeve. Third sister. The hour is late. We must prepare for the banquet. Duan Mingming frowned, subtly withdrawing her sleeve, addressing Xiao Yuan instead. Surely, the fourth prince would attend the banquet as well. It would be improper for them to leave first. Duan Yingying glanced at the immobile Xiao Yuan, sensing he seemed disinclined to accompany them. She was well aware of her sister's affections for the fourth prince, but did not anticipate such blatant display. A flush crept to her cheeks, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The old man could hardly be oblivious to his granddaughter's intentions. He cherishes his granddaughter. Yet he is not one to be easily swayed by gossip. The fourth prince had clearly declined, and thus he would never attempt to orchestrate a union, after all. Matters of fate are the most elusive. He set down the chess piece and gazed at the striking gentleman across from him. If the fourth prince intends to attend the banquet, he should make haste. The old minister has reserved a place for you. And we shall resume our game on another day. At this moment, Xiao Yuan raised his head, casting a cursory glance at the two young ladies beside him. What banquet? It's the plum appreciation banquet at the second prince's residence, master. Have you forgotten? Duan Mingming replied. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, retracting his gaze with a cold tone. I shall not attend the banquet. If the two young ladies wish to go, you may depart without waiting for me. Duan Mingming was momentarily taken aback. He truly would not attend the second prince's banquet? Very well, since the fourth prince will not be going, you should leave swiftly, the elderly Duan patriarch urged. His voice lacking energy. Duan Yingying acknowledged, gently pulling Duan Mingming away. Once they exited the courtyard, Duan Mingming forcefully shrugged her off. Why are you dragging me along? Duan Yingying maintained her serene demeanor, speaking softly. Since the fourth prince is not going, we should depart quickly, lest we disturb grandfather and the fourth prince's enjoyment. With her hopes dashed, the smile that Duan Mingming had been forcing faded gradually. However, with servants from the fourth prince's residence guarding the entrance, she endeavored to uphold her composure, leaving the courtyard with grace. She had anticipated attending the banquet with him, riding in the fourth prince's carriage, and asserting her claim in front of the other young ladies. With the weight of public opinion, she believed it could gradually become a reality. Yet he chose not to attend. If she must leave the estate, she would undoubtedly seek out her grandmother and mother to charm them. Persuading her grandmother to speak to her grandfather. Had her grandfather been more supportive, she might have already been the fourth prince's consort. As the fourth prince was quite obedient to her grandfather. Throughout the journey, Shen An'an dozed in her mother's embrace until the carriage came to a halt before the second prince's residence. Today, there will be many ladies and wives at the banquet. If you wish to avoid the crowd, you may remain by my side, Shen Madam softly advised before disembarking. Shen An'an rubbed her sleepy eyes and nodded in agreement. For reasons unknown, the nightmares that had long evaded her returned last night, leaving her restless throughout the evening. The matron at the entrance noticed Shen Madam and her daughter alight from the carriage, her old eyes twinkling as she hastened towards them. Madam Shen, Miss Shen, you have finally arrived. Our princess consort has been waiting for quite some time. Shen Madam responded politely, though she felt somewhat puzzled. She did not recall having any acquaintance with the princess consort, and even the interactions between the Shun and second prince's residences were rather mundane. Yet, they all mingled within the same social circle. Shenwen held a high position, and Shen Madam was an adept socialite. After a brief exchange with the matron, they entered the estate. The matron guided them directly to the banquet hall, where numerous esteemed ladies were already seated. Shen Madam led Shen An'an forward, bowing respectfully to the young lady at the head of the table. The gaze of the second prince's consort lingered momentarily on Shen An'an's striking face before quickly concealing her emotions, warmly saying, "Madam Shen, Miss Shen, you are too kind. Please, take your seats." Madam Shen smiled gently, taking Shen An'an by the hand as they rose to their feet. After exchanging a few words with the second prince's consort, she led Shen An'an to a nearby seat. The second prince's consort finally withdrew her gaze from Shen An'an, delicately sipping from her teacup to conceal the emotions flickering in her eyes. She tilted her head slightly to glance at the matron behind her, who nodded subtly and discreetly retreated. "Your Highness, the young ladies from the Duan family have arrived," a maid announced in a hushed tone. The second prince's consort momentarily faltered, her expression dimming slightly. "Please, let them in," she replied. Before long, the two young ladies from the Duan family entered in succession, bowing gracefully to the second prince's consort. The consort's gaze fixated on Duan Mingming, her lips forming a faint smile. "The third Miss Duan is indeed quite captivating. You have become even more enchanting in our time apart." While this remark appeared complimentary, a discerning ear might detect an undertone of disrespect, as captivating often hinted at a courtesan's allure, implying a deeper significance when directed at a young lady of a reputable family. All present were astute individuals, fully aware of the implications, yet they remained silent, diverting their attention to other conversations as if they had not heard. Shen An'an observed the scene, her brow arching slightly. Was there discord between the second prince's consort and Duan Mingming? This was indeed a matter that could incite a smirk. Duan Mingming bit her lip, her complexion betraying a hint of discomfort. "Your Highness, you flatter me. My beauty pales in comparison to yours." With a measured tone, she returned the slight, causing the consort's expression to darken momentarily. The room full of noble ladies turned their gazes toward Duan Mingming. Shen An'an took a sip of tea, unable to deny that, despite her somewhat unscrupulous and cunning nature, Duan Mingming was indeed clever, possessing a sharp tongue. The second prince's consort felt the stirrings of anger but was cautious not to lose her composure in front of so many guests, especially since she had initiated the provocation. "Third Miss Duan, you possess quite the eloquence. Please, take a seat." She accepted the tea offered by the matron, swallowed her indignation, and deftly steered the conversation elsewhere. Duan Mingming, aware of her precarious position, chose not to press further, mindful of her surroundings. Duan Yingying, frowning in embarrassment, tugged at Duan Mingming to sit down in a corner. Just as Shen An'an prepared to withdraw her gaze, she caught sight of Duan Yingying's friendly smile and returned it. Redirecting her attention, she instinctively began to search for the presence of the Lin family's young ladies, as it was likely they would attend the banquet at the second prince's residence. "What are you looking for?" Madam Shen inquired softly. "I was wondering if my future sister-in-law has arrived today," Shen An'an replied with a faint smile. Madam Shen cast a reproachful glance at her daughter, scanning the crowd. "It seems she has yet to arrive." Before the words had fully left her lips, a young maid appeared, leading a lady and a young girl into the room. It was Madame Lin and her daughter, Lin Euro. The two first paid their respects to the second prince's consort, and after rising, Madame Lin guided her daughter directly to sit beside Madame Shen. They exchanged pleasantries before delving into discussions about marriage arrangements. Lin Euro, blushing, nodded toward Shen An'an, who returned the gesture with a polite acknowledgement. "By tomorrow, this marriage will be considered settled," Madame Shen remarked, her gaze on Lin Euro filled with delight. Madame Lin grasped her daughter's hand, smiling as she nodded. "This child has been spoiled by me since her youth. I hope Madame Shen can overlook any shortcomings in the future and not hold them against her." "Of course," Madame Shen replied warmly. "From now on, Ruoyo, just like An'an, shall be regarded as my own daughter." Regardless of the truth of the statement, Madame Lin felt a surge of joy upon hearing it. Shen An'an fiddled with the jade pendant at her waist, listening to the light-hearted banter between the two women. Time had flown by so swiftly. Tomorrow marked the day of her elder brother's engagement, yet she had yet to see him. At that moment, a maid from the prince's residence silently entered the banquet hall and whispered something to the second prince's consort. The consort's smile faltered, her expression visibly darkening as she fixed a fierce gaze upon the maid. However, the maid, undeterred, stood her ground. "Your Highness, this is the second prince's intention." The consort gritted her teeth, her jaw clenched, and finally managed to squeeze out a reluctant affirmation. The maid then discreetly retreated. "Indeed, it is quite satisfactory." The consort murmured through clenched teeth, her eyes lowered as she gripped her teacup. The accompanying matron wore a troubled expression and leaned in to advise, "Your Highness, given the circumstances, one more or less makes little difference. Preserving your position is of utmost importance." The consort's lips curled into a faint smirk. She was well aware of this reality, otherwise she would not have orchestrated the plum blossom banquet to appease him. Yet, she could not shake the feeling that. She left the thought unvoiced, raising her gaze once more, her expression now serene. After all, there were many eyes upon her, and as a consort, she had to maintain her dignity. Your Highness, the young princess requires a brother, and you too need a son by your side. To have a child. Perhaps it is wise to acquiesce to the second prince's wishes. The consort smiled, yet her grip on the handkerchief turned pale and taut, almost tearing it apart. Very well. If he desires a daughter from the Duan family so much, then let him marry her. I shall observe whether he remains infatuated after a year or so. The matron sighed in relief, recognizing the consort's acumen. The consort scoffed quietly, choosing not to speak further. When she was wed, he was utterly besotted, yet now. After 7 years of marriage, one could only wonder how many women had kept him awake at night, truly laughable. The ladies assumed it was merely a matter of internal affairs within the prince's residence. The second prince's consort concealed her emotions well, and they remained oblivious. Continuing their idle chatter, the consort composed herself and nodded to the matron beside her. The matron promptly stepped forward with a cheerful demeanor. Half a year ago, His Majesty gifted the second prince several pots of orchids from the western regions, which have unexpectedly bloomed recently. Such a rare variety. I believe the young ladies would enjoy them. I can guide you to see them, if you wish. Being young maidens, they were unable to sit still. Upon hearing this, they eagerly rose to join in, as a stroll outside seemed far more enticing than remaining cooped up indoors. Shen An'an was reluctant to move. But Lin Ruoyo was eager to go. Madame Shen winked at her. An'an, why not accompany Miss Lin for a walk? There is no need for us to remain confined in here. Shen An'an glanced at the graceful and gentle Lin Yiru and simply nodded, rising to follow her. It remained a mystery where the few pots of orchids mentioned by the matron were located, as they wandered through the corridors multiple times without arriving at their destination. Several young ladies had already dispersed in search of diversion, leaving only a handful trailing behind the matron. Perhaps we should not continue. It is quite far. And it feels rather improper to meander through someone else's estate like this, Lin Yiru softly suggested to Shen An'an. Shen An'an, eager for a reprieve, readily agreed. At the next intersection, they descended the steps and made their way down a cobblestone path, which led to a charming pavilion at its end. Noticing the two had strayed from the group, the matron squinted her eyes, halting her progress, and with a gentle smile inquired, Miss Shun, Miss Lin, we are almost there. Are you not coming? Not for me. I have a slight ache in my foot and would like to rest for a moment, Shen An'an replied with a faint smile. The matron nodded, glanced toward the pavilion, performed a courteous bow, and then departed with the remaining young ladies. Though Shen An'an and Lin Yiru were not particularly acquainted, their interaction bore a certain silence. Yet, as Madame Shen had remarked, Lin Yiru exuded a serene and cultured demeanor, enveloped in an aura of literary grace that rendered even silence between them particularly soothing and pleasant. Chapter 48, worth a fortune even when she spoke a few words. She entirely refrained from mentioning the Shen residence, instead discussing the preferences of young ladies or various books. Under normal circumstances, how could a young lady, once engaged, not inquire about her fiancé's family? Yet Lin Yiru did not ask a single question, not even about the cleanliness of Shinchanga's courtyard. Nor did she attempt to pry subtly. This demeanor endeared her to Shen An'an. It must be said that she had an admirable grasp of propriety. Her movements were measured, her words gentle, and she was indeed the epitome of a refined lady that esteemed matrons would appreciate. It was said that Miss Shen's artistry was unparalleled, rivaling even that of the fourth prince. For a moment, Shen An'an's expression faltered, but she quickly offered a faint smile, deeming the praise exaggerated. She had learned a thing or two about painting while accompanying her grandmother, but she could only consider herself a novice. Lin Yiru smiled lightly, remarking that Miss Shen was overly modest. The Grand Princess had always cherished paintings, and even the works of Miss Duan San could only be described as acceptable in her presence, yet she was utterly captivated by your art, lavishing it with praise. It must surely be extraordinary. Shen An'an merely smiled without responding. After all, the old lady Shun was a renowned talent in the capital, and it was no surprise that her granddaughter possessed exceptional abilities. At that moment, a young maidservant presented tea, filling the cups of the two ladies. The mention of paintings reminded Shen An'an of a particular piece in her residence, stirring an indescribable discomfort within her. She intended to politely decline, but a voice interjected. I have heard that the son of the Shen family is engaged to the daughter of the Lin family? Shen An'an furrowed her brows, turning to the source of the voice, only to see Duan Mingming emerging from behind the tree shadow, followed closely by Duan Yingying. Duan Mingming's face was adorned with a smile, yet her words were laced with sharpness. No wonder the Lin girl was so sweet-tongued. She was merely flattering her future sister-in-law. Exceptional talent, indeed. What could a mere painting signify? Duan Yingying tugged at Duan Mingming's sleeve, but was brusquely shaken off. Shen An'an's expression grew cold. And just as she was about to speak, Lin Yuro unexpectedly took the initiative. With a smile gracing her face and her tone light, as if engaged in casual conversation, she remarked, "I am merely stating the facts. What is Miss Duan referring to? Was it not the case that at the banquet of the Yongning Marquis's residence, it was the Shin lady who triumphed? Or perhaps I have been misinformed, and it was actually Miss Duan who claimed the top honor?" Duan Mingming's expression stiffened, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Before she could utter a word, Lin Yuro continued, "If that is not the case, then it seems Miss Duan has misspoken. To speak the truth cannot be deemed flattery. If I were to extol your painting as unparalleled, that would indeed be flattery. I would advise you to refrain from such errors, for fortunately, there is no one else present. Otherwise, it would tarnish your reputation as a talented lady." Not only Duan Mingming, but even Shen An'an was momentarily taken aback. Lin Yuro's words, delivered with a soft yet lethal precision, cut deep. Duan Mingming's face was utterly unappealing, darkened with dismay. As Shen An'an observed Lin Yuro, her perspective shifted entirely. She had initially perceived her as a delicate and gentle maiden, only to discover she was a cunning fox cloaked in sheep's clothing, deeply concealed and unassuming. The ability to deliver such witty barbs and jest was something Shen An'an had never mastered in her previous life. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Though seemingly gentle and reserved, it is no wonder that my mother remarked upon her exceptional upbringing, for she truly embodies the grace of a distinguished lady. Beneath her soft demeanor lies a sharp wit. Miss Lin has yet to formally enter our circle, yet she has already demonstrated such protectiveness. Lord Lin of the Hanlin Academy is a civil official who ought to uphold propriety. Does she not fear bringing shame upon the Lin family? Lin Yuru's previously smiling eyes now glinted with a less than amicable gaze directed at Duan Mingming. Given that Miss Duan is hailed as a talented woman, one would assume that the Duan family has instilled in her the value of modesty. When venturing outside, discussing the matrimonial affairs of others so openly, does she not feel a sense of embarrassment? Duan Mingming's eyes widened. Her engagement was not of her own choosing. What reason had she to exhibit modesty? To speak indiscreetly is, after all, not condoned among women. It would be prudent for Miss Duan to revisit her studies. Observing that Lin Yuro would not suffer any loss, Shen An'an lowered her head to sip her tea, refraining from interjecting, while she discreetly relished the sight of Duan Mingming's pale complexion. Before she could formulate a response, Lin Yuro spoke again. "I presume Miss Duan has not perused the 4 books in depth? Have you read the Book of Rites? Therein lies a phrase, 'Do not eavesdrop.' Do you grasp its meaning?" Duan Yingying's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily interjected, "Miss Lin, we sisters merely happened to pass by. We did not intend to eavesdrop." Lin Yuru's tranquil gaze swept over Duan Yingying, returning a serene smile, warm yet seemingly devoid of genuine kindness. Duan Yingying, feeling a bead of sweat form in her palm, found no comfort in that smile. "Sister, did not someone call for you to the back garden? Let us hasten away." She attempted to pull Duan Mingming to leave. However, Duan Mingming withdrew her hand, fixing her gaze upon the two seated in the pavilion, disregarding even the pretense of grace and composure. "Do not presume that a single victory grants you unparalleled talent. It is merely a painting. The 4th prince's artwork was but a casual gift from the princess." At the mention of the painting, Shen An'an's eyes flickered momentarily. "Even if it was a casual gift, it remains mine. Its fate, whether cast into the river or otherwise, bears no significance to Miss Duan." Duan Mingming's eyes widened in disbelief. "Cast into the river? How do you speak so? That is the 4th prince's painting. A treasure beyond measure. It is the work of a prince." Shen An'an raised an eyebrow, her smile inviting. "What of it, Miss Duan? Do you covet it?" Duan Mingming pursed her lips in silence. How could she not desire it? Yet, despite her long entreaties, he had always refused. Suddenly, Shen An'an appeared amiably disposed. "If Miss Duan truly desires it, I would be glad to gift it to you. It serves me no purpose." All eyes turned to Shen An'an, collectively assuming she was jesting at Duan Mingming's expense. "Would you truly part with it?" Duan Mingming scoffed. With a radiant smile, Shen An'an replied, "As long as Miss Duan is sincere, I would undoubtedly be willing. It merely depends on whether Miss Duan is willing to meet my terms." Not one to be easily deceived, Duan Mingming quickly grasped the implication and coldly inquired, "What are your conditions?" Shen An'an, with fingers as delicate as jade, lightly beckoned and finally raised 2 fingers towards Duan Mingming, signaling a number. Duan Mingming was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. This woman dared to sell the portrait of the fourth prince for silver. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions, a calculating glint hidden in her eyes. Considering his temperament, if he were to discover that Shen An'an had exchanged his portrait for money, he would surely be incensed, leading to disdain. In that case, no matter how much silver was spent, it would not be a loss. 200 taels? Shen An'an retracted her fingers, curling her lips in disdain. Did Duan Sangu not just claim it was worth its weight in gold? To suggest 200 taels. She clearly did not hold the fourth prince in such high regard. Duan Mingming's tone grew more serious as she glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. She harbored affection for Xiao Yuan, yet she could not openly express it. Otherwise, her reputation and the dignity of the Duan family would be at stake. How much do you want? 2,000. Let us say 2, considering Duan Sangu's unrequited affection, I shall overlook the golden worth. Duan Mingming was momentarily stunned. Duan Yingying also stood in shock. While the painting was indeed not expensive in terms of artistic value, for a young lady with a monthly allowance of merely 10 taels, it was an exorbitant sum. Third sister, it's better to let this go. That was a gift from the Grand Princess to Miss Shen. Her intention was to provide her sister with an escape, yet Duan Mingming completely dismissed her goodwill. Since it was given to Miss Shen, it rightfully belongs to her. The transaction is entirely her decision. Upon hearing this, Shen An'an turned to Duan Mingming, somewhat astonished by her evident obsession with Xiao Yuan, taking such interest in a mere painting. She smiled lightly. Duan Sangu, if you desire it, come prepared with silver for an exchange. Of course, I will sell it for silver. You ought to act swiftly lest another lady snatch it away. Duan Mingming scoffed coldly, summoning Duan Yingying to leave. Duan Yingying nodded at Shen An'an before following suit. She believed that spending 2,000 taels on a painting was sheer folly. If the person did not reciprocate feelings, what purpose did the painting serve other than inviting ridicule? Yet Duan Mingming had her own schemes. A woman consumed by greed would surely be looked down upon by Xiao Yuan. This painting would likely engender his utmost disdain, thereby stripping Shen An'an of any claim to compete. Whether it was 2,000 taels or 20,000, it was worth it. The crux of the matter, however, was that she did not possess such wealth. She cast a furtive glance downward. While she lacked the funds, gathering some should still be feasible. Second sister. Yes? Duan Yingying turned to look at her, puzzled. Duan Mingming's smile became more genuine. Do you have any silver to lend me for a few days? Duan Yingying hesitated before shaking her head. My monthly allowance is minimal, as you well know. There is hardly any surplus. Among the younger generation in the household, the third sister was indeed the wealthiest, pampered by both their mother and grandmother, who often discreetly provided her with extra support. As for Duan Yingying, who was not so favored, she relied solely on that meager monthly allowance to get by. Duan Mingming's lips curled downward, her tone growing somewhat indifferent. Grandfather dotes on second sister so much, bestowing upon her all those rare paintings. Could it be that you lack money? It seems you simply do not wish to lend. Hoping to suppress her affection for the fourth prince, Duan Yingying furrowed her brow slightly. Grandfather has only given me 3 books, and many rare editions have already been gifted to you by grandmother. Even if I possessed them, they were gifts from grandfather meant for my appreciation. So what does that have to do with money? Are you suggesting, third sister, that I should sell the Duan family's private collection for gold? Duan Mingming's expression shifted, her steps halting. Second sister, how can you slander me so? When have I ever uttered such words? Duan Yingying pressed her lips together. Though unspoken, isn't that precisely the implication? The items bestowed by grandfather are treasures I intend to keep. I would never sell them. Who would covet them? Duan Mingming's crimson lips pouted slightly, appearing as if the two sisters were merely having a minor quarrel from the perspective of the palace servants. After speaking, she continued on her way. Duan Yingying frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. To everyone else, Duan Mingming seemed obedient and graceful, exuding poise and propriety, yet only she, as a sister, knew how arrogant and overbearing she could be at home. Duan Mingming glanced back at the person following her, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. She possessed far more rare paintings than Duan Yingying, but selling them was out of the question. She would devise a plan for the financial matter later. Did Miss Lin and the third Miss Duan have any past grievances? In the pavilion, Shen An'an took a sip of tea and casually inquired. Lin Yuro's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head. It's not really a grievance. I simply do not like her. They merely found each other displeasing. In the past, she would have disregarded her entirely, perhaps turning to leave, but Shen An'an was to become her sister-in-law and had just returned from Jiangnan. Unfamiliar with the ladies of the capital, She could not allow anyone to bully her in her presence. I apologize for my earlier demeanor, Lin Yuro said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had been too sharp-tongued and worried that Shen An'an might perceive her as difficult to engage with, potentially leading to complaints to Madame Shen. Shen An'an smiled, pouring tea for her from the pot. No, I truly dislike Duan Meng quite intensely. Miss Lin was merely standing up for me. Lin Yuro's eyelids lowered slightly as she chuckled softly, finding this future sister-in-law refreshingly honest, indicating that she would likely be easy to get along with. Having gained some understanding of each other's personalities, their conversation flowed much more smoothly, with hardly any awkward pauses. Lin Yuro, in both speech and demeanor, undeniably exuded the elegance of a well-bred lady, leaving little room for criticism. Shen An'an felt quite comfortable in her company. There were no twists or ulterior motives, and she wouldn't beat around the bush with her inquiries. No need to be on guard. Suddenly, a young maid rushed in, bowing respectfully, her voice breathless. Miss Lin, it's urgent. The Chen family's young lady has fallen into the water at the pavilion. You must come quickly. Lin Yuro's expression changed immediately, and she rose to her feet, leading the way. She took a few steps before recalling that Shen An'an was still seated. In a hurried tone, she exclaimed, "The young lady of the Chen family is my cousin. My aunt did not come to the banquet, and I am somewhat concerned for her. I have neglected Miss Shen." Shen An'an shook her head and promptly rose, urging, "Let us hurry. It is imperative that we assist her." Lin Yuro nodded, swiftly following the maid's pace towards the waterside pavilion in the back courtyard. She harbored no fears regarding the throng of people present. Surely they would not permit her cousin to drown. However, her cousin was accompanied only by a single maid, lacking anyone to make decisions. It was likely that the pavilion was guarded by young attendants. If it were to be discovered that she was soaked through in the strict household of the Qin family, it would be akin to losing her virtue. Her cousin might very well think it preferable to drown. The two hastened towards the back courtyard, and Lin Yuro turned to the maid behind her, instructing, "Go to the banquet hall and inform my mother, asking her to come at once." "Yes," the maid replied, then diverted her path towards the banquet hall. The leading maid merely cast a fleeting glance and then returned her gaze impassively, stating, "I have already dispatched someone to notify the princess consort." Lin Yuro nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Shen An'an, who had remained silent, inquired, "Did not the young ladies go to admire the orchids? How is it that they have ended up at the waterside pavilion and fallen into the water?" The little maid respectfully responded. The matron led all the young ladies to view the orchids and then allowed them to wander freely. The orchids happened to be cultivated at the pavilion. The young lady of the Qin family and the others went to the bridge to enjoy the scenery. It is unclear how a dispute arose, but amidst the pushing and shoving, the young lady of the Qin family fell into the water. Chapter 49. Was it really directed at her? Upon hearing the words, Lin Yuro turned her head to exchange a glance with Shen An'an. This was indeed a banquet at the second prince's residence. Who would dare to employ such underhanded tactics? Moreover, Qin's cousin was not one to meddle unnecessarily. How could she casually get into a dispute? Lin Yuro lightly shook her head at Shen An'an, and when her gaze fell upon the young maid, it carried a weight of significance. Navigating through the corridor, the maid led them down a shorter path of blue stone. The road was desolate, devoid of even the cleaning servants. The furrows on the two young ladies' brows deepened with concern. "Miss Shen, I can check it out alone. If Madame Shen cannot find you, she will surely be anxious." Shen An'an paused, lifting her eyes to Lin Yuro. Regardless of their thoughts, they were merely speculating, and aside from Duan Meng, they did not believe anyone else would dare to confront them at the second prince's abode. After all, there were so many people present, and they had no enemies. Lin Yuro's worry for her cousin Chen lingered. She feared that the situation might indeed be grave, but was reluctant to allow Shen An'an to accompany her further. Having already become somewhat of a member of the Shen family, Shen An'an could not allow Lin Yuro to take risks alone. "It's of no concern. I shall have my maid report it," she said, casting a knowing glance at Mo Xiang. Mo Xiang nodded and promptly turned to leave. "How much farther?" Lin Yuro could not help but inquire. "Just ahead," the young maid panted, perspiration beading her forehead, her expression reflecting genuine concern. As they turned off the bluestone path, the direction indicated by the maid led them to a waterside pavilion adorned with an arch bridge, where several maids and young servants busied themselves with cleanings, while the area remained otherwise empty. The two exchanged solemn glances and simultaneously looked at the young maid. "Where is she?" "It seems the second princess consort has ordered the crowd dispersed. The Qin girl is of noble status. and they must be wary of any inattentive servant crossing paths with her, the maid explained, a rationale that indeed held merit, regardless of whether they were servants or maids. One could not rule out the possibility of someone aspiring to climb the social ladder, should a servant take the opportunity to rescue or approach Miss Chun. It would lead to complications. Please wait, I shall inquire, the young maid replied, bowing slightly before hastening toward the pavilion. Lin Yuro felt a tinge of impatience, yet maintained clarity of mind. I have an uneasy feeling, Miss Shun. If something seems amiss, please leave at once to find Madame Shun and my mother. And you? Shen An'an asked. Lin Yuro offered a faint smile. I'm a few years your senior and have grown up in the capital. I am familiar with the malicious tactics of those young ladies and can handle myself. Neither the Lin family nor the Shun family bore any grievances against the second prince's residence. Their social standings afforded them a protective veil, particularly for Shen An'an, who had no reason to fear the second prince's malice. Lin Yuro suspected that Duan Mengmeng harbored resentment and was attempting to exact vengeance by luring them into this situation. Shen An'an gazed at Lin Yuro's composed and elegant visage, her own guard heightened as she silently positioned herself behind Shen An'an. Moments later, the young maid returned, breathless. Miss Lin, Miss Chen has been rescued by a skilled woman from the waterside. She is now in the back room, and I shall escort you there. Very well. Lin Yuro followed the maidservant for a few steps, then suddenly turned back to Shen An'an and said, Miss Shun, you needn't accompany us. The banquet is about to commence, and we wouldn't want to keep Madame Shen waiting. Shen An'an paused in her tracks. Lin Yuro tilted her head and winked at her, offering a reassuring glance. Although she appeared gentle and demure on the surface, she was far from being a mere soft persimmon. As Shen An'an watched her drift away with the maidservant, her brow furrowed in concern. The dampness and disorder on the arch bridge did not resemble a mere performance. They suggested that something indeed had transpired. Perhaps it was merely their overthinking. Yet, she remained uneasy and turned to seek out a few other young ladies in the garden for safety in numbers. Just as she pivoted, a young servant suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking her path. Miss Shun, my lady the princess has requested your presence. Shen An'an's expression darkened immediately as she glanced towards the pavilion indicated by the servant. Isn't the second princess consort in the banquet hall? I shall head there now. She took a few steps forward, but the servant sidestepped to obstruct her way once more. Miss Shun, given your esteemed status, it would be best not to let a lowly servant's filthy hands mar your purity. Shen An'an's fingers slowly curled, her gaze fixed on the servant's calm, indifferent face. Her heart tightening with unease. So it was indeed aimed at her. The second princess consort? She feared that those within were not who they claimed to be. The servant remained unfazed, his small eyes glinting like those of a venomous snake. Miss Shun, your maid Mo Xiang is also waiting for you inside. Shen An'an's fingers pressed into her palm, her small fingers discreetly beckoning from within her sleeve. With a stoic expression, she turned, saying, lead the way. Yes. The servant stepped half a pace forward, gesturing for Shen An'an to proceed, while he followed closely behind to prevent any escape. Shen An'an lifted her long sleeves and let them fall again before striding towards the pavilion. By now, the maidservants and young servants on the arch bridge had vanished, leaving the area eerily silent, almost ominous. Upon reaching the steps, the servant advanced to push open the door, saying, Miss, please enter. Shen An'an cast a glance at the dimly lit room before turning back to the servant. Her gaze was imbued with an unspoken chill. The servant frowned slightly, about to speak, when suddenly he was struck hard in the abdomen, tumbling down the steps. Shen An'an had just begun to move when several shadowy figures emerged in the courtyard, their cold, menacing aura encircling the pavilion. Assassins. Shen An'an narrowed her eyes, stealthily retracting her foot. Standing atop the steps, she looked down imperiously at the servant curled up on the ground in pain, her tone haughty. I am the daughter of the Grand Marshal. How dare a lowly servant speak to me with such disrespect? Do you believe I wouldn't have your filthy hands severed? The servant, sweating profusely, regarded Shen An'an with increasingly malevolent eyes. He had thought her a pushover when she remained silent after his harsh words, but it appeared she had been waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, the assassins quietly sheathed their unsheathed blades. The leader spoke softly, Miss Shun, you have been reprimanded. It is time to enter. Shen An'an remained silent, letting out a cold huff as she stepped into the chamber. The young servant scrambled to his feet, casting a fierce glare at the room. Once she was wed into the second prince's residence, he would surely avenge this humiliation. She is the master's person, mind your manners. The leader of the hidden guards warned the young servant coldly. The servant lowered his head slightly, saying nothing as he limped away. Upon entering the room, Shen An'an was met with an unfamiliar fragrance that quickly caused discomfort in her throat, making her feel itchy and uneasy. She approached the window, hoping to open it, but found all but a small window at the back firmly nailed shut. Fearing the nature of the scent, she stood by the small window, attempting to disperse the air and breathe as little of the fragrance as possible. Leaning against the window frame, she surveyed the furnishings within the room. Though not abundant, the items exuded an air of luxury, their colors leaning towards cold and dark, clearly not intended for a woman's prolonged stay. The room was divided by curtains, with a half-circle of folding screens, suggesting an inner and outer chamber. Shen An'an had observed the layout of the pavilion before entering. It likely connected north and south. The seclusion and tranquility of the place, combined with the presence of the hidden guards and the lavish decor, began to provide Shen An'an with an inkling of understanding. Yet, amidst the banquet, with so many officials and their families present, she could not fathom what the second prince truly intended. Her father held nearly half of the military power in the capital. Did he truly dare to scheme against her so brazenly? Did he not fear retribution from the Shen family? Lost in thought, a sudden sound interrupted her reverie, and Shen An'an instantly became alert, directing her gaze toward the source. Behind the curtain, there seemed to be an inner room, and someone was there. Was it the second prince? Her eyes darkened as she surmised the second prince's intentions. Yet she also believed that someone who had survived to this day would not be so foolish as to openly offend the Shen family. After all, marriage alliances were meant to foster support, not enmity. In her past life, he had been a fierce rival of Xiao Yuan, thriving through unscrupulous means. His heart dark and ruthless, striving to stand against him. Shen An'an remained still, waiting patiently. The sound persisted, akin to feeble groans, and she discerned that the voice belonged to a woman. Was there another young lady present? Could the second prince be attempting to incite a rebellion with the help of noble families? With this thought, Shen An'an covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and cautiously approached the source of the sound. The woman's voice was fragmented and disjointed. The curtain swayed slightly, revealing a shadow curled upon the bed, slowly shifting outward. Shen An'an's breath caught as she hesitated, then gently lifted the curtain. Upon seeing the scene within, her tension eased slightly, though her brow furrowed tightly. On the bed, a woman lay with half-open eyelids, her expression dazed, clearly under the influence of some drug, yet still retaining a glimmer of lucidity. With all her strength, she attempted to inch off the bed. Hearing the noise, the woman glanced up, her eyes momentarily frozen in panic. Then her expression sharpened. Shen An'an, why are you here? Are you the one who has harmed me? What do you intend to do? Shen An'an's almond-shaped eyes regained their composure as she gazed indifferently at Duan Mengmeng, showing no inclination to offer assistance. For a fleeting moment, she diverted her gaze from Duan Mengmeng, surveying the chamber. Though not particularly spacious, it exuded an air of opulence. Even the silk quilt was of the finest satin, intricately sewn with golden threads. Such lavish treatment could likely be afforded only by the second prince. Aside from Duan Mengmeng, there were no other souls present in the room. She pondered that perhaps her compliance and lack of resistance had spared her from the dark sentinels administering any sedative. In the midst of her musings, Duan Mengmeng had already risen unsteadily from the bed, wobbling as she stood on the floor. Shen An'an, how dare you conspire against me in the second prince's residence? Shen An'an furrowed her brow, casting a bewildered glance her way, questioning how she had ever lost to such a dimwit in her past life. What does that look? I warn you, the second prince regards me with special favor. If you dare to act recklessly on his territory, he will not let you off lightly. Duan Mengmeng intended to intimidate Shen An'an. However, the latter suddenly met her gaze with an expression imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Instinctively, Duan Mengmeng took a step back. Shen An'an narrowed her eyes, inquiring, what do you mean by the second prince treating you differently? What do you think? Duan Mengmeng adjusted her slightly disheveled gown and adornments, her face adorned with pride. As the foremost talented woman in the capital, it was only natural for her to be pursued by men. Shen An'an lowered her gaze, her suspicions confirmed, her expression turning icy. The second prince's schemes were indeed shrewd, harboring aspirations of dual gains. Noticing Shen An'an's silence, Duan Mengmeng sensed something amiss. The anger and surprise she had felt upon encountering Shen An'an gradually waned, giving way to a semblance of reason. She leaned closer to Shen An'an, her delicate face paling slightly as she swallowed her anxiety. Shen An'an, what are we? Shen An'an shot her a sidelong glance, ignoring her completely. What of the Lin family girl? Were you not together? She is to be your future sister-in-law. Surely she would not abandon you. Shen An'an's tone dripped with mockery. Miss Duan Er is your own sister. Where is she? Why hasn't she come to your rescue? Duan Mingming choked momentarily before responding. We had a bit of a disagreement. She left. At that moment, regret washed over her. Had she known she would encounter such a situation, she would never have sent Duan Yingying away. Shen An'an cast her a glance, dismissing her once more. It was evident that, given Duan Yingying's temperament, she would not have departed so readily had her words not been excessively harsh. Shen An'an brushed aside Duan Mengming's attempt to grasp her sleeve and moved closer to the window frame. She shook it vigorously, but it remained steadfastly in place, firmly nailed shut. Turning back to Duan Mingming, she coldly inquired, "What is your relationship with the second prince?" "What do you mean by that?" Duan Mingming erupted, her eyes wide with indignation. "I have no relationship with him. He is infatuated with me, while my heart belongs solely to my senior brother. Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation with your slander before him." Shen An'an, exasperated, furrowed her brow. Even at this juncture, her mind seemed preoccupied with matters of romantic entanglements. She lowered her eyelids in contemplation. Thus, the second prince's capture of Duan Mingming is a manifestation of unrequited affection, and his intent in seizing her likely pertains to the military power of the Shen family. We have but half an hour to escape. Duan Mingming pressed her lips together, fully aware that once the banquet concludes, their opportunity to flee will vanish. We are daughters of high-ranking officials. How dare he? If only my senior brother were here today. He would surely sense the anomaly. Shen An'an, already vexed, felt an even greater irritation at the mention of Xiao Yuan. If there is no solution, then silence yourself. Duan Mingming's tear-filled eyes momentarily faltered, unusually refraining from retort. Her schemes and tricks could only be deemed as trivial cleverness when faced with such a predicament. She was utterly flustered. Glancing at the window lattice, Duan Mingming suddenly dashed over and shook it vigorously, calling out, "Is anyone there? I demand to see the second prince." Her voice rang out loudly, creating quite a commotion before a response finally emerged from outside. It was the same young servant whom Shen An'an had kicked earlier, who coldly remarked, "My master is not present. If the young lady does not wish to remain reclined, it would be wise to keep still." His tone was particularly frigid, laced with a hint of derision. "Impudent," Duan Mingming retorted furiously, for even the second prince had never spoken to her in such a manner. What was a mere servant to presume? The second prince held affection for her. Every encounter had been marked by gentle and tender words. Chapter 50. The pushed servant. The servant let out a cold chuckle, his silhouette elongated in the refracted sunlight, casting a shadow on the paper of the window, conveying a message that if he could not see the second prince, he should take his own life. Shen An'an had unknowingly approached her from behind and whispered, "He captures me for the power held by my father, but he desires you. I cannot threaten him, yet you can." Duan Mingming's jaw slightly lifted, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes, yet she complied with Shen An'an's directive. The servant outside remained silent, yet did not depart. Duan Mingming turned to look at Shen An'an once more, and upon receiving her gaze, spoke again, "You must know that your master has an affection for me. If my safety is compromised due to your negligence, can you bear the consequences?" The atmosphere grew tense with silence, and after a few moments, the shadow on the window finally stirred, followed by the sound of footsteps as he exited the pavilion. The two understood that he was off to inform the second prince. A glimmer of joy crossed Duan Mengming's face. He had left, and they needed to devise a plan to escape. She began to pace anxiously within the room, only to discover that the doors and windows were firmly nailed shut, rendering any hope of escape impossible. Turning back, she found Shen An'an sitting languidly in a chair, motionless and silent, seemingly lost in thought. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and think of a way out." Shen An'an cast a glance at her, clearly irritated by her incessant chattering, and replied softly, "There are hidden guards outside. Even if the door were open, we could not escape." Duan Mengming's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. "Then why did you ask me to summon the second prince? Wasn't it your desire to see him?" Duan Mingming's throat tightened, her face taking on a faint bluish hue. She was all too aware of the second prince's intentions towards her. Calling him over now would be tantamount to courting disaster. Even if someone came to her rescue, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished, and it would be too late. "You did this on purpose, didn't you? Are you afraid I might compete with you for the fourth prince?" Shen An'an dismissed her with indifference, as footsteps echoed from the bridge outside the pavilion. Duan Mengming's body tensed, retreating to the most inconspicuous corner of the room. She was to marry the fourth prince and could not afford to lose her virtue, especially in front of Shen An'an. Shen An'an ignored her, her gaze coolly fixed on the doorway. The footsteps drew nearer, and after a considerable pause, the door swung open, flooding the dim room with a sudden burst of light that made it difficult to see. Shen An'an raised her arm to shield her eyes, squinting at the tall figure that entered the room. The man hesitated for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the interior before finally settling on Shen An'an, striding towards her against the light. As Shen An'an adjusted to the brightness, she lowered her arm and looked up at the man before her. "Miss Shen," he greeted. Shen An'an's eyes traversed his smiling visage, her lips curving into a slight smile. "Second Prince, it is quite unexpected to meet in such a manner." Xiao Zhe seemed oblivious to the mockery in her words, and was taken aback by Miss Shen's unexpected reaction, which truly made him reevaluate her. Shen An'an let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond. At that moment, Duan Mengming hurried over, trembling as she bowed to the second prince. Xiao Zhe looked at her with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Miss Duan," he acknowledged. Duan Mengming swallowed hard, her voice as soft as possible. "Second prince, I am frightened here. Could you please let me go? I will consult my grandfather regarding our matters upon my return." She attempted to remain calm, hoping to stabilize Xiao Zhe's demeanor. "Oh, is that truly how Miss Duan feels?" He suddenly leaned forward, his towering figure casting a shadow over her, exuding an air of intimidation. The proximity between them made her heart race. The intimate gesture left her flustered, and as she stumbled backward, a strong hand seized her waist, pulling her forward. Caught off guard, Duan Mengming found herself unexpectedly in Xiao Zhe's embrace, her face paling with terror. She yearned to escape, but his grip held her firmly in place. Before Shen An'an, Xiao Zhe slowly bent down, his face mere inches from Duan Mengming's delicate neck, his tone laced with mockery. "But Miss Duan, you clearly did not say this earlier." He suddenly gripped the back of her head, a fierce glint surfacing in his eyes. "You mentioned that your heart belongs solely to the fourth prince and that you would never become a concubine, did you not?" Duan Mengming's fingers curled tightly in her palms, her body trembling, her complexion as pale as paper. Xiao Zhe chuckled softly, then abruptly pushed her away. Duan Mengming faltered, collapsing to the ground. In the past, the second prince would have treated her gently, agreeing to her every word. Yet today, her feigned indifference and attempts at friendliness proved ineffective. Xiao Zhe regarded Duan Mengming from above, his gaze icy. Shen An'an broke the tense silence. "Where's my maid? Second prince, where have you hidden her?" Xiao Zhe's expression softened slightly as he turned to the stunning woman who remained composed. He had never noticed how captivating the Shen family girl was before. Addressing Shen An'an with a touch more courtesy, he said, "Miss Shen need not worry. Your maid is quite well. As long as you do not cause a scene and cooperate with me, it will not be long before you are reunited." Shen An'an's lips curled into a slight smirk, her tone laced with sarcasm. The way the second prince seeks cooperation is indeed unique. With so many ladies at the banquet, are you not afraid of being exposed? Facing the emperor's wrath, she met Xiao Zhe's gaze with piercing intensity. To imprison the daughter of a high-ranking official and attempt to threaten royal authority, after just losing to the fourth prince. Are you not concerned he might seize upon this opportunity to ruin you? Xiao Zhe's expression darkened momentarily before returning to its usual composure, though a shadow of malice gathered in his eyes. Xiao Yuan, he despised being reminded of his defeat to him. Yet, the unfortunate matter of the commoners had indeed been orchestrated by that wretched offspring. Miss Shen need not concern herself, since I have undertaken this. I possess every assurance of success. The second prince brushed away non-existent dust from his robe, then, lifting his garment, sat down opposite Shen An'an, leaving Duan Mengming still sprawled on the ground, her face a mask of despair. The two young ladies had come to the waterside pavilion to admire the blossoms, but a quarrel had ensued, leading to their unfortunate fall into the pond. The prince's men had rescued them and directly escorted them back through the rear entrance. By now, Madame Shen should have received the news and be rushing to the residence. Duan Mengming scrambled to her feet, disbelief etched on her features. "It's impossible. We are trapped here. How could we leave? Even if you manage to silence the servants of the princess residence, can you deceive the coachman at home?" The second prince smiled, yet his expression sent an inexplicable chill down one's spine. It is easy to mislead for a moment, but resemblance can only go so far. Duan Mengming froze, her brow furrowing slightly. Shen An'an, however, grasped the implications of his words and replied coldly, "It seems the second prince still has a plan in store." As he had stated, it was feasible to deceive for a fleeting moment. Yet, no matter how similar one might appear, it was impossible to fool the elders at home. At most, Xiao could find someone with a profile somewhat resembling theirs, but upon a mere glance, the ruse would be exposed. Xiao regarded Shen An'an with a hint of admiration, noting her composed demeanor. To deceive the coachman may be simple, but to fool Madame Shen is indeed unachievable. Thus, returning to the Shen residence is out of the question. They will inevitably fall prey to banditry along the way. What? Duan Mengming's face turned as pale as a sheet, and she sank back to the ground once more. To be seized by bandits meant that even if she escaped from here, her reputation would be tarnished, rendering her unworthy of the fourth prince. When she looked at Xiao again, her eyes brimmed with animosity. Shen An'an's gaze swept over the fallen Duan Mengming. If the means to win a woman's heart were as despicable as this, they were undeniably effective. Yet, Xiao's pursuit of her stemmed from the power held by her father. Did he not fear retribution from him? The second prince lifted the teapot from the table and poured himself a cup, the steam swirling around him. His voice remained calm and unhurried. When I can rescue the two young ladies from the bandits entirely depends on your cooperation. Should you wish to remain in this darkness for eternity, I could arrange for you both to perish at the hands of the bandits, but the manner of your demise would likely be quite undignified. This place was perpetually quiet, devoid of disturbances, and the two need not worry about anyone else intruding. Aside from the prince, even the princesses were forbidden from entering this domain. They could reside here in peace. After finishing his tea, he rose, indicating his intention to depart. Shen An'an spoke icily. Are you not concerned that I might feign compliance only to incite my father's vengeance upon you? Hearing this, Xiao chuckled softly. The young lady was rescued from the clutches of the bandits by me. Whether she is as flawless as white jade or a withered flower, it is entirely at my discretion. I trust that for his daughter's survival, Lord Shen would not be so foolish. Once someone is rescued from a bandit lair, whatever fate befalls her is at my command. A young lady can be forced to her end in countless ways. Shen An'an narrowed her eyes, her heart sinking deeper with each thought. It seemed the second prince had long anticipated this, and, if she wished to extricate herself, she must devise another plan swiftly. The second prince. Suddenly, Duan Mengming lunged forward, tightly embracing Xiao's leg. Please let me go back. If you release me, I will surely persuade my grandfather to allow me to marry you, be it as a secondary wife or a concubine. She lifted her tear-streaked face, gazing at Xiao with imploring eyes. The Duan family values reputation highly. Should I be taken by bandits, they would never accept me. Xiao looked down at Duan Mengming with an aloof demeanor, then unexpectedly crouched down. He grasped her chin, his eyes clouded with a dark intensity. Is it true, Miss Duan, that you have truly come to this conclusion and are willing to marry this prince? Duan Mengming immediately nodded. Xiao chuckled softly, running his fingers through her hair, cradling the back of her neck, and suddenly leaned in to kiss her. Duan Mengming gasped, instinctively recoiling in terror. But a powerful grip restrained her neck, forcing her forward painfully, bringing tears to her eyes. Shen An'an sat quietly in a chair, observing the two with an indifferent gaze. After a considerable pause, Xiao finally released Duan Mengming, his eyes filled with a sinister glint. Did you not profess willingness to become my concubine? What does this mean now? Duan Mengming was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her cheeks, rendering her speechless. She clutched her collar tightly, trembling all over. Xiao let out a cold laugh, yanking her by the neck and throwing her to the ground. If you wish to leave, then obediently climb into bed and serve me well during this time. Perhaps you can still salvage your reputation as the pure and virtuous Miss Duan. He stood, regarding her with a scornful gaze. Only then will this prince believe that you genuinely wish to marry him. Duan Mengming had never seen such a menacing and terrifying side of Xiao. Her mouth stung painfully. She yearned to wipe it, yet dared not do so in his presence, instead curling up and retreating. She endeavored to stabilize the situation, but to her dismay, he was entirely impervious to her tactics. Xiao's gaze shifted from Duan Mengming to Shen An'an's impassive face, a faint smile gracing his lips. Miss Shen, given your esteemed status, it is only fitting that you take the lead in serving. You both may rest well. I shall return to see you later. With that, he strode out, and immediately, servants approached to lock the door. Duan Mengming erupted into a fit of tears, wiping her mouth furiously. Shen An'an, this is all your fault. Why did you call him here? What shall we do now? Be quiet. Shen An'an shot her a glare. Had she not summoned Xiao? She would have had no inkling of his intentions or how to extricate herself from this predicament. According to his words, it was likely that the banquet hall had already received news, and upon learning of her incident, her mother would rush back immediately. Shen An'an felt a twinge of worry and guilt, realizing that her parents would once again be burdened with concern for her. She feared that the Shen family's reputation would suffer yet another blow due to her actions. Duan Mengmeng gradually transitioned to soft sobs, huddled in a corner. Her face streaked with tears. Shen An'an looked at her and suddenly inquired, "Did you attend the banquet with Miss Duan Air? Were there any elders from your family accompanying you?" Duan Mengmeng shook her head. "No, it was just the two of us." Shen An'an narrowed her eyes, realizing that they would be sharing a carriage. It seemed unlikely that Duan Yingying would abandon Duan Mengmeng to embark alone. If she were to encounter that impostor, she would be the first to discern the truth. However, temperament also dictates courage. Even if she were to uncover the ruse, one could hardly expect her to act decisively. Meanwhile, Lin Yuru visited the Chen family's young lady and, upon confirming her well-being, let out a heavy sigh of relief. After offering her a few words of comfort, she inquired, "You are usually so gentle. How did you come to be embroiled in a dispute?" The Chen young lady looked up in confusion, her face bearing a sickly pallor. "What dispute? Were you not pushed into the water after a quarrel?" "Not at all," the Chen young lady replied, shaking her head gently. "I was merely on the bridge with several other young ladies to admire the orchids. We were enjoying ourselves and had no quarrel." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuru felt a sudden jolt in her heart, a fleeting thought crossing her mind that was nearly too elusive to grasp. "Were those young ladies not the ones who pushed you into the water?" "Absolutely not," the Chen young lady asserted emphatically. "We were standing side by side at the time. They had no opportunity to act. Moreover, I was pushed from behind with considerable force, which caused me to fall." Chapter 51. Safeguarding the reputation of the End family. Lin Yuro gazed at Miss Chun, her brow slightly furrowed, lost in contemplation. The Chen family girl remained somewhat reticent, as if she wished to express something, yet hesitated. "Cousin, do you harbor any suspicions?" Lin Yuro inquired. The Chun girl nodded, then shook her head, conceding, "Let it be. Without evidence, it is better to avoid stirring up trouble." Lin Yuro's expression immediately grew solemn. She gestured for the maids in the room to withdraw, leaving only the guard at the door. "If you have any concerns, do not hesitate to voice them. This matter is of great importance. Should someone be plotting harm, it would be unwise to remain silent. Informing the family would allow us to be vigilant in the future." Miss Chen bit her lip, deliberating for a long moment before cautiously peering out the window to ensure that there were no listening ears nearby. In a barely audible voice, she confided, "I can only speculate. At that time, there was no one else behind us, only the second prince's concubine's nurse. I suspect." She left her words unfinished, yet both understood the implication of what remained unsaid. Lin Yuro's demeanor turned grave, and after a lengthy pause, she softly remarked, "If you were indeed pushed from behind, then it is no longer a suspicion but a reality." Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere laden with an eerie tension. "But I cannot comprehend it," Miss Chen admitted, her hand trembling as she grasped Lin Yuro's. "Cousin, I have always been self-disciplined and respectful. I have never offended her. Why would she wish to harm me?" Lin Yuro regarded her cousin, suddenly exclaiming, "If she truly intended to harm you, the servants of the princess residence would not have made efforts to rescue you." The weight of her words hung in the air, both young women momentarily stunned. A sense of inexplicable unease began to rise within Lin Yuro, an unsettling feeling she could not articulate. She recalled Shen An'an, left behind at the waterside, uncertain if she had returned to the banquet hall. Troubled by an irrational anxiety, she promptly instructed someone to check the banquet hall. Just as the messenger was about to depart, the sound of formal greetings echoed from outside, and soon after, Madame Lin entered the room. "Mother." Lin Yuro stood to greet her. Madame Lin nodded, her gaze immediately shifting to the girl resting on the bed. With concern, she seated herself beside Shen Wana. "Wana, are you all right?" "Dear aunt, do not worry. I am fine," Shen Wana replied, forcing a smile. Madame Lin assisted her in sitting up. "It is good to hear that. We must return home promptly and find a doctor to examine you thoroughly. We cannot let any illness linger." The maids gathered around Shen Wana, adjusting her garments and accessories, helping her to rise. With a soft sigh, Madame Lin murmured, "It truly is peculiar, attending a banquet, yet one after another falls into the water. Could it be that the waterside of the second princess residence is ill-fated?" Lin Yuro seized upon this remark, her voice urgent. "Mother, Did you say others fell into the water? Yes, Madame Lin replied, her expression tinged with worry. Miss Shen also fell in, as did someone from the Duan family. Oh, weren't you with Miss Shen? Why did you separate midway? Had you not parted, she likely would not have fallen in. I hope Madame Shen does not blame you for failing to care for her. In an instant, Lin Yuro's heart raced, her fingers curling tightly into her palm, a chill creeping down her spine. The color drained from her face as her mother exclaimed, "What? Miss Shen has also fallen into the water?" Indeed. It was at the waterside pavilion. It was rumored that she had quarreled with Miss Duan, and somehow both had tumbled in. Lin Yuro's brow furrowed deeply. However, she distinctly did not see the Duan family there, and she could not fathom that Shen An'an would engage in a direct confrontation with Duan Mengmeng. Despite their limited interactions, she firmly believed that Shen An'an would not act so undignified. Moreover, the Duan family, known for their emphasis on reputation and the title of the foremost talented lady, would never indulge in such disgraceful behavior at a prince's residence. Her gaze slowly shifted to meet Chen An'an's, and both felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Chen An'an's earlier description struck Lin Yuro like a heavy hammer. Could it be possible that both An'an and the Duan family were victims of? A sense of inexplicable panic surged within her. An'an had only accompanied her out of concern. If something were to happen, how could she face this marriage? Or confront the eldest son of the Shen family? The myriad coincidences combined rendered Lin Yuro utterly unsettled. Mother, please take my cousin back to rest. I have some matters to attend to and will return later. Having spoken, she rushed outside. Lin Madam promptly called out to her, Ru, where are you going? This is the residence of the second prince. Do not disturb the nobility. Lin Yuro paused for a moment, glancing back at her mother. With a shift in thought, she declared, I will not stay in the second prince's residence. I am going out to seek someone. The incident had occurred within the second prince's domain. If An'an were truly in danger, remaining there would only serve to alert the foe and jeopardize her own safety, without providing any benefit. She needed to ascertain whether An'an had safely returned home. Her steps were hurried, her expression carefully composed, masking her anxiety as she exited through the side gate of the prince's residence. Moving too swiftly, she turned a corner without stopping, colliding forcefully with a woman. Both of them staggered back several steps, barely managing to steady themselves against the wall. Rubbing her sore shoulder, Lin Yuro felt her eyes welling with tears, but she first turned to the woman before her. I apologize. I was in a bit of a rush, and, as she recognized the woman's features, her words abruptly ceased. Miss Duan. Miss Lin, Duan Yingying nodded, glancing back hastily before attempting to leave. Miss Duan, Lin Yuro stepped forward to block her path. Are you headed to the second prince's residence? Duan Yingying frowned and nodded, her gaze evasive. I left something at the prince's residence and wish to retrieve it. Lin Yuro glanced behind her, her eyes flickering. What of Miss San? Did you not come together? Oh, my younger sister. She returned home ahead of me. Duan Yingying replied, her head bowed, her words hesitant. Lin Yuro keenly sensed something amiss. If she was not mistaken, the emblem hanging nearby belonged to the Duan family's carriage. If Duan Mengmeng were safe and sound, then An'an must have also returned home without incident. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuro stepped aside and made her way towards the Duan family carriage. Duan Yingying's complexion paled, and she hastily grasped Lin Yuro's arm. Miss Lin, what are you doing? Lin Yuro turned her head to glance at her, responding, I wish to speak with Miss San. Do not go. Duan Yingying subtly shook her head, as if fearful of being observed by anyone. Lin Yuro noticed that a corner of the carriage window had been lifted, and a young maid was peering out. Watching them intently, a sense of unease stirred within her as she keenly perceived that something was amiss. She turned her gaze toward Duan Yingying, her eyes filled with inquiry. Her tone frosty. Didn't Miss Duan, who fell into the water, return home early? Now that the ladies have departed, why have you not left? Duan Yingying opened her mouth as if to respond, but ultimately fell silent. Do not inquire further, Miss Lin. It would be best for you to return home quickly. Her voice was hushed, and she subtly gestured a warning in a manner concealed from the view of those inside the carriage, hoping Lin Yuro would take her leave post-haste. The young lady from the Shen family had also fallen into the water, and as long as Miss Duan remained unharmed, it was likely that Miss Shen had safely returned home as well. Lin Yuro took a step closer to the carriage. At that moment, two maids approached from an unknown direction, making their way toward the two of them. Duan Yingying immediately grasped Lin Yuro's arm, forcing a smile and feigning cordiality, causing the two maids to halt, yet their gaze remained fixed on their direction. Given the circumstances, Lin Yuro concluded that something must have transpired with Duan Mengmeng. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Duan Yingying, questioning, "What on earth is happening?" Duan Yingying bit her crimson lip, whispering with great difficulty, "I am also unaware of the situation. The lady inside the carriage is not my third sister." She had discerned the truth. The woman had claimed that her sister was still at the second prince's residence, instructing her to seek her there. She was no fool. Piecing together the second prince's past attentiveness toward Duan Mingming, she grasped the implications, but with the maid from the second prince's residence watching, she could not return to relay the news. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuro was momentarily taken aback before gradually comprehending the meaning behind her words. "The lady inside the carriage is not your sister. It is a deception?" Duan Yingying nodded with difficulty, if Miss Shen is also in a similar predicament. Then she left her sentence unfinished. Yet Lin Yuro understood all too well. They had both been dispatched from the second prince's residence. If Miss Duan was an impostor, it stood to reason that the in returning home might also be a falsehood, leaving her still within the confines of the second prince's residence. Duan Yingying glanced back. The two maids were advancing toward them. Her complexion paled, and she hurriedly spoke. She insisted I ride in the carriage with her back to the residence, claiming that the second prince would soon return my sister, but I truly cannot rest easy. Miss Lin, should we not return before nightfall? I must trouble you to inform the Duan residents on our behalf. Lin Yuro nodded gently. As Duan Yingying turned to enter the estate, she added, "Could I trouble Miss Lin to keep this matter confidential? It concerns the reputation of the Duan family and my sister." Lin Yuro glanced at her, but remained silent. Reporting to the Duan residents under the watchful gaze of the second prince was perilous. If secrecy was to be maintained, then proceeding discreetly was paramount, lest they be apprehended before even nearing the gates. At such a critical juncture, it seemed trivial to concern themselves with reputation. Life was of greater significance. Duan Yingying's expression grew pale once more, yet the reputation of the Duan family was paramount, perhaps even more so than the fates of the two young ladies involved. Lin Yuru's voice suddenly grew somber. "You ought to be aware of the perilous nature of this situation. Have you given any thought to the safety of the person assisting you before making such a request?" Duan Yingying's back stiffened, her fingers slowly curling into her palm. Her complexion ashen, eyes filled with remorse. "I apologize, Miss Lin." The carriage of the Duan family had already clattered away, and the two maidservants had arrived before them. Lin Yuru's gaze darkened, believing that Duan Yingying had come to her senses, ready to depart. However, the words that escaped her lips next left her utterly dumbfounded. Then, "It is unnecessary for Miss Lin to assist. As for today's events, I kindly ask Miss Lin to keep them confidential. My third sister has merely been invited to visit the second prince. The Duan family is renowned for its loyalty and integrity. It is unlikely that the second prince would harm her." Lin Yuru turned back in disbelief, wishing she had the time to return and truly observe this girl who had been so thoroughly indoctrinated by the Confucian classics. She chose to ignore her and continued on her way. The Duan family may prioritize their reputation, choosing to endure in silence, but she could not forsake it. Duan Yingying had already entered the estate of the second prince, and the two maidservants approached Lin Yuru. "Miss Lin," they called. Lin Yuru cast a glance at them, her fingers already gripping the hairpin tightly, her tone decidedly unwelcoming. "What do you want? My mother has yet to emerge from the manor. Could you check when she will come out?" She feigned an anxious demeanor. The two maidservants exchanged glances, their eyes tinged with skepticism. They were too far away to ascertain whether Duan Yingying had indeed said anything to Lin Yuru, but even if she had, if Lady Lin remained within the manor, then Miss Lin was undoubtedly off limits. Did not the ladies exit through the main entrance? How could Miss Lin be leaving through the side door? One maidservant questioned. Lin Yuru, usually gentle in demeanor, suddenly furrowed her brow, exuding a somewhat intimidating presence. "My cousin fell into the water. How could she leave through the main entrance with so many people present? Would that not make a mockery of both the Lin and Duan families? What are you standing about for? Hurry," a young maid urged, her brows furrowed. One of them nudged the other, suggesting, "Let us return to the manor and see." It was already surprising that they could not manage the situation with Miss Duan. Fortunately, that girl was of strong character and dared not raise a fuss. However, if another were to get involved, with so many noble families present, it would surely lead to complications. The maidservants contemplated reporting back to the second prince, who would undoubtedly possess means to silence the Lin family. Moreover, should the carriage be seized by bandits, who could provide proof that the individuals within were not the young ladies of the Shinduan estate? The two curtsied, allowing Lin Yuru to pass. As she considered having her shadow guards follow, Lin Yuru relaxed her clenched fingers, maintaining an impassive facade as she departed calmly. The two maidservants caught a glimpse of her figure, faintly hearing her complaints about not being able to locate the Lin family carriage. They averted their gaze and hastened back to the manor. "Miss, they have left," the young maid whispered to Lin Yuru. Still unperturbed, Lin Yuru quickened her pace. "Miss, where shall we go?" At the crossroads, both mistress and maid came to a halt. Lin Yuru bit her lip resolutely and turned away, striding towards the bustling street. Decidedly not in the direction of the Shen residence. If the second prince had indeed captured An'an, he would certainly fortify his defenses at the Shen household. Moreover, those two maidservants had merely been indecisive, but once they reported to the second prince, he would undoubtedly take action. Therefore, neither the Shen residence nor the Duan residence was a viable option for them. "Where shall we go then?" The young maidservant glanced back in fear, and her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a dark shadow, causing her to tremble slightly. "Miss, I have an unsettling feeling that someone is following us." "Indeed," Lin Yuru replied nonchalantly. She paused before a street vendor, casually picked up a tiny copper mirror to inspect her hair adornments, and just as quickly set it down to continue onward. At this hour, the long street was alive with the bustle of people, and Lin Yuru deftly maneuvered with her maidservant into the throngs. Their delicate figures stood out little amidst the taller crowd, and soon enough, the shadowy guards could no longer discern their whereabouts. The two shadowy figures exchanged solemn glances before parting ways to search for them. Lin Yuru watched them disappear into the distance before cautiously peeking out from behind a cluster of oil paper umbrellas. The vendor, noticing her, inquired with curiosity, "Miss, which one catches your eye?" Lin Yuru handed the vendor a silver ingot. "I would like to take them all, but I am without attendants to carry such a load. Could I trouble you to deliver them back to my residence?" The vendor, receiving the silver, beamed widely, his smile revealing a gleam of teeth, and he readily agreed. "Of course, it would be my pleasure." Chapter 52. I am Shen Changhe's fiancé. Such a vast sum of silver could surely purchase a life. "May I inquire?" "Young lady, to which family do you belong?" "I shall deliver this at once." "The fourth prince's manor." Lin Yuru, recalling her brother's words about the fourth prince's admiration for a girl from the Shen family, confidently replied, "Please inform the steward of the prince's manor that it is a message from the Lin family, and he must relay it to the fourth prince immediately." The vendor stood in stunned silence. The prince's manor was no place for someone of his standing, especially with his meager possessions. "Please hurry," Lin Yuru urged, producing a jade pendant from her waist and handing it to him. "Take this with you. The steward will trust you. Once the task is accomplished, let the steward reward you with 10 taels of silver." 10 taels? That is a sum I could not earn in years. The vendor's eyes gleamed. Perhaps he could afford to marry the village beauty. "Ah, very well. Rest assured, I shall deliver it. Not to mention the prince's manor, for the sake of silver. Even the palace would be worth the journey." "Miss, they have returned," a maid urgently alerted. Lin Yuru looked up and indeed saw the two shadowy figures approaching. She hastily instructed the vendor, "You must be swift." "Understood." With a nod, Lin Yuru seized the little maid's hand, and they fled in the opposite direction. Over there, the shadowy figures caught sight of them and pursued relentlessly. By now, both were certain that Lin Yuru had become aware of the events at the second prince's manor and feared she might divulge the matter before the bandits could act. "Xiao Jia, we shall split our paths. You return to the Lin residence to find my father. I will seek out the eldest son of the Shen family." More people mean more hope. Lin Yuru, the epitome of a refined young lady, walked with grace, never striding hastily, let alone running. The shadowy figures were closing in behind her, and she feared Xiao Jia was in the same predicament. The only glimmer of hope left to her lay with that vendor. Amidst her disorientation, she heard a soft, enchanting voice cooing, "Young Masterly, would you stay with me for just one night? I do not desire silver. I only wish for your company." In a moment of panic, Lin Yuru turned towards the sound and spotted a somewhat familiar profile. She quickly altered her course, racing towards a couple standing in the corridor. "Young Masterly." Li Huayan was teasing the lady in his arms when he lifted his gaze and noticed a breathless young woman, flushed and staring intently at him. Her eyes gleaming with a hint of joy as if she had captured some prized quarry. The woman was dressed elegantly, yet appeared slightly disheveled, her hairpin askew, her lovely face bearing the traces of a narrow escape. Li Huayan scrutinized her, feeling a fleeting sense of familiarity, but could not place her. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the urgency in her gaze as she glanced back, following her line of sight to see a man in black. The moment their eyes met, he swiftly turned and melted into the crowd. Li Huayan narrowed his eyes, releasing the hand of the enchanting lady beside him, fixated on the retreating figure of the man in black. That was the second prince's shadow guard. Lin Yuru had encountered Li Huayan a few times and remembered he was always in the company of the fourth prince. Master, I am Lin Yurua from the Lin family, and I am the fiancé of Shen An'an. Lin Yurua spoke urgently, momentarily disregarding any sense of shyness or decorum. Upon hearing this, Li Huayan's eyes flickered. Shen An'an's fiancé was also Shen An'an's future sister-in-law. He tilted his head towards the enchanting lady beside him, gesturing for her to return to the carriage. The young woman cast a glance at Lin Yurua and reluctantly complied. Once the woman departed, Lin Yurua quickly implored, "Could you please take me to see young Master Shen? I have urgent matters to discuss." Without further ado, Li Huayan nodded and ushered Lin Yurua into the carriage. Once inside, Li Huayan inquired, "The person who chased after you just now, was he from the second prince's secret guards?" Lin Yurua paused, her expression momentarily faltering, before she slowly nodded. Li Huayan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What would the second princess guards want with you?" Lin Yurua took a moment to compose herself, her breathing finally stabilizing. Upon hearing Li Huayan's question, she bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling a sense of indebtedness for his assistance, she eventually replied, "An'an has encountered some troubles at the second princess residence." Li Huayan's expression shifted, his brow furrowing with concern. What has happened? A sudden thought struck him. Today marked the second Princess Plum Blossom banquet. He recalled discussing with Ling Xinyu about the untimely nature of the event. Combining this with Lin Yurua's sparse words, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Let us first go to the fourth princess residence. I will send someone to inform young Master Shen. Lin Yurua immediately responded, I have already dispatched someone to the fourth princess residence. Currently, the exact nature of An'an's situation with the fourth prince was still unclear. It was wise to harbor hope, but not to place complete trust without informing young Master Shen first. Li Huayan regarded Lin Yurua for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The carriage quickened its pace towards the palace gate, while Lin Yurua anxiously clutched her handkerchief, occasionally lifting the curtain to gaze outside, softly urging the driver to hasten. At the fourth prince's residence, in the study, a plethora of documents lay before Xiao Yuan, with Qingfeng grinding ink beside him. Investigate if there are any reputable physicians nearby who specialize in old ailments to send to the Duan residence. Qingyan has already departed. Bring any news of skilled doctors immediately. Xiao Yuan nodded, his stern countenance focused intently on annotating the documents. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside. Master. Qingfeng gently set down the inkstone and swiftly approached the study door. Moments later, he returned holding a jade pendant. Master, this was sent by the steward. Xiao Yuan glanced up, his gaze abruptly fixating on the pendant. Qingfeng promptly extended it, ensuring Xiao Yuan could see it clearly. The exquisite white jade was intricately carved with a surname. Xiao Yuan took the pendant, his brow slightly furrowed. Qingfeng quickly elaborated. The steward mentioned that a vendor selling umbrellas brought this. A young lady purchased his oil paper umbrella and gave him this jade pendant, urging him to deliver it to the fourth prince's residence, appearing quite anxious. Xiao Yuan placed the jade pendant on the desk, his dark eyes clouded with contemplation. And where is the young lady now? It was said that she fled with a maid, seemingly evading the pursuit of someone. The vendor even mentioned that the young lady had offered us a reward of 10 taels. Oh, and I specifically inquired. According to the direction indicated by the vendor, she should have emerged from North Street. North Street? Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Qingfeng's expression grew somewhat grave. As the residence of the second prince was located on North Street, and today happened to host a plum appreciation banquet, Xiao Yuan rested his wrist on the table's edge, frowning at the jade pendant before him. Which families of officials bearing the surname Lin attended the banquet today? Qingfeng contemplated for a moment and was about to suggest an investigation when Xiao Yuan's expression suddenly shifted, and he rose abruptly. Qingfeng was startled. Master, what is it? I recall that Shen Changhe became engaged not long ago, specifically to the Lin family of the Hamlin Academy? Qingfeng nodded, his gaze falling upon the jade pendant. Confirming the matter. Does Master imply that the young lady with the pendant belongs to the Lin family of the Hamlin Academy? But what could she seek from you? Upon finishing, Qingfeng's expression subtly changed. Could something have happened at the second prince's residence? He abruptly remembered the vendor's words. Xiao Yuan had already stepped out from behind the desk. The fact that she could run through the streets indicated that she was not the one in danger. She was likely seeking help for someone else. Xiaoze was ruthless, and the Lin family girl daring to confront him signified that the person she was protecting held great significance to her. An unsettling feeling gradually spread within him. Taking root and growing wildly, his jaw tightened, and his expression grew particularly cold and somber. Qi Feng also grasped the situation and immediately said, "I shall arrange for the carriage. Prepare the horses," Xiao Yuan instructed coldly. A quarter of an hour later, 2 swift steeds dashed out from the 4th prince's residence, heading directly towards the 2nd prince's abode. "Master," a shadow guard dispatched to the Shen residence caught up with Xiao Yuan in a narrow alley behind the 2nd prince's mansion, breathless as he reported. "I have discovered that it was the Shen young lady who fell into the water at the 2nd prince's residence." Xiao Yuan's grip on the reins tightened, his eyes betraying a calm that he struggled to maintain. He turned to the shadow guard, his inky gaze darkening with a hint of ferocity, slightly reddening. "Where is she?" The shadow guard felt a chill run down his spine and, through gritted teeth, replied, "I encountered a carriage from the Shen residence en route," they said. The young lady was abducted by bandits on her way back home. Xiao Yuan's heart sank, his gaze fixed on the 2nd prince's residence, icy and menacing. "I have already sent people to pursue them, but that group is remarkably swift and intimately familiar with the capital. We arrived a bit late. If we are to extract her, it may take some time. Capturing them is not difficult, but whether the Shen young lady can wait is the greatest concern. Master," Qing Feng cautiously advised against rashness. "The 2nd prince has just suffered a defeat at your hands. At this moment, it would be prudent to remain discreet rather than confrontational. If the emperor were to learn of this, he might suspect you." The matter concerning the commoners took considerable effort to resolve. "We must not fall into trouble again while attempting to save someone. You should return to the residence first. I will personally lead a search for the Shen young lady." Xiao Yuan remained silent, the horse pacing restlessly beneath him, his gaze fixed unyieldingly on the 2nd prince's residence, the depths of his icy eyes devoid of warmth. To abduct a person while simultaneously allowing another to escape seems an unnecessary endeavor. His voice was as frigid as frost. Qi Feng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening slowly. Did the master imply that the individual in the carriage was not Miss Shen? Xiao Yuan remained silent, driving the horse directly towards the gates of the 2nd prince's residence, causing Qi Feng to gasp in alarm. "Master, this is unwise." He leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Xiao Yuan. "Master, the intentions of the 2nd prince remain uncertain. You cannot take such risks. Even in the absence of a trap, should the 2nd prince report this to the emperor, it would place you at a disadvantage. Particularly at this critical juncture. Stand aside." Xiao Yuan's voice was icy. Qing Feng, resolute, did not budge. Just then, a carriage sped towards them, halting abruptly in front of him. Li Huayan lifted the curtain and jumped down, followed closely by the composed Shen Changhe and the anxious Lin Yurua. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over the two, finally resting on Lin Yurua. What transpired at the 2nd prince's residence? Lin Yurua promptly stepped forward, recounting the events she had previously shared in the carriage. Upon mentioning the incident of falling into the water and being returned by the servants of the 2nd prince's residence, Xiao Yuan's eyes darkened, his suspicions confirmed, and his expression grew grim. Qi Feng also informed Shen Changhe of the news regarding Shen An'an being abducted midway. "What a coincidence," Li Huayan remarked, furrowing his brow. "Someone has just reported that a member of the Duan family has also been kidnapped." Thus, the truth of the matter was all too evident. Shen Changhe pressed his lips together and strode towards the 2nd prince's residence, only to be stopped by Lin Yurua. "Young Master Shen, you must not. We lack evidence. Trespassing into a prince's residence is a grave offense. We should return and inform Lord Shen before devising a plan." Shen Changhe glanced down at the delicate fingers gripping his sleeve, and Lin Yurua quickly withdrew her hand, still speaking gently. "The 2nd prince must have something to gain from this. If we can rescue An'an tonight, he will not harm her." At that moment, Xiao Yuan interjected calmly. "To enter alone is tantamount to seeking death. If Xiaoze wishes to deal with you, he possesses countless means to ensure your demise within the 2nd prince's residence, potentially endangering your family as well. An assassination of a prince could lead to the utter ruin of the Shen family." Shen Changhe stood tall, his body trembling slightly, his thin lips pressed tightly together. He had long anticipated that his sister's prolonged stay in the capital would inevitably entangle her in the disputes over succession. Yet he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. His voice was cold and heavy. "Even so, I must attempt it. As Anan's elder brother, how could he abandon her? He believed his parents would share his sentiments. If he failed to retrieve An'an today, it would be akin to. Xiao Zhe will not let this go unpunished. His expression was resolute. Li Huayan, rarely so serious, insisted, the immediate priority is to inform Lord Shen. With him overseeing the situation, it would not be inappropriate to cause a stir at the second prince's residence. The group exchanged glances. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the second prince's residence, and only upon hearing this did he turn to glance at Li Huayan. Order Qi Feng to assemble the shadow guards and soldiers to accompany me inside. Master. Qi Feng was incredulous. Was the master truly intent on a forceful intrusion? Among those present, anyone's incursion would be preferable to the master's. Brothers turning against one another, and as the instigator of discord, the emperor would undoubtedly impose severe punishment. Qi Feng understood this principle, and naturally, so did the others. Li Huayan did not offer any counsel, but Shen Changhe furrowed his brow and spoke. Your Highness, it would be better if I went instead. You are not suited to intervene in this matter. Furthermore, it concerns saving his own sister, and it ought not to implicate the fourth prince. Xiao Yuan's heart, which had been in turmoil, was now a tangled knot of anxiety, his brow furrowed in irritation. With just himself, he would be hard-pressed to not only rescue her, but even to emerge alive. He vividly recalled the woman's disdainful glare directed at him after he had dealt with Shen Changhe, for she cared deeply for this brother, and he could not bear to witness his demise. With a flick of his sleeve, a command token fell into Shen Changhe's hands. Return to the residence, and instruct Minister Shen to enter the palace immediately. Then, armed with my token, proceed to the southern camp to summon troops. Shen Changhe, holding the token, was momentarily taken aback. Li Huayan, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain himself. Xiao Yuan, are you seeking to obliterate the second prince's residence? A quarrel among brothers can be settled, but calling forth troops is a grave matter. Acting without authorization to summon soldiers into the city is not merely a matter of facing a reprimand. Xiao Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the second prince's residence. Today, he would turn it upside down if necessary to retrieve the person. Shen Changhe wished to refuse, but Xiao Yuan had already galloped away. Li Huayan shook his head. In the capital, only he had the capability to seize someone from Xiao Zhe's grasp. Fortunately, it was a daughter of the Shen family. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have to resign themselves to misfortune. Chapter 53. A life-and-death struggle. Shen Changhe lowered his gaze, tightly gripping the command token in his hand. His eyes filled with turmoil and hesitation. Surrounding the residence of the second prince would undoubtedly facilitate An'an's rescue. Yet how would the fourth prince's fate be resolved? An'an was but one individual, yet she was entwined with half of the noble families, countless lives, and futures. For one treading the edge of a blade, a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. He could not afford to be selfish. His fingers gradually curled together, the back of his hand turning pale. Ultimately, he handed the command token to Li Huayan, entrusting it to him for the fourth prince. Li Huayan cast a glance at him, silently accepting the token and stowing it away with care. Lin Yuru watched in silence, her mind echoing her elder brother's earlier conjecture. Indeed, the fourth prince's feelings for An'an transcended ordinary affection. Thankfully, she had not misjudged him. She lifted her gaze to Shen Changhe, pressed her lips together, and softly spoke. Go. But please ensure your safety. I will head to the Shen residence to inform Lord Shen, my father, and the clan elders, urging them to enter the palace to meet with the emperor immediately. It was not difficult to storm the second princess residence. The challenge lay in how to conclude the affair and retreat unscathed. Shen Changhe turned his head, observing the elegant woman before him, his betrothed as arranged by his mother. Until today, he had not even known what she looked like. Miss Lin, I am deeply grateful for your assistance today, he said, bowing sincerely. Lin Yuru smiled gently, her cheeks slightly tinged with shyness. It is the least I could do. We are to be family, supporting one another and facing the world together. Since our families are now engaged, I am naturally obliged to help unconditionally. Rest assured, my father serves in the Hamlin Academy as a civil servant. He has many scholars under his wing who can provide assistance. While it may not be of monumental help, they can certainly aid in the aftermath, she assured him. Shen Changhe pressed his lips together, casting a deep glance at the young woman before him, feeling at a loss for words beyond gratitude. Lin Yuru gently urged him, hurry. I will await your safe return. Tomorrow was to be their betrothal day. If all proceeded smoothly, it should not be delayed. Shen Changhe's expression momentarily faltered, but he ultimately nodded, offering Lin Yuru a faint smile before striding towards the second princess residence. Li Huayan sighed softly. Well then, I must return and gather my people. With that, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the Yongning Marquisate. Lin Yuru, who usually upheld the decorum befitting a noblewoman, today broke with tradition. She discarded the swaying hairpin from her head, tossing it to her maid, and, disregarding her image, climbed into the carriage. Quickly, let us go to the Shun residence. The maid suddenly recalled something and whispered, Miss, should we not inform the Duan residents as well? The two young ladies of the Duan family are inside, and the elder Duan's status is not insignificant. Perhaps they could prove to be an ally. There's no need. Lin Yuru replied, her small face serious, her eyes filled with urgency. The Duan family had raised the second young lady, who was notably naive, indicating a deep-seated obsession with reputation. The only one who might have a say, the elder Duan, was currently bedridden. Not only was it uncertain whether notifying the women of the Duan family would yield any assistance, but it could also pose a potential hindrance, rendering the effort counterproductive. After all, one could not hold high hopes for elders who valued reputation above life itself. Xiao Yuan was followed by Qing Feng as they penetrated the garden of the second prince's residence. In their wake lay an array of bodies sprawled upon the ground. While the servants of the prince retreated in terror, their eyes wide with fear as they beheld the expression of a malevolent nobleman. The young servants trembled uncontrollably, none daring to approach. The guards, paralyzed by fear, fixed their gaze on the glimmering sword in Xiao Yuan's hand, their spines chilled with dread. Even if they were capable of fighting back, they would not dare to inflict harm upon the fourth prince. Where is Xiao Zhe? Xiao Yuan twisted his wrist, the blade's tip pressing against a guard's throat. I do not know, the guard stammered, inching backward in trepidation. Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes, mercilessly applying pressure as the blade pierced the man's throat. The remaining guards felt their hearts leap into their throats, their eyes widening in horror as they gazed upon the bloodied blade, their legs turning to jelly. Emotionless, Xiao Yuan advanced further, his arm resembling that of the Grim Reaper as he pointed to another individual on the death ledger. Where is Xiao Zhe? The man, his legs buckling, fell to his knees. Back to the fourth prince, my lord, the second prince is in the study by the waterside pavilion. Lead the way. Yes. Trembling, he rose, striving to distance himself from Xiao Yuan, his steps unsteady as he made his way to the rear courtyard and the waterside pavilion. The servants of the second prince, having witnessed the fourth prince's violent act, now huddled in silence, none daring to step forward. That is. As they neared the pavilion, the young servant halted, addressing Xiao Yuan. Perhaps frightened, he stumbled over something beneath his feet, quickly regaining his balance. Beyond lay the lake. Xiao Yuan's gaze fixated on the chamber within the pavilion, slowly sweeping across every corner. My lord, there are numerous hidden guards, Qing Feng warned, gripping his sword firmly. Standing protectively beside Xiao Yuan, he cautioned in a hushed tone, my lord, perhaps we should wait. Qing En and young Master Shun have gone to summon help. It would be unwise to act now. Currently, we are on the second prince's territory, and the numerical disadvantage poses a significant risk. Engaging without understanding the enemy's strength would be akin to courting death. Should my lord strike first, the second prince could retaliate, effectively holding your life in his grasp. My lord, Qing Feng feared that Xiao Yuan might lose his patience and continued to persuade him regarding the recent incident with the refugees. The second prince harbors a deep-seated hatred towards you. Now is not the time to. Silence. Xiao Yuan coldly rebuked him, his gaze narrowing as he fixated on the ground beneath the guard's feet. His expression suddenly darkened, an unsettling chill enveloping him. Following his gaze, Qing Feng discerned a glimmering object, momentarily blinding in the waning light, radiating a faint luminescence that was somewhat blinding. Xiao Yuan focused intently and abruptly strode forward. The guard gulped nervously, instinctively retreating, stumbling and falling into the lake in a panicked escape. Xiao Yuan made no attempt to seize him, but instead stood where the man had just been. He bent down, retrieving an object that had been buried in the earth, carefully wiping away the dirt with a cloth, revealing its true form. The golden hairpin, exquisitely crafted, bore a particularly sharp tip that, if plunged into a throat, would assuredly deliver a fatal blow. He recognized this pin. It was the very one she had used at their first meeting during a court banquet, where it had cut into her palm as she rejected the proposal of marriage. In an instant, Xiao Yuan's expression turned frigid, his distinctly defined fingers tightening around the pin, piercing his palm and causing blood to drip. Qing Feng's temples throbbed violently as he opened his mouth to speak, only to close it silently, his body slightly hunched as he squinted around, the knife in his hand poised for action. Until now, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that his master might heed his counsel. But the appearance of Miss Shen's hairpin made it clear that all words were futile. A peaceful resolution was impossible today. Unless the second prince's residence was upended, his master would not rest. It was certain that a life-or-death struggle awaited them. Indeed, without uttering a word, Xiao Yuan slowly tucked the pin into his chest, lightly tapping the spot with his finger before lifting his gaze to scan the surroundings. In the next moment, he abruptly soared upward, heading toward the nearest room. Simultaneously, several shadows descended stealthily, blocking their path. The leader began to speak, but Xiao Yuan and Qing Feng offered him no opportunity. Their blades whirled swiftly, striking with precision, aimed directly at vital points. Outside the pavilion, the clash of weapons echoed, while the interior of the room was suffused with a warm, sweet fragrance. A delicate scent wafted through the air, causing one's throat to itch. Shen An'an cast a sidelong glance at the corner where Duan Yingying cowered, her eyelids twitching as she suppressed a rising ire. Were the circumstances more favorable, she would have relished the chance to pry open the girl's mind to uncover how such obstinacy had taken root. Humiliated, Duan Mingming was far less courteous, unleashing a torrent of harsh words upon Duan Yingying. Though Duan Yingying's countenance darkened, she refrained from retorting, steadfastly asserting that it was the family's ancestral decree, applicable to all without exception. In truth, she had not anticipated such an outcome, or perhaps she had not foreseen the audacity of the second prince. Leaning against the window frame, Shen An'an chose silence, her patience waning with the two sisters. Whether it was a matter of unexpected circumstances or lingering resentment, or perhaps a deliberate act, who could say for certain? As she pondered how to handle Xiao Zhe that evening, the sudden clamor of clashing weapons outside jolted her upright. Pressing her ear to the window frame, she strained to discern familiar voices, hoping for a rescue. However, to breach the second prince's residence in such a brazen manner seemed implausible for the Shen and Duan families. Moreover, it was unlikely that a family who raised such a daughter would risk everything for her sake. Duan Mingming rushed forward, peering through the crack of the door, her desolate eyes sparkling with newfound hope. It was the fourth prince. He had come to rescue her. The panic in her gaze gradually subsided as tears of excitement streamed down her cheeks. She realized then that her senior brother did harbor feelings for her. He was willing to storm the second prince's residence for her sake, which could not possibly mean he did not love her. His preoccupation with state affairs and his quest for justice for the Shu Fei were merely distractions from personal affections. Shen An'an relaxed her body and leaned back, the hope in her eyes gradually subsiding until it was devoid of any ripple, resembling a stagnant pool. She glanced at Duan Mingming's face, brimming with excitement and joy, before retracting her gaze, lowering her head to fixate on the ground, lost in thought. The newcomer was Xiao Yuan. The hope in her heart shattered in an instant. And while she contemplated how to escape amidst the chaos, memories of her past life involuntarily surfaced in her mind. At such a critical moment, he dared to storm the second prince's residence alone for her, fighting to the death. It was evident that he was deeply infatuated with Duan Mingming. It appeared that in her previous life, she had indeed been in the wrong, disrupting the union of two lovers and ultimately facing a tragic end, which could hardly be deemed unjust. Duan Mingming, filled with joy, wished to call out to Xiao Yuan, to inform him of her presence. She parted her lips, only to be horrified to find that no sound emerged. The strained voice she managed to produce was as fragmented as a broken bellows, failing to coalesce or even reach the confines of the room. In panic, she clutched her throat, emitting desperate, incoherent sounds, her hands flailing and feet kicking against the door. Duan Yingying's gaze shifted slightly, a hint of complexity flickering in her clear, innocent eyes, as she fixed her gaze on Duan Mingming, conveying an unspoken meaning. Shen An'an could hardly be bothered to delve into the undercurrents between the Duan sisters. Instead, she focused intently on the commotion outside, contemplating that if Xiao Yuan were truly serious, the hidden guards within the fourth prince's residence would be more than sufficient to deal with the second prince. She had witnessed their prowess in her past life. Her brows furrowed slightly, even if it were not for her rescue, if his actions led to his own salvation. How should she reciprocate this sentiment, and how could they resolve their enmity? Her thoughts began to drift, but Shen An'an promptly pulled herself back, searching the room for something sharp, hoping to pry open the window. In the pavilion, A third person joined the two who were already struggling, slightly shifting the balance of power. Xiao Yuan caught sight of Shen An'an, his expression darkening instantly. "What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to summon the troops?" Shen An'an deflected an attack from a hidden guard with his sword, interjecting, "I am here to rescue my sister. How could I stand idly by and let the fourth prince face this alone? The Shen family cannot contend with the thousands of lives behind you." Xiao Yuan shot a cold glance at Shen An'an, his brow furrowing in discontent. Did he act on his own accord? A weight settled in his heart. The urgency to rescue her mounted, and he deemed a direct assault the most effective strategy. If it were merely a standoff between the hidden guards and the military, Shen An'an's safety would become Xiao Zhe's Achilles' heel. He feared nothing else but the prolonged delay, for the longer it stretched, the more perilous the situation for that woman would become. Meanwhile, Qing Feng, upon hearing that no troops had been summoned, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they did not provoke the emperor's wrath, the worst that could come of it was a brotherly conflict, which would not escalate to treason. For their master, this was the best outcome possible. "Be cautious. If you cannot hold them off, retreat." Xiao Yuan's voice was particularly frigid. Shen An'an stole a glance at Xiao Yuan, the expression in his eyes ambiguous, perhaps laced with concern. He furrowed his brow, feeling that the fourth prince was acting strangely today, based on his previous understanding. He did not believe Xiao Yuan to be the type to sacrifice himself for others. To be able to extend a hand in rescue is indeed a rare occurrence, one that happens once in a decade, especially when the one being saved is his own sister. The fourth prince need not worry. Rather, it is he who should exercise caution. Shen An'an has always stood protectively behind Xiao Yuan, who, both intentionally and unintentionally, assists in clearing away the dangers surrounding him, striving to prevent any harm from befalling him. It is akin to guarding a beloved maiden, which leaves Shen An'an feeling uneasy, as a chilling sweat creeps up his back. In these extraordinary times, neither of them uttered a word, their focus solely on the battle at hand. The sheer number of dark guards posed a significant challenge, and the three of them did not hold the advantage. However, as a burst of fireworks suddenly erupted in the distant sky, the dark guards of the second prince momentarily paused to glance upward, only to be thrust back into fierce combat, their attacks becoming swifter and more ruthless than before. After several encounters, none of the second prince's followers were unaware of the meaning behind that cluster of fireworks, a signal from the fourth prince. Once the dark guards under the fourth prince's command swarm in, they would be utterly outmatched. Chapter 54. Affection grows over time. Yet a glimpse can be just as striking in the midst of a fierce battle. The door to the study suddenly creaked open. Xiao Zhe, clad in everyday attire, stepped out with narrowed eyes, his face adorned with a smile that concealed an unsettling coldness. He truly had not anticipated that his ordinarily self-disciplined and aloof fourth brother would come to the second prince's residence for the sake of a woman. However, this provided him with a justifiable reason to act decisively. As soon as he appeared, all the shadow guards instinctively withdrew their attacks, creating distance from Xiao Yuan, their vigilance palpable. The leader swiftly ascended the steps and whispered something into Xiao Zhe's ear. Xiao Zhe's expression shifted subtly as he glanced up at the sky, and moments later, his gaze returned to Xiao Yuan, his calculating eyes betraying a hidden agenda. What was his fourth brother up to? He descended the steps, his tone icy. "No matter how dearly father cherished you, I remain your second brother. Is this act of yours an attempt to commit fratricide?" His words were laden with grave accusations. A faint smirk surfaced on Xiao Yuan's lips. If the second brother sought death, the fourth brother was more than willing to oblige. He twirled the knife in his hand swiftly, and Xiao Zhe's countenance darkened as he subtly retreated a step. Setting aside other matters, in terms of martial prowess, he was undoubtedly no match for Xiao Yuan. After years of sparring, he was acutely aware of Xiao Yuan's unyielding temperament. He dared to assert that he would indeed be capable of killing him. "This is the second prince's residence." Xiao Zhe gritted his teeth, emphasizing his point. Simultaneously, a cacophony of clashing weapons erupted violently within the second prince's estate, growing steadily closer. Xiao Zhe's expression darkened once more. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yuan's reinforcements would arrive so swiftly. A throng of guards clad in dark uniforms surged into the study, instantly transforming the once spacious courtyard into a cramped arena, with both sides poised for confrontation. Both factions awaited their master's command. It was evident that the morale on the second prince's side was somewhat diminished. Though they had undergone special training, they were no match for the fourth prince's shadow guards, who had been battle-hardened through the rigors of survival of the fittest. Xiao Yuan handed the knife to Qing Feng beside him, the gentle breeze rustling the hem of his robe as he stood unwavering, hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the pallid-faced Xiao Zhe. Would the second brother release his men willingly, or would the fourth brother flatten the second prince's residence and personally seek retribution? The chilling tone of Xiao Yuan sent a shiver down Xiao Zhe's spine, as if everything was slipping from his grasp. He realized that he had miscalculated Xiao Yuan's regard for the young woman from the Shen family. "You dare," he seethed, his eyes filled with malice. "Xiao Yuan, you dare to intrude upon your elder brother's residence, stirring up conflict? Even if father favors you, he would not spare you. And the Grand Minister, do you not fear their condemnation?" He could not believe that he would risk everything for a woman. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Yuan's actions would reveal whether he truly dared to do so. At the instant his finger fell, dozens of shadow guards surged forward. Each strike aimed directly at their opponent's life, sparing even Xiao Zhe from their lethal intent. In less than a cup of tea's time, the situation began to tilt overwhelmingly in one direction. The second prince's residence was steadily retreating. Xiao Zhe swung his sword to deflect an attack. Yet a sudden flash of cold light appeared, so swift that he barely had time to raise his blade. The face he loathed to the core was shrouded in frost, and his ink-black eyes resembled venomous serpents lurking in an abyss, as if gazing upon a corpse. "I shall ask you once, where is she?" Xiao Zhe swallowed hard, a sharp pain coursing through his throat, and dared not move. Xiao Yuan's eyes were a tempest of madness, leaving no doubt about the blade in his grasp. If Xiao Zhe failed to provide the desired answer, it would mercilessly find its way to his neck. The shadow guards engaged in combat also ceased their movements, anxiously observing the two men braced against the pillar. Shen An'an furrowed his brow and strode forward, only to be halted by Qing Feng, who subtly shook his head. He was not Miss Shen. Their master was teetering on the brink of losing control, and even Miss Shen's elder brother would have little sway in this moment. Shen An'an paused, his dark gaze fixed intently on the two, particularly on the enraged Xiao Yuan. Once the seeds of suspicion took root in his heart, they would grow uncontrollably. He was unaware that the fourth prince held feelings for An'an. "Release me, or you shall never see that girl again for the rest of your life." A fierce intent gleamed in Xiao Zhe's eyes, as if he had uncovered Xiao Yuan's vulnerability. Aside from the empress, Xiao Yuan's hand, gripping the hilt of the sword, turned pale, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Having grown up alongside him, Xiao Zhe could discern the turbulent undercurrents beneath his calm exterior. Did the fourth brother wish for that girl to accompany him to the grave? If so, so be it. "What I cannot possess, you shall never have in this lifetime. Women, the throne, should he dare to act, these two treasures would forever elude him." Xiao Yuan slowly relaxed his grip, prompting Xiao Zhe to swiftly evade the blade's edge, his breaths coming in rapid succession as cold sweat trickled down his back. He was profoundly perplexed by how Xiao Yuan had received the news and arrived so rapidly. Had he delayed by just one night, the carefully orchestrated ambush would have allowed him to withdraw unscathed, and his plans could have reached a successful conclusion. At this juncture, surrendering the individual would equate to losing both the lady and his men. Too many unforeseen events clouded Xiao Zhe's mind, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Which lady did the fourth brother desire? Standing tall, a wicked smile crept across his face. Xiao Yuan's ink-black gaze locked on Xiao Zhe, brimming with an insatiable ferocity and resolve. "Let us make a deal." Xiao Zhe took a deep breath, straightened his attire, and ascended the steps to sit down directly. He extended a few fingers, his expression a blend of mockery and amusement as he regarded Xiao Yuan. 10 scrolls of southern officials' records in exchange for one lady. If the fourth brother wishes to save her, it hinges on which holds greater significance in his heart. Was it the common folk and the grand cause, or the lady within? In truth, Xiao Zhe harbored uncertainties himself, for this was Xiao Yuan's best opportunity to bring him down, potentially stripping him of his claim to the throne and his power, leaving him unable to rise for at least 3 to 5 years. In the span of 3 to 5 years, when he once again gathered his forces, he would have long lost the optimal opportunity for conflict. If it were him, he would never abandon the chance to topple his adversary for the sake of a woman, even if the second prince's consort and child were to threaten him. Such coercion would not sway him. Thus, he found himself uncertain whether Xiao Yuan would acquiesce. Yet, with the arrow knocked, how could he endure a beating without reaping any benefits? That would render his efforts futile, akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, an utterly disheartening endeavor. Xiao Zhe's fingers curled tightly, a sense of inexplicable tension enveloping him. His fourth brother ought not to harbor any illusions of a straightforward assault. For the lives of those two young women lay firmly in his grasp. Their fate, whether life or death, rested solely upon a mere flick of his wrist. No matter how swiftly his fourth brother acted, he could hardly outpace the blade poised at their throats. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept across the various chambers, ultimately settling on Xiao Zhe's noticeably tense visage. He understood that the more anxious Xiao Zhe appeared, the more it signified his lack of confidence and growing panic. Yet, he dared not gamble. Just a fleeting thought of that person lying motionless in a pool of blood sent a suffocating pain through his chest, fearing that those clear, almond-shaped eyes would never again cast a resentful glance in his direction. Did he harbor feelings for her? Ling Chini had directly posed this question to him. Yet even he could not articulate the answer, uncertain whether it was genuine affection or merely a longing for the gentle, smiling gaze from his dreams. All he knew was that deep within his heart, he yearned to reclaim those eyes. If he could not, he would begrudgingly accept the resentment. As long as the seasons did not pass without a trace, and the matters of love and desire remained unconnected. Qing Feng returned to the residence to fetch it. My lord. Qing Feng was incredulous, yet it was somewhat expected. The master and Ling Shizhi had toiled for countless days and nights to finally uncover the opportunity to completely overthrow the second prince. It was also through the years of the master's endurance that this moment had been awaited. Xiao Yuan's indifferent gaze swept past, prompting Qing Feng to immediately lower his head, gritting his teeth in acquiescence. Xiao Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but then overwhelmed with joy. Compelling the Shen family to act as an ally was a desperate measure. For after all, water can carry a boat as well as capsize it. Whether they would be a support or a fierce tiger remained uncertain. In comparison to the scrolls and registries in Xiao Yuan's possession, this was far lighter and less consequential. In contrast to the Shen family, those officials were of utmost importance for his revival. There was no room for error in this scheme. Sitting on the steps, Xiao Zhe clasped his hands tightly together, anxiously and excitedly awaiting the outcome. Fourth Prince, Shen Changhe, as the commander of the Imperial Guard and the eldest son nurtured by the Shen family, naturally understood what surrendering the registry would signify for Xiao Yuan. His throat felt as if clogged with cotton, rendering him speechless. After all, it was his own sister he sought to save, and he would never forget today's favor. Xiao Yuan remained silent, gazing into the chambers behind Xiao Zhe. Just as Shen Changhe thought he would not speak, he unexpectedly inquired, "When does your father plan to arrange her betrothal?" Huh? Shen Changhe momentarily failed to respond, only regaining his composure when he met Xiao Yuan's penetrating gaze. He shook his head, his expression complex. "I do not know. Things have been busy lately, and I have not inquired. I suppose it will be after my own betrothal is settled." "And when will you be engaged?" Shen Changhe's expression faltered as the image of a beautiful face, flushed with urgency, surfaced in his mind. Words lingered on his tongue, but he ultimately murmured, "The engagement is set for tomorrow." She was a kind and bold young woman. The matter was settled, and since he had accepted it, he would treat her well. Moreover, she had selflessly informed others that she was his fiancée to rescue An'an, and for that alone, he felt obliged to take responsibility. Shen Changhe acknowledged this marriage. Though he felt neither reluctant nor particularly joyful, he accepted it nonetheless. His mother had always said that love could be cultivated, that affection could grow over time, and that countless days and nights might surpass a fleeting glance that captivated the heart. Upon hearing that he would be betrothed the next day, Xiao Yuan's already unappealing complexion darkened further. Qing An scratched his head, sensing that his master bore a resemblance to a foolish benefactor, sacrificing so much only to have another rescue his beloved. That scholar truly had it easy. Xiao Zhe felt a mix of anxiety as he observed the two engrossed in their idle gossip about women, his expression growing increasingly grim. As time ticked away, Xiao Yuan's gaze repeatedly swept over the scene, contemplating whether another confrontation was warranted. If Shen Changhe were to sustain an injury, the engagement banquet would surely be postponed. And with that, the date would need to be rescheduled, prolonging the wait for Shen An'an and that insufferable scholar. Lost in thought, a sudden crack echoed from the waterside pavilion, followed by the resounding crash of a wooden window hitting the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Shen An'an, perspiring, peeked out from the window frame, revealing a delicate face, albeit somewhat disheveled and covered in grime. Her once dull almond eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing Shen Changhe's voice. At the sight of her, Xiao Yuan's previously furrowed brows relaxed, and he managed a slight smile in response to her cheerful expression. "Big brother, I'm here," she rasped, her smile faltering as she failed to acknowledge him with even a glance. He cursed her for her lack of gratitude. Having gone to great lengths to rescue her from the second prince's estate, yet his gaze remained fixated on Shen An'an, relieved to see she was unharmed. "Senior brother, I knew you would come to save me," Duan Mingming exclaimed, her head emerging from the window. Tears of gratitude streaming down her face as she gazed at Xiao Yuan's tall figure through misty eyes. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhe, who had been seated on the steps, sprang to his feet. The shadow guards closest to him swiftly drew their blades, placing them at Duan Mingming's neck as she attempted to escape through the window. Shen An'an took a few steps back, exhaling deeply, relieved that she had managed to evade capture, though she knew the second prince would not harm them. The sensation of having a blade pressed against her was far from pleasant. Duan Mingming was so frightened that she could hardly muster a cry. Casting a venomous glance at Shen An'an, she seethed, "Damn it, I opened that window. Why must I be the one to suffer?" What, in the end, fueled Xiao Zhe's furious wrath today? Was it for Miss Duan or for the young lady of the Shen family? A smirk danced upon Xiao Zhe's lips, laced with mockery. Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over the eager Duan Mingming and then settled on the silent Shen An'an behind her, his ink-black eyes shrouded in darkness, offering no words. Xiao Zhe seemed particularly intrigued by this matter, remarking that Miss Duan was the granddaughter of his esteemed mentor, a childhood companion, and surmised that it must be for her sake. As he spoke, his gaze casually drifted backward. Shen An'an's expression remained indifferent, her cold countenance betraying no emotion as she feigned ignorance. After all, he was certainly not there for her, let alone the 10 official documents from the southern officials. It would be an act of great benevolence for Xiao Yuan to lend her even a modicum of assistance. Observing Xiao Yuan's silence, Xiao Zhe chuckled lightly, suggesting that his younger brother harbored deep affections for Miss Duan. As an elder sibling, he could not be devoid of human sentiment. Thus, he proposed a compromise wherein the release of 5 official documents would secure Miss Duan's safety, simultaneously raising the stakes for the Shen family's daughter. Second prince, Shen Changhe interjected solemnly, "The Shen family does not possess the documents you speak of. You may propose other conditions, and as long as they are within our capacity, we shall not refuse." Xiao Zhe cast a sidelong glance at Shen Changhe, retorting that such matters were of no concern to him. If one wished to rescue her, 20 official documents must be produced. Failure to do so would result in mutual destruction. Shen Changhe's expression darkened to an extreme. It was evident to all that Xiao Zhe was deliberately provoking Xiao Yuan. Surrendering 25 official documents would render their efforts concerning the commoners futile, akin to drawing water with a basket. Shen An'an glanced at Xiao Yuan and quickly averted her gaze, a hint of irony surfacing in her eyes. How could Xiao Yuan possibly care for her life or death? Xiao Zhe was truly deranged. His defeat was entirely deserved. The second prince so brazenly abducts the daughter of a high official and coerces the fourth prince. Does he not fear the emperor's retribution? Shen An'an spoke coldly. Xiao Zhe paused momentarily, then scoffed. "Do you have any evidence? Moreover, who can discern whether it is I who am abducting or whether you are attempting to ingratiate yourselves? Regardless, should such matters become public, it will not be I who bears the brunt of the consequences. If necessary, I shall simply claim that you were enticing me." His greatest assurance lay in the documents held by Xiao Yuan. Once acquired, they would serve as proof of his treachery, of laying hands on his brother in a bid for the throne. In the face of such unspeakable intentions, his minor transgressions would scarcely be of concern before their father. Chapter 55. Darkness breeds danger. I escort the young lady. Shen An'an cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Zhe, unable to fathom how a prince could be so poorly raised. Though Xiao Yuan was cold-hearted and unfeeling, he could not be deemed despicable. In contrast, Xiao Zhe was indeed a petty man. Xiao Zhe raised his gaze to the now completely darkened sky, impatiently urging, "How much longer? I do not have the luxury of time to waste with you." As he spoke, he poised a knife threateningly against Duan Mingming's neck. Xiao Yuan observed silently, neither speaking nor intervening. Yet, the mere intensity of his gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in Xiao Zhe. Currently, the daughters of the Duan and Shen families served as his protective talisman. He had no intention of truly harming her, especially with Xiao Yuan's indifference. Xiao Zhe's eyes flickered as he cast a meaningful glance at Shen An'an, who stood nearby. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, Qingfeng's figure emerged. "Master, everyone is here." Xiao Yuan took the documents and approached Xiao Zhe. "Stop." Xiao Zhe narrowed his eyes, masking his anxiety as he placed the items on the steps. Without a hint of concern that Xiao Zhe might renege, Xiao Yuan tossed the documents onto the steps. Xiao Zhe anxiously watched the documents, signaling to a nearby servant, who promptly rushed over to retrieve them and present them before Xiao Zhe. A glance was enough, A smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Simultaneously, his gaze toward Xiao Yuan deepened with apprehension. He had not anticipated that in such a short time, Xiao Yuan would have so thoroughly ascertained the southern factions. Release her. Xiao Yuan spoke solemnly. A smirk danced on Xiao Zhe's lips as he attempted to say something, but was interrupted by Xiao Yuan, who warned, "You would do well to release her obediently. Otherwise, should you utter another word, I would not hesitate to ensure mutual destruction today." The cunning glint in Xiao Zhe's eyes instantly faded as he withdrew the knife from Duan Mengming's neck. "Senior brother, I knew you would come to my rescue. I was so frightened." Duan Mengming emerged from the window, tears streaming down her face as she rushed toward Xiao Yuan. The second prince's men offered no resistance, and she dashed straight into his arms. Her voice was hoarse, barely managing to escape her lips, sounding quite unpleasant. Qing Feng, ever perceptive, stepped forward to intercept her. "Miss Duan has been startled. I shall escort you back to your residence." It was a jest. The master had toiled for half the night without even catching a glimpse of Miss Shen, and how could he allow her to steal the first encounter? That would render his efforts futile. Miss Shen must meet the master first, if only to ensure that, even if she felt no affection, she would acknowledge his kindness, preventing any future awkwardness between them. Duan Mingming's expression stiffened as she discreetly glared at Qi Feng, tears still glistening in her eyes. "You nearly scared me to death, thankfully. You were here, or my efforts to preserve my honor would have been in vain." Through Qing Feng's arm, she gazed longingly at Xiao Yuan, crying out to him, conveying her innocence, asserting that nothing had transpired with the second prince, and that her heart belonged solely to him. Yet, a flicker of fear crossed her mind as she recalled the second prince's kiss, dreading that Shen An'an might reveal it, making her all the more reluctant to leave. As Qi Feng felt the sweat bead on his forehead, he anxiously noticed Miss Shen emerging. In a moment of desperation, he disregarded everything else and seized Duan Mingming's sleeve, pulling her aside to prevent her from causing any trouble. Duan Mingming stumbled, nearly losing her balance. Qi Feng held her tightly, then turned his grateful gaze toward his master and Shen An'an. "Elder brother," Shen An'an spoke, her throat burning with pain. She pressed her lips together and quickly descended the steps, directly facing Xiao Yuan. His expression softened as he stepped forward, but before he could utter a word, the young woman swept past him, retreating. His expression faltered, and upon turning, he witnessed a poignant scene of sibling affection, causing his temples to throb. Shen Chang'e, relieved to see his sister unharmed, finally relaxed his anxious heart. He gently ruffled Shen An'an's hair and said, "Today, we owe much to the fourth prince for rescuing you." Shen An'an's lowered lashes trembled as she looked up and turned, realizing that Xiao Yuan was watching her intently. Why hadn't he gone to comfort Duan Mingming? The thought flickered briefly, but this time, Shen An'an refrained from her usual sarcasm. Instead, she sincerely bowed, expressing her gratitude to the fourth prince for today's events. Regardless of the circumstances, it was due to him that she safely left the second princess residence. She understood the significance of the documents he had readily handed over. Xiao Zhe meticulously organized the documents. His usually sharp features softened, but as he observed the crowd in his courtyard exchanging thanks, his mood soured once more. "What about the other one? Do you not want her? If not, then I shall keep her for myself." Everyone furrowed their brows. Duan Mingming had not forgotten about Duan Yingying. She simply chose not to mention her, secretly wishing to leave that foolish girl for the second prince. In the silence that followed, a young woman, leaning against the doorframe, slowly emerged. Bathed in the silvery moonlight, the blood seeping from her forehead accentuated her pallid complexion, making her appear fragile as if a gust of wind could topple her. She bit her lip, each step a struggle, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Bowing to the group in the courtyard, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for their life-saving assistance. Qing Feng recognized her immediately, his brow furrowing as he shot a glance at Duan Mingming beside him. How could she remain silent about her own sister still inside? Qing Feng, escort the two young ladies back to the Duan residence. Yes, the others exhibited no emotional upheaval. To them, Duan Yingying's appearance was merely the addition of another person. Only Shen Chang'e. Shen An'an looked up at her elder brother, who stood frozen, his curled fingers betraying a hint of tension. Tomorrow marked the day of his betrothal to the Lin family daughter. Could it be that Master Wen'in's prophecy had ultimately failed to evade misfortune? Elder brother. Shen Chang'e snapped back to reality, struggling to suppress his astonishment and unease, responding with a soft Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Duan Yingying's frail face. The meaning behind his eyes was elusive, Shen An'an felt that compared to the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival when they first met, her brother's gaze now held significantly less intensity. Though there were still ripples of emotion, there was also a newfound calmness. Yet, to articulate the truth seemed somewhat forced. At this moment, Duan Yingying spotted Shen Changha, her steps freezing as if time had halted, forgetting to move. The tears she had been suppressing cascaded down like a broken string of pearls. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Instinctively, she adjusted her attire and hair ornaments, bowing her head deeply, not wishing to present such a disheveled image before him. Yet, her heart sank further. She prayed fervently, hoping for just one more encounter with him, never anticipating it would occur in such a manner. He was, after all, the elder brother of Miss Shen. Had she known earlier, she would have certainly. But now, it was too late to voice any regrets. She raised her gaze to Shen An'an, her eyes filled with anxiety and guilt. Shen An'an feigned ignorance, silently positioning herself between the two. Elder brother, we must visit the Lin family tomorrow to discuss the engagement. Let us depart. Shen Changha clenched his fist, withdrawing his hand from the pale visage of the young woman, responding with a soft grunt. Xiao Yuan observed the departing siblings, then glanced at Duan Yingying, who stood frozen, as if the sky had fallen upon her. A cryptic smile curled upon his lips. As everyone exited the second prince's residence unscathed, a figure emerged from the shadows, rushing forth. An'an, are you unharmed? Under the glow of the glass lanterns, Shen An'an recognized the face of Miss Lin. Why are you still here? Lin Yuro shook her head, refraining from mentioning any accolades. Instead, she expressed concern. This matter is quite complicated. You must have been frightened. It would be best to rest for now. After speaking, she anxiously assessed Shen Changha, and upon confirming his well-being, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. September's chill was already palpable, yet she had wisely instructed her maid to prepare a cloak for Shen An'an, shielding her from the biting wind. Thank you, Miss Lin, Shen An'an replied, adjusting the cloak to reveal her weary face. There is no need for such formality with me. Lin Yuro partially supported Shen An'an while waiting for Shen Changha, who was engaged in conversation with Xiao Yuan. Today's events may not conclude easily. We will have to navigate the court's inquiries and deal with the fourth prince. It is of no concern, Xiao Yuan replied, his gaze drifting back to Shen An'an. The emperor will not pursue the matter too rigorously. In the end, it will likely be ambiguous, a mere attempt at reconciliation. Two sons fighting, what could a father do but administer equal reprimands? Shen Changha pondered. Yet, tomorrow, the censors will likely have much to say regarding your petition. Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly. The dragon's desk is never short of such matters. When has it ever been lacking? Shen Changha felt that Xiao Yuan now bore even more resentment than when they were at the second prince's residence, though the cause eluded him. Qi Feng had already brought the horse, and as Xiao Yuan mounted, he cast another glance at the ungrateful woman not far off. He had come to her rescue, and all he received was a mere thank you, not even a smile in return. Look at the Duan family. Can't she learn a thing or two from them? This thought flickered briefly before he suppressed it. He composed himself and said to Shen Changha, the Lin family is reputable and honorable. Madame Shen has arranged a fine match for you. On your wedding day, do remember to send an invitation and prepare a cup of good wine. Shen Changha was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the young woman beside Shen An'an. With his lips pressed tightly together, he finally replied with a soft assurance, rest assured. Your Highness, I shall certainly ensure your presence. Xiao Yuan cast one last look at Shen An'an, their eyes meeting briefly, a subtle smirk gracing his lips as he rode away. At that moment, Shen An'an was engrossed in Lin Yuru's account of how she had sought Xiao Yuan's assistance for her rescue. It dawned on her that Xiao Yuan had not stormed the second prince's residence to capture Meng Meng, but rather to save her. She furrowed her brows slightly, her first thought being that perhaps Xiao Yuan was merely leveraging the military power of the Shen family and her father's influence. Yet, she knew well that Xiao Yuan was not the sort to employ underhanded methods like Xiao Zhe, regardless of his motives. She would not delude herself into believing it was solely for her sake. Nevertheless, this sentiment remained a debt owed by the Shen family and herself. A truth she must remember. After all, those documents might have represented years of waiting for the opportunity to bring down Xiao Zhe. Her mind was a tangled web of confusion, growing more chaotic. Suddenly, a delicate and hoarse voice called out to Shen Gongzi amidst the stillness of the night, resonating with unusual clarity. Duan Yingying had regained some strength and, stepping out of the second prince's residence, uncontrollably called out to the departing Shen Changha. He halted, lifting his gaze to meet the clear eyes of the Lin family girl, her gentle and exquisite face tinged with a hint of shyness. At that moment, She inexplicably tilted her head towards the frail woman standing by the entrance. Shen An'an felt a tightness in her chest as she grasped Lin Yuru's wrist, offering her a reassuring smile. Lin Yuru returned the smile, yet her calm heart began to stir with unease. Shen Changha stood rooted in place for a while, ultimately choosing to turn back and face the young woman who had called to him from the shadows. Duan Yingying had a multitude of words she wished to express, yet she was at a loss for how to begin. Thank you, Shen Gongzi, for saving me once again today. Shen Changha's tone was composed as he replied. It was but a simple act, my lady. There is no need to dwell on it. His words mirrored those he had spoken on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Duan Yingying felt a wave of regret wash over her for not having inquired about his name that evening. Had she done so, perhaps today would not have unfolded in this manner. She had prayed fervently to all deities, hoping to encounter that ray of light once more, and now that she had, it belonged to another. If only she had seized the opportunity that night, disregarding the whims of fate, they could have been betrothed the following day. The Shen family was the foremost household in Dalian, and the Duan family would undoubtedly consent, allowing her to hold her head high among the many young ladies rather than feeling inferior. Regret blossomed like wild grass, overwhelming Duan Yingying with sorrow. She had missed such a promising suitor and the chance for a prosperous and harmonious life ahead. Lin Yuru observed the two standing opposite each other, her parched lips lightly biting down as joy and heaviness battled within her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Gongzi's heart had already been claimed. No wonder he had been so preoccupied with official duties, from the discussions of marriage to the impending betrothal. He must not have found favor in her. An'an, I am feeling somewhat unwell, so I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to uncle and aunt, Lin Yuru said, withdrawing her wrist while maintaining a composed smile. Shen An'an's face was tightly furrowed, and her own romantic prospects were rather bleak, let alone assisting her elder brother in untangling his. Yet, upon witnessing the desolation of Miss Lin, her heart was filled with a myriad of regrets, leading her to believe her brother was somewhat blind to the truth. Miss Lin, it is unsafe after dark. Allow me to escort you, a gentle and resonant voice interjected as Lin Yuru turned. Shen Changha strode forward, his tall silhouette casting a long shadow on the ground, enveloping the somewhat petite Lin Yuru within its embrace. Lin Yuru froze momentarily, meeting Shen Changha's serene and refined countenance, before hastily averting her gaze, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. She could not deny her admiration for this accomplished young man of noble lineage. It was not mere social climbing. Rather, it was the air of aristocratic upbringing and profound depth that he exuded, which deeply captivated her. A year prior, his gallant figure astride his steed had left an indelible impression, haunting her thoughts for countless days and nights. Thank you, young Master Shen, Lin Yuru murmured, her gaze cast downward, striving for composure. How could she bear to refuse the one who occupied her thoughts? The Lin family's carriage awaited not far off, with Shen Changha accompanying her closely. His words mirrored those he had spoken during her frantic efforts to aid Shen An'an. It is what I ought to do. Lin Yuru's heart skipped a beat, pounding with a fervor she could not control. Before the carriage, he gallantly extended his wrist, his gentle demeanor unwavering. Chapter 56. The engagement remains. Lin Yuru's fingers curled and then unfurled, ultimately resting on Shen Changha's wrist as she leveraged his support to ascend into the carriage. Seated within, her heart continued to thump with fervor, the shadows cast by the carriage curtain enveloping her. She sensed the vehicle sink slightly, aware that it was Shen Changha who was at the reins. Any flicker of hesitation that had arisen in her heart dissipated in an instant. She was reluctant, unwilling to relinquish this moment. In the dimness, Duan Yingying watched, her gaze fixed on Shen Changha as he took his place atop the Lin family's carriage, performing the duties of a coachman, personally escorting the young lady home. The tender gesture of him extending his hand for Lin Yuru to grasp as she mounted the carriage pierced through Duan Yingying's heart like a steel needle, leaving her breathless with anguish. Shen An'an did not glance back at Duan Yingying, instead turning to board the Shen family's carriage, instructing Uncle Zhong to follow the Lin family carriage. The siblings escorted Lin Yuru to the entrance of the Lin residence. Shen An'an lifted the carriage curtain, observing her elder brother assisting Lin Yuru down from the carriage. The two stood before the Lin estate, illuminated by the hanging lantern, casting a warm glow upon their features. She remained seated in the carriage, refraining from interrupting their conversation. Shen Changha, not one for words, remained silent beyond his expressions of gratitude, uncertain of what else to say. Lin Yuru bit her lip. After several moments of internal conflict, she finally spoke softly, The events of today were rather sudden, and I imagine there will be much to attend to at home. If Master Shen is overwhelmed, we can postpone the engagement ceremony until tomorrow. I will explain the situation to my elders. Her voice grew softer with each word, eventually dwindling to a whisper, barely discernible, tinged with a hint of raspiness. Had she not been holding back, tears would have surely spilled from her eyes. She was unwilling to part ways, but also acutely aware that love cannot be forced. She had granted Shen Changhe an opportunity to retract his intentions. Shen Changhe's brow furrowed slightly as he regarded Lin Yuro, whose grace and poise shone under the lantern's glow. Her every word seemingly crafted with his feelings in mind. Yet, he pondered, had his actions inadvertently displeased her? Lin Yuro's heart skipped a beat at his penetrating gaze. No, not at all. I merely... She found herself at a loss for words, fearing that a candid admission of his connection with Duan Yingying might paint her as petty or envious. A blush of urgency colored her cheeks as she bit her lip, twisting the handkerchief in her grasp. Noticing her struggle with words, Shen Changhe, sensing her discomfort, attempted to alleviate the tension. The preparations for the engagement have been thoroughly arranged by my family and will not be delayed. If Lin girl has any concerns. None at all. Lin Yuro interjected, her words tumbling out in haste. I have no issues, nor am I unwilling. As she spoke, she became acutely aware of her own eagerness. Her cheeks burning crimson with embarrassment for her lack of restraint, even as joy bubbled within her. Shen Changhe nodded, noting the time was late and that there would be much to attend to the following day. Lin girl, you should return home and rest. Lin Yuro nodded, bashfully lowering her head in a curtsy before hurrying inside with her maid. Just as she descended the steps, she turned back to catch a glimpse of the jade-like figure of Qingzhu still standing there, seemingly watching her depart. The shadows in her heart dissipated entirely, and Lin Yuro could not suppress her smile as she quickened her pace, hand resting over her fluttering heart. It was only after the gates of the Lin residence closed once more that Shen Changhe turned to enter his carriage. Uncle Zhong flicked the reins, steering the horses back home. Shen An'an remained silent, her gaze fixed on Shen Changhe's countenance, as if attempting to decipher his innermost thoughts. She was certain that her elder brother had once been smitten with Duan Yingying, yet today, he exhibited equal warmth and tenderness towards the young lady of the Lin family, leaving her perplexed regarding his feelings. Shen Changhe maintained his silence for a spell, his refined features set in a stern expression, devoid of any discernible emotion. What did Miss Lin say? Shen An'an suddenly inquired. Shen Changhe's long lashes fluttered slightly before he replied in a hushed tone. She mentioned that if the household is busy, the betrothal could be postponed. Shen An'an was taken aback, instantly recognizing Miss Lin as a sensible woman whose request was entirely reasonable. If her elder brother was reluctant, such a proposal would preserve face for both families. A lady of her stature, gentle and graceful, yet possessing an indomitable spirit, certainly deserved a suitor who would treat her with sincerity. What did you say, brother? Shen Changhe paused, pursed his lips, and declared, the betrothal shall proceed as planned. At that moment, Shen An'an was truly flabbergasted. She understood better than anyone his reluctance regarding this marriage, especially since he had just found the one he held dear. She had expected him to take the easy route and agree immediately. Yet, Shen An'an could not let the matter rest. Her voice turned serious as she questioned. Is it because Miss Lin went to great lengths to rescue me today that you have consented to this marriage? Shen Changhe remained silent. However, Shen An'an felt a tightness in her chest. Brother, Miss Lin is an excellent young woman, deserving of a devoted partner. If your feelings are merely a fleeting softness, while your heart remains set on another, then there is no need for such an arrangement. Shen Changhe's fingers curled into a tight fist, his expression taut, his wrist resting heavily on his knee. I know. It was precisely because he understood that he had given his consent and had openly acknowledged the marriage before the fourth prince and Li Huaiyan. And what of Duan Yingying? Shen An'an bluntly tore through Shen Changhe's facade of calm. What do you intend to do, holding on to one while promising a lifetime to another? Is it out of a sense of obligation for this kindness that you cannot refuse? But how can one know whether Miss Lin is willing to accept such terms? If she were amenable, she would not have suggested a delay. Lin Yuro had shown her kindness, and for that reason, Shen An'an did not wish for her brother to repay it in such a manner that was not gratitude, but rather vengeance. No one understood the torment of unrequited love better than she did, having endured countless sleepless nights. Shen Changhe seemed to be struck by her words, his complexion paling slightly. He raised his hand and playfully tapped Shen An'an on the back of her head, his brow furrowed. Do you think your brother is such a fickle and foolish person? Shen An'an scoffed, acknowledging that as a son and brother, he was impeccable, yet in matters of the heart, who could truly predict? Shen Changha's expression grew serious, his dark eyes gazing out of the carriage window with an unwavering calmness. Once I have made my decision, there shall be no turning back. He has always believed that what binds a person is not solely emotion, but also upbringing and integrity. Having nodded in acknowledgement of the young lady and promised to marry her, he would fulfill every duty expected of a husband, including the loyalty of self-restraint and propriety. A gentleman assesses actions rather than the heart. Countless days and nights can gradually ignite the heart. A girl so radiant and kind would surely not be loathed. As long as there is no aversion, there remains ample room for possibilities. Shen An'an gazed at Shen Changha for a long while, observing his calm and resolute demeanor, unwavering in his stance, which brought her a measure of comfort. A fleeting glance, indeed beautiful, yet compared to mutual support, it ultimately feels too ethereal. With her and her mother present, she would ensure that the young lady faced no injustice. "Young master, young lady, we have arrived," Uncle Zhang reported softly. As the siblings alighted from the carriage, they were met by the sight of Madame Shen waiting at the gate, her eyes swollen and red. "Mother!" Shen An'an rushed towards her. Madame Shen quickly grasped her, surveying her from head to toe, tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed with relief. "It's all right. It's all right." Had it not been for her husband's repeated instructions, she might have rushed to the second prince's residence to demand answers. The three of them returned to Madame Shen's courtyard to sit for a while before she urged Shen An'an to rest in Haiting Garden, leaving Shen Changha behind. Once the servants had exited, the atmosphere thickened with tension as Madame Shen's expression darkened. Now that the news of her daughter's abduction by bandits was widely known, any mismanagement could tarnish An'an's reputation. Regardless of the circumstances, this blemish would be borne, and the Shen family could only strive to mitigate the public scandal surrounding Shen An'an's honor. "The second prince is utterly outrageous," Madame Shen declared, slamming her palm onto the table. "Such despicable and shameless individuals dare to hope for the Shen family's support. It is nothing but a pipe dream." Shen Changha's expression mirrored her discontent. "I will discuss this matter thoroughly with father. How dare they kidnap and to coerce us? They shall not have their way." Madame Shen nodded. "Indeed, our family has been too restrained lately, allowing the royal family to perceive us as soft targets, ripe for bullying." The atmosphere in the room became suffocatingly tense. A close maid entered with tea. Noticing Madame Shen's darkened visage, fearing her health might be compromised, she hurriedly massaged her back. After taking a sip of tea to calm her ire, she turned to her son and gently inquired, "Did you see the Lin family girl today?" Shen Changha hesitated before nodding. "I did." As he recalled the scene at the palace gates, the girl's anxious, flushed face waiting for him, filled with pure joy and excitement upon their meeting. "What do you think of her?" Shen Changha pressed his lips together, offering an honest assessment. "She is quite an admirable young lady. Thanks to her today, An'an managed to avert disaster." Madame Shen's expression softened slightly, genuine joy illuminating her eyes. She had heard that the girl had evaded the second princess hidden guards to save An'an. "We owe her a great debt of gratitude. You must treat her well." Shen Changha lowered his gaze. "Rest assured, mother." Finally hearing her son's consent, Mrs. Shen felt a profound sense of relief, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed a blessing for the Shen family to marry such an admirable young lady. Shen Changha remained silent, tacitly agreeing with her sentiments. "Well, it is getting late. You should return promptly and not delay tomorrow's betrothal ceremony." Shen Changha rose, clasped his hands, and inquired, "Has father not returned yet?" Mrs. Shen shook her head. "Not yet." "You may go ahead. I will wait for him a while longer." Shen Changha nodded and left Mrs. Shen's courtyard. As he strolled along the corridor back, Shen Changha's thoughts were somewhat disordered. The candlelight in his study had burned throughout the night, and a tall silhouette had stood by the window, unwavering and restless. He contemplated Shen An'an's words, weighing his feelings for the two young ladies in his heart. The girl he had pulled from the water that mid-autumn night had appeared frail and pitiable, stirring his heart. He had longed for the chance to see her again. Yet, he had never entertained the thought of seeking her out. Clearly, he could have easily inquired among the officials responsible for that street to ascertain her identity. In their recent encounter, his heart fluttered again, but it was markedly calmer than the first time. He remembered that his initial thought was to publicly declare her as Lin's daughter, his fiancée, to save An'an. He had striven to suppress any other thoughts, reminding himself not to let down such a fine young lady. However, even a fleeting moment of distraction filled him with guilt, feeling unworthy toward Lin Yura. Later, when he abandoned the second Miss Duan to escort Miss Lin, he felt no reluctance or compulsion. Rather, He pondered the responsibilities of a fiancé and the rightful decision he ought to make. Anan's probing questions reignited a faint spark within him that had been gradually extinguished, compelling him to confront it directly. The rationality that occupied his thoughts all night informed him that had he encountered Miss Duan before this evening, he would have called off the engagement. However, fate had intervened, bringing Miss Lin before her. That flicker of emotion, when weighed against his obligations, paled in significance. He had not wronged Miss Duan, having even rescued her. Yet, to annul the engagement would indeed betray Miss Lin. Despite the sense of duty, Shenchanga felt no sense of coercion within himself. Daylight arrived swiftly, and not only Shenchanga had gone without rest, Shen An'an, too, tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She contemplated her brother's engagement to Miss Lin, ultimately concluding that he was a kind-hearted gentleman. Even if he did not love her, he would not mistreat her. Miss Lin was fully aware of everything. If she was willing, why should there be any conflict? As long as they could walk hand in hand through life. Why cling to the notions of love or lack thereof? From this matter, her thoughts inadvertently drifted to the events that transpired at the second prince's residence that night. She pondered Xiao Yuan's unusual behavior and the scene of him handing over the documents without hesitation, which left her feeling particularly uneasy. It seemed that something was gradually slipping away from her expectations, beyond her control. When Xiao Yuan returned to the prince's residence, Ling Xinyu was already seated in the study waiting for him. The hero has returned to save the damsel? Ling Xinyu remarked lightly, sipping his tea. Xiao Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he removed his outer robe and handed it to Chi Feng before taking a seat at the desk. Ling Chani gazed at him, his lips curling slightly. After laboring for half a month, he found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. Leaning forward, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Yuan, his tone tinged with a hint of reproach. After such significant sacrifices on your part, how is it that the young lady from the Shen family has yet to bestow any favor upon you? Xiao Yuan paused in his action of holding the teacup, his brow furrowing as he cast a sharp glance in Ling Chani's direction, causing him to sit up straight immediately, a semblance of frustration evident on his face. Initially, having managed to undermine the second prince, he anticipated the return of that individual soon. Now, all those plans lay in ruins. More troubling was Xiao Yuan's demeanor, which hardly suggested any progress with the young lady. The more Ling Chani pondered, the more he felt stifled, prompting him to rise and prepare for departure. Your memorial for tomorrow will likely be plentiful. It would be wise to rest early to engage in a battle of wits with the scholars come morning. Wait. Xiao Yuan called out to him. Do not retire just yet. Before dawn breaks, we must apprehend those bandits collaborating with Xiao Zhe. Ling Chani furrowed his brow in confusion. Have your men not already been dispatched?